https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place? That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-snapped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's going to hold that against you. Yeah, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy, just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Running.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Online Qualifier presented by the Idaho Army National Guard. My name is Paul Santoro, aka Paulie Hype, the host with the most, back again for another exciting edition of our West Qualifier here for day number 2. Today in Valorant and Overwatch 2, we are going to see the culmination of the first day, yesterday, which is going to bring to us the seeding, the teams that qualify in Valorant and Overwatch 2 for our Boise LAN West live event. That's coming up in just a few weeks here. We'll be heading out to Boise to see who the best teams of the West in the college esports space and how they fare. And who, the coveted question, who will qualify for the CECC West bid coming up in May at Esports Stadium, Arlington. I am so excited for it. Without further ado, we do have some amazing casters on the dock in Catinator and Septilence. And just to do a quick little overview before we get over to them, just talk about some of the teams that are coming up here on the day, as we have Boise State versus the Wave Riders in UH Premier. That's going to be a deciding match coming up first, and that will be a best of 3 in Valorant. Yesterday, we saw Arizona State beat both Boise and the Wave Riders, University of Hawaii. That was a big upset there for Arizona. Grand Canyon University suffers a pretty impactful loss to UNLV Scarlet. So Las Vegas showing up right there once again. A really exciting Valorant action from day number 1. Let's carry it over into day number 2. But before we head over to Valorant, don't forget, 6 p.m. EST, we're going to have Overwatch 2. We'll be joined by Nerdy Bird and Clutch Keys as we take a look also at the Overwatch 2 standings, which we have San Diego Gold in the 1 seed right now. San Diego UCSD really showing up monumentally here to take that 1 seed. Boise in the 2. I'm just taking a look here at some of the schools. We have University of Utah in 3. We have the Rebels, the Crusaders, UNLV in 4. The USC Trojans in 5. Fantastic showing there. And then we have San Diego Navy, so their second team making it into the swing, and UH Esports in the 6th seed. So we have some amazing colleges, the best of the best in Overwatch 2 still in the standings. That'll be at 6 p.m. EST right here on Esports U. But for now, we are going over to Valorant. I got the beautiful team, the amazing, knowledgeable, and professional group of Catinator 3K and Septilence. But before we get over to them for that hype casting, we got to do the 10 seconds of hype, baby. It's Sunday final. If I had a belt, I would choke myself. Just kidding. But let's go. 10 seconds of hype. College esports. I don't even like suits. Take it up. Ugh. Woo! Catinator, Septilence, I'll bring the energy. You guys take it off for me, and let's get right into some amazing day 2 of college esports right here at the CECC. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie, and everybody. Like he said, welcome back to CECC West. We're going to be rolling through the Valorant early on, and Cat, it's fascinating. You know, today is going to be a lot about seed placement, a lot about deciding where you fall on the road to Boise. But first, we do, like he said, have to burn through this duel of the qualifiers. We're going to be looking at Boise State versus the Wave Riders from Hawaii, and only one of those teams is going to make this top 8.
Yeah, it'll be a journey for the Wave Riders if they can make it through. Well, you say on the other hand, the land's in their back door, so you lose today. It's gonna be kind of sad. Septilen's not gonna lie if you don't go out for your own land. So hopefully they pull through. Paulie Hype got me going this morning yet again. I'm sad I don't have a tie. I want to rip my tie off. I don't think I'm allowed to rip my shirt off on the broadcast.
Pretend ties?
So unfortunately, I'm gonna wear a tie in the future because I want the experience that Paulie Hype has every day.
Yeah, without a doubt. But next time we'll wear ties just to rip them off when Paulie does as well. It'll be like in solidarity with the 10 seconds of hype. But I do know that today it should, all things considered, be very hyped because we are starting with this best of 3 between Boise and the Wave Riders from Hawaii to decide who makes it into that top 8, who makes it into the seeding. And then after that, we have, I believe, 3 best of 1s that are seed deciders. So those teams, as far as we're concerned in the statistics right now, have technically qualified. They're going to fight for that seed placement. But of course, things can change. Teams might not be able to make it. You know, anything can happen truly, but we are going to be looking at those teams for their seed placements going into Boise. This is the last one today, Kat. We're really kind of seeing a mindset in which whichever team of this loses, like this is the most detrimental consequences today. Yeah,
absolutely. So we'll get a good best of 3 to start the day and then 3 games of a set in the future. Cannot wait. It's
Just
going
back
to
to
be
back
a
to
banger.
back.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see if we get a set in this set list as well, considering the fact that it is just America's map. I gotta say it how it is, really. But this will be the only best of 3 of the day. Everything else, as you mentioned, is seeding. So best of 1s. We won't do the teams like that. You know, we know how they feel about seeding. But I think due to like the set list that we have going in here, like, when you look at teams like SJSU, if God forbid they don't make it through the decider, you get that seeding is decently important. I'm not gonna lie, like this list of teams is pretty solid, and like the difference between placing through the quarters and going out early at the LAN, right, is genuinely going to be how you seed going in.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, with traditional seeding of 8 teams, first matchup is going to be 8-1, 7-2. You know, you want to fight for a very reasonable seed here.
Yeah.
You want to give yourself that easier matchup to get through, because like you said, it would stink to fight tooth and nail to win today, to get into the top 8, get there, and be the first team out.
Yep.
So it's really kind of this weird balance, this weird juggling game of the choices you want to make and the performances you need to give to even get to that in-person event. And Boise, like you said, they got to clutch this one out. They got to be there. It's their own event. They really want to perform well and want to get into it at Boise, because obviously we don't have to explain that. I'm not sure if we have the map pool ready yet, but I will go ahead and leak it even if we do not. I do know that there is at least
You can't leak. You can't
a
leak.
new starting map. No leaks. We're starting with Icebox. Jumping into, like you said, Ascent, a map we are going to see probably a lot today, followed by Haven. So no more split today. Icebox instead. And it's our kickoff map, Cat.
Yeah, kind of interesting. We got the same 2 set lists in a row. We get a new look on Icebox. Icebox will be an interesting starter map. It really set the tempo for this matchup in particular, just the fact that Icebox really can mechanically enable teams. I know a team like the Wave Riders is a team that represents U of H without directly participating within their esports program, tends to be a team that plays pretty lax, pretty loose. So I see them having a lot of fun on Icebox, even though that is going to be a map that Boise starts on the attack. It's a map that I think makes sense for them to pick, especially being the roster that they are. So we'll see how that one goes. I mean, everything else is pretty, right? Like, you can't play Ascent. Playing pretty close to Ascent is Haven. They run pretty parallel. So those maps will be pretty even, I think, going in. But if Wave Riders can get a lot of momentum early on Icebox, I think this one could be that 2-0 wash.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think whichever team does find that early momentum on Icebox might be able to snowball it into Ascent, because, like you said, Ascent's a very familiar map. Icebox, not so much. And speaking of unfamiliar things, let's get a look at some possibly unfamiliar faces coming out from these teams here today. We've got a little bit of the roster lineups, and like we mentioned yesterday, these aren't always set in stone, right? You know, they could be bringing in somebody else. These rosters can be a little bit larger. These are just the 5 players we're familiar with. So let's go ahead and take a look at Boise and see the series they've brought us so far. We know this team, to my knowledge at least, is currently 1-1. So no washes, but not able to wash either. And I actually do recognize a lot of those names now that I'm looking at them. Skies, J-Bag, Dymo. I do not know ALDM or Ray Rihanna. So that's a new one too. So Boise is bringing out at least 2 new players, and maybe that's why we're seeing a bit of change of play, Cat. Last time I saw the Boise roster for Valorant, they were dominant through and through, but that could just come naturally with this new team build and trying to adapt and learn each other's play styles to succeed.
Yeah, you say you don't recognize the last 2, neither does the imaging software, unfortunately. Just a logo. So yeah, looking like they are newer to the roster and possibly the program as well. They haven't been able to get the jerseys, get the fresh pictures in just yet. This is a team that made the round of 32 in CVAL West. They also made the quarterfinals of what was the Collegiate Valorant Hub winter warm-up, where they lost to Fisher College, an opponent that I think is very respectable to lose to. So then we go to the other side of the coin. We go over to the Wave Riders, who are on paper with recent results looking a little bit better going into this matchup. Pictures looking a little bit more personal as well.
I was just about to say that. I enjoyed it.
I like the looks. Yeah, I very much do. Cold Cutie, a face that you should recognize, played of U of H for a while before moving to this roster. Likes of Ghosts and Crypto, Frog and Mikey to close it up. This team made the round of 16 in CVAL West, so did go 1 round farther. I mean, you can call this possibly opponents being the difference, whatever you'd like to say. Any CC Pacific Grand Finals, they make it all the way down there as well, where they lose to SJSU, a team that I think we all can respect as a powerhouse. Maybe not in this event, got upset yesterday about UNLV, but historically, pretty solid roster.
Without a doubt. Like you said, the Wave Riders are coming in with some pretty familiar faces, especially that leader kind of being Cold QT. I don't know if they are the IGL in game, but that's the recognizable
Yeah,
name
I think so.
on this roster to me. Going to be the powerhouse player, going to be the one to keep an eye out for. And as we jump into Icebox Cat, it kind of runs the traditional questions of, do we think this is to enable the specific agents that we see on Icebox? Is this to play to the comfortability of these teams? Or are we instead going to be seeing somebody just wants to lock Jet and go for that aim duel right now? There is no Breeze right now. This is the aim duel map. So is that kind of the expectation going into Icebox early is let's just beat them mechanically. Let's just slam them into the ground for map number 1 and see if we can steamroll it through map number 2.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially for a team like the Wave Riders, I don't know. I like to say that not necessarily pug teams, the teams that are like a little looser, right? That don't necessarily have to play within coaching, within whatever you want to say. I think teams like this do tend to be just a lot more. Yeah, I can't even finish the point because we already got the agent select. The team that tends to play a lot faster, tends to be a lot more loose with the way they're calling. So I think Reyna makes a lot of sense to come out on a map like Icebox. Not only does she have mechanical presence, but she also has the ability to be a solid initiator now. She almost looks like a double initiator setup when you come in with it. They are going to play as a solo duelist, which I think will make things hard. You still need the entry duelist to Jet to just be able to dash in and take early space, right? So the task for Skies here is going to be pretty difficult in order to actually get them room to work with on the site. But Reyna's leader is so solid now after what was that flash patch. So we'll see how they make it work.
I haven't seen Reyna since that patch, actually, in a competitive setting, in my unrated games, sure, but this is a little bit different. So I think that Reyna can get a lot of high value. I'm going to be looking at the B site a lot. I feel like Lear is going to find an intense amount of value against it, but I don't really know if we saw anything different. I believe it was a mirror matchup except Jet versus Reyna. And I earlier was already talking about the value a Jet can find if played well on this map. So, Cat, this may be a bit of a duelist diff if we see that opening elimination. But the very same story can be told as the Wave Riders, as we've kind of expected, are going to play loose and crazy. And that may be enough to catch a cool, kind of calculated team like Boise off catch.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this duelist showdown go down. Just the fact that I feel like even though you can really enable Arena, I feel like the Jet is just so much more valuable. You get the opping agent guaranteed to get a gel free card with the dash, of course, and then just being able to open up space on the side, I think, is so important. I think a lot of the times when you're playing solo duelist Reyna, you just don't consider it, and it comes back to haunt you later. So we'll see as they go into this one. They'll jump into it now, and clean default for the pistol.
A default for sure. I think everybody's aware, the pistol is what it is, and Cold Cutie comes out with a cold headshot onto Daimyo, who I didn't even see in that moment. Unfortunately, it's traded out by the rest of Boise, and it's a 4-4 on the clock. So, well, they get the information they need. It looks like they're beginning to realize that B site might be where the action lacks, and they may be able to sneak in and get a plant down a little earlier than expected.
In the early trade, and the scale now up to B main. It's rare they're going to see a B site hit on the pistol round. It's almost always just a rundown A, but I like that Boise is actually bringing strategy into this round. So the toxic screen, add on the barrier orb to guarantee a plant will go down towards B. I think we'll start to break this wall. Has broken through just a tile of it. Obviously not going to push for the rest of the team. Is there. Swing to 2. Fantastic double swing. Ghost's going to pick up 1. They've got themselves the advantage for this retake.
The advantage for the retake is exactly what you want. Now it's going to get traded out as Blade Burst Boss does go down. And oh my goodness, ALDM having a field day out there. J-Bag with a 2K of their own. Well, a 3 in total in Boise. 3 members left standing. They win the round in dominance. And well, it is a round win. Yes, that's spectacular. Yes, that's awesome. The thing I do want to keep an eye on is J-Bag's just about halfway to a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, just about able to grab 3 early. Chance down to scale for B main orb. Grab 1 pretty early into this one, and then just a couple more frags to go with it. Light Armor Vandal going to come out with the controller. Almost nothing bought.
That shot's crazy.
Yeah, that shot is pretty gold.
Gold, haha.
You like that?
I do, because his name's Gold.
And the map is ice.
I get it. I get
sir.
it. Oh my,
yes,
wait,
sir.
Speaking of ice, I think I just saw a Vandal for a very quick second there. And Crypto overextends a bit. ALDM makes it out. That is, in fact, a Vandal online for round number 2. And of course, it's going to be ALDM on the Viper who brings it out. Oh, another one. Sorry, J-Bag. Got my players mixed up. Frog falls to the hands of Boise State's J-Bag, and Wave Riders already in a 5-3 disadvantage. I mean, Boise hasn't had the cleanest run. You know, they're used to being large and in charge. So when you fall 1-1, you've got to come out strong, and you've got to come out with a dominance, and they're looking to do just that. Timing diff. Blade Burst Boss turns away in just that moment, and Skies finds the Elam out the gate. 5v2 turns to a 5v1, and Cold's got the Marshall, so maybe you just look for something neat here. Can't find the headshot. Oh, no. Oh, man. Cold Cutie goes down, and Boise State with a flawless cat. Their bonus is going to involve a Guardian and a Vandal.
Talked about dramatic irony in the green room before we went live today. You got to see your example in this capacity. Fortunately, just stuck on the rope. Can't get a clean shot with the Marshall. Guarantees that flawless round is going to come through. So we got a pretty strong bonus going into this one. We got two rifles. Technically, the Guardian will be the hands of Skies, and picked up two pretty clean one-taps with it. So I do expect this to go quite favorably for Boise. They win this one. They've got economic control. They've got 3-round wins. All the momentum in their court. Let's see if they can grab it.
Good read from Blade Burst Boss early. Might just start calling them triple B. It saves me a little bit of time here, but Boise State going for a default toward B. It's worked twice in a row. They're really not looking for a reason to find that A site yet, and they know with an accurate mechanical player like Cold QT on the other side that A site's going to be tough consistently. That player's most likely going to play A, where they can play off angles. They can probably use an op or a sheriff, and if you just don't let them play the game they want, it's going to be a lot easier to get through them. And Crypto, taking a 1v5, unbeknownst to them, pulls the knife, which is fascinating. Wall gets broke, they look for the plant, and they're not going to be able to find it in time. It will go down. 400 additional credits to Boise State, as if they needed it right now. And they find the spike plant going for a complete fake out here, Cat, as they don't really want to hold down the site. They want Wave Riders to pile into them. It's genuinely the play from 300, where you give them a small hole to walk through, and you take them down one by one as they come in.
Yeah, they'll play all the way to the back of B main here, making the retake team really work for this. That's been pretty easy to do as well on the map. Just the fact that no one ever plays a flash composition, so it's very hard to retake without those flashes to get in. J-Bag will show you why. He's not blind. He's been able to pick up 3. The rest of the team going to clean it up. It's a flawless bonus round. Rare we get to say that. That means everybody's coming out of this one with a rifle now. Except for LDM, he's too slow.
Yeah, I was going to say a rifle that 4 of them didn't buy, and then ALDM, who was slowed by their own slow, actually, because they're the only sage in the game. Oh, no, they're not. Wave Riders has one as well, but I'm pretty sure it was their own slow that ruined that. However, you can't call it a ruin when your team's up 3-0, 2 flawless rounds in a row. J-Bag sitting at 7-0 on the board, Cat, so that is, in fact, 1 now away from that Viper's Pit. Around 4 Viper's Pit, definitely not something we see often.
Yeah, there's control all over here. Economically, momentum, and the ultimates as well. J-Bag will be the top of mid. Scaled quickly by the Wave Riders. Frog will take shots forward. Don't know about the tube player. This will be interesting. It should be checked. Boys check this every round, including their anti-eco. Same story here. Vienna has this Mikey very early, so Wave Riders going to be down 2. Cold Cutie next to scale, next to fall, perhaps. ADLM will spot it now. Ooh, dash activated to get away from dodge on that one. First shot goes awry. Frog now back at sight with it all to do.
All the time in the world, but unfortunately just not the fire rate to make it happen. J-Bag puts down in Crypto, and that is another round win for Boise. We're assuming there's only 1 player left. Pretty sure just a sheriff in hand, and which would really be the miracle run of a lifetime. I think you look for an exit frag, maybe even the rifle, and just hide with it. Just go ahead and try to save it. You hear the spray. You're looking for the headshot. Can't line it up yet. Whiffs it, and ALDM puts him down. 3rd flawless round in a row for Boise State. They're looking to do any % speed run Icebox.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Next gun round going to be on its way. We got a chance to ping pong a little bit here. Boys win this one. They guarantee themselves the go after 6 rounds to go with it. So the time it's going to come out here for Wave Riders. I like this call. Chance to take a breather, take a second to think. Sometimes I just need to segment the momentum, the tempo just a little bit. Boys been playing pretty fast, have control pretty much everywhere on the map. So take a second to make a defensive adjustment. Perhaps we see the Viper go A. We see the Killjoy move over the back of B. Boise ironically have scaled this B site twice now and been successful in their post plant. Yeah. So need a different piece of utility to look to hold here. They put the Viper early up towards B main. It just ends up in either a quick pick or the Viper having to play back towards cargo. It can break wall, but can't really do much after. The team can't get back in. So you need something a little bit more oppressive, whether that be the Sage Wall going up early B main, whether that be Killjoy utility playing anti-plant over towards B. Just something to make sure this team can't walk in and plant, because it's been pretty easy for Boise State to walk down Viper's pit or Toxic Screen, excuse me, to get them up through B and then to the site cross Sage Wall immediately into that Toxic Screen, guarantees plant, guarantees a post plant over to B main. So someone's got to get a little more aggressive with it. They haven't switched it up, ironically, at the timeout, so we'll see if that comes back to haunt them again.
Well, Cold finally has this op online, and hopefully they're going to be able to get it done. Goes back to my prediction earlier on, where I suspect Cold to be playing a lot of A site. Wants to play these angles, these oppable opportunities, and has to dodge immediately. Uses the smoke, runs to the backside. Might be able to find something on Belt if they're fast enough. They're going to try to hold it. It feels a lot of uncertainty from Cold as they're trying to figure out what's going on. There's the lockdown to clear sight, and Boise State probably going to use that as their green light to just hard run the site down. They're going to suspect a dodge out. Lockdown's in a very fun spot, difficult to break, but fake it certainly is. I think they want to call rotations. They want to force a majority of the Wave Riders to run to A. However, Crypto stands strong. Oh, no! Can you imagine this spring? No! Crypto! Oh my goodness! Hitting everything except the Sage there. Viper's Pit does come online for round number 5, and Boise State has this site on lock. It's going to be really difficult for the Wave Riders to win it, and Crypto finds ALDM. No res online, no healing left for the Viper's Pit. Stands strong. Oh my goodness, Cold finds Skies. Cold shot if I've ever seen one, and the Recon Bolt is devastating. Demio finds one, and Crypto and Blade Burst find 2 of their own. Viper's Pit has gone down, and the Wave Riders are coming to life. The pause is all they needed. Perhaps BBB puts another bullet into that KJ, and I gotta say, Wave Riders, they needed to turn it around right there, or this could have been a snowball of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Around, they needed to pick up out of the timeout. They do manage to find it off of the retakes. Just a couple of good picks to get them in the door. Lockdown Fake comes through, does force players to rotate to stay over towards that A site. They make good timing on the contact towards B. 4 players can actually get there. Ink really could have played spoiler there and did anyway. Was able to find one through the pit initially for the retake started. Gave them the advantage. Allowed Cold Cutie to grab one from over the pit. From there, the 2-player advantage is all they need to get in. That drone comes through for Frog. Does not find the Viper, unfortunately, but does find an additional player to the back of B main. So able to use that utility as well. So good stuff for the retake to come through. I think the pit possibly griefs them just because they don't get the extra sight line, but it is what it is.
Cold Cutie, I think, has a bit of a timing diff there. Somebody snuck underneath the scope. I believe it was the Reyna on the side of Boise State. Yeah, Skies leading the charge through Maze. I want to keep an eye on where the spike is, though. We definitely want to look at that. All the way out in mid as the player runs up. They alert the alarm bot. Triple B right around the corner. 1 bullet to the brain. Skies goes down, and Wave Riders have a huge advantage. Luckily enough, though, Boise did kind of play one step ahead. They left the spike completely out of the line of danger, and they can do whatever they'd like with the information they have at hand.
One way going to come up. Still Ink playing aggressively over towards B main. Oh. Spotted by Dart, broke it late. Yet again has to fade away. Guarantees that they can get this B side plant if they want it.
Yeah, and Crypto's just going to have to spray and pray, and they know exactly where you're going to be. A bullet already whizzing right past you, almost takes your head off your shoulders. Snakebite comes through to try and buy more space, but I love the Sage Wall there. Keeps the dream up. Frog caught completely off guard, and Crypto falls behind, and Ghost does find J-Bag in return. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a res here. You know whoever that is planting. They're not going to rush you down for the resurrection, but instead, Ghost goes for the hero play. It's up to Cold Cutie to try and be the hero the team needs. Triple B rotating up through mid toward that B site, dropping their lockdown. In the process, Cold knows. Can they find it? No! Oh my goodness, obliterated by this KJ, and all of a sudden it's up to Triple B to be the hero this team beats.
Mike might just hold this. I don't know if the Brains get there in time.
Yes,
Hers the
well
steps. Able to find one detained.
You're
in time.
No.
Daimyo going to take that, gets detained. Fortunately, the teammate sacrifices their life to get them out of detainment, is able to come back in time to find the kill onto Mikey. So good look for the lockdown to stall for the time. Works out how you would have wanted it to. Fortunately, though, not able to hold that spike. Just not enough time from the detainment to getting freed.
Yeah, and a bit of an interesting fun fact here that I don't know who really cares about this except for me, but I do want to bring attention to the fact that it is 7:30 in the morning in Hawaii right now. So I know I usually don't play Valorant at 7:30 in the morning, and you've got to wonder if that is having a little bit of an impact on their performance. I mean, that's incredibly early. It's 10:30, I believe, in Boise, so that's still pretty early as well. And as we saw from our series yesterday, the later into the day we got, the more the speed just continued to increase. That's not a terrible trade. Duelist for Duelist, Resurrection alive on both sides, but Boise's Skies in a notably more resurrectable position. I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. Oh, maybe just a Battle Sage going for the Alp instead.
The only time I play Valorant at 7:30 is if I've been up.
You just wake up and
yeah,
queue?
if I've been up the entire time.
If I never went to sleep?
Yeah.
I hear that. I'm just hoping this isn't too damaging against Hawaii's chances, as it is only a best of 3, and this first map might be over a lot sooner than anticipated. Poor Ghost. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Hunter's Fury will take you down. And Crypto wants to hold the site, but they're doing it alone again, Cat. And you Hawaii's just got to change that. It literally has not worked even a single time.
Yeah, I am surprised that we got through a timeout. We got through multiple B-side rounds.
That's still happening.
Yeah, this is the 4th B-side plant this game. It is very interesting because it is very easy to walk through that util. Luckily, they can walk through mid. Kokuti's found one. Mikey gonna have another, and they've got themselves a 3-on-3. Look to get back into this one. Everyone's been main every post plant. Couple lineups to work with here. Got to play this quick.
Frog, Blade Burst Boss, 1v1. It's the KJ duel we're waiting for, and there it is. A 4K from Triple B to put Hawaii back on the board. 5-2 could be a strong momentum boost. I want to get a look at the economy, see how damaging this really was against Boise. I've unfortunately got a hunch it wasn't that much at all, and I can already get a tell that I'm absolutely correct. Hawaii's economy in a very unusual spot. Luckily, they got an op. That means Triple B can hand it over, buy for themselves, and they can put at least those 2 weapons on the board. The rest of the team, though, Cat, I don't know, man. With that little econ, do you go for a Franken buy? Do you just
I think you force around the op here. Get momentum back in your camp, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll have a QD spare just a little bit of utility this round. The armor as well to guarantee a buy for his teammate. Well, he's gonna take this one straight to A. Fortunately, the Virus Pit's gonna go down in that direction. Cold QD's broken the anti-lurk early. It's a winnable round if they can make use of that operator.
The operator needs to be huge. You didn't pay for it, but you're putting your whole team comp around it, and you want to get value out the gate. Speaking of value,
that's ridiculous.
Stinger getting nerfed soon. A silly little reminder. Puts down J-Bag early, and that Viper's Pit really helped the team find that Elam. Damio found a Ghost, and I'm not even sure if Ghost was just in the wrong spot or what. Frog got you pinned in the corner, but completely loses track, and I don't think even lands a hit with that Hunter's Fury onto the opposing Sova. And Crypto takes out Skies, ALDM on the ropes. A very intelligent play, a risky one, but clearly it's worth it at the end as that Viper's Pit will finally go down.
Fortunate, got the drone tag, went for the Hunter's Fury, just did not quite find the look. He's got evaded, got juked. Unlucky, really. Probably back of sight still. 2 players towards mid, so they know there's no rotation just yet, and Frog will take down Sage. Lockdown coming through on good timing. 10 seconds for this team to make a decision. They're going to choose to walk forward. Diamond will pick up the first. Players on his side, got that crossfire to worry about. Definitely getting detained here, but we'll get back near the teammate.
Yeah, a very smart play there. You know, you knew you were getting detained, but you want to make sure you're not just leaving yourself out in the open. The Venn diagram in response, fascinating, as it's going to be the other lockdown keeping the Sova up. They know he's probably 1 or 2 bullets from death. You need the 2v1 to take down somebody, especially a demon of a player like Cold QD, but with a phenomenal read from Boise State. Cold can't even hide in the one corner. That feels very intentional, Cat, that they left that corner open.
Yeah, the corner just very loosely open. Koki looks to go to hell. Unfortunately, gets caught by the shock bolt and instantly taken down by Damio. Nice play. Come through from Boise State. Guarantee the round. They use the ult going into the 1v2, but guarantees that momentum's back. Has killed the eco of Wave Riders. They got another round in the future, thanks to winning that one out.
Yeah, I think so. They also made it pretty expensive for the side of Boise State. Only 2 members surviving. They've lowered the econ a bit. They haven't shattered it by any means, but they've made it a little more difficult for Boise to just kind of buy whatever they want, whenever they want. And as Boise has already won this round, probably, maybe, I think, it's going to be a strong out the gate. Luckily, Wave Riders bought nothing. They know that. We know that. And they're ready to hand this round over. I do want to comment that this round loss does give Boise a guaranteed advantage going into the second half. Best case scenario for the Wave Riders is a 7-5 on that the half, and that's assuming we see a pretty aggressive pace of play. In Crypto trying to give it to us, a great flick onto Skies. 3 members left standing, 45 HP in a dream, but I think we're back to the same story. Not about winning, but about costing every dollar they have.
2 bullets in the Sheriff. Both
Oh,
expended,
come
1 good for a
on!
frag. 2 more players
Ain't
left.
no
This
way.
is so doable. First to 410, throws up the screen and ends up killing his own line of sight. Rihanna going to find it, and Boise State now lead by 5.
A strong showing from Encrypto there, and we can actually see the damage taking place for everybody but Damio, who hasn't bought it yet. Sky's down to 300. That goes back to the Operator that was bought 2 rounds ago. Has the Empress online. I'd love to see it. Empress and ult, and I often just see people kind of pop when they have it because it's a weird ultimate, and you get kind of some weird, really specific values out of it. So maybe they run it down, but with only a Vandal in hand, maybe they want to save it for something else when they feel their backs are a little more against the wall than they are now.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of clutch potential.
Yeah.
In the Empress's hands, letting you get out with that Devour and instantly heal yourself back up. Cold Cutie going to be on the top of B main here. So there's a new look finally for the B main defense. I don't know if close contact to second player is the right solution, but it will be the one that is chosen for now. You get really 1 round to do this, 1 round to jump on top before you're known about. So we'll see what value that comes of. Frog will be under Boilers, picked up 1. So the first off angle has been good. Time for Cold Cutie on his off angle. That has also been successful. Has found 1. Will sneak away as well. He's got out a B main. We'll see if that trade comes through from the Viper. Timing going to be awkward here. Has found 1. Not the second though. Cold Cutie with the trade.
We take it.
Spike still sits down B main.
Yeah, Hawaii absolutely takes that. You know, it's going to be a 1-1 trade, but your team was already up 2. So in reality, it's a 4-2 on the clock. Unfortunately, Cold had to get out, so they couldn't keep an eye on the spike like they wanted to. It was grabbed. It is rotating to the B side. But yesterday, we spent a lot of time talking about if somebody's holding down a site alone, it better be that KJ. And right now, it definitely is. That Sage wall is going to break, though. And the Wave Riders find themselves with only a single defender against 2 attacks. And if they check this corner, Triple B going to be going down quick. The double fire is going to take him down with the wall bank potential. Spike plant comes to fruition, and there's the Empress when the backs were against the wall. Wants to scare this team out of the engagements. Hawaii needs to be very careful, though. They cannot just let this be 3 1v1s, or they probably lose it.
Off angle early for Skies. Sit here at the bottom of the screen. Recon will go wide. Ghost has the shot. Sky's going to fall. Daimyo now into it. They line up. 4 was taking 2. 3K now for the Sylvan. You need a 4K to win this round. Cold Cutie going to walk out of maze. It's the player from the flank. Daimyo is none the wiser. No idea where this jet is. We'll know now as they tap the spike. Can't get it to half. The Hunter's Fury's on its way. Hasn't found the tag and will not, but it has denied the opportunity to defuse. You have to hold this one now. Daimyo looking to swing through. Knows Cold Cutie's holding it. Looking for the right click. And it has it. A 4K for Daimyo. A 1v3 clutch as Boise State now lead by 6.
Holy cow, man. What the heck is going on in Boise? My goodness. Clutch play after clutch play. It's just absolutely incredible through and through. We saw such a strong start for the Wave Riders. They had a 4-2 advantage, but Daimyo was like, hold on, let's make it quick, right? I mean, Icebox chosen for a reason. Boise wanted to attack for a reason, and clearly we're seeing why. They're up 8-2 on the board right now. Best case scenario is an 8-4, and that lineup hurts, man. Like, they just made it that much easier. The classic right click to clean it up. 8-2 on the board. Count, we're 2 rounds shy of a 10-2 going into the second half of Icebox.
LB, I'm going to pick up 1 early on the eco. This team continues their way forward. The Wave Rider's not done just yet. They lost another, and 1 troop will find a frag. Frog will get 1. Trying to avenge the dead teammates and can only take the first. Daimyo has a trade. Clutch in the last round, and now guarantees entrance to the site in this one.
I mean, eco, more like uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? This is just Boise cleaning through again. It feels like so many rounds Hawaii's had to throw away because their economy was not able to answer back fast enough. J-Bag already puts down Triple B. I didn't even see Ghost check his PC. He called it the hospital flick because he probably just dislocated his entire arm. But Boise State, they win the round. 9-2 on the board. I think they lose 1 player in that moment, and their economy simply does not care. I mean, a 10-2 could absolutely be right around the corner here. This is where Wave Riders have to throw everything at the wall and just try to get this 3rd round on the board to show us signs of life, to show us they can flip the script if they have to.
Yeah. I mean, even he was surprised he hit that shot.
Yeah, straight up.
Flicked after and just like looked around like, am I really him? Am I?
am I him?
Am I that guy?
Somebody's got to be the guy, you know what I mean?
You are that guy. You opened the door, did not get hit by the lasers.
You are that guy, pal.
Underboiler yet again is Frog. He's faced off, I think, a couple of rounds now. Breaks the wall. Unfortunately, that cost him. J-Bag will be there in the gap to take the shot. ELDM going to try to find their way to site. Gets caught, though, by Mikey. Skies will have a trade. Daimyo around here from B main. He's picked up another, and that is, yet again, Boise State into the B site, putting the B in Boise.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a strong mechanical advantage right now for Boise, and it goes back to that conversation. I don't know if they're more warmed up. I don't know if they're more awake. I don't know if they are just a mechanically more gifted team, but it feels like each 1v1 we see, Hawaii might not even left click before they've taken a bullet to the brain, and they're already down out of that equation. Like that. I mean, come on. Cold Cutie peeks the corner. Daimyo finds it, and Boise State puts a 10-2 on the board. You know this team has to be feeling confident, Kat. This is just a dominant showing so far.
Absolutely. So Boise proving they would indeed like to play at their own land.
True. It would be kind of awkward if they didn't.
Pisser out on its way. If you're the Wave Riders, you need to Cowabunga to the pistol round win, I would say.
I couldn't have said it better, Kat. Cowabunga, indeed. They're going to put a little bit of faith in Cold Cutie here, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, I said it way back in the beginning. This is the player that I expect to be that carry, to be that top frag, to pop off, to be 16 and whatever. But right now, it's Daimyo, the Sova from Boise State, tearing the team apart in the side of Hawaii. Got to rewrite history right here, right now. And Wave Riders already gives away a little bit of intel. They get the read with the Owl Dart. They know there's at least skies on the B side. Well, Boise was putting the B in Boise with this site. Wave Riders, they want to take it right back. They want to make them Boise a little bit longer. They need to rewrite history right here, right now, Kat. As that Sage Wall's already gone up, they've boxed the team entirely to come back from around yellow. ALDM still finds an elimination, but Encrypto, luckily enough, is there to answer it out. Rariana will pick up another elimination of their own. 4v3 for Boise. Every time we see a 1v1, the poor Wave Riders just cannot find themselves in the proper seat.
Wall broken. This guy's taking the chip through all the way back to Snowman. Quite unfortunate. Wave Riders looking to scale towards B. It's been the Boise specialty, though. They're not going to let that one go easy. They've taken the first two. Gold Cutie, the only one remaining here to the back of yellow. 10 HP, and suddenly none. Skies will finish it. It's 11-2. Boise take the pistol, and Force on its way.
Force has to be, Kat. I don't know, man. I don't know what needs to go different here, but right now it is just a unparalleled dominance from the side of Boise State. They're going to buy an Ares up into this round. We see the Wave Riders. They know their backs are pinned against the wall. It's about finding that small opportunity to strike, finding even a single moment to put a player on the opposing side down and give your team that advantage. The difference in a lot of what we're seeing is Boise feels like they are always together. I feel like we rarely see somebody on there alone, someone. The Wave Riders, it feels like each time we see them, they're lost on their own. They're stuck walking into a 2v1, a 3v1, a 5v1. They're trying to change that now. They're hard running up through mid, under tube beneath kitchen, and they want to sneak into the back of the B site, which might work well. However, you've got to keep an eye on Snowman, because if that team encroaches behind you, they're going to take you all down one by one before you even see their faces.
Spotted from the top of two, caught by the Spectre long range. J-Bag gonna have that one, and Crypto will have a trade. A 2-on-4 for the post plant. Those nanoswarms gonna force them away as well. Someone could already be on this feed if they wanted to be. Rihanna gonna be in first. Has picked up one. Just leaves Ghost. No transfer just yet. Ghost will pick up one. Then initially the trade going to come through. Defuse on its way. And Boise match point. Wave Riders on the eco. Map 1 looking chalked up.
Map 1 looking chalked up indeed. We got an opportunity to see J-Bag hitting the gritty there on the spike, trying to get a little bit of dance there out on the floor. But when your team is this far in the lead, Kat, you've got to be feeling confident. We need the Wave Riders to win 12 rounds literally in a row without allowing Boise to win even a single round. And Boise, they've essentially already gone on to win 12 rounds in a row, all things considered. I mean, they are net 10 over the Wave Riders. And with this one round being the one round left to strike, they're going to buy all the way up in Ares. 2 Vandals. They've got no ults in the pocket, but they've proven to us they really don't need them.
Our
Oh, already a fight on the belt. The Viper is going to be half HP for Boise Skies. Finds Cold Cutie, and that power player, the one that I want to see take dominance, is getting dominated by Skies. This Reyna, the off-kilter pick, one we haven't seen in a while, is tearing Wave Riders apart. 3 players already down. You've wrapped this up with a true lead. You get a little overconfident, though, and Ghost reminds you what game you're playing with a 2-piece. Ghost finds a very mild equalizer. Let's see if they can find just one more. 21 HP. Oh, J-Bag's got to be 1 HP. And it looks like they're down. Up to Ghost to be the hero Wave Rider needs.
Still against rifles. Just the Spectre in hand. Top of belt now. 30 away for another heal. 45 seconds in the round. Is looking for the maze pick, but Rihanna gonna have the shot first. It's 13-2 and map 1. Boise take the Wave Riders pick in dominating fashion.
Yeah, that is the scariest part about it, Kat. I think you just nailed it. That was the Wave Riders pick. That's kind of the problem with that, is Boise got to choose the side they were on, attack, and then they 10-2 to the attack. Made it very difficult for the Wave Riders to come back, and maybe the unconventional pick really stabbed them in the side. We actually saw this same thing. Let me make sure I say my notes correctly here. UNLV Gray. They lost their first map pick and then went on to win the next 2. We went all the way to map number 3. They won 2-1 on the series. So if Hawaii wants to do that, they wouldn't be the first team to do that this weekend. However, UNLV Gray didn't also get 13-2. You know, it was 13-7 for that first map. I remember it was on split, but hopefully jumping back into these formalities, jumping back into these familiar maps with these familiar faces, hopefully the Wave Riders can answer back quickly. Kat, we've got to be honest. You know, Boise is one of the best esports programs in the country. In essentially any esport they are a part of. That is a very real thing. Hawaii, unfortunately, does not carry that same kilter to every esport. I know their Overwatch team is considered one of the best in the country, but it is a growing program. It is a new up-and-coming program where Boise does not have to say the same. Boise is a behemoth of collegiate esports, and I think they're just going to show us why people say that about them today.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case. I do think this Hawaii team is actually asleep. Like, not even like waking up. They're actually asleep. Like, genuinely, like live Hawaii cam.
I'd play like dog at 8 a.m. I'm positive. I'd play terribly. It's tough. It's a time zone thing, and that's just the unfortunate beef of being in Hawaii. You know, it's like they just gotta. Like, they just gotta. Our producer and our observer from Hawaii, and they've been awake since like 5 o'clock this morning.
And they're crushing, so what's
they're crushing
skill
it.
issue?
No excuses.
Actual skill issue, yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
Maybe Hawaii just needs some non-sponsored gamer liquid.
Go splash some water in your face or something.
Yeah, straight up.
All right, we'll give them a break, please. Here we go splash some water in your face on the break. You know, get some liquid inside of you, whether it be coffee or get caffeinated in some capacity. And hopefully this team looks different from map number 2. We'll see it in a minute.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Yeah, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fun, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear, taking on the site, unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
That must have been. You just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
Very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get
number
much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal. And
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Has tucked the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace. Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Arrow, who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Nurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all of these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Hawaii gets frozen out by Boise on Icebox, but now we are moving to slightly more familiar grounds. The face of collegiate Valorant itself, Ascent, will be our upcoming map, Cat. And there's honestly, I said this in the green room, and I will say now there's really not much to be said about what we just saw. I mean, there's just basic kind of improvements that we need from the side of Hawaii, whether or not it's that they're not awake or that they're not communicating properly. Boise just had the download, just had the read, and Hawaii needs to bring a lot of different things to the table if they want to succeed. The problem is it's not just, oh, get 10% better and beat the team. This is one of the best teams in the country. This is Boise State we're talking about. Like, this is going to be an uphill battle through and through.
Yeah, I just need them to play the game respectfully. Like,
I need them to stop taking 1v4s.
Yeah,
that's what I would like to see.
Right now, it feels a little bit like autopiloting. You know, like sometimes you hop on, you jump into comp, you know, deathmatch, you don't hit the range, you don't do nothing, you just get straight at it. And it's very obvious when you do, and I feel like that was a roll out of bed, just hop in the map type situation. So, you know, just hopefully a little more woken up now after map number 1, and this map looks a lot different. The fact that, I don't know, I mean, a lot of their B-side defense, we talked about the fact that it was not working, right? Like the single player getting immediately forced off the angle, a lot of the times getting picked into B main.
Yep.
And it just didn't work, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't work consistently, and they never changed it. Like, they took a timeout around 4, round 5, and they never moved the defensive comp over. It's a weird situation, right, where we get to see a team on Icebox attack actually do better on B site than the A site, which is very rare. So yeah, it's very interesting. Hopefully we see the adaptation come through here. I think we'll see the adaptation from Boise State, which is interesting. They almost did it to us. They're not gonna make the call. I do like the comp a lot better where it ended up.
I got cold feet for a second. Yeah, I was a little worried about that. But the harbor is not happening. They're just sticking to the most basic form of meta, and they're not. I don't think anybody's changing really like critical roles either. It feels like everybody's kind of staying to the same respects. We're seeing the same duelists. We're seeing the same Sova, the same KJ as well. And on the side of Wave Riders, things feel more correct. The world feels more at peace. Cold Cutie on the Sova, Blade Burst Boss on the Jet, Ghost on the Omen, who is a ghost canonically, Frog on the KO, who is not a frog canonically, and then Crypto on the Killjoy. So they're both just running a meta here, Kat. This goes way back to the conversation I mentioned yesterday of 5 individual 1v1s. And with the play style we were seeing from these teams, I think that's really going to tell true here. I think we're going to be looking at Skies versus Cold QT. I think we are going to be looking at, Frog versus Daimyo. I think there's going to be a really fascinating dynamic going into this because whichever team makes the first minor error first could be the team to lose that round. Every round of this entire map.
Sure. This is a wild amount of roll swap. Blade Burst playing Killjoy last map, now moved over to the Jet, the entry duelist, where Cold Cutie was the Jet, now moved over to the Sova. I imagine that's because of lineups. But if it is, Frog was playing the Sova on Icebox, has now moved over to KO. So are they know lineups per particular maps? Ghost playing the Sage. That one makes sense to move around as you please, where they move around to the Omen. I think you put your worst player on Sage a lot of the time just because all you gotta do is throw walls. Pretty easy. Now to play the Viper instead. So a lot of roll swapping. We'll see if it works out better.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out if it can work well for the team, but it's already a 1-1 trade. Both KJs offline, no microwaves in sight for this pistol round either. That 4-man 0 point for Frog was huge. I mean, it really stalled out the whole W play style I think Boise wanted to do. I really do think they wanted to pop flash that corner and just run it down through A, but they have to rotate out. Looks like they're gonna be rotating back up. Changed their mind a little bit. It was a fake on the rotate, and Wave Rider's not gonna fall for it. However, they didn't really read it either, as they haven't gone for a full rotate A. We see 1 tree, 2 rotating up through Catwalk, and 4 Frog on the point by themselves. This could be a firing squad, Cat. Another 0-point knife only gets the Jet this time, but that's just enough information to know you should not abandon this site.
Yeah, absolutely. The entry duelist getting scanned is a great choice. Only in rank do you see the lurking Jet.
Yeah,
we saw Cup yesterday, but is definitely out of the norm. This team has cut noise for so long that the rotation does start to happen. 2 players have walked out to CT, so it means they're just a little bit late. The Wave Riders defense actually get into this one. They do break door, but they're gonna have to play for the retake instead.
It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade already. Cold puts down another Ghost, finds Damio, and it's up to Ghost to save the day. He wants to find redemption for the rest of his team on Icebox, but it's the Omen 1v1, won by a 20 HP ALDM that puts Boise on the board first. It's close, Cap, but close not gonna cut it. Only gonna help in horseshoes and hand grenades, and none of those involved in a pistol round.
You said it right.
No, what are you talking? No.
You're not supposed to do that.
Said what?
No,
Right?
say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
Said Omen.
No. The phrase, the line.
I don't
say
know
the line, Bart. Yeah, say the line. Say the line again.
Only counts in hand horse and shoe grenades.
There we go. He's back. I thought maybe the world had healed, and I don't want that.
I honestly can't. I'm glad I did that as a test.
You accidentally said it right.
It was our viewers at home to make sure everybody's awake. I want to make sure everybody's watching.
Oh, if they're anything like Hawaii, they're not. Trust me. J-Mac gonna pick up the first, looking for the second. That was almost unfortunate.
Why do we peek that?
It's the dab after. Hey, it's the eco. Come on, let us slide. Let us slide.
Yeah, but
just one time, let us slide.
You're like the whole goal. No, J-Mac.
Okay, yeah, you could say something about that one.
It's a massacre. Oh yes,
Nasi, good
finally
peek.
The 4-for-1 trade. Oh, that's rough. Oh, Cold, come on, my man. Come on, Cold, make it happen. Oh, gets caught in the firing squad, and Boise just feeling good right now. Like, yes, it's the eco round. Yes, you expect to lose it, but the whole goal is to make it expensive. You're not going to make it expensive by laying down in front of J-Bag with a Vandal. Like, you need to be holding tight corners. You need to be playing stupid and weird and not walking out down long sides when you know they have a rifle. But maybe it's just me. I'm probably being overcritical. I just know Hawaii can perform better, and it's bothering me that we're seeing this dominance. Like, Boise deserves to be a dominant team, but Hawaii is one of the teams that should be punching back. Like, Boise deserves a challenge on this, and right now, I hate to be rude, but this has not been a challenge so far.
Yeah, it's the Wendy's 4-for-4 trade.
Straight up.
You know they made that $5 now.
Oh,
the 4-for-4 is $5.
There's something wrong about
yeah,
that.
there's something wrong about that. What do you say? Looking to make something wrong with the V-side defense here. Step in early into the cloud. That's gonna come through. Has closed the market door, but has costed the Jet their lives. Great flash to take down Cold Q. That's a rifle converted. The ALDM will have that one. We're gonna find another site wide open. Plant gonna come down.
Yeah, a weird moment there from the side of Boise, but I really liked it. It was like the Jet was almost like a sacrificial lamb in a sense.
Yeah, that's
where she dashes out, everyone looks right at her, and it's like, okay, get him. Nobody's looking. Yep. Take him out. And I mean, it worked well. You got the 2-for-1 trade. That's exactly how you know. Wave Riders, though, they are able to keep themselves up and running for a moment. 45 HP in crypto. They've got the Jet basically fully on the board. J-Bag puts Splat down 1. Blade finds another. Only a 55 HP. 2 bullets from death. That's not going to do it. Blade Burst comes to life and puts Hawaii on the board notably earlier than Icebox. It was a 5-1 when Wave Riders won their first round. This time it's only a 2-1. Cat, we're looking at statistics, though. They're supposed to win that round by, like, kind of a lot.
Yeah, you can't let them bonus again. You can't let them bonus 2 maps in a row.
Right.
Did manage to shut the bonus down this time, but as you mentioned, supposed to win it by a decent margin is absolutely the case. So you see they can't go in with a full buy into this round. So they're playing a rifle round very much down a peg. We'll see how that costs the defense here. Fortunately, they're putting out just the Spectre and the Stinger. So if they get on the close angles, they could make that still look successful. I mean, the Stinger is always good for one. We'll see if they're capable of doing such a thing. Boise's still going to be feeling pretty confident after that one, especially after getting Mikey down to just 55 HP.
Dash up into the dark cover is going to work well. Holy cow. Great lineup there from Blade Burst, who only catches a single bullet for their efforts, essentially full HP. And that's a power player going out early. That Killjoy helps the team kind of set up a post plan, get a little bit more dominant. And I feel like that KJ is often the first one to fall on Boise so far.
It's a great early dart to create that opportunity.
2 of the 3 rounds. Yeah, absolutely.
Super dash into what was that one way, and then that dart comes through. So he's got complete vision of the player, even though they can't see him in the smoke. Very well played. Koki can hold this cross, has information. That was a very tight angle trying to hold.
Yeah, had the vision, but unfortunately did not have the accuracy in that moment. Giving yourself away a bit, but I don't think they're going to be peeking that tight corner when they know you have a Guardian in hand.
Nice.
Guys goes in quick, goes for the door once again. That same kind of sacrificial lamb play style, but there's nobody to look. You know, there's nobody to catch off guard like that. Alarm bot gives info away. The microwave does not come to life as the nades are elsewhere in this moment. Frog Jiggle Peaks wants to get fired at by anybody just to get the intel that someone's still there. Saw the read. No Skies is on that corner. And they know Skies has caught at least a couple of bullets.
30 seconds left.
They had the mid space. Can't really execute 3 though because they haven't been able to clear the CT angle. They only have Skies to look to go towards sight. So we'll see Skies can anchor players here. Gonna hold the CT cross, grabs 1 frag as possible. They keeps one of them around, and he has done just that. So he's pulled the Silva back. Now the push gonna come on its way through Cat. Just 2 players here towards A, and Blades found a massive frag through the smoke.
ALDM has gone down. It's a 4-3 on the clock. 10 seconds. You need 4.2 to plant, and it looks like they are going to be able to find it. Boise State has the 400 additional credits for the round win, but the round win itself may not be making an appearance. Blade Burst gets a little confused on who they're supposed to be firing at, and the 5 HP Sova lives another day. Cold, you gotta look, my dog! Jet dashes out. Frog finds 1. Cold handing themselves over as a sacrificial lamb, and I cannot believe how close that round turned out to be. 32 HP, but the Wave Riders, you know what they're saying? A win is a win.
Yeah, the spray came through, found it. That's what you like to see. Very scrappy round through and through. Just
yes,
a lot of contacts. Really did come down to who was hitting those frags there, and it does end up being the Wave Riders winning that one out. I think the kill from Mikey on the cross is massive. Was a spike at this moment, kills the pacing. If that spike doesn't go down, the extra player A is probably already a scaffold, has a scaffold player, and then there's extra control to stop that retake. So big difference there. Light buy for Boise here. It's the rush down. Stingers into B site, probably getting caught by the nanoswarms here. We'll see.
Blade Storm going to be matched on both sides, so a battle of the Blade Storms as they're going to look to find that opening blood once again. Skies has been pretty good at being the first blood, but not great at finding them so far. Recon Bolt gets taken out, but the information has been gained. At least one person hiding out near that door. And Crypto lands a bullet of their own, but it's a hard rush down in the boathouse. Nobody there to catch it. Blade Burst takes down Skies. The Blade Storm offline. Daimo and Frog going to trade it out. ALDM in the boathouse, uncontested 3v1. Gold Cutie has not had that overdog performance I'm so used to seeing from them, and now they want to try to make it happen, Cat. They want to find the lineup. They want to get the shock dart, and there's one, there's another. There's only one left, my friend, and you know exactly where he's going to be. Gold Cutie finally comes back to life and puts another round win on the board for Hawaii. That's the play style we have been missing. This is the power player Hawaii needs to beat a powerhouse team like Boise.
That was crazy.
Just alpha. I mean, come on.
That was crazy. The read for the shock bolt to go down to find the player outside of mid-market. Insane to begin with. The second look, predicting the player boathouse to swing, has that one, and even goes for the wall bang to find the player behind Radiant Voxus. The read is absolutely ridiculous. Forces the peak with low HP. Just has to hit a body shot to finish it off. That is incredible. Sova is one of the most clutch agents.
Yes.
Due to the fact that they have so much in their kit in terms of info gather, in terms of offensive utility. And you see an example right there. That's massive for Cold Cuties, giving them the lead for the first time in this series.
Yeah, first time in this entire series, both maps number 1 and 2. It's only a 1-round lead, but as a wise man once said, you know, we absolutely take those. The Wave Riders, no command online. They've got that Shadow Step as well, but Boise, their pockets run deep, Cat. That's how this team works. They only use ultimates when they absolutely believe they need to, and they will never overextend with an ult in hand. It's part of what makes them so strong. They're going to run a calculated play here with the lockdown to probably open up this B site. It might be a fake, like back on Icebox even, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a hard run down through it. Gold Cutie, the wallbang again. I mean, just the wallbang wonder doing numbers right now. Unfortunately, cannot destroy the lockdown. It opens up the site, but with Boise sustaining that much damage,
a lot of time.
There's no way they run through.
Yeah, and he stalled so much time, right? They're just now getting out of B main when they could have
And one of
already
them's
been
dead.
on the site. Yeah, absolutely. J-Bag gonna pick up a trade. And then it's a site. Finally, plant will go down, and we'll see how the post is.
Post plant's gonna have to be strong. You've equalized the game, but your KJ is like flicking the ribs from death. Daimyo caught out in the mid game here. They go for the double swing and able to find it. Jet had to dash out of the way. Did not want to catch a bullet to the brain. 4v3 on the board. Oh my goodness, 17 HP. Here comes the other lockdown. I love what we're seeing from that as Ray has had to stay in bricks, runs it down, and Crypto takes it personally and gets them out of the way. ALDM finds Cold, and that clutch factor is gone, but now theirs is as well. J-Bag gone. ALDM, the last player standing, has to win the 2v1 or at least prevent the plant from happening. The defuse, excuse me, half of it up and running, wants the wall bang, just can't find it through the double spray, and the Wave Riders not only take a lead, but they've officially doubled it.
They're back. They're back. They're awake. Ladies and gentlemen, rejoice. We've got a game on our hands. The Wave Rider is going to lead here by 2. Full buy back into this one for Boise. Hunter's Fury to open the door on this round. They'd like to use it. Team Boise very much favoring the B site here. Now, it's not the same map now. You know, you don't have to play B anymore if you don't want to. See if we can get a bit of a change up on the default. I think
Maybe it's like a marketing thing.
Oh,
like you said, B
yeah,
for Boise,
yeah, that actually makes sense.
They want to be like a dominant B team, so they're like, we're putting the B in Boise, baby. You know what I mean?
Contractually, they have to play B.
They have to play B site all the time. That would make this game a heck of a lot harder, Cat, I'll tell you what. But right now, ALDM does find Frog. It's a 1-1 trade. Ghost does put them down to the Omens, really being great at equalizing for their teams or even taking a lead when they need to. Cold Cutie, Cold no longer. I mean, it feels like Hawaii is truly starting to wake up. It took them an entire first map. It knocks them down a peg in the series, but better late than never. That's why they're stoked. This is a best of 3 and wasn't just that BO1 to wrap the day. J-Bag misses the shot, but Cold Cutie certainly does it. 3v1 and ALDM. No clue why you're back here other than a save, but I do love that we're seeing a save. I talk about it all the time. I want to see saving more often in collegiate. It's a very underrated play.
Bro is ratting. Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the trash bomb, no less. Oh,
I love it.
Sometimes
at least he's staying on brand of ratting, right?
Yeah, sometimes life really does imitate art. I love to see that. Well, we got 30 seconds to do absolutely nothing. Boise State falling victim to what I like to call Killjoy existing.
Real. That's so real.
Consistently can't quite get through the utility towards B. It forces them to throw their jet in, which was working for a couple of rounds. The unfortunate part is leaves them a little too weak for the retake. So
yeah.
At this point, maybe some consideration of pressuring B early to try to get that util out. It is very hard, though, to get the Killjoy utility out because there's just no reason for her to throw it until somebody's on the site.
Sure.
Until then, you might as well not even use it, just to cut off the rest of the team. So that's been hard for them. I think now they just walked over to A because of the fact that B's been so difficult to take and realize that now she's over there. So they have a harder job on their hands, which is guess where the hell the Killjoy is and then try to deal with the utility. So we'll see what they come up with here on the timeout. They'll take another minute to talk. So
that's screwed up.
They've had a minute and a half now to consider this. If they don't come out with an answer, the game's over. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no, we got to talk about it as well. When the Wave Riders went on their first pause, nothing changed, and they still got dominated in the first half. So Boise, they've been on the other side of this situation of like, okay, we're using a timeout. We need to actually change something because if we don't, it can absolutely cost us our game and take us all the way to map number 3. And I'm sure nobody wants to do that, especially Boise State. They want to win this into 2-0. They're already 1-1 on the weekend. They're fighting for a spot in their own land right now at their own program. So they really want to prove that they deserve that spot and then they can make it in the upper echelon of these teams. Hawaii, they're starting to come back a little bit, come back to life. It's no longer about outplaying Hawaii, but adapting up to them. Boise's gone from punching down to punching up, and they need to equalize this game again. Hopefully, this timeout has been able to help them do that. Production, if we can hold tab just super quickly as the round starts so I can get a read on the weapons. Yeah, Boise, even with this pause, Cat, they have a single hero rifle, and that's including light armor. This is, I don't like this. I'm going to say it. I think you fully just don't buy anything this round and look to the next.
Stingers
That's a save, I'm sorry.
Crazy,
I'm a dummy. That's a save,
Come
rifle.
on, please. Stingers are so goated.
That's true. That's why they're getting nerfed.
Please
they're
stop reminding
strong,
me.
They're a little too strong.
I don't want to remember that. I know back in the day, I used to hype up the Stinger. People would tell me I'm an idiot. And then suddenly one pro used it. And what do you know? A new world now. ALD, I'm going to find the first.
Oh, I love this.
And now there's potential here. Yeah, they'll give the rifle over to Skies, who has a little bit more HP to work with. And they'll try to finally make a B-split happen.
Yeah, the B-split, it has not been working for them well. The last 2 times I think we saw it were unsuccessful. Blade Burst making it even harder as that KJ's offline. Skies stuck by a Hunter's Fury, somehow able to dodge it. Almost walks right into it, though. Rushing down toward the boathouse, sneaks underneath the Hunter's Fury and gets a 2-piece into that boathouse. Makes the plant pretty much guaranteed. Oh, that's... You hate to see it. He's fully aware that was an accident. Oh, very well read. Cold Cutie needs to dodge that Hunter's Fury, though. Has the lineup on it. Shock darts in hand.
Has done this before. Has 1v3 before.
That's true. Has 1v3 before. We know that Daimyo is probably literally 3 HP, if not a literal 1 on the board. Oh, you know it's just a bullet from death, but now you are as well. To swing the corner. And my man, Cole, feeling hot today on Ascent. That is a 6-2 on the board. 30 HP in a dream. Doesn't even use a shock dart. Calm, cool, and collected. If you're Boise, you're stoked that you made it expensive, but unfortunately, you still weren't able to win the round. I can't wait to get another read at this. Skies sneaks under the Hunter's Fury, catches them completely off guard, and then gets caught off guard in the same round by Cold, who snuck up in silence there. Takes them both down and wins the round. Cat, it's close, but Wave Riders, they keep this lead. This should be a full round bye for Boise. I hope they can make this happen.
He's the best. Simply the best. They didn't even need the shock bolts to do it either. Able to walk in and great play from Skies to get down through CT. That Hunter's Fury not clearing him gave the backside players false confidence that he was not going to be there, and indeed was able to find a clean spray transfer. But unfortunately, Cold Cutie's just so much better, bro. His second 1v3 clutch to make it happen on the B-site retake.
And bro, when I think of Cold, I think of Sova. I was so shocked to see not Sova earlier on Icebox. Like, it was very weird. It felt like off kilter, off roll, but they're making it work now, and it's better late than never. A phenomenal shot from Ghost there, removes the Omen, or onto Ghost rather, removes the Omen from the equation. Does not find the Sova though. It's that bop through market, takes that duelist offline, and it feels like they're often finding that duelist either the first or last one to go down. And when you lose that entry duelist, finding a site can obviously just be a lot harder.
And Cold Cutie actually activated at this point in the game. The A split on its way. Boys is taking a finally split this site. Has not worked B. They'll recognize and they'll try to make something new happen.
Ooh.
Got the first from Scaffold. There's a trade.
It's going to be that trade from heaven as Cold Cutie comes up through tree as well, or into the midfield, and Frog is there to help them out with the double crossfire. Wow, Ray just had the LOS there and takes them both down. Frog, unfortunately, unresurrectable for the time being, and Crypto wants to be the power player they need, but has to hold a very tight angle now as that turret might give them away. Cat, uh-oh, looks like they've already found you, my friend, and Ray does get that confirm on Frog. Cannot get there in time to res. It's up to him, Crypto, to give us their own Cold Cutie impression. Instead, J-Bag takes him down quick, and Boise brings it back to life, losing 3, but keeping 2. The economy not perfect, but they have these rifles moving into the future.
All right. Let's deduce a formula.
Let's hear it.
Boise State goes B equals loss. Boise State goes A equals win.
I don't know. I like what you're spitting here, Cat.
What you want with that information.
I might be on board. I'm not gonna lie. I like what you're spitting here. This might be a factual statement. We've got to see a few more rounds to kind of get the science on it, but as that round falls a little bit lackluster for our friends at Boise State's Bladestorm. Only a shorty in hand, too. I think it's 2 blades left. You hit a headshot, naturally they recharge, but you just get an elimination, rather, I believe. ALDM puts down Cold. It makes that Bladestorm, a little more reasonable. Could be Boise's slow burn play. I like what we're seeing from Ray. Wants to get the flank read, but unbeknownst to them, nobody's going to be in that area. The spike itself rotating to the A, and Blade Burst, gotta use it quick, because that null command finds you. It can spell disaster, but it's the bullets from Daimyo that find you. And Blade Burst off that scaffolding will go down early. 5 players still standing for Boise, and this has to be a round win.
Bro.
They pop 2 ults, and Crypto takes the one down, but it's just for the flash more than anything else. Ghost has been good, but a 4v1 would be the first time we saw a 4v1 clutch today. And as that paranoia bodies him in the high ground, Boise takes a round win they very much deserve. If this momentum carries on, Cat, it might be a 6-6 at the half.
I've always been a mathematician. What can I say? I should consider back in the day getting into independent research.
Oh, wow.
I never considered that.
Yeah, I had a hunch. I'm not gonna lie.
I never considered.
I didn't want to call you out on stream. I just thought I was like, I'll let him tell his story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no story. Unfortunately.
Hey, at least we've got a story in game, right? At least we've actually got something happening that's not.
Yeah.
And this is very exciting. We're gonna see a tech pause here. I'm not sure what side it comes from, but I'm glad they're able to get it out at a reasonable moment. It's a 6-4 on the line. The Wave Riders perhaps having a bit of technical difficulty as these last couple of rounds have been not in their favor. Perhaps they're just having a rough couple of rounds and blaming it on technical difficulties. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out one way or another, but this team really trying to be activated. Boise has gotten the read, and I think it has really good odds to tie things up here, because even if Boise does lose this round, they're going to have enough next round to buy up anyway. So it's not like winning this round wins you the next. I think there's very likely a 7-5 on the board, and I'm talking worst case scenario. I do think we're seeing a 6-6.
Yeah, so they did recover what was looking to be a very shaky half. Those 6 rounds in a row, Wave Riders did start to tell the tale. Boise finally recognizing, let's just go to the other side, bro.
Straight up, dog. Let's just get in there.
It's had a real struggle with their B split due to the fact that consistently 2 players are floating over towards CT, leaving them instantly to get over to that B staircase angle, and from there they just can't quite clear the space. So consistent spam through that smoke when it's not there. I mean, it's easy sidelines, so they were able to work through. So finally, their condition of let's just not deal with it. It's not going to happen for us, which has caused for the KJF Inc. to move over to the A side. The only thing is Ink's been playing pretty hard close contact.
That's true.
And when it isn't close contact, it's these very wide swings out of a scaffold, just looking for opportunity and getting caught out instead. So
it feels like Wave Riders continue to get caught out on that scaffold, and it's a tough spot to be in. I think that's when their A side really falls apart, is when somebody goes down in that scaffolding. So it's like, if that continues to happen, 3 times as a pattern, do we just shake it up? Do we just run it down somewhere else and see if it works for us?
Waiting for retake is a myth.
I might agree. I might be inclined to agree, honestly.
I don't know.
If you wait too long, they just get a full setup, and all of a sudden, you are really in a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's how this team feels about it, at least. Like, they are unwilling to wait for the retake. It's genuinely, always the need to feel Like they have to make contact somewhere. And I think if you're winning mechanically, okay, great.
Sure.
Because you're gonna win the fight. Who cares? But in moments like that, like especially for players like Ink who are losing that fight on scaffold and have for the last 2 rounds, just chill out a bit. You know, let them play it. You're rotating pretty quickly because, like I said, you have those 2 players floating, so that gives you 2 players almost immediately back for the retake by the time spike goes down. You can quick retake as a team. You just need to be willing to do it. So that comes down to both like player game sense, but also comes down to in-game leader call of like, hey, let's relax a little bit. You know, we can work back in on the retake afterwards. So we'll see if they've been able to make that adjustment now after a bit of time to talk. Technically, you don't talk in the tech, but it's a remote event, so they probably did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if we're being honest, everyone's going to. If you're in a tech pause, I'm sure any team will take that opportunity to discuss what needs to change and what happens next. But Boise, they're on the offense. It hasn't been nearly as clean as the offense on Icebox, but it hasn't been awful either. You know, they're not on their own side of a 13-2. This is a program I always expect to do great. And I think that's part of the reason I'm so hard on them, because I know what this program can achieve, and I know when they're falling a little bit short. I know what it looks like. And right now they have fallen just a bit short, but they're clearly answering back as time dwells on. They're getting the read on Hawaii. They know exactly what they need to be looking for. Skies might have the timing diff here. Oh, whiffs it though, misses the pre-fire, and now somebody knows they're right around the corner. Paranoia comes out too late, walks out into a flash, and Ray is right around that corner to put Blade Burst down in the blink of an eye. Boise has a numbers advantage again, and Cat, it tends to be when Boise finds first blood, that's a round they can say they've put on the board.
Couple trades to be had. Boise State once again going to work that ace split. The killer setup has moved for this. They'll be set up here towards Cat. Nanoswarm not going to come through, just the alarm bots, so has information of what they already knew. It's an ace split, so they're getting to sight. Does not do any damage. Gonna have to play for the retake instead. They use the lockdown because of it. Gotta watch out for this garden push.
You know, I like that they are using the lockdown because they know the Hunter's Fury was used, right? They know that there's not a Hunter's Fury online, but they don't know about the grenade line, the fragment grenade. Oh, but the Nano Swarm! It's destroyed! Oh, what a bummer! Everything is perfect, but it all falls apart. Cold puts down ALDM. Frog finds one. Daimyo finds one of their own, and then Crypto wants to clean it up, able to do so. Probably the most impressive round from everybody we have seen so far. That was lineups on lineups on lineups, and it is a round victory for Hawaii. I love that fragment grenade, a genius play from Boise State, but unfortunately, it does not end in their favor. A 7-5 is best chance moving into the second half.
They finally play retake. And how nicely does it work? Looking down just one player.
Unfortunately, you don't have a lockdown every round, though. And that was kind of their
yeah, unfortunate for sure. Yeah, very true, very true. But at least they have Ink alive for the retake for the first time. Because typically, Ink is not the first player dead, but the second player dead after contact. Yeah.
Ink and Ray both have found themselves pretty consistently being one of the first players down for their team, respectively. So seeing the impact Ink can have late round is fascinating.
Adjusting turret to acknowledge close contact, and it has acknowledged it. Seeing the Killjoy's jump peak. Guy's gonna walk up Cat. Almost had timing of their lives. Sobadar gonna give this one away. We'll find nothing. Smoke here. Very early execute to come through. It's a great broken nade.
You hear the fragment grenade. Crypto doesn't have the read. They're already through trees. Sees the bullets coming in. Blade down one. Goes through the door. Here's a lockdown from the side of Boise State as they want to get the action through. They want to force this team off point to guarantee a spike plant and push them into the retakes they haven't been great at so far. It was the fast retake that gave the Wave Rattles the win they wanted. But this time, that lockdown is not going to find anything at all. Frog with the Guardian puts down Daimyo. ALDM's Vandal finds Crypto in the fight. So that's the KJ offline again. Pull the Guardian of their own, but it's this Omen and Tree that nobody's been able to look at that is tearing the team apart. He's found a 2-piece on the board. Here comes the defuse. Oh, you got a clear Tree. The Jet 1v1. I talked about the importance of these 1v1s. Fakes it, but pros are going to fake this time around. Gets the body shot. Swaps to the Vandal. Oh, no, that's another Guardian. Doesn't want to reload. Just timing out the spike. It's so smart.
Nice.
I don't know what was going on there. Blade gets a little confused themselves, and Skies puts the round win on the board. It was a simple play, but by golly, was it an effective one from Skies to win that round.
Yeah, yet again, quite nice. Playing for time. Skies knows he doesn't need to do too much there. Just needs to jiggle the angle, make sure he's not on the spike. And once he finally does have to pick it up and look to go half, now I can swing. Guarantees, as long as I hit my shot, he's got to pull his whole rifle out, and that takes just too long. So he's able to come through and get that frag. So it's a 7-5. Boise State do bring it back to at least closer margins here in this one. Just 2 rounds separating. They win the pistol here. They almost certainly have things tied up.
I think the tie-up could be just around the corner. Boise has won, I think, every pistol round we've seen so far, and if they win this one, like you said, there were 7-7 on the board, all of a sudden we're tied up all over again. It's not the 6-6 at the half, but a 7-7 right after is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. It all comes down to this pistol round, though, Cat, because 9-5 hits a lot harder than a 7-7 if you're on the side of Boise State. So if they overextend even for a moment and the Wave Riders take advantage, it could spell disaster. But disaster is not often in the vocabulary of a well-polished team like Boise State. Blade Burst goes in as the sacrificial lamb, but nobody's there to commit the sacrifice. Frog reads the boathouse, finds one, but the paranoia devastating. Frog gets caught out. Daimyo gone. Blade Burst able to find the elimination, or get eliminated. Boise might pick it up. Daimyo is missing. Cold, no way, dude! A 2-piece out the gate. Might find the Omen as well, but he misses critical shots off of it. Even the light armor, not enough to comfortably keep the Sova alive. Fakes it, pop flash over top, and it's a triple rush down to the right side. Oh my goodness, Florian Crypto can't see a darn thing, and Cold can't be the hero the team needs. A phenomenal, nearly flawless execution from Boise in the pistol round. I know, getting excited about a pistol round is weird, but that was fantastic. 6-7 on the board. Boise to win this one most likely. 7-7 right around the corner.
Yeah, always nice to see a game get to the point where it is going to be tied up. Your Wave Riders has no real reason to force into this one, and they will not do so. It's just Cold Key with a Marshall looking to pick tile. Nice retake from Boise State. Keeping the rest of the players alive long enough they're able to swing through lane together as a unit. Get the trades they need to, but in that scenario, don't even need the trades. Just clean on finding those shots early. So guaranteed themselves a 6th round. It should be a 7th in their future as long as they don't really chuff it up here. Early Ares spray going to come through, has found nothing immediately over to lobby. Just a little bit of chip damage onto the KO.
Chip damage onto the KO is not enough to stall anybody out quite yet. Hawaii was leaning toward the B, but even with Encrypto being up this close, they're really the only person there. Skies has the Stinger, wins the gunfight advantage. The dash was risky, but I think they knew with the weapon in hand, they were confident to do it. The spike rotates up towards A, where most of Boise is, and the Wave Riders have that information, but they choose to continue this push forward. Body shot onto the Omen as the dark cover does not come out fast enough, for the paranoia certainly does, and I assume that's kind of a go button for Boise State to run it down through tree. They want to make sure they find another elimination to scare the Wave Riders away from this A site, just like that. J-Back finds Frog on a pseudo flank onto the A long, and Boise, they're just down these, or they're up these players once again. Wave Riders have very few weapons in hand. I think this is another round win. Like I said, that 7-7 was just around the corner.
Slow scale on his way. Cookie gonna find a body shot. ALDM. Give them that space out of respect. Shockwell gonna come through. We'll find one. Still the spam to come forward there. He's gonna find the last two. Damia will take him. It's a flawless anti-eco for Boise State. All the bonus weaponry going to be at their disposal. See how much damage they can do here against full rifles.
Full rifle's going to be scary. You know, they're going to go for the bonus, like you said, but at least they have something terrifying like an Ares online, a very high fire rate weapon, one that can get a double kill just as quickly as Damio did in that last round. The Wave Riders, though, almost a full buy. If you want to call the Bulldog a full buy, we sure can, but it's definitely a risk to be ran. 0 credits on the board if the Wave Riders lose this one. Momentum is completely and totally against them. That'll put Boise at maybe a 9th round, maybe even a 10th before the Wave Riders can commit to another full buy like this. Oh, it's quick.
Yeah, so we're going to look to stall for time. Drones come through. It's been immediately sprayed down, though. Players have gotten here quickly for Boise. They got a chance for this quick retake. They're going to look to wait onto it. One player to jump through into the close range angle. Fortunately, is going to win that one. So here's the first look to be had for the Jet. Cold Key finds one on the runaway. We'll find another to go with it. J-Bag getting absolutely annihilated by the Bulldog. Him has managed to get to sight, though. Has found 2 before going down. So 3 players going to fall for Boise. Of course, inevitable round win for the Wave Riders. You take 2 rifles out of that one. We'll have to look to try to rebuy what they can here. It's rifles of Boise State. That round might not have been enough to guarantee they can win this one.
I have to agree. That round a little bit closer than Boise wanted it to be. A lot of rifles make it out. The Wave Riders can almost full buy. I wouldn't mind seeing... No, I never mind. I think the Spectre's probably the best choice. I was going to say maybe a Sheriff from somebody like Cold or Blade, but I think if you've got the money, you buy the Spectre, because if you find the first Elim, you steal their Vandal or Phantom, and it all works out well. The first Elim, though, so much easier said than done. Bit of a turret battle, but I believe they won't clock each other, because that wouldn't really make a lot of sense, and it looks like they haven't.
KJ duel here. It's that 1v1 I keep talking about. You know, this time it's really coming to fruition. They get the read. KJ's in the corner. They know exactly where the turret's going to be, and that's because they're a KJ player themselves. They know the requirements of what needs to be done in this moment. Blade up through market. Might find a flank onto the KJ or even the Sova if the overextension tells true. It's not going to yet, Cat. Wave Riders finding a market present spike there as well, but they're completely torn on what approach to take to find this spike plant here in round number 17. Don't check that math.
I won't check it. It is one lower, but I won't.
Cat, what did I just say?
I won't. I said I wouldn't check it. Don't worry. LDM gonna grab everything on the paranoia here. Gonna make this push awkward. Means they can't really get to guard in, and the time that they do, Skies is gonna be here to pick up the look. A second, that's spiked down as well. This trade coming through from J-Bag to the back of Generators, picked up one. The second player has been expended on site as well. Cody gonna try to save the day from Hell. Has picked up two. Looking for a third on the scaffold. The angle's awkward. Almost shock bolts himself. Still looking for it. Can't quite find that a Daimyo. Has found Skies though. Cold Cutie has had two 1v3s today, looking to grab the ace to win out this round and another 1v3 clutch to add to the record book. Plants on its way, will grab it to the front of Jen. They know exactly where this player is going to be. Cold Cutie to the back of Jen has found one. Just needs one more to find. Recon's going to be there and broken, so Ribrianna, you know that he's now to the bottom of dice. Will throw the turret, looking for the peek from Cold Cutie. He's not going to give the angle away.
Oh,
He's gonna walk up. Here's the peek, and Cold Cutie, he's done it again. His third 1v3 of the game, and it's his first ace to send it home.
I can't believe it. I am flabbergasted. That might be our first ace of the weekend, at least on stream.
Yeah, I think so.
I can't recall another one, and I'm so impressed with what Cold Cutie can do, and it's amazing that Boise, they deserve these wins. They're doing everything right, but that's the clutch factor of this game. It's baffling that a player can do that, take down all 5 opponents to win their team out the round, and Boise fighting tooth and nail for it. I'd love to see Hawaii win this simply because if this is what map 3 will also look like, I want to see a map 3.
Cold Cutie deserves this map win at this point.
Straight up. Dude, what is it, 26-7 or something?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you take away the Cold Cutie clutches, both these states in the lead.
No, 100%.
Comfortably.
You remove all 3 times that he's clutched, this is like a 10-6.
Yep. That math is correct.
Cold Cutie diff right now.
Cover going out.
Just gonna grab one early here. Dark cover has come out of Cat. Think about the dark cover is as it sprawls the map, you know exactly where it came from. They're going to know exactly where his Omen is. They've taken care of him. That just leaves the Jet now. And not much more you're looking to find in this round. Boise State looking with one player as a stinger in hand. See if these guys can do any additional damage here in this one. KO Knife heard. And he'll flank game main, maybe to find one, maybe to get a rifle in their hand.
Rifle in hand would definitely be strong, just like that. Catches Frog out on the flank toward attacking spawn, and I would presume to go for a save, but Skies absolutely looks out for blood. I think they've seen enough 3v1s today to know they are absolutely capable, and just for the performance we've seen from them today, I'd believe it as well. Uh-oh. Cold 100% has the flank, though. Oh, biffs it! And now given away in that moment, I think Cold knows it's not worth the 1v1, it's worth keeping the weapon alive, and Skies still gonna chase him down, sacrificial lamb into their own right, and that is a team ace to give Wave Riders their first double-digit round win. This is huge, Cat, only 3 short. Boise, they've got just enough to go for a full buy here. This could be the beginning of the end, I think.
Sky's gonna pull out the operator. I'll see if this can make a difference. The issue's been, it's been a lot of close contact, a lot of util early to push the Wave Riders into this ace split. Frequenting the dark cover over towards Garden, frequenting the paranoid to get into the space. So we'll see if the op can find its value, can find long range angles to work off of. The first going to be Tile. Your point will detect the Jet. Peek is there. Fortunately shot. Not going to be found. Now held down. It has no dash just yet. Stuck by the Nano Swarm. Has a lot of work to do here for Skies. Does manage to dash away after the first pick. So Mikey will fall. Will get no trade either.
That op shot was incredible. An insane risk, but clearly worth its own reward. And Boise State gonna win this one out. It just tried in true color. It is a 5v2 in the moment. Frog is gonna go down to J-Back. This could be a flawless. Okay, not quite. Cold will find one. Terrifying that this is the last player left alive. Okay, but they've got the triple hold on him. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. And Boise hitting round number 8, keeping it close, close, close.
Cold Cutie is the Joker in prison. Every guard imaginable.
Oh, I get it now.
Locked up. What'd you think I meant?
I got a little confused. That's all.
Okay.
It makes sense. It was my fault. It was a good reference. It was my fault. My fault.
So, yeah, put this guy in jail. His clutch factor's too crazy.
28 and 13.
It's gotta be illegal.
We gotta look at J-Bag too. Not even rocking a clutch factor and still 20 elims on the board. Like that's very impressive. I definitely want to give credit where credit is due.
There we go.
Skies puts down Frog early, and that's a lot of intel offline. The 0 point gone, the null command isn't going to be able to be used anytime soon. So that's going to make Boise a lot more confident, I think, to just move into this fight.
0 point detect the 2 players A main. Won't know about the cat players just yet, but they're making more than enough noise to be notable. Punish Furiatis not found the tag just yet. We'll find the Omen. Dino does manage to finish out the Killjoy here. Blade goes to the top. Generator caught by J-Bag. Got the second to go with it. He called him out. He calls out 2 players this round. Skies will find the last with the operator in hand. Boys to bring it back within 1.
I think call out is a great word for that. That's amazing. Skies gets this op in hand and has 16 eliminations now. I think had like 11 3 rounds ago, so is definitely finding a strong dominance against this matchup. And now I'm glad we kind of get a moment to really highlight this leaderboard, because it has come down to a moment where both these teams fall pretty neck and neck. It's also fascinating that I believe in total Boise has more eliminations than the Wave Riders, but you know, the round win differential is only by 1, so it's going to be close. The Odin online, the operator online, and if they get the op out of Sky's hands, I think the Wave Riders can win this, but if Sky's remains uncontested and keeps finding an opening frag every round, it's going to be a loss. When you look at the economy of the Wave Riders, they cannot buy up into this round, so they have to essentially hand this one over, Cat. They have to allow a 10-10 in an effort to try and win this.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to give this round away, and then we'll have to play back on the buy. Don't think we'll see Mikey's gun buy come out. It just doesn't make very much sense, to be honest with you. So yeah, probably not.
You can't hero rifle here at this close to the end of the game. You just can't do it.
And it will not happen. All right, so they are going to work with a max loss bonus here. Means they have 2,900 credits at the end of this round if they lose it, which I think I'm not a biased caster when I say they should probably lose it. So that buy is fine. You can buy down that low and should have the buy for next. So they will sneak the Guardian into this one for Mikey. We'll see if the value can somehow turn this into a round win.
Blade completely walked into that. Could have just stayed on the outside of the radius, but full sent it. I think wants them to know they're right around the corner, pulling attention towards A. We see the spike toward A long, but not currently in the clutches of anybody, as they don't want to overextend and lose it and then cost themselves the matchup. Sky's a little high, but in crypto, just not fast enough. You never expect someone to peek that far up with an op in hand. It works out well. A Marshal to counter it. A Ghost with a Sheriff. There's a little fun thing for you. Dark cover into mid, makes it a little easier to rotate out of that mid area. Blade Burst finds J-Bag and Frog, falls in that same breath. The A site is, unbeknownst to them, currently open, but it won't be for much longer as Skies is setting up on that catwalk looking for their next operator victim, but it's cold. That falls next to Ray. Vandal online, 5 feet away. Cannot win that firefight with the Guardian in hand. Boise's definitely going to win this round, Cat, but it wants to be a little more expensive than this, and by golly, what a way to double the expensive. Operator offline, the entire team clutching down for it. And I think it's about Blade just trying to make sure they don't grab it, but unfortunately, they already have Operator undercover. Damio's Odin makes itself worthwhile. A 10-10 on the board. I'm going to assume they grab the op. Odin survives the round as well. Wait, did they grab it? Hold tab. No, they missed it. He didn't get the op.
Yeah, he rebuy. It's all good.
Oh, no, he's gonna Blade Storm. He's gonna, okay, no, this makes more sense. I actually bought it for him, was the operator. It makes more sense. I wanted to see the Blade Storm. I think that would have been cooler. But, you know, it's not about being cool, it's about winning.
Yeah, based. And then you got the Blade Storm for your retake too, just in case.
Very true.
That's not a great retake weapon, so no worries, no worries. This should be an early 0 point. Should detect pretty much everything happening here. And you can throw this before the null command radius gets to you. Does not throw the knife, so they're gonna get to walk in. They're playing pure retake here. They got the lockdown, they got the null command to come back into sight, and they got the extra frag. That's big from J-Bag earlier. They can all move away. There's no reason to peek again. just play for retake here.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at the top frag of either side. We talk about J-Bag because he's just a very consistent player. We've got the full Killjoy Venn diagram online. Ray has gone down. They're going to rush the lockdown, try to eliminate it, and have been able to do so. They give Crypto's life for it. They get the trade out onto Skies. That power player removed from the equation. The operator offline as well. They have the read that J-Bag is hell, completely detained. ALDM wreaking havoc from the high ground. Cold wide swings the corner into an Odin and still finds the Elim. Cold, you've done it 3 separate times. Can we see a 4th? There's one, but they did get half. Has to hold it slow and does find the damage, but doesn't know about the half. So well done from Boise. Calculated, calm, cool, and collected. They go up 11-10. And Cat, when we were moments away from a third map, all of a sudden, we're just as likely to not see one.
The best way to play that.
And without a doubt, yeah. I think there was nothing better they could have done.
Tags for about half HP, so the little bait and switch, put one player onto it, let them get tagged, and then switch players on the defuse, guaranteeing they can hold it. So Cold Cutie finally shut down on the clutch. Boise State going to hold the lead here. A chance to take this one home without a map number 3. Rebuy here for Wave Riders. They break Eco, lose this round. Things are going to be tough. They've got to win this one here, and they look to go B instead.
Gets the recon bolt, and you peek it anyway. Not sure why. You knew exactly where she was. You knew she had an op, but I guess it's about the ego peek to make sure you find that Elim early. I love the rotation around toward market. Makes it a lot harder to find an engagement. Frog is just defaulting. Does not check market and dies for it. This is going to be a 12th round win for Boise State. I can't imagine much is changing unless the Wave Riders clutch it out. They've done it many times before, but it gets harder and harder as Boise continues to adapt. And Crypto, 47 HP, caught in bricks. And Damio knows they're right around that corner.
They're broken.
No intel gain, a dark cover to save, and the recon bolt. Scary spot to be in, but the dark cover does eat it, so nobody gets caught by the recon. Cold, wow, finds Ray with a wall bang! And Crypto goes down as well, though, and as J-Bag is sneaking into the wings. That has to all but guarantee the round win here, Cat. Waiting with the pop flash in the corner. You've got the spike, and he's just gonna book it to spawn. No, now into the A site. Looks for the plant. They need those 400 credits moving forward. Can Ghost clutch out a 3v1 like Cold Cutie has done 3 times already today?
Yeah, he's looking for more than the plant. He's looking to win this one on out. This Ghost will be holding the close contact. Wants to get a fight here early. Everybody's going to play Scaffold. They're going to play as a unit here. Your point is not cleared. The recon will not see Ghost either, so they know he's got to be somewhere over the door. They'll all swing, and they'll find him. J-Bag will pick it up. And Boise, match point. Wave Riders put all the eco into that round. It's going to be tough to claw this one to an overtime.
Absolutely. Boise's penultimate round win there on the board. The Wave Riders, they keep it close, but close only going to count in hand horse and shoe grenades. The Boise going to have every weapon online. They're going to have a complete arsenal at the ready. And Wave Riders, even with a full commit, almost all of them dropping to 0 credits, cannot bring a full buy to fruition. They can't even Blade Storm if they wanted to. It's just not online right now, Cat. Poor Cold, 33-17, still cannot deadlift this team to victory.
Yeah, it's got him on the bar for sure. Maybe chalk the hands, you know, maybe get some lifting gloves. The grip strength certainly lacking.
Blade Storm, there it is. They are going to commit to it, a Bulldog in hand, but looks like that's all they really wanted from the B site. Unbeknownst to them, of course, it's wide open, and the A site is the one under fire. Dark cover goes out early to get a little bit of space. Sky's holding that A-long angle. Wave Riders completely do not want to challenge that anymore. They've lost, I think, every challenge against Sky since that operator has come online. Challenging it now would simply be a death sentence for both your team and your chances of getting to Boise. 5-person commit toward B, another dark cover out. I think the proper play, to be honest, would be to rush through it as a squadron, but they want to play it low and slow. They don't want to give themselves away too early. There's the dash in, there's the door closed. ALDM completely smoked out, and Boise, the rotation is here. Absolutely no way. Dart gives them exactly what they need in ALDM. Incredible patience. Gets that Elim early. Makes it a 5-4. The spike plant is here, but with no ults to work with. you've got to wonder what Wave Riders can do to keep the dream alive.
And from the shadows, you can throw that at the top of the sight box, get so much info where these players are. They throw it to the back of Boathouse. They know one player is going to be there, and they can push the front of sight quite safely here. This guy's going to find two with the shorty. They'll continue their onslaught forward. Blade to find one, right click going to go rise. Daimyo has that. Sky's going to pick up one from lanes. The push is on its way, and Daimyo will grab it on the over-under. Sky's to finish this one off, and Boise State will take it 2-0. They guarantee a trip to their own LAN event.
Nice. You love to hear that. You love to hear that. Boise confirms a trip to their own LAN event. And there was such a small play right at the end there, but I think I do want to highlight it where it was the Killjoy and the Jet turning the corner. Jet updrafts and dashes. All of a sudden, you cannot look both places at once. That is a guaranteed elimination against you. And I like that because it also prevents the lineup that we've seen way too much this weekend where two players stand in a line and they both go down. It's like, okay, if I'm above you and she's in front of you, you've got to pick one and the other one is just going to take you down. It's a small play, but it's a safe one to guarantee they win that out in a 13-10 fashion. Phenomenal turnaround from Boise Cat, and I know that that's the potential that team has. That's what I wanted to see from them. That's why I was so hard on them when they were losing, because I know that's what Boise can be capable of. Thank you so much, Boise, for the turnaround, and I can't wait to talk to whoever we get the chance to.
Yeah, absolutely. Boise find it late. They find the adjustment to walk through what was a 2-6 score line, 6 rounds in a row picked up for the Wave Riders, and Boise State recognize, okay, we gotta change things up. They take the time out, finally make an adjustment, and they're able to come through on a 7-5 half, start to bring things back, and from there they can carry that momentum of winning out the end of that half to going forward and finding success. And it is impressive that their momentum doesn't get completely shut down due to the fact that Cole Cutie, with those 3 massive clutches that you really should not be winning.
Absolutely.
2 big 1v3s on their defensive side on retakes, and then another big post plant 1v4. So the fact that Cole Cutie's finding these opportunities is absolutely mind-boggling. The fact that Boise State can lose those rounds and walk in the next round, immediately clear the slate, clear their heads, and get back is quite impressive. And I cannot wait to talk to this team. They're going to their own LAN, so obviously the hype's got to be there. But I want to talk to them a little bit about how these maps played out. We'll do that when we get back from the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, sledge option going to be charging for Smash going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit of pick, getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you've got to have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here. 2 Omens folks coming out. 1. Oh, Spec
just
finds 3.
What?
Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least, again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paulie, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared.
So what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We kind of lied, but not really. We said best of ones, and it's going to feel like we're going into one, but we are actually joining the end of one of these best of 3 qualifiers, and it's going to be a lot of familiar faces, Kat. This was actually our first series on stream this weekend, was these schools going head-to-head, UNLV Gray versus San Jose State University, where UNLV Gray won the series in a 2-1 fashion. Now, it is 1-1 on the board, and they're going all the way to map 3, and this honestly just felt too good to pass up. So we are going to jump in and join them on their 3rd map of this series.
Yeah, Rebel Gaming looking to be the Rebels yet again. If you follow the CECC Twitter, you may have seen an upset alert yesterday for day number 1 because this team managed to take down SJSU, a squad that we know their roster has been some big dogs. They're looking at a new roster coming into this year, and man, are things interesting. A map that you may know, a map you may have seen before. We're back to a set, and for this one, this will decide who is taking their chances over at Boise State. SJSU, the Titans, do they fall yet again to Rebel Gaming, looking to do it a second time?
Kat, we've got to call out early. John Hamm not on the SJSU roster today. Instead, it's going to be Gira, who is going and playing the same role of that KO. So this is very fascinating. A different player in on the same role. We saw John Hamm on the KO yesterday. And when you look at the side of UNLV Gray, that's the squad we rocked and rolled with yesterday. That's the squad who won this 2-1 over San Jose. Now, folks, this is a qualifying match. So both these teams are 1-1. The victory for UNLV Gray is SJSU. It is San Jose State. So they are looking to rewrite history from yesterday. And UNLV Gray are feeling good because they won map number 2. They won Haven 13-7. They almost won map number 1. It was split. They lost 14-12. And that's how we've ended up on a map number 3. Last time we saw these teams go head to head on this map, it was a win for UNLV Gray. They had a 90% win rate on the first half of the game. When they were on defense, they won 90% of the rounds necessary in the half.
Yeah, it's going to make things very interesting. Joe Schmo came through with 2 of the biggest rounds of their career on the defensive end. Back half of the game, able to find a massive 2K and then a 3-piece with the op-down mid to guarantee the end of the match. See what this one has in store. They're starting on the same sides yet again.
Wait, no, John Hamm is in. Who's missing? Is it... Well, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I thought it was John Hamm. It's Mans and Easy Revenge are gone. It's Gira who's in. I understand. My apologies, John. Very happy to see you back. Excited to see what you can do on the Omen, considering last time John was in, I don't think it was
already through A.
It was the KO. And like you mentioned, Kat, already coming up through the A side, but the party is over on B. So unbeknownst to these defenders who are trying to get aggressive, they're actually going to be a little late to their own surprise party. The B site going to be ripped wide open, a 5v2, but the Nano Swarm is ready on that switch. A very intelligent play and a great read on the KJ Performance. 1-1 trade header for Gumby Jarger, not far behind, and the jump shot from John Hamm. Right click finds Proton. San Jose coming out the gate swinging. It's going to be a bloodbath, but the victors could still fall on either side, especially when Jin puts down Kahem in the back line. Boathouse wide open. Gira stuck out in the market, and Ethray will find a successful plant on the board. Oh, John, a phenomenal shot down to Jin. It is up to this 21 HP KO to try and be the hero this team needs. There's 1. Let's see 2, but no, it's Gira who comes in and makes some waves early.
Retake will have the extra numbers to be able to bring that one home. It's thanks to the likes of them pushing through A main so quickly. They send 3 players immediately down Gelato. Get the information that they are indeed over on the B site. Last 2 players to hunker down and a massive flank to come through to guarantee the pistol round win. You're just not expecting 3 players to be on your flank and a pistol. So take the round. It's a force coming through from UNLV. One to up that pressure early.
Pressure. I mean, upping the pressure is a huge way to keep yourself in the up and ante here, Kat. I think it's a dangerous play, but it's one that can absolutely be worthwhile if it's done well. The buys are always so scary, but if you jump back to this first series, we go back in time. This happened a lot between these 2 schools, where there was always a buy up because it felt like they wanted to interrupt the econ as fast as possible. However, if your own econ is interrupted, if you lose this 5 players versus 0, you're damaged for several rounds upcoming. That makes this a 2-0 to possibly a 4 or 5-0 before you can truly say you've got a full econ back.
I'm going to be in this early contact. This team start to slowly inch their way forward.
Oh no! So much damage!
Crossfire.
A great crossfire, so much damage to be done. Omen gotta be sub 15. I mean, we're looking at probably like 11 HP on the board. Not gonna be enough to take him down though, and that's what matters. 14 HP. UNLV Gray, they've got into the site here against San Jose, but the defense in the boathouse, not gonna be enough. Jarger falls 5v3. Can Joe Schmo get a clutch here to make this even larger of a lead for their team? John Hamm finds 1. Gumby, another E-Trade, puts down John, and UNLV Gray tied up 2-2, a 14 HP Omen. Joe Schmo obliterated in the back. That's the spike completely on lock, and this poor Omen not going to be able to make it work. Cat, that means this is most likely an unsuccessful save unless we get an insane play from this Omen who is 1 bullet from death. Come on now.
Under the turret, so he's been able to catch the first. Turret splint, fantastic.
Don't do it. Not worth it.
Gotta find that second player. Is gonna walk through, break turret. 5 bullets left in the stinger. Gumby's able to walk out from the back of sight, play there the entire round, able to finish the job. A crossfire almost really costed San Jose the round. They were expecting the attention to be on Gumby for Jarger to be able to swing out of Cubby. Unfortunately, that was just not what happened offensively. They looked directly at Jarger, took him out early, were able to swing their way into the site. Gumby holds the back of the site, though, is able to find 2 clean picks, and then of course the third to finish the round. So guarantees they convert it. Bonus has been shut down. They'll get themselves a 3rd round here, and we'll have that economic control early in the game.
Yeah, this is so tough. That's why the buy-up can never be worth the risk, folks. I said it yesterday. I'll say it today as well. I truly don't believe the buy-up is ever a safe option, but I get why they want to run the risk. If they can interrupt Econ, they can really control the pace of play. They can make it their own story. Right now, it's the story of San Jose taking a dominant lead in a matchup they lost last time against UNLV Gray. Was this a set map? It was dominant, too. I can't say that enough. The defense from UNLV Gray was incredibly dominant. But this first half, absolutely not working in their favor. Kahem takes down Jin in a 3rd round. It just has to be handed over to this team. It's not what you want to see, but at this point, it might just be what we expect. Oh.
Okay. The judge walk up out of cat to pick up 1. Rarity. Don't really see that ever, but okay. You're going to grab 1 and the 2nd to go with it. A 2nd rarity. And, well, both of those guns will stay alive. So going to a late bonus now. So the force fails. They get to take the Econ weaponry into another round and win that one pretty much for free since UNLV has nothing into that last round. And now they get this late bonus because they're still on this bonus weaponry. So got just a single rifle, 2 Spectres, the Judge, and the Bulldog. So very much Econ weaponry. They'll have money to rebuy next round. So this round for San Jose, I know you're thinking, where's the gun round? Why do they have guns? Why do they have rifles? What's going on? All good. Do not worry. They are good. They will play the rifles next round. This round, they're going to try to see if they can maybe sneak away a win, but really they just want a couple guns down.
You got to get as many guns down as you can. You know, it's about making it expensive. We keep saying that, but it could not be more true. You need to make this cost every penny it can against your opponents. Put yourselves back in the running. Right now, San Jose looking to give UNLV Gray a taste of their own medicine, Cat. It was a very dominant half. I wrote it down somewhere, but unfortunately, I just can't find it in my notes. This feels like it all over again. John Hamm getting way more value with a Judge than anybody is supposed to on a map like Ascent. It's a 1-1 trade. He gets another elimination out the gate and wants to make this a little more worthwhile. For San Jose, this bonus, something it never should have lasted this long, has opened the door for San Jose to take a 4th round in a row.
Drone broken, but doesn't have information of the couple players mid. Jarger gonna pick up the first. Joshmo had a chance to the lineup. Jarger find a 2nd look. Looking very good right now for the team with bonus weaponry. As Jumpy will take another. Jarger a 3K. Bought the rifle up into this round, the only rifle for the team, and ends up taking the round to win. So the late bonus is converted successfully. San Jose now in full control, and UNLV very much regretting what was their force buy.
Forced by, I mean, Kat, the fact we're saying that twice 4 rounds in, you know what I mean? Like, it's really starting to be a point of concern for me that now we're 4 rounds in and twice we have critiqued a buy-up from the side of UNLV Gray. It's like they never want a round where they have a weapons disadvantage, and it feels like they're not realizing if you just take one of those, if you hand over 1 round kind of for free, you can reset the economy so much faster than whatever this is. This is a fantastic team. I don't want to harp on this for too long, but right now it feels like UNLV Gray, I don't know if it's panic or what, but they are falling apart here, Kat. They really need to just let 1 round slip past them so their economy can recover in any kind of way.
They're going to look to play massive ult dumps here into this round. Kev's found header early, though, which is quite unfortunate. No smokes, no controller for the rest of this one. Jarger, does get caught by Joe Smo, but unfortunately, Jarger can grab a trade. Great pop flash onto the Jet, into their own cloudburst, and caught out of it. So Gary going to pick that one up as well. San Jose looking at their 5th round win in the face right now. Just 2 players left in mid. No space was taken up towards the market area. Got nothing to do here, but try to walk towards Cat where that KJ setup is still chilling and the Crossfire is ready to go.
Crossfire waiting for a moment to strike. They might not even need one if Proton overextends and E3's right behind. It could just be a 2-piece. There we go. E3's the first to fall, actually, and poor Proton, a real power player yesterday, but this Proton has not been on anything to collide with yet. Turret online, gonna guard tree, and Proton, I think you're just playing exit frags. Yeah, there's one. Didn't check the corner, though. Gaham right behind you. Gonna send you 6 feet under. San Jose, 5-0 on the clock.
San Jose dusted the hands off 5-0 right now. UNLV going to go ahead and take a timeout. Max loss bonus, so we'll see where the rebuy does land them. A couple players we're looking at about 500 credits.
Yikes.
Total. into last round. Yeah, you see those 2 players, Proton and Header, not much to work with here in this one. Same story for E3. So I honestly think they probably save going into this one, not to look for next round, which is tough because it means you're immediately playing from what's going to be an 0-6 deficit. You're trying to work your way back up into this one. UNLV just getting outclassed right now. There's not really anything to comment on in terms of strategic analysis. I feel like they tried to work their way up mid, just got caught. Tried to work their way up cat, got caught by the KJ utility. They've been around the map. They've worked several different extremities, and just nothing's worked so far. So we'll see what that timeout does for them. I think it's just a half money situation.
Yeah, it's just putting the econ in a reasonable position. It feels like doing it at round 2. I don't like it, but people do it, right? To then do it 1 round immediately after again is where I'm like, okay, like slow your roll a little bit. Clearly something is not connecting the way it needs to. Let's look at this from a more objective standpoint and find out what needs to be done to get us a little bit more of a success. Clearly, the Stingers are not going to beat the Vandals. And Cat, man, I really don't want to harp on this team, but this is the 3rd time they're going to do this.
No, they have reroute for next round. This one's okay. This one's
I
okay.
don't think it's a full buy, though, is it? With the
No,
two
it's a
Vandals?
light buy. It's a purposeful light buy.
Oh, man,
I
don't know.
They have max loss bonus, so they'll have a full buy next round.
Okay,
this one we can let slide. And if they throw through the ultimates, there's maybe a chance to win this one, but you don't want to throw the ults in unless they grab a frag first. Hunter's Crew is going to go out early for San Jose. It does have a singular tag, but no one's playing actually onto the site, so Plant's going to go down. They got the null command for the retake here for San Jose. They have a way back into this one. The same story goes for UNLV, though, if they want to play post-plant ults.
Yeah, they've got everything online that they need for success, and we're not going to try to drop it anytime soon. I think the lockdown can make a lot of sense from UNLV Gray here. You know the player's up and standing. You could at least make a little bit of space. Wow, Header just going to run it down. Looks for the alpha play, but walks into a 2v1. Now it's going to be a 5v3. 2 players missing on the side of UNLV Gray. Jin falls before the lockdown can make an appearance. Proton missing, and it's up to E3 to do anything they can, but it is a 4-0 player win on that, 6-0 on the board. I say it every time because I really want to highlight it for the viewers. Worst case scenario going into the second half is a tied up game 6-6, and that's assuming UNLV Gray wins every single round for the rest of this half.
Yeah, and that is fantastically played by San Jose there.
Without a doubt.
The recognition, let's just step away from the B site. We've got the null command, we got the retake ultimate to go back in, and we can just play fully for retake. If they don't play close contact, if they want to play a quick burst execute, that's fine. Give them the site, we'll retake in. And you saw how successful that was. 4 players stay alive there, no utility allowed for the post, but of course that null command kills it all, what's in the radius, and it's going to cover the whole bomb site on the way back in. So very good look for them. UNLV now, I think the first true full buys for them this entire game. And it does need to translate to a win, as you mentioned. They're down 6 rounds already. If they want to get tied, they've got to win this one.
Got to win this one and 5 after to look for that tie. They've got the ultimates online, and they're going to make a little bit of space here. A fake dash in. I think that's a really intelligent play, one I want to keep an eye on to see if it pays off. However, John Hamm does not look like they fell for it at all. Hamm confident in that firefight over Jin, finds it without breaking a sweat. The turret into the corner going to give a lot of info away, and perhaps that's why they didn't fall for the dash, because the turret didn't make a sound. There it is. There's your go button. There's the corner peek, and Gumby obliterates Joe on that lineup. Knows to hold on to the lockdown. A 5-3 UNLV Gray, unfortunately, floundering another round in a row.
Rest of the team going to make their way through towards Cat. Still, AJ Nanoswarm going to be there, so it can cut off this split push, and it's going to do just that. She'll throw one early. John M's going to find a look onto a player main. Still, these players have to find their way out. Don't get suppressed, fortunately. Going to have the util, but can they find the frags?
There it is. Frag's going to be easy for the side of San Jose's Gumby. Really woken up today, and I remember when we were going into this series, I even said, like, oh, great, I'm excited to see if Gumby can kind of clutch out the way they did yesterday, can overperform like we expect them to here on KJ on the Ascent. The only player, to my knowledge, that we've seen play a different character every single map we've seen them on, and this time it's different again, because last time we saw Gumby on Ascent, it was Cypher. This time it's KJ, so the adaptation continues to happen. The changes continue to follow through for San Jose, and I'll run it down again just one more time since we haven't brought it up this series, folks, is San Jose, even with the new players on their team, this is still statistically one of the best teams in the entire country.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. New roster or not, success has been there. Still, same management, same branding to play under, so there's definitely a legacy to be had there. Paranoia has blinded several players during this eco, so they cannot find their way in. It is a firing squad on site to take them down. Surprised they committed lockdown to the eco, and not surprised it did not work out how they would have hoped it would. First Nanostorm going to bounce off the scaffold. Second one is on point and has forced Gumby into the attainment to be fragged out. So Jin has found one. Fancy circus trick to grab the first frag, but you got a lot more if you want to win this round.
I mean, you started strong, right? But as they continue to just box you in, there is truly and genuinely nowhere for you to go in that moment. It's unfortunate. It's another round win for San Jose, and they're now 4 shy of a perfect half. UNLV Gray can barely, by the skin of their teeth, buy up to meet San Jose for what feels like the first time in a long time. And Kat, if they lose this, I don't know if there's enough time for their economy to recover.
Yeah, I think maybe they'll sneak a buyout for last, but you're right. If they lose this one, half gonna be even more difficult than it already is. I mean, 8-4 is tough, but anything less than that is just a slippery slope. We're getting early. Hunter's Fury on its way yet again. It's gonna look to shut down. What is this? Lockdown. Need one more for it, and doesn't break it. There we go. There we go. Someone will get up there. Judgment will get up, grab the frick scaffold. Will kill the lockdown. So they do get plant. Good opportunity for the post. Let's go ahead and get play spoiler on the flank.
Oh, it's red! It's red! Proton reads the flank, and that is critical, as now it's not going to be a massacre from the back line. Gira, last player left standing, one we have not gotten to see until today.
Bro.
Wants to be the hero, flashes himself over the smoke, and there's 3 people waiting on the other side. A save probably would have made more sense, but when you're up 8-1, it truly does not matter. There's no way they clutch back the half. Best case scenario is an 8-4 on the board. It's possible, Kat, but I don't know if it's likely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And still the situation where even if UNLV wins all these rounds, San Jose is consistently going to rebuy. They've got so much money. Like, they just going into this had 3 players that would have hit max had they not bought this round. So they are absolutely cruising right now. Quick little fill up out of that round, and see they come back swinging here. Initial peaks on their way towards A main. And LV just looking to run it back.
Let's see if Jarger is able to find that momentum. San Jose wants to rip right back. The dark cover over to the choke. It's going to make it difficult. The Owl Drone. Red, they know the op is there. Personally, for me, that's enough information to get out. I'm not taking this fight. And it looks like they're still going to try. Joe Schmo gets the trade. Proton and Jarger going to be traded out early. Hem and E3 going to give us their own trade. John Hamm picks up header, and it's a 3v2. Still winnable for UNL Gray, but it's the Paranoia falls down onto Generator. John Hamm takes the off angle through tree. Finds the turret, can't find the KJ, misses the shot, and Jin's turret cleans it up. A genius play from Jin on the KJ. I'm flabbergasted that it works so well, but it is a KJ classic that we see a play like that. Now they know the A site is possibly open, but running the risk is a terrifying place to be in. Gumby is completely off the grid right now.
Turret 8 the op shot.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Gave Jin the kill. Fantastic work there. Guarantees UNLV advantage right now. They got lockdown to work with. Surprised they sneak it out into this round. They just shouldn't need it. This is going to be a very difficult retake. Possibly we just going to play a lockdown here to guarantee the round.
That's what I'm
for
thinking,
UNLV.
Yeah.
See, though. It's their call.
I could get behind that, personally. I think that makes sense. But when you're down 8-1, you know, do you maybe want to hold on to it when things are a little closer? Maybe not. I think this does make a lot of sense. The lockdown buys you an incredible amount of time. Maybe Gumby wants to wide swing and go for the 2v1 early when they least expect it. Gets the turret, gives themselves away. Probably going to try to play either through Cat or out. Yeah, out of the lockdown. Makes a lot of sense as well. Can't blame them for trying, that's for sure. Runs it down quick. Alarm bot gives him away. There's one. There's another. And Gumby cleans house against UNLV Gray's defense. A phenomenal job to retake. Maybe not flawless, but it got the job done. And that's what matters. 9-1 clutch on the board. And the op lives to tell the tale. San Jose is doing everything they can to find their success right now.
Tried to double swing out of hell and just got
waited too
beat.
long.
Simply put, just got beat. Swung off the alarm bot. That's what you're supposed to do there. Use the utility, give yourself the opportunity. Nice step from Gumby to break the turret early to guarantee they don't get extra information. So breaks the turret and gets out of that detainment to then step back in. Alarm bot spots them and then honestly just hits a better shot. The double swing is on the right timing. They're both out on the angle at the same time. Unfortunately, they get out mechanics. Sometimes that is just how the crumble cookies. So unlucky. Really, a massive push on its way. B main. Now mechanic yet again is going to be Joe Schmo. Will fall the Jarger. They've got the advantage in the lobby, and the rest of the team now scrambling for UNLV to find another place to play.
A strong moment from Header. The offense falling. Check the corner. Smile. Proton not able to check that corner yet, but does get Gumby in a panicked fight there. Oh, jumps into the Hunter's Fury. Could be a death sentence, and certainly will be. Silver from one point takes out the other on the A site and ties it up 3-3. A late rotation. The fragment grenade makes the space this team was looking for to find their success. And Cat, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure even that buys them the time they want. Bladestorm up and ready. The number disadvantage, but E3, they're a clean house behind. A great flank through the window. Both of them crit HP, but a win is a win. Can UNLV Gray find the 9-3? And Cat, I don't talk about the 9-3 curse often, but I need to talk about it again. UNLV Gray, last time we saw them, did not do well on the offense. Went on to win 90% of their defensive rounds. The odds of that happening are almost more likely than not.
10-2 scoreline at the half and a immaculate walk back. Surely, though, if you're San Jose, you don't want that happen to you twice.
Surely.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I never get fooled again.
San Jose, though, they've made a lot of changes, whether it be a small character swap like a Cypher to a KJ or just a general rotation. They're really winning out a lot of the fights they were losing last time. This being a great example. Joe Schmo does find Gira, pops the Bladestorm. The resurrection into the smoke works, but they have to give their Jets life for it. Hem bodies the remaining members of UNLV Gray, puts all three of them down, flick to flick to flick. It puts San Jose's 10th round win on the board. It is a 10-2 on the half. San Jose needs to win 3 rounds in the time UNLV Gray needs to win 11.
All right, history looks to repeat itself. But how far will be the question. UNLV get to tell their tale here. Yesterday found themselves at a 10-2 deficit at half on Ascent and ran it all the way back to a victory. Can they do the same again? It all starts with pistol round. San Jose is looking to take it to the B site. KJ will be set up in this direction, so automatically there is a defensive advantage here.
Without a doubt, Ascent, like many other maps in this game, is technically defensive sided, as the opposing team has to run it down into you. You don't often have to put your life on the line as often. The Dart not going to get a lot of intel unless somebody extends quite like that. Rotan shock darts early, goes for a second one. The second one, huge! Finds Gira, has to trade it out quick, but Jorger will also fall. Gumby, one good shot from death with the ghost in hand. John Hamm finds E3, and it's going to be keeping an eye on this team. UNLV Gray's defense, the most dominant round we've seen from them so far. Sure, only 2 of them live, but who cares? It's the pistol round. You've ripped momentum away, and you want to keep it for as long as possible. Can they dig themselves out of the largest hole we have seen this weekend?
Yeah, pistol round they needed, pistol round they found. So giving themselves an opportunity back at this one. Is 2 sheriffs bought for San Jose. That's about all she wrote. They recognize we got a cushy little lead here. There's no reason to force into this one. We can take a round loss to guarantee eco, and in the next round to guarantee a comfortable rifle buy against their bonus, and they'll do just that. UNLV gonna buy up the waves here, as they should just won themselves the pistol round, and it's a 2-1-2 default for San Jose. Surprising to see that on the eco.
Oh, well done. Joe, ego peeks the corner, and it works well. The Mage Punk Marshall, a personal favorite if anyone was curious, but that elimination there is going to give UNLV Gray a small moment of kind of spotlight here. They know they've got the numbers. They know they've got the read that something was showing up towards the A site. The question is, do they know if it's going to be a fake out? Now, is it a rotation toward the B? Are they going to change their mind, or is San Jose going to stick to their guns? And right now, as we know, it feels like they still want to lean toward that A site.
They do. Oh, timing fantastic from Header. Catch the jet early, so no additional space going to be made. Your point has 2 or 3 scant out towards main, so no utility to back up that jet either. Recon broken. Header time to shine back at the site. Won't find anything. 2 eco frags. Joe Schmo to get involved with the Marshall from Cat.
The spike is down. Gira able to grab it. Here's somebody on the far side. Wants to barrel through and does it! What an ego play from Gira. Had no idea who was on the other side of that door, and also forgot to check his corners. It's going to be taken down by Jin early. 2nd round win in a row. Cat, kind of expensive for our friends over at UNLV.
Yeah, decently. Couple guns going to fall. We'll give the economic advantage here to San Jose. See if they can make good off of it. They did just by the 2 pistols going into last round, so they can have the advantage into this one. See how that advantage does do dividends for them as UNLV. Talking about how strong they could be on the defensive. They've got to be here. They can win this one out. They've got control of momentum, economy, and a chance to start to walk this thing back the other direction. Slow play for San Jose. Try to step into Cubby. Nothing spotted outside of Gelato. 0 Point has nothing into Tile. So San Jose have room to work with now into mid.
Mid space could be all they need, but instead, the spike itself is over by B still. A really interesting play. They don't want to overextend it. We hear the firefight come to fruition, but nobody goes down yet. A little bit of intel. The market is compromised by San Jose in this moment. This round really feels like the one where San Jose notices, okay, we need to pass the respect over. This is the moment where they recognize this is where it might hit the fan. If they lose this round, the entire series might snowball against them, and they've fought so hard to make it to this third map. They do not want a small mistake like this to ruin it. Knife destroyed, pop flash in the corner, header, able to find a Nano Swarm, can't do enough, and a double cleanup kill gives UNLV Gray a massive moment.
Takes a look through the smoke and ends up coming up with something big. You're going to walk through Garden. Has been heard. F3 has the opportunity to look to shut down and continue to play spoiler into this round. They'll do just that. The rest of the team, Joshua and Header going to pick up 2 more. Kahem in a 1-on-4 now. He's broken the door. It needs Spike and a plant. Joshua won't give him either option. Take an additional frag. 2-piece for the Jet in the 5-10 scoreline. UNLV have the control now as they convert themselves a bonus.
Control to convert a bonus online. It would be an incredible play, but it would really be one to continue closing this gap. This is the 3rd round win in a row they have found. They have essentially cut the lead in half, right? You know, all of a sudden it's a 5-10. If they take this one out, Cat, that's where the momentum will continue to stagger. They'll have this one, they'll probably have the one right after, and maybe even the following, depending on the performance of San Jose. But let's not get too far into the future. Let's keep an eye on the present, and every round win for UNLV Gray, a present it certainly is.
Walk up the mid for San Jose. They've got the room. 0 Point has cleared absolutely everything. It's just Header in the back of CT. One way does not catch, so is not going to have the look on these players. They've been able to sneak up into this smoke. Header going to get caught on close contact by 2. They'll swing on to him. They'll find the frag. Can't get the Vandal, though. Joshua will find another off camera.
A lot of damage dealt, but unfortunately the Elam not found. I mean, that's Sova, critical condition. There are Sova on both sides. He is going to be falling low. Proton as low as 5 HP, and clearly they know it. They look for the Nano Swarm cleanup. Can't find the rotate. Uh-oh. A lethal dart from Kaheem could give away a lot of intel, but all of the players somehow dodge it. 0 Point Knife lacks the intel as well. The dart rotating from mid toward the A site in a bit of an open moment. I think they've clocked there's at least 2 players not on the A. I'm learning quickly that it's actually a whopping 0.
I like this from UNLV.
Fight. This is scary, though, Cat. Look at all these players.
Yeah, I like the way they're playing this. All sitting spawn. They guarantee quick rotate. They guarantee they're not getting caught by anything cheeky. So they're all saying with one another here, they'll play for the trades, and they've given themselves a chance to retake. So now they either plan to A, they'll come together. Jarger, can he be good for one? Someone definitely going to check this still. Yeah, Proton will look. They'll grab that frag. Crisis averted, and now to play a 4-on-2 retake.
4-on-2, but it's more like 3-on-2 as Proton is literally a flick in the ribs from death, just like that. The turret takes him down. Gumby does get traded, and even the Hellhold can't do enough. Kahem will fall, and UNLV Gray with another round win. Cat, I call expensive 3 or more. Only 2 go down. So UNLV Gray looking very strong for this upcoming round. I don't believe the same can be said about San Jose's economy.
So they make that one look dangerous. Nonetheless, they're not able to grab that additional frag, but they are able to grab a little mid space there, which I think will be a telltale sign into this round. The fact that they're able to walk 3 players in a mid, and you don't really have the correct utilities to be able to execute that one onto the mid B split. But having that space, having that pivot does mean you have the opportunity to do it into this round. So I'll take the timeout before what is going to be their next rifle round. Been 4 rounds in a row here before they're finally able to put rifles in their hands. And you lose this one, you're guaranteeing yourself what is 6 rounds lost in a row, and you don't want that to happen to you. So I do like the call here, the timeout, to talk about it, to make sure that momentum from UNLV doesn't go too crazy, make sure their mental doesn't go too awry for things end up like they did yesterday. UNLV takes an upset and gets a Twitter post about him. We could see that in the future yet again. So they've taken the time out here. I expect them to walk through mid yet again. I mean, they got it pretty for free. But once again, yeah, remember the offensive team's timeout is also the defensive team timeout. So there's a chance that UNLV are going to recognize this and put additional pressure into mid.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a great point there. You know, it's a timeout for everybody. It's not like one team continues to play. Everybody gets that moment to discuss what's going on and what changes they want to make into this matchup. The full buy for everybody for the first time in this half will make an appearance. And UNLV Gray, I don't know if it's just an ego or a confidence or what, but clearly this is the half they prefer to be on. They lose way more than I'm sure they wanted to in the first matchup of this, or the first half of this matchup. So hopefully it wasn't too many, Cat. I mean, 10 is a lot, man. It's 10 to 13. Like, they're very close to kicking your butt here.
Yep, you see that additional mid pressure. They got 2 players in mid here for UNLV, and here's the walk up. San Jose, are they expecting this crossfire? Probably not, because there's been a vacant mid for the last 2 rounds. Shrouded step away. All the KJ utility gonna be ready to go here towards Cat. Alarm bot activated. Nanoswarm's now online. They've been killed here in about a minute of time, so there's an opportunity for San Jose to pull this push away and come back later.
They could absolutely pull if they want to, but instead it's going to be a double down. Here we see San Jose doubling in. It's going to be 2 of them out the gate. The info might be given over. Gumby does pick up header. The paranoia comes to fruition. Proton finds it off the paranoia connection. 4v2. John Hamm out in mid, possibly looking for a late flank. Just not sure there's enough time in the world, and now Proton knows exactly where you are. You've got the spike, might be running it down to catch Proton early, but I don't think Proton's dumb enough to just fall for that. Sends the Owl drone out. Here comes John Hamm for the plant. Proton's a great player. There might be a lineup in the near future.
Yeah, great player. Great awareness as well. Not the lineup to come through, but the patience at the very least to wait CT. Rest of the team to come through on the flank, and they'll be here now. Your point's going to clear early CT stare, and you see the players flood out because of it. Now the push to site.
Push to site, gonna be fast. Proton finds the Omen, clears Boathouse. It's up to Kiem to find anything on the table, but they just can't do a darn tootin' thing about it. Defuse comes through without breaking a sweat. UNLV, 4 members standing, 7 rounds on the board, and that's 5 in a row, I believe. It's a very dominant showing. There's something about this half where they aren't stopping anytime soon.
UNLV take back mid, guarantee there's no look to go in. That Gumby kill, quite funny to watch from the minimap. Header turns around to throw a paranoia as the players are taking their way into sight. As he turns, Gumby walks through his smoke and kills him, which is quite unfortunate, but it's a quick recovery from UNL because they have that second player around for mid to be able to take that second look, which is Proton fighting the trade, and then able to stagnate John Hamm when he does get around finally onto the flank. So San Jose stuck to the drawing board yet again. See what they're able to find here as they're going to head over to B this side around. Decision is, okay, we got through mid technically. Gumby got through the smoke. There was only 1 player. Couldn't quite make the work happen. What if we just send the whole team this time?
What if we just do it with everybody? This pop flash into the corner, gonna be dodged out.
Call
Looks like
header.
the 1-1 trade immediately. Header finds it, but gives their own life for the cause. Dark cover falls. They're trying to get as much space for this lockdown as they can, and it at least opened up the site, but it hasn't won you the round by any definition of the word. It's still a 3-3, an HP advantage on the side of UNLV Great as well. No command from San Jose. They're trying to scare this team as long as possible. It looks like it's going to be working. Jin falls mid. We need a clutch factor. We need a cold QD impression here from one of the players from UNLV Gray or San Jose. May have found their footing once again. A Hunter's Fury is very surprising.
Looking for info. Doesn't get any, unfortunately. Trying to see those players run a quick retake. They are not, so has not stalled the push. Just wanted that little bit of extra insurance. These players are going to come through to CT now.
I'm feeling panic here. I mean, it just feels like they're throwing everything at the wall. They know that these numbers advantage can absolutely work against them. Like that, the 1v1 and Proton clutches it. There we go. The UNLV diff. I feel like San Jose way overplayed their hand at the beginning of that. And I guess I understand why, and I think panic had a lot to do with it, but UNLV Gray just had every opportunity in the world after those first couple of seconds post-play.
This Joe Schmo guy, gotta relax. Every halftime, bro takes the defensive pill.
Dog's a demon,
and just gets going. The retake, once again, opening up the door. Throws a Blade Storm. Jumps into the first fight. Just dashes in like a psychopath. Looking for the transfer, but is such a nuisance it's like a gnat flying around the ears that you can't look at him. There's no way you can't look at anyone but him. So Proton's able to walk out and find the second kill pretty easily. And now UNLV are looking at chance to tie this thing up. It's an eco push straight into the B site.
Eco push to the B site. They want to find some action early, or at least get a spike plant down for the additional credits. The spike itself makes it into site fast. Kahem commits to the plant, and here comes the Hunter's Fury out the gate from Proton. So trying to do the same thing they did previous round. Doesn't prevent the plant. I don't think even gets a hit on anybody, or maybe hit the Omen just a single time there. So it buys you a little bit of info, right? It gets you a little bit off the board. 0-point knife. Buys you nothing. The dash in. No intel. There's Gira in the corner. E3 and Proton fall quick. And San Jose, they've got the numbers to take out this round if they have to. They're playing a phenomenal retake prevention.
Gotta get a chance for the post plant. UNLV, can they spoil? Joshua gonna get caught by the paranoia. Has to step away. Jarger's found Jin. Joshua still out of lane. It's picked up 3. Dashing to sight. Another. He gets absolutely everything. The second ace of the day.
Joe Schmo, more like Joe Schmo. No, dude. 0.88 on the clock. We can't compliment this kid enough, dude. 19 HP, ace clutch, less than a second on the spike. This kid's non-sponsored Gamer Liquid has absolutely activated in the second half. That is the 7th round in a row, Cat. The gap has been completely closed. This was a 10-2.
I've heard this before.
We've
almost
watched
like
this,
I
bro.
saw this yesterday.
I'm getting deja vu like crazy.
Exact scenario. That is something for you, isn't it?
For real, for real.
See how this one ends. See if it ends the same. UNLV certainly hoping it will go that way. Win a rifle round. You've got yourself the lead for the first time on this map. Pop flash going to come through. It's early space for San Jose. Looking for the contact. Execute on the A side.
Gonna find a lot of action early, but nobody is falling quite yet. Joe Schmo, first blood once again. Finally falls. UNLV Gray's clutch factor removed from the mortal coil, and that could be the opening San Jose wants.
Can't plant.
This lockdown, though, scares them out. They can't commit to the plant. They have to wait it down, and that burns a good chunk of time off the clock. I'm not going to lie. The dark cover gets away as well, and all of a sudden, UNLV Gray, they're just burning out the clock here, Cat.
Interesting. You know they full rotated. Interesting they re-hit here. It's going to be opportunity for very quick retake. So it's up to UNLV to play this quickly, and they haven't. They've given San Jose time to actually play this post plan. They're worried about a flank, worried about a player having stepped through to mid. Drone's only info on 1. So this is actually still very awkward. Very winnable for San Jose now.
And Jose wants to put it on the clock, and they make it that much easier. John Hamm finds Proton. 4v3, and UNLV has clutched 2 separate 4v3s, but this time it's a 2v3. E3 on the high ground, uncontested, puts 2 of them down and equalizes the fight. Can we see a third, perhaps? Looks down at the wrong time, able to find one, but just can't get Gira out of the way, and San Jose is finally ready to snatch back a victory from the jaws of defeat. 2 rounds shy. UNLV Gray getting close, but close, not gonna cut it. Only counts in grenade shoes and horses that have hands.
Man, UNLV really gave them a chance to get back into that one.
Totally
which is
right.
Very surprising. Just the fact that lockdown really killed so much time. It made San Jose completely leave their site positioning to then have to rework the site to hit it again. They reuse the utility. They do hit it again. And then UNLV, instead of immediately taking that retake, breaking door, and just going, they check for that lurk instead. They're a little too patient with it, and that cost them the entire round. They let San Jose set up a post plant when they were already set up to go for that quick retake.
I think you're spot on, man. I think you're absolutely spot on. The quick retake was in the cards, but they folded when they should have drawn. Jarger gives us a play he tried yesterday, too, and it didn't work then, and it won't work now. Header finds a double head, and it's going to be Gumby and Kahem also missing. UNLV Gray dropped their first round of the half, and they said, oh, haha, let's never let that happen again. They dominate this round. Joe Schmo has the read, says goodbye to Gira, and puts a flawless round win on the board for UNLV Gray. They're 1 round shy of the tie-up, Cat. Doesn't matter about tying up, though. It's the win that matters. These teams are fighting for that seeded spot in Boise. The team that loses this does not get to go to land.
Oh, the stakes ever so high. Ever so high as a San Jose team. No money in the pockets. They're going to have to play into the next round. Maybe afford a couple of shares snuck into this one, or if you're a real gamer, a stinger. And so we got Garrett with the stinger on. That's just about it. Jarger will pull one out as well for the culture.
Oh,
see what they can find.
Dark cover.
Ooh.
Simple but effective. Buys you mid at the very least.
full gamble stack commitment here to San Jose running it down mid. They don't want to get any intel on one side or another. They just want to completely run it down as a squadron. They might get taken down this one as well. There goes Jarger, has to dash out. Joe hits the door frame, completely in panic there, using every smoke they have, and they're continuing to run it down. Unbeknownst to them, Jin was waiting for you to make that mistake. Gumby overextends a classic in hand. And with the classics only, San Jose wants to make it expensive. Unfortunately, the expense right now is only a single E-lit.
Header swing door will find the last two, and UNLV just dropping one rifle as they take that round. And CECC that very much should have went their way has done just that. Gun around here, San Jose, a must win.
A must-win, Cat. I mean, a must-win for the both of them, because if whoever wins this, the other team has to force overtime. These teams, absolutely no stranger to overtime. They've gone to it twice this weekend, yesterday and today, so 2 times in total, once per day. That was a confusing statement. 29-15, Joe Schmo looking to deadlift this team to greatness. Next in the lobby is 18 from Gumby, and if Joe can hit even an iota of the flicks they were hitting yesterday, this is a round win. But if Joe gets taken down early, falls as the first blood, that's where disaster can truly show its face for UNLV Gray.
0 point suppress them for just a moment. We back for it now. It's like a null command contact exec. It's going to be just that. Has hit the Killjoy back of sight. So all that util killed. Here has a massive frag on E3 through the door smoke as well. So into sight they go. Plan's going to go down and plenty of time to set up their post.
More than enough time to put that post online. Fragment Grenade buys a little bit of time, but I'm just not sure it's enough, Cat. We see the spike plan already came to fruition, so you know they've got those 400 credits going into the next round. Yoshimo kisses the corner, loses that Blade Storm because of a 0 point, and wants to find the pick. Has to run. Timing diff, dude. That's unfortunate to say the least, but they know the Sova's in that corner. Joe gonna clean it up. 2 more fall. San Jose ripping the team apart, and Jin can't find it. Firing squad puts him down, and San Jose is 1 round win away from being able to say they made it to Boise.
What a story. UNLV Gray yesterday pull a massive upset to San Jose State University. Comes right here on ascent yesterday, and now a chance for San Jose to rewrite that tale, to turn things right here. Joshua, one of the massive differences for UNLV, especially in their last 2 rounds to win. Operator in hand yet again. Can he be the difference to get this team to overtime?
It's the second time today we've seen a team with a player absolutely deadlifting, but unfortunately that player might not be able to do enough to keep the dream of their team alive. It's not over for UNLV Gray yet, but they have to force an overtime. Then they've got to win it out. The first overtime today, they did lose on split, 14-12. They need to change the plan, they need to change the strategy, and they need to find some darn eliminations. Another plant comes down for San Jose, and all of a sudden the true timer begins. They're not just racing their enemies anymore. They're racing the clock of that spike explosion. In early, Hunter's Fury can't do it. Header TP's up. Giro finds the headshot, and with a numbers disadvantage, UNLV Gray needs to give us the miracle run. A 1-1 trade. Now Gumby finds 2. Gahem finds Proton, and it's up to Joe Schmo to deadlift harder, but he just can't make it. UNLV fights tooth and nail until the bitter end, but it's San Jose who walks away with their win today.
San Jose did not like the tweet. They didn't like it one bit. They changed the narrative here. The tweet's going to be San Jose State are coming to Boise State to play on land. That's the tweet. Forget everything you knew about Rebel Gaming. They're gone to the wayside with a first order up in this, John.
Yeah, that's incredible. They're the first that we've confirmed on stream today to have made that top 8 seeding, and they are going to live to tell the tale. They get close, Cat. You know, one of the top teams in the country fighting for their spot in a qualifier. It's not something you see often, but the spot has been sealed. Now we're going to go ahead and throw it to a small break. Maybe try to get an interview. I'm not sure. We're going to come back with either an interview or the next game, but either way, there's plenty of Valorant left to be played today. So we'll see you right back here at the CECC West in just a couple of minutes.
Know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. People, I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a funny way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
You might as well test it. Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing 2 things. 1, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the one. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance an orbital strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that spot right here for Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
oh
no way!
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That bomb angle
is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, just sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017. And the day after, we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years. Wow. And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends. Right. Go and screw around in a world. Yeah. When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional. Right. It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years. Yeah. This is something new, and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically. Yeah. You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And you know, before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself, it's so important, babe. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now, I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill are gonna come out. There it is, Moose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great catches Billy with the character. Oh, almost gets the Nero shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my god!
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone that is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Linking in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a save just behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's Jet that...
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
And double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
One, Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here in all of a second. They get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to. Sky's able to be the limit. They get another. Stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one. Another through the wall bang them because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little Riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating! 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage spike from the neutral air. Hollow is a monster.
Live that.
They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize, air dodges in,
we're
but
seeing
then
the
goes for one of their
reverse!
own. They do the same exact thing.
Hobbs
Minixo
is
gives
not gonna
Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septolins. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's going to be what? Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to CECC West Valorant 2023 edition. Now, we're going to be seeing 2 new teams coming up in just a moment, the University of California Blue versus Grand Canyon University. But before we jump into that series, we want to take a moment and highlight the 8 teams that have officially seeded for Boise State LAN coming up, I believe, next month. So let's go ahead and take a look at these teams. It's Arizona State and Oregon State, UNLV Scarlet, San Jose. We just got to watch their qualifier in a map 3 victory, almost in overtime. Riverside Gold and Grand Canyon, who we're going to be seeing in just a moment, and Riverside Blue versus Boise, 2 familiar teams that we have already seen this weekend. Now, Kat, these 8 have made it. The rest of this, what we're going to be seeing today, is 3 best-of-1 matchups, all for seeding going into that land.
Yeah, that is correct. We got 8 powerhouse schools that are going to head forward to meet up with the big Boise State. And you got to make sure you get some good seeding. You know, these squads are dangerous. San Jose State, a big name coming into this one, ironically having to play UNLV again.
Yeah, the other one
this time. But this time the veteran roster, so we'll see if they can get a little redemption for their school. Riverside Gold had a pretty good game yesterday, so a couple of these teams, some big names going into this one, so you want to make sure that your seeding is solid. I mean, genuinely can be a difference between pushing a little farther, getting into that prize and stuff like that. And of course, winning out gives you a ticket to the ever so coveted Bayland. So you want to make sure that you are getting the easiest road possible to get there. So while these games are technically seeding, yes, and they don't necessarily mean the most for these players, it will mean a lot in terms of them next month. So you don't take this seriously. You're going to regret it. You're 100% going to regret it going into the actual event.
Yeah, without a doubt. And these teams that are coming up, we actually have not seen yet. So we get this kind of weird little fun wild card thing going on. We've got a chance to take a look at these teams, the rosters they're most likely bringing to the table here today. And I always like to remind you that some of these teams have more than 5 players. So maybe we are not going to see the exact 5 we're looking at. If we can start with the University of California Blue and see what they're bringing to the table, that would be great, because we saw the gold squad yesterday do pretty darn well. Now, off the top of my head, I'm not going to lie, I don't remember if they won or lost, but I remember seeing that I was impressed with them. And the blue squad did well. The gold squad's got to do well too, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So we've got Side, Migraines, Zemo, Justin, and Gambler. I like all of those names, but Kat, unfortunately, we've just got, they all look exactly the same.
Yeah, they all are. It's crazy. They gotta be twins or something. They also look
quintuplets.
Yeah, whatever that word is. They look pretty. Is quintuplets 4?
No, it's 5 because quadruplets is 4. So this has got to be
quintuplets.
quintuplets.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
It's 5. Yeah, so we haven't seen the blue squad. We did see the blue squad. We've not seen the gold squad. So blue does well. Gold, I assume, does better. When I think of things, when you think of like a gold medal, you think of first place, right? So I would statistically think this is the perhaps better team. I'm excited to see what is brought to the table by them and their opponents, Grand Canyon University, a team that we actually talked a little bit about earlier, but haven't seen. So this is the first time they're going to be playing on stream. And look at these beautiful faces. We've got Volt, we've got Watanabe, Alex, Taro TFT, and Nader coming up, trying to make a little bit more of a name for themselves. They've made it to the top 8. They've got to win these best of ones because it's all about seeding. Everybody wants that first place seed. And honestly, folks, if you're like, that's weird, why would they swap the best of ones now? Well, that's why, because this is just about seeding at the end of the day. We do not want to burn these players out with 3 more best of 3s today. We want to let them get their seeding and prepare for the land that they're actively fighting for spots in.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't burn them out.
Right.
Also, can't get too much footage.
True.
Can't give too many VODs away this early. Can't give too many maps away, which will make things interesting, right? I think when you think best of one, a certain map does fine most of the time. Let's see what it is. But before we do, Semblance, what map do you think it's gonna be?
Unfortunately, I don't want to see Ascent again, but if we're doing best of ones, I feel like we might see Ascent 3 times in a row. So my guess is Ascent.
I want to say Ascent, but because it's the best of one and because it's seeding, I think it's gonna be Pearl.
Oh, Pearl! I'd love to see anything except Ascent. If I'm being honest, I feel like we've seen a lot of Ascent today. I'd be stoked. Split would be like my personal favorite. My heart would be very warm if it was Split. And we're gonna see what we've got lined up here. We're gonna try to do this with all of them because it's funny when we don't know what it is either. And okay, I'll take it. I'm
shocked.
It's not Ascent, but I'm shocked that it's Icebox. This would not have been my guess.
Shocked.
This doesn't even make top 3 guesses for me. Maybe not even top 5.
Also surprised by the order.
Yeah,
Lotus the
Split was
4th
out
band.
the gate.
Yeah, that's very
and
interesting.
Lotus almost made it. You're right. Huh.
Very interesting. We almost got the Ascent. We got to sneak away to go to Icebox instead. So we get a little bit of extra fragging potential here going into this one. Icebox, I think, a weird best of one map.
Gotta agree.
It's a very momentum heavy map.
Yeah.
So
as
if you
we
get
learned
cooking
earlier
early,
today with a 13-2.
If you get cooking early, you're probably just winning the whole thing. So I'm not sure who bans first in this scenario, but it is interesting that we did get the walk down to Icebox, and we'll see what that does look like. Because I don't know. I think going into this one, UCR Gold is a little bit higher ranked, which, of course, that doesn't tell the whole story. But it does typically mean if you're higher ranked, you probably are a better mechanical player, just that this team's better mechanically. And if that is the case, they should be looking better, naturally more advantageous to play a better Icebox because they have better mechanical.
Yeah, and I believe it was Grand Canyon on the offense, and I feel like that's where teams traditionally start to snowball this map is when they're playing on the offense, as we learned earlier, again, with a 13-2, where they won almost every offensive round. We might see something like that again. You start with a strong offense, you get 4 or 5 rounds on the board, you're feeling good, you're feeling clean. Your minimum goal is, of course, 6 to make sure it's at least a draw going into the second half, but none of these teams are looking for a draw, Kat, as we know. Everybody wants as many rounds as possible, and with as little as I know, this California squad, they do have the mathematically better team. So they're absolutely the team we expect to win. But we have seen enough upsets this weekend where I'm not calling this a wash by any definition of the word.
Sure. Yeah, 100%. I would like to see us go back to the standard introduce of either Jet or the Rays. I really do like the Rays on Icebox. I think it's where she started to see value before Fracture had even come out. It does not look like that's going to be the case. We'll get 2 Jets going back into this one, but I do like that over the Reyna. I think it's a lot more valuable to have an actual piece of utility for movement. I actually get into site like the dash to get in. So Gambler and Nate are going to pilot those, and we'll get a little bit of a switch up in terms of what our initiators are going to be. We'll get the double initiator coming forward in terms of this Sova KO combination, but I'm interested in the double Senti going down. They'll put in the Killjoy. I haven't seen a Killjoy on this map in a long time. Partially because Chamber was running Sentinel slot so long, but when he left, I felt like double initiator just felt better. It felt like there's more retake potential. They want to play an anti-lurk and having the Killjoy, which is awkward because that utility doesn't span the whole map anymore. So you've got to be pretty close to the radius for it to actually be useful. So a lot of the time you can't actually be involved in the peak, which means you have to play lurk instead. So we'll see if they can make this Killjoy look valuable, but I think it might come back to hurt them not having the extra info gather utility.
I think I can agree with that, Kat. I think the Killjoy is a really fascinating choice. You know, it goes back to our friend Harbor way back on Split. It's like the off pick can work, but in this current scenario, maybe it's not going to work as well. Now, we are going to continue harping on the fact this is for seeding, right? This is for placement. You've done the hard part already. You've made it to the top 8. So maybe this is a good time to try these weird things, to try a Killjoy on Icebox just to see if it works like you want it to. And if it doesn't, really no harm, no foul, right? Like I said, you've done the hard part already. Maybe your seed's a little worse than you want it to be, but it's not costing you anything major, in my opinion.
All right, here we go. Let's get into things. Big Grand Canyon going straight to A. The Icebox Classic. Thinks in this go around, the Sage Jutsu will be here to slow, but it is the wall rather than the slow orbs picked up into this round. So we'll see if that barrier orb can be useful. Might be a play to call off and retake with the wall. It's looking like what it is.
Yeah, might want to go for a bit of a play here. The wall goes up and it buys some more time on the site, but with this toxic screen up, you're not really sure where the defenders might be. 400 credits in the pocket of Grand Canyon, win or lose. Sova, the only person to have taken damage, and Gambler completely alive, unlooked at as they stayed on top of Gen there. Alex finds Justin early. That's the first blood out the gate in favor of Grand Canyon. And No Watanabe, a phenomenal play, comes through. For them and make it easier for Grand Canyon to find this round win. Very well done. A flawless to boot. They get the 400 for the plant. They get the credits for the round win. And round number 2 is going to feel really good for them.
Coming round 1, the rundown to A site. Don't change what you know is going to work. And it has worked for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes straight back to A yet again. That is looking like the call. And they'll put the 2 defensive units onto A deeper into site this go around. They're playing for that retake, couldn't even get their foot in the door. No Watanabe instantly shut them down with 2 classic 2-tappers. So they'll play the Sage a little bit deeper. They're going to try to throw that wall earlier into Maze this time around.
Try to get that wall out a little bit earlier to shake up the momentum of the play. Always a risk, but one that can absolutely be worth the reward. Pop Flash into the corner, finds that first blood, but becomes it instead. Gambler finds No Watanabe, the Spectre, just not enough to keep you up and running. Zemo's Sheriff wants to find a little bit more of its own momentum, and Gambler tries to get out of the fray, can't run away from the Bulldog. Blink and you miss it, Cat. This is a quick round. Migraines, the last player left standing.
Gun picked up, and frag picked up for Terra. We'll finish it off. Just 2 guns to fall. A bonus on its way now for Grand Canyon. Feeling good early. We'll see if they switch up the default just a little bit here. A's still going to be that more close contact site, though. They're playing with what are these downgraded weapons, these SMGs still.
The SMG is a tough spot to find yourself in consistently, but it's only the 3rd round. Grand Canyon's up 2. This is the round that mathematically they're expected to lose. Doesn't mean that's going to be happening. We've seen absurd expectation defiance today and yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Kat, I'll be honest, I would be surprised to see Grand Canyon just run it down the A again. I suspect the change in pace and going down mid, I think, is the expected play here. They want to keep the spike in the back, but a rotation up through kitchen might buy them a little more time or information than they were looking for just rushing it down to A.
I'm about in this smoke. It's been dealt with now, so one player going to have to actually watch mid. That'll be the Sova from the top of Boiler. Slow default. I like this coming from Grand Canyon, even though they are in their bonus, even though they do need to play a little bit closer. Still willing to fully mesh out the map. We'll work towards B main on its way now. Spikes in that direction. It's the team not going to be here yet, though. So Adrenaline's going to come through. We'll see if they actually commit to this. Looks like they will. The under cargo toxic screen on its way through. First pick not found.
There we go. Migraines finding 2 in the back line, making it difficult for Grand Canyon to win this. They're already on a bonus, and now with a critical numbers disadvantage, it's that much harder to make the space necessary to win this round. Volt gets a Phantom in hand. I love Icebox because we see Phantoms way more often than anywhere that isn't Split.
This team wants to bring them out early. Volt finds the equalizer, looks for a third, just can't do it. It's Migraines with a third of their own. 2v2, incredible weapons disadvantage for Riverside. That has not stopped them yet for Grand Canyon, excuse me. Taro falls. Migraines looking for our third ace of the day. If Alex can just burn out the timer, that's what matters. Misses the headshot, but finds it in the smoke. This could be it, Cat. They're burning the time. They're forcing the save. Maybe no. Migraines has it. The wall goes down, choosing to get out of dodge, playing it safe, and good call that they did because there was no way that defusal was happening. Oh, no! Unlucky.
It's the
expensive
ace, but it does not matter. Migraines will find it all, but cannot find the round. No time left to defuse. That Cloudburst ironically helps the Sage close to the wall there. Able to tug it. Had a slow orb. Didn't expend it. Decided to hold strong instead. Was able to take down Gambler and then just plays for the time. Migraines finds everything, but unfortunately just can't get the job done. So Grand Canyon gonna make the bonus possible. They've got the lead early on the attacking side. We'll see if that snowball starts to build and roll. Yep.
I mean, this is exactly what we were afraid of, and it looks like our worst fear and possibly Riverside Gold's is coming true early. When the offense on a map like Icebox gets an advantage, it is tough to take back when you're on that defending side. Grand Canyon's already defied expectations by putting 3 down in a row. They're getting ready to find a 4th. Zemo finds Nader, but I don't think that's nearly enough to win you this round comfortably. Only Sheriff's on the line. The wall goes up. The fragment grenade is null and void, and the pressure continues stacking. Zemo starting to shock me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, really, finding these critical moments. Oh, and a res from, makes it that much harder. One of Zemo's shots does not matter any longer, and Zemo themselves just can't do enough. Grand Canyon's 4-1 becomes a 4-0, and now they've got a 4-0 on the board.
All right, only one rifle drop. Very nice anti-eco round. That'll help that economy going forward. The less you have to rebuy, the better, most definitely. Look back at these clean shots throughout the rest of this round. It's really chalked up to Grand Canyon have the upgraded weaponry, and they use it wisely. Find the frags they need. Gambler going to go ahead and throw the op into this one. Well, name Gambler for a reason. See if that risk has its reward. My time, the house always wins, unfortunately, but
amen to that.
If your name's Gambler, you got to be luckier than I am, and I will say most gamblers, they quit just before their big win.
Hopefully this gambler is willing to take that risk and not fold quite yet, especially when your team is feeling really kind of pinned down in this moment. It's up to somebody with a power play like that, you know, a Jet with an operator, to make that space, to get the elim, to make that team feel a little more comfortable. We got a glance at an alarm bot toward that V-Long where the real combat seems to be happening. KO gets the intel on A. Here comes the Sage wall. Natter up high. Can't find any
interesting plant.
Swarms, classic. The plant does come to fruition though, so the nano swarm does not cover the appropriate area. And while it may be interesting, Cat, it's down, and that is what matters.
Yeah, it's ironic. The nano swarm covers default plant spot, and he just purposely plants deeper. So even though the nano swarm is triggered, he still gets the plant down, but it's going to make holding it very awkward. You have to swing way wider now into B main. We'll see how that works for them. They've broken the lockdown instantly. All the hold from Yellow. It's a 5-on-5 retake.
I could never be a Killjoy. I'd get so tilted every time a Sova ulted my ult like that. But, you know, they know the risk when they run the reward. The retake being in favor of Grand Canyon for a moment. But no, Watanabe, a 2-piece, including that fragment grenade elimination. Taro takes down Justin, and up to Migraines to try to do anything. They line up, but luckily Migraines crosshair a little bit too low. It's Natter that lives to tell the tale, and just barely at that. The rifle carried over 5-0 on the board. And, of course, this is where you got to use that timeout, Cat, because you can't even afford this round. A 6-0 is likely.
Yeah, it's I think every timeout we've seen today has been just about before the 6 round in a row mark, which is one weird that we've seen 6 rounds in a row so consistently. But a very interesting little stat point, because I think almost every timeout has come just before this point. So the timing is good. Players are smart about it as well, which is quite nice. And see if they can bring themselves back into this one. This time, I'm not really going to make a big difference into this round, unfortunately, just because they're going to play into the eco. But
it's about the
rifle round after, the rifle round after will be the difference. So round 7, really what they're looking to throw this timeout into. I mean, we'll see if defensive adjustments come here. I don't know if they necessarily will. They did already try to swap the Killjoy over towards B. Unfortunately, that util just got negated. And you see Grand Canyon's recognition there in that round that, okay, we planted so much wider here. We have to get so much wider out of B main. Rather than that, let's anchor a player into yellow. Let's anchor a player to the front of the boxes. So we have 2 players that are not in B main, that can get into the angle early, and that does make the difference for them. Like you see, Nader is able to trade that pick so easily because he's deeper into the angle than he should be, so there's no extra control for Riverside to pick up. I'm almost be interested to see a switch up of this Viper toxic screen that's been so consistently used as what is a retake wall for A, while simultaneously being a cutoff for vision denial for the team trying to play forward, so you almost have to flash your way through it, or you just have no info going in attacking side. I would almost like to see that over to B to retake instead, because I feel like consistently we've seen the round end on B for Grand Canyon.
Yeah, B does seem to be the place to be, no pun intended on that one, for this team so far. Nader finds Justin, so Riverside has to tuck tail and run back to spawn. You see the regroup happening there in the defender's spawn as they have to figure out the gamble that Grand Canyon is taking. Are they running it down toward the A? Is it up through mid? Is it a fake? Is it a bait? Are they slowing it down the play so we don't know what comes next? And I mean, Kat, you nailed it, man. Here we go. Back to the B side. A's a little shaky. Oh, Kiers, skip it. Let's just get into B side. No command online as well for Grand Canyon. They have the numbers and the ult advantage with Nader's Blade Storm at the ready. Darrow finds that first blood onto side. Migraine's not far behind, and I think this round may be over before it can even really begin. For Riverside, that's got to be the nail in the coffin. Absolute flawless round for Grand Canyon on round number 6.
Flawless anti-eco. You love to see it. Rough round on its way around Riverside. Doesn't need to win the game, but would like to win to make things a little bit easier. They have a decent amount of ultimates into this one, so it should be doable. Here. They're going to have that Blade Storm for the retake. If Gambler needs to get in with the operator, they're going to have the Hunter's Fury for the information, or for retake, or for plant denial. They'll have a Viper's Pit to shut down this A site if that's the call. While we mentioned A site hasn't really been a target, it will be in this round. So a Viper's Pit here wouldn't be bad. It's too late though. Viper's going to be too far back on the site, so they'll have to use it for retake instead if they want to throw it out this round.
Could throw it out. I think that's a neat idea. I'm always down for a Viper's Pit. I think on the defense as well, it's just that ult you've got to toss out. Like, you know what I mean? It's very difficult to use it well because you have to predict what they're doing before they do it, and maybe don't use it now as you do have a numbers advantage and you've committed a Hunter's Fury online. Gambler finds Taro. 5v3. That
there we go.
Operator finally getting its value. Volt puts down Migraines. And Grand Canyon has clutched back for one deficit already. Looks like they're getting ready for another Volt. Our second clutch factor Sova player today knows that someone is right around that corner. Zemo finds Nader, and I think it's really up to Volt to keep this one up and running just like that. Shock Dart is huge, but he turns his back at the wrong moment. The double swing. Can't find the Elim, and Riverside finally on the board.
Retake gonna find its way through. The Hunter's Fury denying the early plant allows them the chance to get back in with the numbers advantage as well. Volt stepped onto the wall. The Sage Wall blocking off Hell found 2 to Rafter. This was not enough. Volt would have needed an ace to win that round out. So you see are able to band together to make it happen on the retake. They can't have had that success on the B site, try to switch things up. It costed them. So we'll see if they want to make the call to go back towards B. Here's the new defensive look we talked about. I might see something different on the timeout and that we have. So side will be deeper into B, going to throw an early wall. This will get the information if these players are immediately trying to scale it. Also get the info if they're not. So that wall not getting broken for side tells them all they need to know. We can focus more attention over to A and mid because there's nothing here B main yet.
Yeah, nobody takes down the wall early on B, and that's the risk you run of kind of using it, right? Like you said, it's great for intel. It's not just to actually block it off, but if it's destroyed immediately, you're like, okay, game plan, it's completely revealed to us. What can we capitalize off of it? But it looks like maybe B comes a little later, a rotation up through mid, most likely into tube. Watanabe was holding that gen, but can't find it instead. Oblivious, that side is just waiting for someone to poke through the smoke. Will we be seeing that poke quite yet? No, the rotation
Seen the wall.
Slow and steady. Yeah, the wall is up. There we go. It breaks. No sound given. The B site could be snuck right up on Cat. They might be able to just dominate this and force a retake from Grand Canyon.
And there'll be bigger implications of them seeing that wall in future rounds as well. Let's know that's the new defensive strategy. The chance that they will now readjust the default to break that wall early. So it's important that they do see that wall actually get broken so they can adjust offensively for it in the future. But that's to come a little later. For now, they're going to look for the plant over towards B. Anti-plant came through initially. It's that early nano swarm. They'll use that last panel of the wall to get the plant down. Stuck in all totally in the world. Justin's going to find out. So planter will fall. Numbers advantage here for Riverside to look to make a retake.
Retake has to be strong. Zemo finds Nader in the back line. Gambler falls to Taro, so both Vipers dismiss the Jets, who are tearing it up. Justin finds Taro. Oh my goodness, poor Watanabe. Grand Canyon has collapsed
caps this round in Riverside Gold. Absolutely phenomenal. They are looking to re-establish a dominance here in this first half. A 6-6 is still on the board.
Yeah, we said they needed that round out the timeout, and well, they look like a new team coming out the timeout. 4 players going to stay alive in this retake now as well. Eastside defense has changed things up quite a bit for them. Having those extra players over towards Boiler as well guarantees all the extra utility. You got to see that Viper Snakebite come out into the Sage Slow for when that plant went down. Allowed for Justin to grab an easy frag. Just needed to sneeze 1 bullet onto Alex to guarantee that frag. Back to what is pretty even buys for everybody involved into this one. We're going straight towards B. And see, as I mentioned, the fact that Grand Canyon saw that wall early, they're going to see this wall, instantly shoot this wall, and look to run it down B main.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even more so, they might even be able to fake it and then just double back to A. But, like, you make the noise, you might force a rotation. And no, it's a bit of a silent approach, actually, Kat. The wall does not get melted in that moment, and they're going to take it afterwards. The Yellow Drone picks up Side, who is currently 0-7 on the map. Maybe this is the time for them to get that first blood they've been waiting for. Wallbang on the box. Recon bolt behind. Misses every bullet. Watanabe puts them down in the blink of an eye. There goes those Nano Swarms again, and the Viper's Pit to boot. Grand Canyon, they want to win this one. 2 in a row is too many. They're going to use that Viper's Pit to try and secure a round win, but a 7 and a guaranteed lead on the board going into the second half.
Great adjustment from Grand Canyon here in this round. Great
like it a
call
lot
to make this possible, to get them this B site. A much harder retake now. They're trying to play their way into this Viper's Pit. Still have a Sova drone available if they want to try to find this Viper. See if they find it. They do. They've shut the pit down. A chance for the retake.
Pit completely offline, and Riverside Gold dominates a 3-piece firing squad. Here comes Volt with a bit of a spike defect, but it's the full hold. Pros don't fake. Neither does Volt. He puts it down. Natter, last one standing, will fall, and unfortunately, the half was achieved. The follow-through is there, and Riverside Gold, 3rd round in a row.
Man, 2 shock bolts right on the money. Just couldn't kill the diffuser, had to swing for it instead. Was able to find him last second, but it did cost him his life. That drone coming through from Justin, just barely spotting the Viper, allows for them to get killed through smoke. Zemo picks that one up. President does not get protected, and that means that whole pit goes down. Much easier retake. Justin finds a second frag from the back of Snowman. Just like that, Riverside are back into the site, are back in the defuse, and things evened up. Now, yet again, Gambler going to be on the top of Generator. Hasn't got a peek in the last couple of rounds, so is able to keep playing this position because nobody's seen him yet. Extra help B main now as well for the Riverside defense.
It's that B long approach again. We wanted change from Riverside, and change they certainly have. They've completely changed the momentum and the pace of play they've been bringing to the table up to this point, but it's Grand Canyon's constant kind of forward aggression that makes it so hard to do this. Migraines has Taro down. It's a 4-4 spike plant. Uh-oh, there's the same Nano Swarm that's been there every single round, and it will burn out quick. Delays the spike plant, but I don't know, Kat. I just feel like it doesn't do... Nano Swarms could do more, I think. This makes a lot of sense. I think that is going to be Alex going down, so a very powerful Hunter's Fury. Justin finds 2, and Riverside Gold looking to win their 4th round in a row.
Dart does not get the scan. Yet again, trying to play on this wall. It's just broken so early by the Riverside defense. Gambling gonna pick up one at the top of Cargo. Second shot goes awry, but the over-under angle will be there. Migraines will be there for the help. Find the swing, we'll find the frag. Riverside have brought 4 rounds in a row. Have brought this game close enough. Even if they don't win another round, they've brought it close enough to be competitive on their attacking side.
8-4, 7-5. Like, this is one of very few maps in the game that people say can absolutely be offensive sided. It's very 50-50, but I mean, Riverside Gold, they have done a ton. They have done a lay ton. It is incredible how much this team has been able to get done so far. And with a 6-4 disadvantage, I think Riverside Gold, 4 ultimates in their pocket, they've got nothing but time to work with here, Kat. This is going to be really difficult to turn around on the side of Grand Canyon unless we get a miracle run.
A lay ton.
Absolutely.
Let's see what
lay ton has been done here.
See if Volt wants to buy here. Should have a rifle going back into this one. Won't be able to buy Natter, unfortunately, and he's just a little bit too far away from Bladestorm to be able to, like, realistically scale ult orbs to put it online. So he'll be the only player really down into this one. We put like a stinger in his hands or something and just tell him to dash in and die anyway. That might not be too big of a problem. So we'll see what that call ends up being. If they finally go A, they're going to be met by the Gambler op. That's the only issue. They've been trying really hard to scale BMA in the last 3 rounds, that they have no idea that Gambler's posted up here on the Generator. Unfortunately for them, the one round they look to go A is the one round Gambler is not there. So they can't actually scale this successfully. There you go. Lucky for them. I think
Call
this
that a
Viper's
gamble.
Pit will go down, though, on the top of 410.
I'd like to see it. I think that makes a lot of sense. We've been holding on to it for a
Yep.
while. The rounds, I mean, the half's essentially over. You might as well pop it early, make it difficult to engage on the A. It's planted in a spot where the beginning of Maze itself is compromised. So the team really has to choose their battles carefully. But they could walk right in to their opponents like Justin, who is waiting in the wings of that Viper's Pit. I don't know, Kat. I just don't think it's worth the commitment right now. I think you do go towards B. I think you do go through mid. You try to find an elimination earlier than you can. And then you try to rotate off that. Forcing into a Viper's Pit when you don't have to feels so weird to me. Okay, that's a video game happening right now. Viper goes down. Apparently it's all worth it. You've got Rez online. You've got one more round, though, so maybe you don't want to use it until that final round. Spike Plant comes to fruition, and I think they are running it back for that Rez. Welcome back, Bolt. Migraines finds Nader. This round is more important than the following because winning this guarantees you a lead. Losing this into the next gives us a tie at the half. Lockdown from Riverside, a very intelligent play, but Grand Canyon Silva might have lineups to prevent a defuse. You're certainly not going to get it for free. This could buy UCR time to Rez, though, if they choose to take it.
See hard on that wall.
They won't.
I mean, real hard. I bait the hell out of them.
One
enemy remaining.
Well, that was one of the
anticlimactic
rounds
finish, isn't it?
of all time.
An anticlimactic finish at the end of the day.
Incredible. I cannot believe that. I just can't believe the comeback. I think I'm just so flabbergasted by that. Like, it was so dominant. It was so strong that there is no way to revert whatever curse has fallen upon Grand Canyon right now. This is just the Riverside show. I mean, you don't win 6 just to drop 6. Like, truly, the stars have unaligned for Grand Canyon right now in this offensive half.
Hey, it's all fair, baby. If they can win 6, we get to win 6. I think that's...
That's how
it goes.
Twice?
Yeah, I mean, if you got to win 6 in a row, it's our turn,
only fair.
gentlemen's.
A gentleman's agreement to throw 6
Just
rounds.
win 6 rounds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Zemo gonna try to make waves early on, looking for an elimination. The smoke screen makes it a little difficult to kind of have the confidence to full send it down there. Slow and steady, trying to win the race on this one, and with an operator holding a tight angle. Oh, I love the Blade Storm swap. It allows you to make so much more space and get a lot riskier with the plays you want to bring up. Watching Conveyor Belt, though, an incredible risk. Somebody could be right beneath you. Going all the way to the back line like that makes it tough. Gambler makes it worthwhile, and Riverside Gold has the 5-3 advantage. Final round of the half. Watanabe puts him down quick. A lot of ultimates at the ready. Blade Storm from Grand Canyon included. The defuse, it's just happening again. They're just sticking it again, and they're just winning that round again. 6-6. Going into the second half, this story has been completely and utterly rewritten.
And time to start anew as well. Open another chapter, open another half of the game. Tied up at 12. See what this one has to say. Riverside, a lot of momentum in their camp. 6 rounds worth of it. Take into this pistol round. Could guarantee 8 rounds in a row, and from there it's going to be hard for Grand Canyon not to want to jump off into the river behind
We said
them.
the same thing about Riverside in that first half, and here we are, 6-6. So this is certainly the most fascinating matchup I think we've seen, just in terms of raw outcome. 6-6 on the board. It's fascinating that Riverside lost 6, took a breather, and all of a sudden it is just a 6-6 on the board. Riverside Gold looking to win this pistol round, like you said, Kat. They can take a 6-6 to an 8-6 and take a lead, making it very difficult for Grand Canyon to do much of anything afterward.
Early drone, does it clear? Generator. It got shut out, so no. That means Terrell can play in this position. The back of Gen, the back of Sight, has a chance to really go off here momentarily.
The drop of the shoe will slam down at any moment. And it's so interesting. The pistol round is the one where everybody's chosen to slow down the octave. I think it's because they're all aware. Okay, 6-6 on the board. If we make that mistake, we lose the lead. And that's where nobody wants to be. Riverside fought so hard for this lead. They don't want to then just go on to be the other team that loses it as soon as they have gained it. So I think it makes a lot of sense to go for this slow burn play style they want on the board. but it's the pistol round at the same time. Somebody wins, somebody loses. That is the simplicity of the pistol round.
30 seconds left.
All right, here comes the push over towards the B site. Dart has gone deep. See nothing. Plant's gone down, and Wall into this round as well. Wall impossible to break on the pistol round. Thing is just too dang strong, and pistols are too dang weak. Everybody going to be here towards cargo. It's a 5-on-5 retake. Good luck. Have fun.
And just like the cargo, Riverside wants to go fast on this approach. They've got the plant. They want to watch the spike diffuse nanoswarm on site. Here comes the counter wall. A very intelligent play. But Alex not able to line it up. Has it the wrong way. I think he tried to box himself in, but it's just not worth the reward on that. Tero and Watanabe picking it up. A great flank coming through. The smoke screen helping out a lot. The poison cloud finds side. There goes Migraines in Grand Canyon. Has it! Oh my goodness, 4 HP in a dream, but the gambler was willing to take that risk for the reward. They've won the pistol round, and Cat, that's the only round in the game where it doesn't matter if you all go down, because you aren't holding on to those pistols anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I have multiple thoughts on that wall.
That's real. That's valid.
I think maybe he did mean to throw a vert. The only thing is, though, if you're going to throw a vertical, I'm surprised that he threw himself upward with the wall.
Sure.
Which makes me feel like he didn't mean to. But if he did mean to, it's not that dumb, because it adds extra layers, right? Trying to break through, going from B main, so you have to push him. But like, it's also, if there's anybody yellow, like they just immediately shoulder peek you. So I'm 50-50 on that. But regardless, it worked out. They won the round. Good job, Grand Canyon. Let's go. Now a chance to play anti-eco. Get yourself a 2-round lead. Astero did not get cleared last round by the drone to Generator. Do they clear him physically? They do.
Physical clear comes through.
Doesn't matter.
Gonna be able to find Gambler. It is a bloodbath for Grand Canyon. Side put down something. I believe that's Side's first elimination this map so far, but it's not gonna be enough. Even the shock dart to boot. Justin can't even get the 400 additional credits they wanted out of that matchup, Cat. At least Grand Canyon has reestablished where they belong.
All right, now take the Stingers and put them against rifles. Do we have the same result? We'll find out. Icebox does have some close corners to work with.
Very true.
Means Riverside should play this round pretty slow in terms of not trying to run into those SMGs to get absolutely blasted. Put one rifle in the hands of one bad man like Tero, and you're looking at a round that you should have won a bonus and possibly 6 rounds straight yet again.
The 6-round threat is just a constant looming factor between these two teams. Grand Canyon already 1/3 of the way to running another 6-round miracle run. I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen, but I would be a little shocked if they could pull it off twice in the same game. Tero gets timing diff, just Migraine sneaks in, gets the exit frag, it almost puts one more down toward the mid. Volt takes some damage, some blockage. Oh, the wall bang. Poor Alex. Not even going to choose to heal. Just going to tank the shock dart and call it a day. Gambler around the corner. Comes around yellow. Zemo puts down Volt, and Riverside could find a full flawless here if they just put down 2 more. Watanabe missing. Only that Viper remains. And I think Riverside finds their 7th round. No 6-round win here for Grand Canyon once again. 1-round separation.
Well, that round goes about to expectations. Everyone stays alive as well, which is quite nice for Riverside. Guarantees a rebound in the next round, even if they do lose this one. Grand Canyon will come in with the operator onto Nader. Let's see where they want to put it. Riverside just went to the B site, but they've been on the A site prior. Looks like the call for the operator is going to be deep into B main. That might leave the opportunity open onto A, because they've only put the KO there. But no Watanabe is going to play deep into Rafter. Should have the ability to step away and play for the retakes. Up to having the discipline to do so. So 0 Point has already spotted a player.
0 Point gets info on somebody, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to really create or deny an approach of what we're seeing right now from the side of Riverside Gold. They're going slow burn. A 0 Point, I believe, just hit Sova and Sage in that matchup as well. The 0 Point coming out from Grand Canyon. Found Conveyor Belt, got info on at least 2. So Grand Canyon has to play very carefully. If they can get away with not being spotted by that owl drone, they can play a little bit of unpredictability. That can work well. But in that same breath, if they overextend, if they overplay their hand and get taken down in a 5-3 matchup, they'll find themselves really struggling for the rest of this engagement. I love the wall. It guarantees essentially a free plant unless somebody, Rage was in the matchup, but she's not here, so it's all the hypotheticals. The clock is ticking, Cat. Grand Canyon wants to put a round win on the board before Riverside ties them up once again.
Drone deep, spotted 3 players out towards Maze. They know they have the spacing. They put the op on the close angle. Nader's picked up 1.
Very well done from Grand Canyon. They found 1. Could that 1 be enough?
Stick
a lot of damage
it.
being dealt to Alex, but they're trying to stick through it. So many rounds today. We've seen somebody try to just stick, and that's the first where it doesn't actually work out. You got all the way to half. You got probably 99% of the way there. Taro gonna try to win the round in fruition. Get it done! Get it done! Runs out of bullets, and that will be an incredible play from Zemo to tie things up. 8-8 on the board. If you thought this was going to be close, folks, I hate to disappoint, but we are going the mile here in this matchup. That was once a 6-0.
That was close multiple times coming into that retake. Alex is fractions of a second off of that first defuse before Noinstorm could come in and finally finish the job. Taro on the flank is able to find the first 2, walks all the way around mid to be able to be there in the backside of Maze, and just can't find the final kill. Takes just too long. Diffuser falls, and from there is no time to get the frag and get back on the spike. That is so close in every facet of the word. That round, Volt to step up mid, and yet again is it close, but not quite for Grand Canyon.
This has not been the run Grand Canyon was looking for. Losing a player out the gate, your KO is critical condition as well. Sage might be able to find a heal as she's in Maze for the time being. Oh! Really strong shot from Justin there. Removes Nader from the equation, and a 5-4 turns into a possibly unwinnable 5-2. Say goodbye to Taro, that power player, that playmaker. Hit with a haymaker early, and now has to wait for the next round to try to get that revenge. Spike plan comes to fruition, and I think this is a round Grand Canyon just gotta comfortably admit they have to hand over.
To your point, doesn't scan there. So able to sneak away. Someone always as close as he is. Not like it really matters. Rest of the team will already be over towards B main. Grand Canyon can do any sort of work on the exit frag. Riverside look like they're going to play as a unit out of B main rather than walk through cargo. So there's a chance for these exits to find some sort of value. Hot flash forward for Watanabe. We'll grab 1. Gambler has the trade, and Alex just can't quite find these share of shots. Dash forward for Gambler.
You hit him!
Looking to be the bait, and that'll
What
finish
HP
off.
is that Jet? What HP is that Jet? Holy cow. That's got to be 6! 6 HP. You hit the body shot, but you can't find that equalizer, unfortunately. Just cannot put them down fast enough, Cat. It's not a round you want to be proud of, but it's a round you've taken a win on in Grand Canyon. Starting to slip out that momentum once again. They've got to change something to change the pace of play right now, or Riverside might hit him with that 6-round win.
Full rifles back into this one. Riverside looking to carry the momentum all the way home. Every ultimate in the tank if they want to throw them out to guarantee they win the round and break economy yet again. Ball's gone through to mid for Alex, denying a look under it as well. Your points found nothing early. And we're thinking about taking the step up to the top of Maze.
It's back to that round. Welcome back to respecting your opponent, everybody. Nobody wants to make that critical error that causes their team the round when it is breakneck like this, even just for seeding. It's about the bragging rights. It's about sending a message to the rest of the teams out there that, yeah, we won. Yeah, we deserve to be here. And right now, both these teams maybe questioning themselves on just that. It's dangerously close. It hasn't been a guaranteed win in any definition of the word. And with 5 ultimates in their pocket, I'd think Riverside would be a little more confident on this engagement. Here comes ultimate number 1, the lockdown for the A site. They get the Owl drone, they get the intel. There's at least 3 members standing in the fragment grenade lineup. Does miss, unfortunately, just barely. Gets caught on that high ground, buys the space they need, wall up, spike down, Riverside. Looking for point number 10.
Plants there. Nader's going to pick up a look on the Gambler, top of Generator. It's the advantage early, except for the res comes through. Can they kill the res too? They're definitely trying to out of Raptor. They have found themselves one with trades all across the board here. A bloodbath forward. Retake wall up now to get to Spike.
Looking to
retake wall, like you said, trying to find that opportunity for Spike. Puts the smoke down. Gonna go for the defuse, but they knew that Hunter's Fury was just around the corner. Alex takes out Zemo. Migraines finds that Sage in the center field, and Taro looks for it. Can't line it up. Grand Canyon feeling maybe a little too focused on the defuse. I'm not gonna lie. There was plenty of time to play out the rest of that round in fruition, but they just wanted that defuse like they wanted their next breath, Cat. Is that going to cost them this game? I mean, their economy's garbage.
Yeah, it looks back aside is super misleading there. The fact that everyone is playing off-site, but they're playing off-site for a reason, right? They have all that post-plant utility. They walk in, they think, they got the retake wall set up, line of sight's covered. Let's just start this defuse, and we could probably just hold it home. Fortunately, you're looking at the Hunter's Fury, looking at Nano Swarm still, so it's just too much pressure to be able to realistically sit on the defuse. They learn that quickly. Unfortunately, learn it the hard way, lose the round because of it.
Grand Canyon got the defuse blues, my man. They are not able to line it up yet. They do get get picks pretty early on. They lose their Sage, they lose Resurrection. Is that going to be enough to change the pace against them? Already not having these weapons online makes the matchup that much harder. Natter gone, 5v3. Riverside stoked to have another round win in their pocket.
Migrain's going to pick up one. Oh, and Zemo bails out the teammate. Terrell's got it all to do with a stinger, and Neto has picked up one. Certainly a refrag amongst the 4 players left alive. Riverside Gold, though. Stinger gonna see if it can find a couple more exits to go on. Migraine's crouch peeking into the scene. Caught a bit of damage, a bit extra damage to go with it. 54 HP for the Viper, walking into yet another fight with Migraines. Will this one go differently?
No!
It does. Stinger always good for one. Just in the trade now gonna come through, not for 2 frags. For Taro, 11-8.
It's incredible, you know, living the dream, or 40 HP in a dream, but unfortunately stuck in their worst nightmare of that matchup. Taro 21 elims on lobby, Migraines 22. Those two have been duking it out on that leaderboard the entirety of this series, but it looks like the rest of the squadron from Riverside Gold cleans up when they have to a little faster than Grand Canyon's been able to. We're looking at 18 versus 14, 15 versus 12, 14 versus 11. The only difference is Alex with 9 over Sides 3. It's Riverside Gold right now. They're playing stronger as a more consistent team, as a more consistent program, and it's not about hero plays to them in this moment. They're doing what they believe needs to happen to make this program work for the squad, and it's so far, I mean, it's working, Cat. There ain't much more to be said.
Touch screen early. Walk into the B side on its way. There's 3 people on B. So, well, I'm sing-songy. Riverside will not be if they want to take the site.
It's going to be uncomfortable to push into this B site.
Did you yawn mid-song?
No, I would never do that.
You opened your mouth so wide to sing that you yawned.
No,
it was
intentional.
I heard a little... It's gonna be uncomfortable.
It was in there. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
I heard it. It was sweet. It was tender. It was like,
I'm glad.
It's like waking up to the one you love. Yeah.
You love to hear it.
It's very nice. That pit doesn't get to the site. It was supposed to get to site for the plant, but it didn't really make it.
No, it's just kind of in B long now, and
yeah, it didn't really make it.
I like the smoke orb as like my bad. I'm gonna try to fix this real quick. And oh man, now it's a bit of a panic for Riverside. That plan crumbles.
Yeah, that
Natter
sucks.
is able to find one. They've got 3 more left standing, and after that questionable Viper's pit, they have to default back to the A side. It has been working well, so they're not afraid to be here, but doesn't mean they want to be. When they commit an ult like a Viper's pit, the 1-1 trade does fall short. Justin is missing, and it's up to Zemo. Try and find much of anything here, Cat. They're not able to. Defuse happens quick, and Zemo, on the bright side, you get to carry the weapon into the next round. Grand Canyon makes it an 11-9 score. They win 2 more here. They can tie us up and probably force an overtime.
Look, guys, we don't need to talk about it. We all know what happened. We saw it. Zemo's sorry.
True. Real.
It's unfortunate. Next rifle round on its way. Chance for economic control still for Riverside. If they are able to win this one, there will be a slim margin for the Grand Canyon rebuy. Will they get to make a decision on that one? It probably will buy because it's overtime, or because it's match play, but we'll see.
We will see indeed, my friend. Has the op on the corner. Are they waiting for it? Oh,
drone early.
Drone has to bail. and is able to do so. No peek on the corner. Yes, Gambler walks right into it. Puts it all on black, and this time the ball lands on red.
You should run.
Grand Canyon finds the opportunity to take a lead again. This is the same lockdown play we saw previously. It did not work for them. They ended up losing that round, but when they get an equalizer like that, they create space for the lockdown. They're feeling stronger in this opportunity. Even has to dash to make it out alive. Scary cat. Spike plant happens. Fragment grenade doesn't find it. All 5 members standing on point once again. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, you res your teammate and unfortunately die because of it. Sacrificial lamb isn't going to be worth it. Native's out. The Blade Storm going to find a third. Looking to guarantee this post plant does not work out for Riverside this time around. Migrant's going to pick up one. Can't kill this diffuser though through this wall. Volt will pick up Zemo. Trades across the board. Migrant's still alive until Alex shuts him down. And Grand Canyon lived with 2 players, but more importantly, the round.
Even pulling focus there is so worth it. You know, it wasn't about Nader getting the ace. It was about saying, hey, literally everybody stop what you're doing and look at me right now. And they all did. And that bought the time to get that defuse, to find the momentum boost that the team feels they need in this moment. And it's a good sign of life from what we're seeing from Grand Canyon. They're 1 round shy of tying things up. It was a 5-round victory for Riverside Gold, a 2-round victory for Grand Canyon here. Can they stomp this out? Can they win 3 and make it a 13-11 victory? In case y'all have forgotten, in this surprisingly long matchup, this is a best of 1. It's all the mistakes right now.
Okay, again, we're going to find Nader early. Secondary look for Riverside. They got the advantage as they just brawl through the spawn area. Grand Canyon looking to do something different, and something different looking like it might be losing the round. It doesn't snowball into losing the game. They're gonna all be here on the flank right now. So Riverside have been typically playing a post plant deep into the back of their own area, right? Like back in lobby, back over towards maze. Grand Canyon are gonna be occupying the space this time, so they might be good for the frags.
Speaking of being good for frags, no Watanabe, 76 HP, has the flank on belt. Bolt gets the read. Zemo hiding in the corner, so you know you might be able to send a fragment that way, but instead they send it to Maze. Pop flash the corner, and get the Elam flashy play from Watanabe. Zemo snakebite finds Bolt early. Watanabe puts 3 down before he leaves this mortal coil, and Riverside Gold, 2 players left standing. Grand Canyon, just Taro, knew where they were, but just can't win that double fire against them. Riverside Gold winning what is their penultimate round victory if they make this a 13-10.
Tough buy coming out here for Grand Canyon. Get what they can. Watanabe can't get a rifle in their hands either. Got 2 rifles, a bulldog, and 2 stingers. Personally, I would go 5 stingers. They're better than the rifles.
Period.
On everything, but we'll see how this one goes. It's Riverside looking to go back towards the ace site. Can they close it off here and guarantee better seating going into Boise?
Seeding is the name of the game right now. They did the hard part. They made it to Boise, but they gotta make sure their seeding looks good. If they end up at seed number 8 and they go up against the best of the best when they get there, it'd be a shame to come all that way to be the first to go home, Cat.
Unbelievably true. Especially to go all the way in this game, to go all the way to play a game over to Boise, to go all the way back home in last place.
Slow burn play. Riverside, I mean, it's all on the line, right? Their economy is looking good. They're 1 round shy of making it work, and that very likely could, but it's a numbers game, Cat. It always was, and it always has been. Speaking of numbers, that might get an ultimate online. Look at that, it sure will. Runner's Fury at the ready to prevent a defuse if they have to, and I love what we're seeing. The Sova immediately defaults to the back of the party because he wants to create that space. They can't prevent the plant. No, yes, they can. Side will fall early. Only 26 seconds remain. You need 4 to plant, and they're looking to take as quick as they can. No Hunter's Fury to stop it this time. Viper's Pit buys the space. Spike plant comes down. Grand Canyon finds a second Elim in the form of Gambler.
Can they pick up just these last 3, especially with that Hunter's Fury waiting in the wings?
Watching for the flank is going to be the Jet here, so I don't think the Killjoy is going to be able to find the value she wants to, unless she can find this frag right now, which she does. Timing's perfect. Nader falls, Justin finds one through the Viper's hit Migraines as well. Off to the Viper, who falls to Migraines. In addition, it's a 3K for the Killjoy on the flank. It's a 13-10 score line. Riverside Gold will move forward in the semifinals here in these seeding rounds.
Well done. Well done. I mean, I thought that round was a win. I thought we were going to 13-11 at least, but a win is a win. I mean, I am very much impressed by that performance so far. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know if we're doing interviews for the best of one, so I'm going to wait for a hear from production on that. But I do know that the rest of our matchups look like that. Kat, we're in for a fun day. I mean, we've got 2 more best of ones to watch, and if, like I said, they look anything like that, I'm going to be stoked. Hopefully, they're not all on Icebox, though.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an interview on the way, but got to get it prepped. So let us do that. We'll come back momentarily, get a word from the winners.
So it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the esport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, And one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another. And that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective, let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECCC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Midland. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
SUNY Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives SUNY Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankl is in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal.
There.
Pond is also available,
There.
so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's going to back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're going to open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. SUNY Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go and they could cap that first point, but They're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns.
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OC first, able to turn one from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself. Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this second place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1 and 2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number 1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And, as all good things must, week 6 highlight. Hello everybody, welcome back again to CECC West Valorant. Septilance and Catinator just wrapping up a series in which there was a player we're going to get the chance to interview, Migraine, spending this weekend giving lots of their opponents headaches and moving on once again in what was a surprisingly close kind of come from behind victory. So Migraine's, my first question is, 6 rounds in a row is a lot to lose. And then there was just 6 rounds in a row, which is a lot to win. So what was it? You guys just flipped the switch and all of a sudden it was your game to take. What was that moment? Was it that timeout you guys had? What was the discussion to put you so in charge for the rest of the map?
I think it was when the first 6 rounds we were playing Sage on A, and then in the timeout we just decided to switch the Sage to B, and then I would play mid and be fast rotate, so we were heavy A most of the time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Going to the boys' land, first of all, congratulations for that. That is super great stuff to be able to compete on the land. But we talk about UCR Gold, a team that had an interesting last quarter now to come through. And you talked a little bit on the agreement about how far this team has come. Can you speak to that and the development? What made that possible for your roster? In the beginning of this quarter, we actually had some roster moves and players from UCR Blue switched to UCR Gold. So we kind of balanced out the teams a bit. So I think they're really good now.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, looking forward to the future, you guys have made it. So are you aiming for that number 1 seed? Are you guys personally super concerned with seed? Or are you hey, we made it, that's what matters?
Yeah. I don't think we're too concerned with seed, but we're going to try our best.
Yeah, that's what we love to hear. Yeah, it's not super about it, but as long as you're giving 100%, that's all that matters. Yeah. Migraines, just one more question for you, man. We'll let you hit the road. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to just while you're here with us?
Just shout out to my team and just the whole UCR esports club.
Perfect. You love to hear it. Well, hey, huge congrats to you. Best of luck in the rest of them, and we'll see you soon.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Absolutely. And guess what, folks? Another series coming up super quickly. 2 teams one team that we have seen, one team we've heard a lot about. Yep. San Jose State University going up against Arizona State University. We've heard so much about them that I was surprised we hadn't seen them on stream yet. But they are apparently going to be a powerhouse. They 2-0 pools. They win to make it to these semifinals. And, it's going to be a tough one. San Jose has not had the easiest journey to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a roster that has not looked the form that we thought we would see them in, right? And I think that does come to the fact that they are playing with what is some roster swaps and new additions. So a little bit of some kinks to sort out, but they're getting it done. Slowly starting to put the shirt on the ironing board and getting it together for say. And we can take a second to look at these rosters before this additional best of one comes through. We could start with like SJSU. I mean, they're familiar faces, so not a bad call to look at.
Yeah, the familiar faces indeed, and a team we have seen a lot of this weekend. Like we said, kind of going 1-1 on the weekend so far, but they've made it this. They won in a 13-11 matchup. They're going into this one against an undefeated team to this point. Khan, Gahem, John Ham, Chris, and Jarger trying to line things up, trying to put a nice little bow on top of this entire weekend, Cat, because they want to get as high a seed as possible. Yes, the hard work is done, but like Migrants just mentioned a moment ago, you still want to try for the best seed you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want the best seed possible. So they're going to have to take down their opponent, which is going to be Arizona State University, a team, as you mentioned, Sepulence. 2-0 their pool, but a team we did not get to see play on stream. We're going to see them play on stream for the first time. The likes of Brisk, Cass, Eom, Jello, and Kawhi 2K. Brisk, they built their first PC. It took them 3 days.
Wow. That's crazy.
3 days.
I built my first PC by buying all the parts and having my best friend build it for me. So I mean, that shout out to them for even doing it themselves, because that's not a Sepulence move, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, last PC I built, I had someone come in just to plug the power supply in.
That'll do it. That'll do it for sure.
Yeah, for a person.
Well, hey, they're pretty smart if they've made it this far, completely undefeated at this point in time. And we can take a look at the bracket to see the journeys they've taken to get here. We know San Jose's a little bit cleaner. We're a little more familiar with San Jose's journey, but it's Arizona State who's kind of weaseled their way away from stream. Arizona State 13-6s Oregon. San Jose 13-4s UNLV Scarlet. Cal, we got to talk about that a little bit, man. It's
back.
UNLV Gray that almost took them out.
Yeah.
But they go up to the better team in the Scarlet form and dominate in that quarterfinal. So both these teams, a very easy run to get to the semis from this bracket, but there's only spot for one of them in those grands, Cat. Oh, wait, the Riverside matchup. That's crazy, too. Both Riversides going head-to-head off stream right now. Boise losing 13-8. So, I don't know, a lot of technical upsets, maybe.
That'll be an interesting one, especially off of the interview we just had, the fact that it's a team that literally pulled players from each other. So they should know the ins and outs of their own rosters perfectly. I'm sure they're internal scrim partners as well. So, that'll be a very interesting one. Remember, the push forward here is for seeding. So everybody that you see, all those 8 teams in that bracket, have indeed already solidified qualification, playing for that top seed role here instead. I haven't actually seen Arizona State play, I think, at all.
I have not. I fully have not seen Arizona State before, and I don't know what map we're going to. I don't know what comps they're going to play on the maps. We can all jump over and take a look at what the map coming up is. As long as it's not Icebox, I'll be happy. If it is Icebox, maybe not so much. We're going to find out in just a moment here, and this is going to be Ascent. He nails it. Catinator, big brain. Ascent coming in. Now, I'm excited because I do know what San Jose plays on Ascent.
Yeah.
We have seen this before. We saw Goombi play the Cypher in the KJ, and then the rest of it is meta, so I don't mind saying it out loud. They're going to run to his traditional meta. If you're making it this far into this matchup, this far into this weekend, you're probably not playing off meta that much, if at all. So the mirror matchup is painfully likely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see the deviations at all. I think the farthest we can go is maybe a Cypher. And I think the Cypher value on Ascent has just not been the same in terms of what you can get with the Killjoy, right? The double nano swarm. It's just so very useful. We do see a breach sneak out. I'm interested.
That meta comment.
And those are quick lock-ins too.
Yeah. They knew what they were doing when they got here. Astra, Breach, Fade, Raze, and Killjoy. 4 of those characters we have not seen today at all. We have not seen Astra, Breach, Fade, or Raze. So Arizona State bringing 4 new characters to the front line here, and San Jose holding on a little bit more. They don't want to run that risk yet. They don't want to insta-lock in. They want to discuss what to bring to the table. I've got a hunch it's going to be something along the lines of KJ Jet, Omen, Sova, KO, but maybe they're going to try something wacky here.
Interested. We got for a long time a Fade KO on Ascent before that finally broke up. The flash patch, a big reason for that The Fade coming back to fruition. That'll be piloted by Kaz, and we'll get quite 2K on the breach. I like the breach pickup a lot. I think the extra flashes are quite nice. They're a little more versatile than the KO flashes are, going through so many walls. So you can be in mid and throw them still to guard in areas like that. Fallen has a lot of value early out towards A main, as well as for the retake. And 2 great retake ultimates in both the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder going to be in their possession. Retake as well as offensive takes as well. So that'll be interesting to see. I think the Astra has value to stall, and I think they have a lot of retake value in these 2 initiators. We'll see how they utilize them. Big fan of teams doing things out the sandbox. I think Valorant gives you a lot of options, and a lot of metas can be valuable if you do theory craft them properly. So it is always interesting to see teams willing to break the norm. Interested to see if that pays off. A lot of the time, like that Harbor on split we thought they won, just didn't pay off. So I would like to see it pay off. So you got a much more meta comp over for San Jose State. I'm always a proponent of the less meta comp winning games.
I think that's a lot of fun, Kat. I'm right there with you. I think it really can change the game a little bit and show us that, unlike some other games where it's like, okay, you have to play these characters to win, if you're talented enough on any character in a game like Valorant, you can truly make them work. I mean, one of the best players in the world is a Yoru specialist. We never see Yoru for anyone that isn't him, basically. But if you put in the work, if you put in the hours, and you put in the team coordination, you can truly make a composition work if you try your hardest to it. Paranoia does find Jello early, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough to really stop this. The door is still shut. Hell is still cleared, and the spike will still be planted here in this pistol round. They're trying to answer early, but Arizona State gets it done. They find their way out the gate, and they're waiting for someone to peek through tree.
Plus one prepped and activated.
Oh, no,
Neither player blind. Interesting.
Also jumps into a nano swarm, which is not what you want to see. We see 3 players go down on the side of San Jose. So while Arizona State has lost 1, it's not the end of the world. Era finds Kaz and San Jose have the numbers, maybe a little more, but when Brisk walks up behind you, your elimination certainly will be. Arizona State takes the pistol round. 3 members left standing and a 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, I don't really know how I didn't blind either of those players. Flashed through the door switch. Jumped through the nano swarm for timing, and unfortunately just doesn't quite work out for him. Doesn't matter though. Arizona State still going to grab themselves the pistol round. That's that quick take on the A site. Time looking like they're going to try to do the same thing, but over on to B instead. Choice is theirs, really. It's the anti-eco, so make sure you keep these guns alive. It'll be 2 Bulldogs going into their bonus if they can keep them up.
The bonus can be big if they, like you said, they can keep them up to the round. If San Jose loses this, but they took 4 people down in the process, that's great. It's a round you can definitely shake your head at and be confident with going into the third when you're going to be able to buy full rifles. Arizona State, though, completely one round after the next, just flips the script entirely. They go completely slow. They're not looking for the rundown. They leave the spike behind that B site, and they want to find that first blood. They know they have the weapons advantage, but they don't want to let that kind of get to them. They don't want to overextend with it because they know the second they do, they put their weapon in the hands of the enemy, and it makes it that much easier for their team to lose.
A lot of early damage across the map here. Hard to Astra lurk now that your Astra's sitting on 8 HP. Harder for Jogger to watch mid as well, sitting on 20. Jello gonna look to scale here. Broken the turret. Jogger has mentioned 20 HP. That paint shell could very much kill, and it does. Jello has that one. Mid-market door closed. Now the team looking to play their way into sight. Goombi caught completely off guard. He'll fall. Get him back to the site. Picked up one before he falls to the Yoimi, and they've got themselves entrance to the site. Plant's going to go down here on B.
I cannot believe that the Rays just got to sneak in there. I love seeing Rays gameplay, and we're seeing a great execution of it so far. Spike planted, 2 people left standing. Dark cover does nothing but stall you out, as you're the one that has to jump out of that bubble to go for the defuse. Brisk, even on 8 HP, Cat is willing to try the flank if they can make it work. Not sure how they missed the breach, to be honest, but they're giving themselves away. That was a KO, excuse me, not the breach. And Era will be able to find Jello. Brisk takes down Era. John Hamm, the last member standing, a real power player for San Jose, but 35 HP with a classic. I don't care how good you are, this is going to be a tough one to win. Maybe a little less so. Waiting for the exit frags. There's time to strike and can't find either of them. They made it expensive, Cat. 3 players have gone down, only 2 rifles being carried into the bonus.
All right, Hira and Jogger are going to get those 2 rifles going out and get the rest of the buys coming through here for San Jose. The Bulldog, it'll be Stingers and some shares, so very much a light buy. tough bonus here for Arizona State. One that you definitely are expecting to win with the numbers that they've been able to pull out. See, they bring to the table. So they're going to look to go quick to mid, possibly just that mid-market, quick contact, quick split. Trying to find what they can here in a round where they're looking at pretty deep angles right now. Use the Nebula to smoke off all of what is that cat angle. Alarm bot going to be in Jello's eyesight in just a moment. Goombi will see if he wants to swing that.
Goombi, an absolute deadlifter for San Jose every time we've seen them, but oh, they still put one down. I mean, it's breathtaking that in that panic, Goombi can still hold strong, find the elim, and help the team out before entering that astral realm. 4v3, 2-0 on the board in Arizona State, a critical weapons disadvantage. They might have to hand this one over, Cat. San Jose sticking to the script, trying to make us that mathematical 2-0 again.
All right, the walk up mid, going to come a little later. They'll re-hit yet again. Stinger's close. Brisk doesn't want it. Go for these one taps instead with the Sheriff. Waiting for the flashpoint here out of CT. Shrouded step to come forward. Mech forced off the angle by the fault line. Now back into it, spamming through. Has found value, caught the breach.
Hem takes breach down early in Kawhi 2K. That's a lot of retake ability, right? Just to use that breach to get into sight. Come on, dude. The spray and the pray works wonders for the team. And San Jose making it work. You know, Sova and Odin, peanut butter and jelly. We're going to see it so often on this map. And they're clearly making that early buy worthwhile. Most elims in lobby, at least tied for it. And giving San Jose the numbers they needed to win that round.
Offensive Odin out for cause. Interested to see where that one takes us here momentarily. Of the Haunt going deep to the back of sight. See what that's going to stick on. Should get the information that the Silva is going to be lane and possibly a chance for cause to spam through.
Cause going to go for a bit of intel of their own, like you said, and the Volta does get the intel they need. The spray and the pray working for nobody, but it's Era going for a quick rotation around A long, or A heaven, excuse me. Not sure if they want to commit. Actually hovering around that A heaven as they don't want to take an engagement they're not ready for. Kawhi gets a great flash. They jump the corner, and it is going to be an absolute firing squad on the other side. The Hem gets some intel, but loses it far too quickly to make it valuable. That's another recon bolt offline. God, this feels like it's going to be a slow game, my man. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it is looking like such. Finally get two teams willing to bait the util and feel it out before stepping in anything.
Far, right?
Yeah.
No team wants to be the first to make the critical mistake. I've been a broken record about that all day, and they know if you peak and go down, you put your team at such a deficit. This is the first round where everybody has a rifle online, and the nade up top just can't do it. Fragment grenade follows through. Paranoia to boot. Jello taken down by Jarger. 5v4 in favor of San Jose. The dark cover makes it that much harder to engage. Oh my goodness, the KO from San Jose. 1 HP on the board, I swears it. And that might be enough to kind of scare him off this defense. There we go. Era down, A site open. Jarger up top. John Hamm finds Brisk. Kawhi finds it again. 3-3 on the board. 12 seconds left. You need 4 to plant, but Iom is going to be able to find a 2-piece. Arizona State has the site open. They've got to go for the plant here, Cat. And they're able to find it. Kawhi puts him down. Arizona up 3-1.
2-round lead for the gang, and look at the plant down as well for a little bit of extra squish going into this round. Money for San Jose if they want a full buy into this one. It can't be a full buy, unfortunately. Well, not for everybody involved, so we'll see what they end up doing. Goombi's made the call. I'm putting a rifle in my hands. I don't care. Figure it out, bozos. See what the top three are. Okay. The top three said, listen, bro, you got 1 kill. We got a couple more. We'll make the call here on this one. The call will be, they will indeed light buy into this round. So Arizona State looking to take this one as flawlessly as possible. And they'll play pretty far back. Yep.
Yeah, playing back makes a lot of sense. You want to bait out these engagements. San Jose is a team to not hold their tongue often. They are going to try to make early space. They are going to try to get in your face and cancel out whatever plan you were trying to bring to the table before the combat began. Jarger, 22 HP, biffed a majority of that Blade Storm. We've not really seen successful Blade Storms this weekend. It feels like a lot of close, but not quite so far. Can't say I blame him for trying. Kahem, 4 HP, has a Stinger. Stinger always good for 1K, like you like to say. Is that going to tell true here?
Oh, shots for Jello. Going to be good. Goombi's not the same tail. Just found one, and so far so good on the anti-eco. Everything's found value. Plant's gonna go down. Jet looking to get close. Cloudburst gonna get the positioning. Kawhi has the frag, and that just leaves one. That just leaves nothing. 4-1. Flawless anti-eco for Arizona State. Just how they drew it up. Rough around back on the table here into this one. San Jose switch up the defensive at all.
The defensive, I think, has to change. That's 2 very dominant rounds in a row. That one, I mean, we saw it being a complete flawless out the gate. So it's not exactly where you want to be, but it's where you are, unfortunately. And you're going to have to change the narrative as much as you can. San Jose wants to change things up. Maybe move the Sova to A site. It's weird. It's unconventional. It's unexpected. It could gain you a lot of information for free. But instead, he's the one locking down B by himself. They're going for a double commit down mid, or down market into mid, rather. Maybe they're just looking for a quick first blood.
Okay,
Well,
bloodbath in mid, yeah.
There we go. It's bouncy time. Rushing it down toward the A site.
Nothing.
Nobody caught by it. Kahem finds that KJ in tree, and all of a sudden, we're looking at a 2-2. You've already commit one ultimate. They're going to find one of their own. Wow! Jello completely calm under pressure. Okay, and then biffs the entire showstopper. But like we talked about yesterday, not a very good ultimate right now, so you can't blame him for trying. 2v1. Kahem, a player we've spent a lot of time with, and Sova's in particular today. The clutch factor has been unparalleled. Are we going to get that level of play again? Recon Bolt goes out, gets absolutely nothing. Might commit the Owl Drone to see if they can strike. Going to clear hell, just can't do it. Peeks the corner too slow. Kawhi has the hold advantage and wins the round 5-1 for Arizona State.
Go round on its way yet again as Arizona State take another. They're going to break that eco. And San Jose back to that drawing board. They've moved the KJ utility now fully into mid and consistently getting 2 or 3 players from that department from Arizona State. So that'll be their adjustment here into this round. Won't really see the benefits until the next because it's just Stingers in everybody's hands.
Stinger's online. Stinger always good for one, except for that one time, but we'll forget that that happened. The aftershock completely lined up, the fault line ready to peek as well. And I like the method they're going with, where they fault line and then swing the corner, because that clears Cubby, and you only have to look one way, and it helps just get a little bit more space for your team a little faster than maybe you were anticipating. Jumping into this matchup, Kahem walks backwards into Jello, hits him clean execution style, and the pressure stacks against San Jose once again. They lose their player. Now a second one, Jello taking charge, used showstopper last round, and is already 25% to another one. A very strong showing from this race, the only race we've seen today.
Goofy shrouded step CT stare. Allowed the Rays to catch a second. 2 solid entry frags, and just like that, they've got themselves a post-plant scenario. See the Stingers can bring themselves back in. 2 players B main. The first has found a pick. Second has as well. That just leaves 1 CT. Spam through the Nebula right now. No one's quite caught. Gumby, who's sitting on just 11 HP. Can you make anything happen here? A Vandal given away to him. Tempting him. Gumby can't get to it though because he's dead. Kawhi will take the frag with a Stinger in tow. 6-1 for Arizona State. Back to the gun round.
Back to the gun round. 6-1 on the board. Worst case scenario is a draw. Going into that half and up, there's poor Ham walking into it. Jello catches the shadow step, and John Hamm, genuinely, the game will not let you react fast enough to change that story. So that was a free limb once they turned to that corner. 6-1 on the board. This is a full rifle round, except for the light armor on Goombi, who has not had the greatest game so far. 1-7. At least you've got a lockdown to work with, and that might be able to help make a lot of space for your team.
Another slow around. Trying to work around this Omen one way right now. Deep Gelato. Jello's finally pushed the issues, gotten through. Fault line will tag one, but they're already out the angle, so it doesn't really matter too much. 0 point has nothing in mid. Players just look far away.
Nothing in mid can be disastrous in a moment like this. Kaz has a good crossfire if somebody peeks, but Jarger waiting for the same opportunity. Has a hunch somebody might be on the far side of that wall. I don't know if that's wall bangable. I'm going to guess it probably is. So there could be some crazy miracle pre-fire. You accidentally kill someone, but then your PC is absolutely getting checked, and that's a whole thing. So 6-1, Arizona State.
You are divided.
Oh!
Face your fear.
Okay,
clears
here goes
Hell, clears
every
Scaffold.
ultimate under the sun. Scaffolding and Hell both going to get cleared out. John Hamm run down by Jello in a fight that I think John should have won, but Jello's confidence there works out well. Lockdown goes to clear the area. I believe that's no detainments. No, I'm sorry. Somebody is caught in the final radius of that, and it might have been Goombi who goes down to cause. Iom finds one. Nope, scratch that. 2. Holding that corner for that long makes it worth it. Hamm is out of here. 1 player falls. 7-1 on the board, and Arizona State looking good on this offensive ascent.
Yeah, looking very good. Built to come out, want to guarantee the round, guarantee you break economy yet again. Make sure you keep that momentum in your control, and they've done just that. Colling Divide to block off all Scaffold, to block off Hell. And we won't get into the Peeker's advantage discussion of why Jello wins that fight.
Right.
That is how she goes. Let's just say that.
That's simply how it be sometimes, you know. It really do be like that. Arizona State loving how things be right now, even more so as Era falls, traded out for the KJ. Headshot Marshall kill from John Hamm. I feel like we haven't seen many of those today. Jello picks up Kahem. We hear the paint shells fragging out, and Jarger tanks a lot of damage off of it. Gets the boom buddy, but gives themselves away in the process. Oh my goodness, Fault Line into Haunt, into Smoke, into Blast, into Flash again, and poor Jarger doesn't even get to play the game. That's a desk slam if I've ever seen one. It's up to 7 HP Goomy. John Hamm, who unfortunately hasn't been able to hold steady for a majority of this game left. Win this one out for Arizona State. Goomy finds Jello. Somehow the Aftershock doesn't hit. The 7 HP stands strong.
Yeah, that was clean. Not only did he hit that shot, but he also managed to counter-strafe back out of the Aftershock blast before it came through. They're a win to make that one possible, so it does give the team at least a chance of this one. Put them just a little bit closer. A couple clean Marshall shots on this one. Still player B main as well, tucked in. It's Kaz ratting. Out for one, and we'll find it. I will have the other as well off that flashpoint to peak CT. 8-1 is your score line. Arizona State having a field day. We are back now to the gun round.
We are back to the gun round indeed. 2 players, nearly 5 max credits from Arizona State. They bonused a lot of rounds back to back there. This is the second game. We're seeing a 6-round contingency, a 6-round pattern of victories coming out from one side. God, it is very strong for Arizona State, but San Jose, they're glass cannoning, and we know how I feel about this.
We know how you feel about it. We know how you feel about it, but if he finds 1v lobby, it's going to change your mind.
You're right.
It's
I mean, he's holding
revert
Rich,
you.
though. It's a tight angle. Might be able to pick up this KJ with the impronounceable name.
Your
Takes the
mind
shot,
is the
takes
same.
30 damage, and it's going to be Arizona State with a little bit of a damage lead here. They've baited out a lot of cooldowns, and they haven't even really had to commit to a full engage yet.
Yeah, it's not a mind-changing moment. This Arizona State gonna opt ahead for this cat split. The Killjoy. That's it. The cat utilities negated. We're in, baby. Let's go. Like the Kool-Aid man. They're on their way towards the site. Flash, we're gonna come forward. Door player dead. Everybody's in. Showstopper just in case we need it. We don't even need it, but we just gonna roll it. Hit him in the face with it. Grab one. Second looks to come with it. John Hamm, see you later. Turn him into a sandwich and munch down on him. Kahem, the only player left standing for San Jose, and he ain't standing no longer. Jello will have him as well. Make it 9-1.
Jello, a player after my own heart. Let me tell you what, not only playing Rays, but doing it well. I mean, I'm loving it. 16-4, an incredible showstopper. The utility usage has been flawless. Look at this. Blast packs up, like strafes in the air to dodge that bullet. You don't move a lot, but you can move enough to get away from a few bullets, and it keeps Jello alive. 36 HP, I'm pretty sure, is exactly 1 bullet from death. Down to 1 HP. Okay, maybe it's 35 per bullet, as Jello does fall to 1 HP. Gets Kahem on that 3-piece, and just leads the cavalry of Arizona State to victory, Cat. 9-1. There could be an 11-1 in the wings. It could be a 10-2 half. Whatever it is, Arizona State is stoked.
0 point gonna scan players early here. Yet again, the gang that just got rolled and toasted close contact is back for more. They have not learned their lesson. Fault line early. Flash does help for the wine player. Out for one, but that's all she wrote. They're both dead. Sights open again.
Yeah, I do want to point out that on the attacking side of what we've seen on stream, SJSU has a 10% win rate on Ascent, and they're on defense right now, and it's 9-1. So this could be just a stomp. It really could just be an absolute damage run from Arizona State, or maybe San Jose can run some different strategies, because to be fair, we've only seen them against UNLV, who was beating them in a lot of ways, but right now Arizona State, currently, Cat, this is looking like possibly a #1 seed to me.
Yeah, this is the strongest performance we've seen all weekend, most definitely. Strong in every capacity. The initial executes were strong. The rerouting and the IGL calls have been good as well. And the mechanics have been absolutely on point. I like to say everybody in the moments where they need to be. I mean, it's completely a scoreboard gap right now.
Yes.
Like, if you were to look at the end of game leaderboard and the game were to end right now, every single member of Arizona State would be for San Jose State.
It's definitely going to be a one-sided leaderboard if this pattern continues. The offense from Arizona State has been calm, cool, and collected. It's been painfully methodical. And I think that's part of the reason they've been able to get away with so much that they have, is because they don't just run it down and pray for the best. They have these strategies. They're a proactive team with plans, and they're going to make those plans come to fruition whether their opponent likes it or not. San Jose's Hem is boxed out early. Jorger and Era find some flank eliminations up through the mid. Ties things up, almost a 4-3. Arizona State dug themselves out of a deficit a few times today. Is this just going to be one more? Looks even more likely as Jello already removed Era from the fray.
Great flash to get Jello in. Doesn't matter. Jorger has a frag anyway. Quite with the trade back. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, trying to win this round. I'll tag one player.
Time.
Doesn't touch the Omen. Will fake his TP. Both players scaffold. Does he know?
Possibly the scariest words you've ever heard. Doesn't touch the Omen. Completely uncontested down there on point. Dark cover comes out. They go for the defuse, and John Hamm gonna hug that tree door. Wants to find the flick before the opponent does, and he nails it. A perfect execution from San Jose State. They have to commit a lot to it, Cat, and it's the last round and a half, so it hardly matters. John trying to make sure he doesn't get taken out by his own teammate in the closer of that round. A dangerous risk, always, to run it out, but a 10-2 half for a team that has a 10% win rate on offense is probably the worst place for them to be.
Praying for a pistol round. For the San Jose State fans right now. They're looking to take this one straight to B. B is so hard to play on the pistol round. Especially if the Killjoy sets up there. And
she has.
Can we take a moment to look at the Killjoy? Oh, she's here.
What do you know?
She's
there
B.
she is, setting up the microwave, trying to make sure anybody that's hungry gets a little bit of food here, approaching the B site. And it looks like it's actually, maybe they're thinking the same thing, Kat, because the B quickly diverts towards that
Doesn't look like a
open
mid-split.
midfield. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the options being made by by San Jose, excuse me, on the offense, but everybody's got a plan. It's all about the pieces falling into place to make them work.
We'll see if they can get CT stare. They'll avoid the KJ setup, so the split's been quite nice for that at the very least. 0 Point did not catch the kill just that. Yuto's still alive. Over towards lane. She's still alive back of sight. No one's cleared her just yet. She has a real chance to play spoiler in this round. Here's the first opportunity. John Hamm right click, going to find values thus far. Jumping in for the rest of it. Shorty's found nothing. Gears found 2 off camera.
Oh, wow. Era found 2 off camera in the blink of an eye. Was tucking it into market. It's exactly what you want to see. We said they need a pistol round. We said they need a miracle. They said, ayo, heard. Let's make it happen. San Jose State puts the pistol round on the board. Guarantees themselves possibly the next one, but there's a big hill to climb here, Kat.
Sneak 2 rifles out into this one. The Hera 2K helpful in order to get that extra economy to make the rifle light armor possible for this team. Win this one cleanly. Start to try to work things back to the direction they really want to convert a bonus after this round. It's the full A stack. Arizona State is just Kawhi in log with a shorty in hand. Can they find a frag?
He wasn't even aiming for
The wrong
Goombi,
player.
and that's the worst part. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong player, but an elimination at least. You made the shorty purchase worthwhile, my friend, and moving forward, I'm sure you're going to look to do that once again. The spike plant should be coming down. Kahem takes out Brisk, and that's a lot of post plant, Cat. That's a lot of retake off the table for ASU.
Yeah, it's a hard retake. 100%. Stack to the A site, just hoping they can make something work on the eco, and unfortunately, that's not the site that got hit, so hard time coming to find anything else. Kaza found a second shorty pick of the round and a ghost frag. Rifle, not necessarily a Spectre picked up at the very least. 7 HP, walks backwards. Timing somehow worked out. Didn't get spotted just yet, Lane.
Miracle. Just absolute luck there that they are still alive in that circumstance, but we'll absolutely take luck to make a matchup like this work. Getting out with a Spectre could be a big deal. Oh, no way! Making it so expensive, Cat! That is not what they wanted to happen, but San Jose losing pretty much all the money they had in their pockets or all the weapons they brought into the combat. Let's see how their economy fares.
Yeah, they bought 2 rifles to be able to make this bonus look incredibly strong. Only were able to get one of them out of the round. Fortunately, they do buy 3 more, so still going to be a pretty solid rifle round with all things considered. One that they'll walk out the victors of if they do happen to lose eco-wise, because they do have money back to look for a rebuy after this round. So we'll see how this one goes. They, once again, going to look for that mid control early, and there's literally nobody there to play against them for it.
Nobody there to play against them. It's not what you want to see when you go for the full commitment buy there. San Jose going for their, I think, 3rd kind of primary mid approach. And I like it because when you don't have a lot of information about what's coming from either site, you're not super sure on what to do, right? You don't want to overextend. You don't want to lose Spike. You don't want to lose a firefight because it's a 5v1. This way, it's like you get the best of both worlds. You get a little bit of intel on what's coming, and now you know that the breach is off to your right if they were able to catch which way that fault line came from. Off screen, Jello does dismiss Goombi from the fray, and that makes ASU feel maybe a little more comfortable holding this A site. One of them was there. Means the rest might not be far behind. John Hamm proves that point, finds the headshot onto Jello, and equalizes on matchup 4-4.
Brisk going to play spoiler over towards A main. Is taking the first. That's the only look they'll be. Everyone else is Cat. Walked Garden and has now gone to A site. Cat looking to go down. Generator. See if the 2 can hold on. Not looking likely. Got to pick up a 2K. Stepping off. True to his name. Looking for one more to go with it. Going to have to change the riot ID after this round. Grab it all off of Scaffold. 11-4 for Arizona State.
Arizona staying in the lead here, feeling very strong. 4 of them with 10 or more eliminations. The one that doesn't has 9. Jarger, the only one with 10 elims. Kahem has 9 as well. So like you mentioned earlier, the leaderboard definitely tipping one way over the other right now. And it feels like things have changed a little bit for San Jose. They've shown signs of life in a couple of pretty critical ways, but it's not about showing signs of life, Cat. It's about staying afloat when you can and taking a win where you can find one. Not even a real Franken buy, just a low buy, maybe with a Bulldog, but they revert back to the Stinger. San Jose, I think it's the type of round you just run it down and pray. Honest. I mean, you just try to make as much space as you can with these weapons. The statistics of winning are low, so you're looking to make their pockets hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Just wanted to get in quick here, and they start to work that now. Work their way up mid to Cat, looking for that A split. Is that push into Wine? Unfortunately, the flash player is in Wine. Gonna try to flash from Wine for the close contact player. It was just like an awkward setup. We'll see how it works. Paranoia early has caught the Astra, who's darted and absolutely dead. Kawhi can't even... He gets the flash out. Any capitalization? No, John I'm going to have it from the back end. So there's 2 rifles converted for the Eco team. This is very winnable.
Winnable, without a doubt. I mean, they could win this without breaking a sweat. I'm 100% sure of it. You've got the spike plant down. There goes Jello. Kaz finds 1, but just cause you found 1 elimination doesn't mean the other 4 are going to be falling anytime soon. I'd love to see a save on the rifle here. It's not about being the hero. It's about living to tell the tale, and unfortunately, that KJ can't even do that. Goombi with the Sheriff puts him down, gets the rifle for free. And for the first time, Arizona in an economic disadvantage.
San Jose going to pick up the spoils of war in that one. 4 rifles out the round, 1 more bought up into this one. Very cushy economy right now. Arizona State broken yet again. This is great for San Jose, a team that is trying to claw their way back from what was a 10-2 half. How many times have we said that this weekend? This is the 3rd time.
Yeah, I was gonna say too
We're
many.
seeing a
actually.
team try to walk this back. Find a nickel for every time. I'd had 2 nickels, which isn't many, but it's weird that it happened twice.
It happened twice.
Yeah, and making it happen for sure. Goombi will be on the close angle. They're looking to throw a fault line deep into this one, but the contact is not going to be what they wanted it to be here. So they'll call it off. Looking for something quick on the eco to ignite a chance to throw a thrifty, but Arizona State unfortunately not going to get what they're looking for there on B lobby.
Arizona State not going to get much of anything quite yet. Oh, maybe even going to get something now that I jinxed them. Preps the dash. I don't think Jarger even knows where that bullet came from. I think it was a really good blockout by Brisk, who's playing underneath stairs. Most dangerous place to be, probably. With the peek up, here comes the nade, and Brisk puts down John Hamm in the blink of an eye. A very strong position for this team to be in at the moment. Tears it out, puts Jello down quickly, and with a weapons disadvantage, ASU's turn to make their pockets hurt. Gam finally waking up, giving us a really strong performance, but Kawhi 2K living up to the name all over again, and that was the spike cap.
Oh, it's over now. Rolling Thunder coming forward. We looking for the thrifty round win, baby. Kawhi getting in for the slam dunks, taking one and the second to go with it. Give him everything. A 4K for the breach. A thrifty round converted, and Arizona State are looking to wrap this game up.
It's beautiful the way that was done. I mean, they had everything fall directly into place. The Rolling Thunder with the Nightfall behind it. Kawhi drops a 4K. Kawhi 2K. I mean, looking phenomenal so far in Arizona State. 1 round shy. That very likely could have been our penultimate round of this series. They just got to do it one more time, Cat. And this time, they don't have a Rolling Thunder or a Nightfall to make it work for them.
Dagger broke early, and the dart. Yo, Kawhi different in aim labs right now. Out on A main has shut all that down. So none of that util gonna get its value. Jello's out with the Roomba. This team is feeling the fire after that thrifty round, feeling confident for that early A main advantage, and well, they've snagged it. Let's look towards B, a look into all the KJ util.
I think they've learned something that UNLV learned earlier. San Jose does not do well under stress, under pressure. If you push into them, they're more likely to crack than they are to fight back. And we've seen that happen a couple of times here against different teams. It feels like maybe this team in particular is Achilles' heel moving forward into the rest of this matchup or the rest of this weekend, the rest of the event when they make it to Boise, is they've got to learn how to work a little bit better under pressure when somebody's staring them in the face. Right now, it feels strong. Can Jarder give us a great example of this team can work well under pressure? Is it instead going to be a 13-5 victory? Avoids the fault line off to the left, has to play a shaky moment, looks for the spike plant, wants to force a bit of a timing diff, and now should be able to do so. Smokes themselves out, but it's the triple fire that puts them down. Arizona State, a 13-5 victory over SJSU, and I believe that puts them, we're going to see them again in our upcoming match.
Yep, right retake for the team. Flashpoint comes through. All 3 players peek at the exact same time. You can only pick so many targets. It's a little bit too many to try to pick from there. So Arizona State going to take it on home. And yeah, they will be in our grand finals decider for what is going to be seeding first or second seed going into Boise State's land. Wait to see how that opponent is, because they're still playing Septi. That game finished way quicker than I think we thought it would.
A 13-5 is certainly a quick one. I'm punching into my notes so we have them for later.
Of course.
I'm fascinated, honestly, how Arizona State has accidentally avoided the mainstream.
Yeah.
And then they bring out a comp we haven't seen. They dominate with it, and they secure their spot in the Grands for that #1 seed placement. On the bright side, Cat, they've at least made top 2. They've at least hit the podium here for this second place, because they lose. They're coming in second. They'll go against the 7th seed, whoever that may end up being, and they're going to feel pretty good about making it at least through the first round of Boise, and that's the goal of all these teams here. You've made it to Boise. You've secured that spot, but now you got to make it through that first round or things are going to look rough.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good time to show your hand a little bit too, right? You get the bragging rights of, yo, I don't mean to say nothing, but we're the first seed coming into the land, so it makes you feel a little bit more confident, right? That last seed, you're going to look down on where they are positionally, so, you know, getting yourself up there and also doing it in dominant fashion like that from Arizona State definitely sends a message. Means this team, you know, there's a chance you match up with them on land. You got to take a look at their eyes and say, remember when we 13-5'd you on Ascent, bro? Where were you at? Where was your game at?
You know
Remember when I dropped
like
20 on you? 318 ACS? Yeah, that's right. That's me. I'm Jello. What's good? Come give it to me. You know what I mean? So that definitely is something that makes a difference here for these teams. And I think it's something you have to consider. Like seedings, whatever, right? Like if you're confident, I mean, I ain't coming A seed. I'll take the whole thing. It don't matter. Let me play the first seed early. I'll take them out early. That's better for me.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So there is a message to be sent in these seedings, and I think we just got one.
Without a doubt. I think the message has absolutely been sent, and maybe we get the chance to talk to somebody a little bit more about their goals moving to Boise in just a couple of minutes. We're going to throw it to a super short break, pull our interviewee in here, and hear from somebody from Arizona State on how they feel of their chances this weekend. We'll see you right back here in just a bit. So much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week. can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at. 30 is okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilance, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League. We're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC West. It's been an incredible weekend so far, and this weekend is not over yet. We've got one more Valorant Best of 1, and then a whole bunch of Overwatch. But, Kat, it is also important to note that things like CECC West could not happen without a couple of great people.
Yeah, absolutely true. And the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of the CECC West qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. You can reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
And absolutely, a big thank you to the Idaho Army National Guard for everything that's been made possible this weekend. But like I said, this weekend, not over yet. We just saw a series come to a close, and it was a very dominant one at that, Cat. All of a sudden, things coming up. So we've got our interviewee joining us, Jello, who, if you liked what you saw, folks, they're not going anywhere, joining us in the next matchup as well. So this interview might be a slightly quicker one so Jello can, I don't know, eat lunch or something before the next game. But Jello, I got to ask, you guys accidentally avoid being on stream the whole weekend, right? You make it all the way to the end, not on stream at all. Then you go to Ascent, you bring out a completely unconventional team comp, and you 13 whatever, super dominant fashion. Like, is that just what to expect from Arizona? Is that just what we're going to continue to see? Is this slightly off-kilter, always in charge play style?
Yeah, my team, we like to be aggressive, really control the map and the pace of the game, and not let the other team know what we're going to do next.
I love it. I love the play style.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me about your composition going into the map. We get a decently different look. We get the Raze as opposed to the Jet. We get the Breeze to sneak in, where I think a lot of teams have been playing KO lately. Also, you haven't dropped the Fade just yet, where a lot of teams at NA already have. Talk to me about how that composition helps your teamwork.
Yeah, so we like using our utility together with combining different agent utils together, and just our overall playstyle, putting like me on the Raze, it kind of fits my playstyle more than just dashing in with Jet. That. And it really just rounds out the team together.
Sure. Now, it's a different spelling of the name. I got to ask you, do you like Jello? And if you do, what's your favorite flavor?
I actually don't like Jello that much, but it's just Jello because my name's Angelo, so my friends have been calling me Jello.
It all comes together. It all comes together.
So it has nothing to do with Jello.
It's just a charming nickname instead. Yeah, I can't believe this.
That makes way more sense, honestly. I get it. I'll take it. But Jello, we'll hit you with one question. We might be talking to you again in an hour. Who knows? But is there anybody you want to just thank or shout out while you're here in the interview with us?
I want to shout out our coach, Meta. He's actually the greatest coach. He finds all their lineups, our strats. He goes through sleepless nights, and we just wouldn't be here without him.
It's funny that his name would be Meta, and you guys are running anything but. But I mean, it's working. So the joke definitely lands. Hey, Jello, big congrats, man. First or second seed right around the corner. And trust me, man, we'll be watching. Best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a break. We still gotta wait for the UCR game. Yeah, so gold versus blue. One of them makes it to that number 1 or number 2 seed. We'll be back with that information in just a bit. Don't go far.
How did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team. And I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to any esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. and I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because uh, it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier two ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier two ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So uh, while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, like after like your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier two within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Week number 7 of the ECAC highlights is finally here, and this is, I know you guys are about to be like, whoa, why does he say every week is a banger? But this one is so real. There are some really impressive plays, some kind of like 1 in a million moments that I have never seen before that I'm really eager to show you guys and share with you. So let's jump right into it. Oh, also, I guess I'm Septilence. You probably know that by now, but it's always nice to introduce myself. All right, let's get to the clips. Now, clip number 8 to kick things off might not be flashy, but by golly, is it impressive. CSUMB guaranteeing themselves their 4th and final win to 4-0, the powerhouse team known as UNCG Gold.
From Greensboro, final seconds ticking away. Here comes Garrett's. They're trying maybe to walk away with one more missed contact.
Brutal.
Oh my goodness, insult to injury at this point in time. As the all zeros are on the clock, he gets another one, and Monterey Bay do it again. They pull off the sweep over Greensboro.
Clip number 7 of this week might be the fastest 0 to 100 clip we've seen in quite a while. Ashton, from the side of SVSU, just barely clutches out a victory for his team to start things off a little bit better on Icebox.
Weapons utility, here's the flank from the Viper, and only good for 1, but has distracted enough.
The timing is there for Ashton, and he salvages the round, reclaims control for SVSU.
The Joker versus Game & Watch matchup is definitely a weird one, but Pato from Iona University certainly does not crack under the pressure.
Nice. Ooh, almost gets the berry from that. That could have been a kill. Alright, so funny enough. Oh, what a chase! Oh my god, that was deep.
Fisher versus Ball State Black, 2 very strong teams in the world of collegiate Overwatch, and we even get to see Ninja Curly Fry and Depresso on that Sojourn. They both pop their overclock, and unfortunately, one of them finds a little bit more success than the other.
The beat is going to keep them safe as they are knocked back towards their team. Depresso, though, coming up clean with headshot after headshot. And as Ninja Curly pops their overclock, guess what? Nikon answers with a beat in kind, and now Depresso using their overclock. Unbelievable, too! They're looking for the 3rd one, but Nev's going to take it from them, and it's going to be Me98 once again on the payload. It's a tale as old as time, though.
For our 4th place slot, our technical honorable mention, it's going to be Neon from the side of Stevenson playing, well, Neon. They have that overdrive already online, that ultimate prepared, and even without using it, they already farm half of another one.
Really sorry, Oath. You're not going to enjoy what happens next. Yeah, that's a 3K. Neon looking for a 4th and is able to catch it. A flawless on the save.
Now this clip is one for the ages. The game just starting off, CSUMB loses ball control, and the casters, they love the new name change. Before they can even focus on the game itself, somebody's already put that ball in goal. It's truly a blink and you miss it moment.
Is making a joke, right? Making a joke on our expense based on what we think of him.
Goodness,
oh, Calflick! Wow. Okay. Calflick, everything in a bag of chips on this one. 71 miles an hour is breaking almost every speed limit in the United States of America, right?
But yeah, that was just...
In our second medal spot of the week, it's going to be a huge play from Ball State's Roadhog player Spencer. Gets caught in the ship above second point Gibraltar, but the other team will very quickly learn he was not trapped in there with them. They were trapped in there with him.
To the next checkpoint, and Spencer narrowly managing to stay alive, gets a hook on Diva, and the whole hog is going out. Spencer getting a kill on him, double kill, triple kill on a Trader's mech, and Trader's as well, triple kill with the face mist.
And in our number one highlight spot of the week is a play absolutely incredible from RPI. If you've ever heard me personally cast Valorant, I always talk about the importance of trigger discipline. I could not think of a better example than this.
Backside's there. The Crosshair was waiting, but Spec wins out the duel against Moses. It's just Mandigo. Nobody spotted him. A chance for 3. Denies the spike. Headshot on the next. It's a 1v1 here. Onus on the Sky to make the play. There's the Seeker to distract. Spec swings out, but it's a 4K for the KO.
And now, I must shed a tear, because Week 7 is over. It comes and goes so quickly, but at least we've got some more weeks to look forward to, and the entirety of the spring is just around the corner, so, you know, we're done, but we're not fully done, you know what I mean? It's always a pleasure to be here, folks. Still, Septilins, please follow ECAC on all of their main channels, because it is always, you never know what's coming next over there. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on.
Oh,
let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun. You know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro.
I can't play Minecraft.
Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm, community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient. In my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do Dollar Burger Night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. but we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our lands, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mhm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Um, once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic though. Like we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club, and so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing before we end. the largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome back from that slightly elongated break. But this is CECC West 2023 Valorant Finals. Two teams fighting for that #1 seed placement. Now, they made it to Boise. Hard part is over, but they want that #1 seed. They want to go in sending the message, we are the best team here. The two teams of choice, well, none other than the University of California Gold, who we saw earlier today, and Arizona State University, who we saw earlier today. So 10 familiar faces, Cap. Very excited to see these teams kind of go neck and neck. We haven't seen them clash yet.
Yeah, you say familiar faces. Let's jump into those familiar faces in a moment. Look at those teams and how they got here. We saw the Arizona State game on stream 13-5. I think the most dominant game that we've seen on stream all weekend. Absolutely smacked them up. As I say, a team that we talked about being one of, if not the best teams going into this weekend.
Absolutely.
Dethroned very quickly. Day one dethroned, came back to form, and then got caught by the likes of Arizona State, who are giving us all a run for our money, looking for that #1 seed spot. Now, Riverside Gold went ahead and played their own school, their own roster, their scrim partners, team, two rosters that have swapped out players going into this semester, and ends up the Gold Squad just looking a little bit of extra juice on that side. So they 13-10, their own school. They make it to the finals here against the powerhouse Arizona State for a best-of-1 victory here.
Whew. Yeah, best of one. Riverside Gold had to play the esports equivalent of the marble game to get here and take down their own sibling team to make it, but they made it. They have. We can take a look at these literal familiar faces as they come around the corner, starting with the University of California Gold, to see a little bit what this team looks like, who they're running. The names might look a little familiar as you saw them earlier today, and they are going to be some beautiful, beautiful faces. Side, Migraines, Zemo, Justin, and Gambler. We saw them on Icebox earlier today. They looked pretty darn good, Kat. I mean, they got the job done. They made it work, and now they've made it all the way to the bitter end. So will they be able to perform here once again?
Yeah, it's hard to pick a favorite to
honestly
to grab in this one. I mean, I like to go based off the interviews, the personalities, and we just had two humble individuals. Migraine's incredibly humble. Love the way he talked about his team. Said in the agreement we really wanted to highlight the teamwork that his team put in. But then we got over to Arizona State University, got to talk to Angelo or Jello of that roster. The Rays who dropped 20 kills. The first thing he says is, don't mention the fact that I got 20. You know, we don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the teamwork, the work that our roster puts in. So two incredibly humble individuals, and of course the other four players along with that, Briss, Kaz, Eum, and Kawhi 2K. Kawhi had some big moments on the breach, on that Ascent game, to make sure those rounds came home for Arizona State University. This team looked phenomenal, incredibly humble. That goes for both sides of the coin.
Yeah, without a doubt. Both these teams are very respectful, very humble, very excited to be here, very grateful for the opportunity to make it to Boise. And I'm really excited because I feel like they both really deserve that #1 seed, both on or off the field. They're strong teams. They're great players. They're very kind people. But it's not about kindness when you get on the field, Kat. Kindness is the one thing you've got to leave behind. And I will say, University of California Gold, they're a pretty, as you say, they're a pretty meta following team, right? They work with the compositions. They work with it very often. Arizona State while their coach's or captain's name may be meta, that's the one thing they do not do. They bring out these unique, weird, off-kilter characters, and it works very, very well for these programs up to this point. I'm hoping to see if Arizona State runs it again. My only hope is we avoid Ascent or Icebox, because we've seen both these teams on one of those maps, so I'd love to see them run it down somewhere new. It'd be awesome if it's a map we haven't seen this weekend at all. Fracture, Lotus, Pearl, all three of those are completely untouched for the time being, and it'd be awesome to run it down. But knowing how bad they want this #1 seed, Cat, we're probably hitting the classics, man. It's a guaranteed Ascent or Haven, maybe Split if we're lucky.
You can't pick 3 maps. You gotta pick one.
It's Ascent or Haven. I really don't know which.
Oh, you gotta pick one. You gotta pick one.
All right,
it's the rules.
I pick Ascent. Dang it.
Okay,
I hope it's not. I hope it's not, but it's got to be Ascent, right?
Yeah, it's a Lotus best of 1. Can't wait to see it. Let's find out what the map actually is for this final seeding match.
If it's Haven, I'm gonna be so mad. Come on, dude!
You're so mad. You're so mad. Lost the 50-50.
I'm mauling. I lost the 50-50. I lost the gamble stack. I'm excited, though, because we haven't seen Haven today at all, I don't think. It's been a long day, but I'm pretty sure we have not seen Haven. That's going to force out new team compositions for these teams. And I want to double-check something super quick. So Kawaii 2K is busting out Breach on Ascent, right?
Yeah.
Breach is not played on Ascent. This is Breach's map. This is Breach's homeland here, is Haven. I assume Kawaii 2K, if they play like that on a map they're not supposed to be playing Breach, what the heck are they going to do out here on Haven?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think we see the Asper come back. I think we see the Breach come back for Arizona State.
It might be the same team comp, honestly.
Probably the Rays, too, to be honest. Yeah, this could be very similar. I mean, it depends. A lot of teams draft comp specifically for the map, so you know what they work, but it does make sense to look at that department. Gel's going to go to the Jet here, has a little bit of more confident op sideline, so I do expect the op to get put in Angelo's hands. We'll get breaches on both sides of the coin. The Astra goes away for the Omen, so it seems they value the one-way opportunities. They value having the rechargeable smokes a little bit more. It's going to be interesting positioning because they lurk their Astra just a little bit on Ascent and not going to be able to do so now.
And I'm punching all of this information into my spreadsheet. If you guys ever see me typing off into the void, I'm making sure we have all the best notes about our players because the team compositions are always truly fascinating. I know for a fact that Haven, they're already running 3 of those characters that we saw back on Icebox. So there's a lot of comfortability there. I saw an Omen, and I didn't catch who Zemo was playing before that went away, but we'll find out in just a moment. There's a couple changes, like you mentioned, on the side of Arizona State as well. It's not that same composition. They're going for a new version of comp, but this one notably more meta to the point of they accidentally choose the exact same mirror comp as Riverside Gold.
Yeah, this one down to who's better. Actually, the way I like to see it, in the finals, we get a different map for the day, a map we haven't seen these teams get to play just yet, and get to see it on the same composition as well. This one completely comes down to who is looking a bit sharper. The early util from both teams, an early scale for Riverside. They get the orb as well down A long.
Orb down A long is going to be huge for that ult gain early on. You know, that's one of the most important things I think you can do in a pistol round is try to farm your ult as fast as possible. And that extra orb goes a long way. It could possibly get you your ult as early as 1, maybe even 2 rounds early if you continue to grab it. Gambler does find one, gets spike drop, but Kaz is there to take Gambler down. That might force a rotate out or a double down. And right now it does seem like it's a rotate out. They're abandoning the A site. They want to rotate back through. And defaulting to A site for pistol round is something we see very, 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 very often. So I'm not surprised to see it, but I do enjoy the rounds in which they choose to go for a B. They try to go for a mid push, or they bring it around to C, as Haven is the only map in the game with 3 sites. And they're going to try to utilize all 3, that confusion, that paranoia setting in on the side of Riverside Gold. They don't know where Arizona State is right now.
Yeah, they've made it over to the site. It will fortunately know that. Dark cover is going to go down for CT. This is going to be a quick retake as all 4 players already stacked up. Flash, and they're on their way.
Flash out the gate there. Justin finds Jello, and it's a 4v3 in favor of Riverside Gold. They're feeling strong. They were able to take down their sibling team, like I mentioned, 13-10 in their most previous setup. And as the defuse comes through, that's the Riverside Gold magic right there, is they stick to the defuse in situations where you're like, that's weird. People might not normally do that. Riverside Gold certainly does. That one's not super high risk, but definitely possible to go down. So they decided to stick it. Works well. Pistol round is theirs.
Round converted. Spectre is going into this one. Forget the Stingers. They'll buy just a little bit of an upper echelon weapon in this one. Spectres can be pretty solid up against the rifles as well. So see how that looks for their bonus. That's a little bit later. 5 Spectres going into this one. Play the 2-1-2. Goes away, turret into garage, but she won't hold it herself, so there's some room to work off of here if Arizona State can sniff it out quickly.
Rushing it up through garage. Yellow goes in deep with the classic. I think it's about knowing that you've got an incredible weapons disadvantage. I don't know if they bought anything. Maybe it was just a little bit of armor and the classics to boot. Look for an exit frag. Try to steal a weapon if you can. Jello waiting to read the flank, unaware that there are 3 people outside of that garage right now in the Owl Drone. Gonna make it a heck of a lot harder to do anything. Spectre wallbang, Elim, not something you see very often, but Riverside Gold absolutely ready to take that. The numbers advantage, the weapons advantage, and the retake advantage with this breach still online. They're ready to make this happen once again.
Smoke will go down to the CT side. Dark to Heaven has info on the player now. Cut has been broken.
Action pack once again. Kawhi 2K does find that first blood. Kaz finds one of their own in a round where Arizona State should have absolutely handed it over. It's instead locked into a 1v1. Brisk with the classic found Gambler. Position completely given away, but I think Brisk knows it's not about going for the win. It's about stalling that spike as long as possible, and the win will still be found. Talk about a thrifty. Brisk feeling good. Ties it up 1-1. Will not bonus that Spectre. Just a couple of seconds shy. However, this is the buy-up round for Arizona State, and they saved enough in that previous round to make it work. Zemo puts in the numbers here, Cat, and it loses that 1v1 at the end. That's a huge bummer.
I like the juxtaposition from the Angelo interview to Brisk teabagging after winning the eco round. Very charming. And yeah, well, that's why you buy the Stinger, bro. Stinger Supremacy, end of the day. Spectres come in, and well, they all did not make it out. We 5 Vandals into this one. Arizona State should win this round, guaranteed. But I mean, you could have said the same thing. Riverside Gold, a round to go. So we'll see if they can find a thrifty of their own. Not Arizona State going to be very happy about the current situation moving forward in this game.
Firefight finally begins, and Gambler is on the wrong side of the bet this time. Side finds Kawhi with a classic, so it's like Riverside hitting Arizona State with a taste of their own medicine on the matchup. Dark cover makes it a little harder to push up through that A, and while we see Arizona continuing to pepper down the A side, I really would like to see them go somewhere else. It feels like Riverside has a strong defense on the A. It's where they like to double down. They'll put 2 players there instead of 1 or none, and Arizona State should be noticing that and taking advantage. Moving into the rest of this is, if they do it fast enough, there's no time to read the rotates, right? There's no time to be like, oh, they must be going somewhere else. They'll be waiting for another A push. The conditioning, even on round 3, I think has already been set.
Dash into the A site for Jello. We'll have the spacing. So playing good on yet again on the A site for Arizona State. Riverside, remember they literally just flanked this. You highlighted the Omen flank, the work put in before they inevitably got taken down. This time they've been caught earlier. Kaz is there, found Justin and found Zemo as well. So both flankers dead. Riverside retake pretty much null and void at this point. They are playing on the eco, so we'll see him look for exits here. That's about all she wrote on the round though.
That is absolutely all she wrote on the round. It's got to be a wrap up here. You've got no weapons to boot. Maybe you look for an exit frag, and that definitely feels like what they're doing. Arizona State in a 4-2 advantage wants to find an opportunity to take a lead like they always have, right? Every time we've seen them, 13-5, 13-7, 13-2, they really like to be in the charge with a massive numbers game. That way, when they do slip up in 1 or 2 rounds somewhere in the middle, it does not cost them anything critical. Right now, they're going to be up by a whopping 1 round. Both of them go down to the spike. Arizona State finds it, and they're bonusing 4 rifles, Cat. Next round's gotta feel good.
Yeah, I'll take them in a gun round here in this one. Did stagger that economy thanks to the thrifty they picked up off of their eco. So with the true gun round now, still ironically pans out the exact same way as if they had not converted, but puts them in the 1 round lead instead of the 1 round loss. So we'll see if that ends up being a difference later into the game. Chance to break eco for them here as well if they win this round. Can't say the same thing for Riverside Gold. They'll have to work 2 rounds in a row here. So not only do they need to win this round, but they need to win it by a heavy margin. They need to keep 3 or 4 guns alive here.
Keeping the guns alive can always be the tough part of the matchup, Cat, because somebody can be creeping one of those corners when you least expect them. They get your weapon offline, and they make it notably more difficult for your team to succeed. It feels like Arizona's trying to do what I was talking about last round. They aren't defaulting A this time. They're not having somebody go down in the first 10 seconds of the fight and they have to claw back from a close win, but they want to find space early, and they're so spread out that even Riverside absolutely has no clue what's going on right now.
No info peaches yet. The slow of pace here from Arizona State. Been playing pretty quickly to scale A to walk in. They're not quite sure what the other side of the map looks like just yet. They've only worked garage one time, so they're gonna take their time to learn. Now the Conda exec gonna come through. They will clear close, but it's too little too late.
Too little too late indeed. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Kaz. Gets rid of Zemo. Gambler tries to find the equalizer. Oh, swift step in. Interesting here as Brisk wants to get the TP up to the site. Does find the spray and pray. My goodness, another one! Arizona State, 2 of them stay alive, and I'm shocked that Brisk is one of them. Was a 28 HP for a majority of that matchup, Cat. It's 3-1 for Arizona State. They're slowly but surely stacking up that lead they've been waiting for.
Yeah, played that so quickly after the initial contact, and I like the patience for them to make sure no early info peaks, making sure no real shenanigans going on, trying to figure out what the defensive comp does look like on that side of the map, and when they finally feel it's safe, they do throw out the execute. So good looks from them there. Well played. Shout out to the coach for the Valor Plant strategy. Love to see it. I'll buy your folder off you. 25-cent best offer. I just don't have the money like that, but I'm sure it's worth more. Yeah, I'm sure it's worth more. What are you looking for, big dog?
Yeah, there's no action off the back. Gambler! No way, you whiffed the right click. Jello gets the wallbang headshot. Jello finds another, and wow, who knew Gambler going down like that would be the beginning of the end of this round? Riverside losing their 4th member. Jello is activated, and it's just this poor KJ left alive. Migraine, you're one hell of a player, my friend, but a 5v1 is a tough spot to be in on KJ, nonetheless. Can't even get one done. It is a flawless round win for Arizona State.
I respect the hustle.
You gotta.
The grustle of him to jump through mid win. Okay, listen. You don't gotta do him like that. You don't gotta do him like that. Man, Gambler getting called out. This is a warning to anyone looking to make some cheesy plays in the CECC. We will expose you live on the stream. You better think about it. Not only will we watch it and make fun of you then, we'll make fun of you in slow motion. Consider the following.
We'll do what needs to be done, you know what I'm saying? We'll get it done. This is a moment where C-Long is just complete total gamble stack. I like to see that they're just going to run it down. They're going to try to make the choice after they say, uh-oh, that's too much gunfire. Grab Spike, rotate back out. I'd like to see an approach possibly toward that B, but instead it feels like they might be going all the way around to that A site instead.
Dark cover to heaven. Rolling Thunder to be sure. Side is open, and that it will be. In they go. Plant going down. Lockdown if they want to throw it for post plant.
Looking for the post plant online. The spike plant does come through, and you've got a pretty decent advantage here in the form of that Hunter's Fury from Riverside. I'd really like to see them playing off spike, waiting for a defuse, and then following through with that. Kind of the opposite, actually, of what I'm seeing right now. You know, you miss spike plant, you do what needs to be done, but I just covering a defuse could have been really strong there. I don't know. A weird play, if you ask me. Fault line picks up the Sova. He's connected to the boxes. Migraine peeks corner side, gets traded out for it, and Migraine's on a tear right now, giving everybody a headache with a couple of bullets to the brain. Zemo puts down Kawhi, finds another one in the form of Brisk, and it's a 2v1. A bit of ring around the rosy. Justin finds Kaz, and that should be the end of the round. Defuse going to be close, but I think they've got more than enough time to make it work.
We'll see. It's going to be super close. They tried to give it away for the ultimate, and that almost cost them everything. 0.72, and Ultorb almost a difference between winning and losing the round, but fortunately it's not. That would have been a big momentum-breaking moment, but no worries. Great fault line from side going into that one. It got the player graffiti of Jello and also got Kaz sitting on the actual site box, so that's 2 players out of the post plant. So they're able to swing through, kill the graffiti player. They're able to take hell safely as well. The heaven player could get involved without having to worry about the site player peeking, and then they're able to swing around together. So very nice piece of utility, very well timed. Great retake from Riverside, gives them a chance to get back into this one. Now, gonna need additional rounds, though, to break this economy the rest of the way down.
Breaking the econ needs to be completely deteriorated to find any level of success. I'm not sure we're going to be finding it yet. Blade Storm and that Shadow Step online, the Omen TP available for both, but it's probably the worst ultimate in the game in my opinion. There's so little to do with it other than become the sacrificial lamb for your opponents to take you down. All numbers online right now. The KJ holding Spike, and it's a slow burn rotate, possibly near B window. Maybe they're trying to fake some info out toward A, get what they need, and hit the road. But it's just, I mean, Kat, we're experiencing the same story that I continue to tell, is it feels like Riverside Gold is only worried about locking down A. Like, it feels like the rest of them are notably more available to be taken down in a 2v1 advantage, a 3v1. But for some reason, Arizona, they like the A site and they're sticking to it. They're really putting the A in Arizona. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. Doubt about that. Dodge the early dart. So no info A long. And look how confident these little weasels are. There's nothing on the dart. But little do they know, the Omen tucked it by the box. And now they're walking into the A site for free. When Riverside thought it was clear, they said, wait a minute. They're actually here? Are you trolling me? Unfortunately, they have a lockdown that they're going to throw right here. And the lockdown is a lot stronger now. So this shock bolt can't break it. Get wrecked, moron. The aftershock, though, can. There we go. They'll double the utility, so they do manage to break it down. Riverside Gold still fighting their way back into this one. Gambler wants it all. Jumps down, finds two. Looking for a third to hell. Not quite. Quite to take that one back. Kill with another. Still a chance at this one for the front of sight with a Blade Storm. Can't quite find the daggers. Make it happen. Zemo going to pick up one for he's traded by Risk. Still looking for it. All classic. Right clicks out. Zemo favorable. Switches weapons. Out of the peak. Taps the Spike, though. No gun in his hand. And Brisk will take it for free as his opponent is completely defenseless. Arizona State pick up the round. The lead by 3.
That was a tough one, Kat. That was absolutely absurd, the action we just saw there. Gambler willingly leaving the op up top, so it does not make it into this following round because they wanted to go for the hero play, and usually we know I'm pretty harsh on hero plays, but by golly, does he find it. The fault line there, the paranoia to boot. KJ gets you a darn thing. Sova flying out in the sky on that owl drone, and it's a clean house kill for Gambler. Amazing performance, but it's just not enough. Arizona State still clutches out that Omen 1v1, and now it's up 5-2. Like you said, a 3-round differential. Kicking into this round, no ults left for Arizona to be flashy with.
So feelers out to C long, feelers out to garage, feelers out to A long, and well, they'll get plenty of touches. They'll find the first 2. Look to head over to the A site now. Be just the Sova at home. Justin hearing all this footsteps, close contact, shorty in hand, caught by the fault line, concussed. The shots come out slow and can only get the one. So I will take him down. Plant yet again on the A site for Arizona. And this should be easy post.
I should absolutely be easy post. I'm right there with you. Cover going out. Easy post plant online. You've got the numbers, you've got the weapons, you've got the cooldowns, you've got intel that Zemo is standing on the other side of your wall. Unbeknownst, KJ right behind him though, and it's not again. We're in that round. Like, okay, not about getting the elims, it's about stalling for as long as possible. And stall works out surprisingly more worthwhile than I expected. 2 eliminations on the way out the door. Arizona State has met their halfway point. 6 rounds on the board. Worst case scenario, it's a 6-6 and a half, and that means Arizona loses everything for the rest of this opening half.
So many 6-6 halves, and every time we set it up, it's like, man, it's probably not gonna happen. Like, it would be really hard for them to claw back, and every time it's 6-6 at half. So we'll see if this tale is any different. Gambler operator in hand, looking down. B sees nothing at this moment. Everything will be C long instead. Zemo gonna eat fault line, will try to TP away and makes it. It's a retake opportunity gonna be here with a Rolling Thunder in hand.
Retake opportunity just around the corner. Like
Here
you said,
comes.
it's bounty time. Kevin
No.
closer than they thought, and he drops all 3 of them in the dark cover. Riverside Gold commits an ultimate. That finds nothing, and it cleans the round for Arizona State. Kawhi gets the plant. Can't quite find the ace, but Kawhi gets the frag. The revenge elim. Migrants can't do it either. 7-2 on the board. Do they go for the op? I mean, it's a free one. You might as well snatch it, right? No.
Nah, forget the attacking op. Give the rifles, these boys can get in there. That is something different. So there's this weird,
this is crazy.
Like, couple feet between the actual cone of the Rolling Thunder. Like, it starts smaller and gets wider as it goes. So if you get right next to the person who's throwing it, like if you stand like directly in front of them, just to the left thing, because they're like a chessboard and you're one square over diagonally, it won't hit you. So Jello is in what you would think would be the range, being just outside of spawn, but since he's just barely touched the left CT and the cone is just starting, he doesn't get touched, is able to walk out, find 3. No one's expecting him to be there. You're expecting everyone to be on site. That Rolling Thunder hits everything on site. It creates a massive opportunity for the retake, because everybody who just got there is getting caught off guard by this immediate retake ultimate, without Riverside even really taking time to set up for the retake. Jello just plays spoiler to everything. So timeout's got to come through here for the University of California Riverside to try to say, man, that's tilting. That really sucks. We could have had a big round there, a big momentum swap for us, and now we lost and we're on eco. So let's take a second to think about this, and let's think about our defense a little bit. Maybe not for this round, it's our eco, but for the rest of this half, let's try to sneak at least 2 more rounds into this one.
Sneaking 2 more rounds is absolutely the name of the game we're looking at right now, and it's going to be a tough spot to find yourself in. You want to make it some kind of matchup, some kind of close quarters. Maybe we can win this, maybe we can't situation. But Arizona State, I mean, they are hungry for that first seed placement. I don't know what they're going to be bringing out to try and clutch this. Or to try and lose this. I mean, it's their game to lose.
The dark cover coming down A long. Additional Rolling Thunder. This will catch nothing. Everybody's sitting in sewer instead. The eco is looking for some shenanigans. Zemo take first contact. They don't clear the stinger now. There's no way. Migrant take a second. That's 2 rifles, but they can't get to him because Brisk has shut down the hopes. The stock is closed. The store is closed. Jello to pick up 1 for Justice. Hunted Fury can come through and grab a secondary look. That's a trade to be had, a 2-on-2, and things are settled. Remember, Riverside, though, is on the eco.
Yeah, there's also a Blade Storm at the ready. The other Blade Storm already used, and Gambler's got a good chance of winning this firefight if they catch someone off guard just like that. They're going to get the read exactly where Jello is. They double swing it, and Gambler's able to find it. Riverside Gold, 3rd round win on the board. Huge. I love the utilization finishing the ult, so you still get an additional ult orb for the defuse, or you pass it over to Yosova, because you put his Hunter's Fury all the way online. Or this just won, and I'm colorblind, and it was hard to see. That's
yeah, it's like, it's a little transparent, so you do, like, whatever is in the background does kind of grief you. Plus, we're playing on the feed, so we're not as clean, you know, as the broadcast is. A little lower res. So.
I'm colorblind, so take that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say anything, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Immediately.
You know, I'll give you a hard time for it. If somebody gives me a hard time, I'll give you a hard time for making fun of me for being colorblind, so take that.
I probably don't get to see that ultimate come out. There's just not gonna be enough time, but well, maybe it doesn't really pops off. Maybe it'll happen. Faultland's gonna come through for early a long scaling shot and step into Cubby. They've got that space they want. They got to play around the cover though.
Gotta play around the cover for sure, Cat. It's gonna be an awkward spot to be in, but the cover is absolutely necessary to find that level of success that you're looking for. If you overextend through it, you fail. If you don't put it up, you fail. If they get through it before you capitalize on it, you fail.
So
There's
far.
so many variables. Kawhi puts down Justin in the
that.
blink of a Kawhi, and Jello will find Zemo as well. That's A long and C long open. Hello, feeling risky, but Gambler ready to take that gamble, gets the elim, takes that jet offline, and that's the guarantee they rotate this into A site. They're like, okay, the ops on C, we're going to get as far away as humanly possible. It's not a rotation up through sewer either, where side thinks someone may be. This might actually give them a huge opportunity to just flank side, who's looking for a flank of their own, going all the way through sewers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Check your corners. Bam. Nicely done. Migraines out of here with a headshot on the B side. 4-2 advantage, and side is sending it, man. Oh, and it's all for naught. Kawhi wins the matchup. It is up to Gambler with this op to give their team another round win here in the first half.
Gonna look to make a tough call. Save in this one. Gonna try to play for an 8-4 score line. The operator in tow. Give him a chance to play spoiler to it all. Gambler locked in on the angle, but can't hit the shot. Operator is gone from the next round. Arizona State staring at a 9-3.
9-3 feels like it is just around that corner, man. I mean, they just need to play this flawlessly with stingers and pistols and 2 ultimates, but one of them's an Omen TP, so it doesn't count. There's so little to work with this squadron right now that they'd need more than skill. They'd need a heck of a lot of luck.
A little bit of a tech pause here. chance to vibe foam minute, calm down the pressure. Good timing on the tech pause, not gonna lie. I know it's not like planned, but you know, right before the halftime's kind of nice. You know, a chance to just kind of feel things out, reset the momentum a little bit. You know, pretty dominant half. Arizona State kind of having their way with this one, especially like that round's tough. They walk Justin up into a flash, and it just gets instantly turned by Kawhi to somehow turn back to find the frag, which is not what you're expecting to scale up towards long there. You get caught and doesn't feel very good. So, you know, a couple things they want to shake off. They put an operator back in Gambler's hand. I'm interested to see how that one goes.
The thing I truly want to see is I want to see Riverside Gold go to overtime and see if Gambler is the gambler he says he is and buys an op in OT and glass cannons it, because that's the biggest gamble I think you can take in this game. But that would also require them to win 5 rounds and then make it go 12-12, et cetera, et cetera. Might not be able to see that today, but hey, maybe we'll see that at LAN.
Maybe so. But hey, I'll never count out the gang. See you right here, why not? See if we get to that overtime though. 2 stingers going into this one. Superior weaponry. Question is where they put it. Migraines hasn't moved out of spawn just yet, so that is telling us absolutely nothing. Justin sits into A-Long again. Listen, anybody who can get rolled and smoked off a flash turn A-Long and then come back again is a braver man than I'll ever be.
Fair enough, man. I'll give you credit for that. Absolutely. I hate to keep using the word desperate cat, but like this is fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen a stinger, a specter, and an operator bought or held by a team.
Especially because they could have bought a second rifle. Like if you sell the op here and you go light armor, you can buy 2 rifles.
2 rifles. But clearly it's not about the 2 rifles, Cat. It's about the bragging rights, perhaps, to say that you can win this round with an operator in hand no matter what your teammates are bringing to the table. But I mean, never seen a better example to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, I guess. You got to put your shots where the opponents are, though, to make it worthwhile. And he's been taking it to the top of the B site, looking down grass. Unfortunately, Arizona State have just not been playing grass. Like they haven't scaled grass at all.
Right.
They've been pretty quick to put one player C long, the rest of the team up towards A, and then just walk forward. Like that's pretty much it. It's early A contact, a fault line maybe to get them down, a flash maybe to get them into the angle, a dark cover to deny any sort of A long early flash like Riverside tried to pull out. Find a pick there. Wait a couple seconds. Let them walk down C long. Find a pick there. All right, time to go A. In we go. Planet goes down. Like that's pretty much been it. So it's not super helpful for them to walk over to be with the op. So this time they're gonna take it to A. They're gonna go under to sewer, which I think could be pretty useful. They scale sewer pretty late when the rest of the team gets involved past that long scaling. So as long as no one looks, as long as Gambler hits the shot, there's a real chance.
Yeah, just don't look. That's all. You know, it's not hard. Just hide your eyes. Avert your eyes.
Keyboard and mouse disconnected via the wireless connection.
Oh.
Does that mean his dongle broke, or does that mean he was using Bluetooth?
That makes me think he's using Bluetooth. Because on the use of the word disconnect really screams Bluetooth to me.
A cool thing to do.
That's a fascinating thing.
Unfortunately.
To do. I'm not even a Bluetooth headset kind of guy, let alone Bluetooth.
I think his mouse died. And he's not telling the truth. Real. Because my mouse dies all the time mid-game.
Not mine, because it's wired.
Yeah. Don't admit that. That's sad.
I feel like you should admit you have a wireless mouse.
Why? Wireless is so much better. You don't understand.
You told me not to, so I have to tell you.
Okay, Vase. No, I'm telling you, wireless is so much better. Like my old wireless headset before I broke it. Don't worry about that.
Goober.
I could walk upstairs and still hear like
crazy.
2 floors above my computer. Which is pretty money, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is.
Think about that. Think about being in the Discord call with the boys and you're just upstairs in the kitchen
mowing
cooking.
The lawn.
yeah, mowing the lawn. Well, he's connected now. Stole his brother's peripherals. Not sure which player it was, but if one starts underperforming, we all know who it is.
We all know who it is. Yeah, if somebody has a drastic change in performance here, we'll know exactly who had to steal new peripherals. I mean, I was commentating an Overwatch game recently, and one of the I think this was also Valorant, actually. One of the players was playing in one of his teammates' living rooms, not on his setup, on a wooden stool. And, like, that team won.
Huge.
And I was like, that's crazy. I was like, that's insane. I can't play well at my own desk with my own peripherals, let alone in someone else's house on a computer that isn't mine, on a stool, not even a chair.
I have an Elmo mouse I got at Goodwill that sometimes I like to play games with.
That's kind of gas, honestly.
I think it's pretty fun. No, it's pretty heat. I tell you, it's pretty heat. We'll get some heat onto the B site early. Walking for the Jet in the back of sight against literally everybody, and they fortunately did not make it. Kawhi and Kyle's gonna pick themselves up. Zemo did what they could. Couldn't make it happen. Lockdown's gonna come through. It's last round anyway. Minus will expend it on both sides. Both go pretty much right next to each other. That'll make things interesting in 2 seconds.
Yeah, we got the Venn diagram locking down. Nobody's gonna get caught out. One of them destroyed. The other currently a little bit MIA. Nobody detained, but Migraine's gonna be falling 6 feet under pretty quick there. The detainment might not find you, but the bullets certainly will. Gambler has an HP advantage going into this primary fight, but when you just walk into sight with your eyes closed, you're going to get taken down in the blink of an eye. That is a 9-3 half. That is Arizona State 4 rounds away from another dominant series so far. I don't think anyone's gotten more than 5 points on them this entire weekend. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, so I can't confirm or deny. But on the limited info I have, you're correct.
Nice. I love being correct.
Because of the last game.
Yeah.
So we'll take
This game has been no change in pace for Arizona State. Riverside Gold, this will be their first loss in a long time, if maybe the first loss all weekend. This team has been large and in charge for a majority of it all. Jello goes for it, fault line bigger, and it's going to be Gambler inside. Jello, wow, still finds one out the gate, but up to these 2 remaining members of Arizona State to try to win the pistol round. Riverside Gold needs this, Cat. They win this one, they can make it maybe a 9-5, all things considered, but I believe this series did start with a 1-1 trade, so maybe we'll see another story like that. Not sure what that was other than a quick death, and Justin, happy to have it. Riverside Gold up 4-1. They want to find the plant. They want the 400 credits before they take out the Sova, and they have no clue. He's not even near them right now. He's still making his way over.
He's just showed up to CT. Fortunately, the dark cover has at the same time, so Kaz can have to go the other way around. Gonna go garage.
Spike planted.
Has found one. Fault line on its way. Can't tuck it. Too far into the corner. Can't go anywhere. Caught by all the util in the world, and everybody gets a piece of the pie for Riverside in this round. It's a team ace to be converted. A pistol round picked up. And a chance to walk this score line back the other way.
Trying to find any opening here, trying to find any opportunity to strike. It's been a rough run so far, Cap, but even that single round win can go the extra mile for them. It can help keep the team in good morale, show them that the unbleedable can certainly bleed in this moment. It looks like we might just get a good old-fashioned run back, or we just agreeing gentlemen's down C long. It really feels like it right now. Here comes the entire firing squad. Another fault line to dash in. Nobody looks, but somehow Jello still goes down. They have a rifle in hand. That could have been a 3-5 piece, and that's just unfortunately it being round 2. No pistols on sight. The flash. Kawhi tries to make it out. Somehow lives to tell the tale, and with a 3-4 disadvantage, Arizona State could win this, but this is a round they are mathematically expected to lose.
So they walk out of C long. Been read pretty quickly by Arizona State. Haven't heard the noise yet, A. Brisk has now seen the cross. So that's confirmed that, hey guys, they're crossing. So the other two have gone over to A. They said, wait, they're going to calm that. Hey guys, we're crossing. Let's not cross. Let's go back over to C. They've done just that. Arizona State quickly going to scale their way through sewer with these last two that have gone over to A. Recognize, nobody's here. They got to be over to C instead. In the meantime, UCR going to continue to waltz their way up C long, back where they previously were. A dark cover going to confirm that they are needing the site 2, going to be on the flank. It's a long time coming before they get there, and Brisk, wrong place, wrong time, got hit by the Metro.
It's going to happen to us all eventually, Cap. The wrong place, wrong time syndrome always happens in a game like Valorant. You fall, not the end of the world, especially when you find there's still a 4-2 advantage for Riverside. Yellow West at a full-blown firing squad waiting for you around that corner side. Really overperforming here on the breach. I just want to say when we saw them on Sage, not my favorite performance this weekend, but here on the breach, they are finding a lot more value. Even the 5 elims, I think, is more than they ended with back on Icebox. So this breach is making a big difference, being a support in a different way than Sage traditionally is. Riverside, 2 rounds in a row, but this is where they put their money where their mouth is, Cat. They've got a weapons disadvantage. Can they clutch it out again?
Right there.
That firing squad is so much funnier with the lasers on.
Oh, absolutely. The lasers really add to it for me personally.
Great stuff from the Observer. Love to see it.
True. Shout
Cool
out
Scoots truly is
our
cool.
Observer. Absolute legend. A lot of util used, but somehow everybody still standing. Okay, it's going to be at KJ finding first blood onto Gambler, gets traded out for a 2-for-1. Brisk finds Zemo side, gets the trade back onto Brisk, and it's 3v2. Riverside Gold finding the numbers advantage again. Cat, Arizona State's got to change the defense clearly here on C side because Riverside Gold is having a field day. 3 rounds in a row in a round that's supposed to be an easy one for ASU is instead going to end via shock dart execution. 7 HP left. The turret waiting to steal that final blow.
Ooh, and Justin will walk around the corner, steal the final blow from the turret, waiting to steal the final blow.
Yeah, you hate to see it, honestly. Disrespectful.
Rifles back into this one. A bonus converter for Riverside, and very comfortable right now. Looking at solid odds of bringing this thing back to a tied scoreline. Arizona State going to take their light buy into this. It's just Stingers, a Marshall for Kaz that they're looking at. Riverside have been playing the last couple rounds pretty slow, minus the initial counter and scene long 2 rounds ago. Wouldn't be shocked to see him play it slow this one as well.
Playing it slow makes a lot of sense, and I'm just excited to see it's not going to be another immediate C-long commit where the exact same thing happens for the 4th time in a row. The story is trying to change, trying to be rewritten one way or another, and it looks like the narrative might change just a bit. Jello takes down Gambler, not a healer in this game. HP in Valorant, much different than HP in other first-person shooters, and once you catch a bullet often, it can be permanent. Arizona State's numbers advantage may not last them long either. That Jet, I mean, you exhale on her too hard, she's out of this round.
Jail Peak. Jello? Nobody home? Yeah, it's a weird game. No one really enjoying the grass area. No one enjoying walking. Oh, that looked almost picturesque. How perfect the shot was and just did not come home for Kaz. Now stuck to the back of the B site. Hoping his breach flash can bail him out. Not quite. The dark cover can't either. Migraines will pick it up through it.
Such a beautiful sound, that fire. I swear every time I hear it, it tickles the back of my brain. And it's not going to be enough to win out that firefight, unfortunately. And a 5v4 now turns into a 4v4. Both teams lugging around some pretty critical HP players. Riverside Gold, that Omen has got to be less than 5 HP. I mean, I can't even see the sliver of health that he's got online. Oh, it's 3. Yeah, holy cow. Zemo, I mean, truly the lowest HP we've seen so far today. Brisk takes outside. Kawhi finds Justin and the rest of the team. Being so low might be easy to dismiss from the fight. Migraines, holy cow. Welcome back, my friend. 20 HP in a dream. Goes in, hits the headshot, but doesn't get the elim. That would have been legendary. But Jello cannot be that legend. Not yet, at least. 9-7. Riverside Gold slowly but surely clawing back.
Another round converted for Riverside. 4 in a row now. 2 away from the tied scoreline. Win this one, break Eco. Most likely getting the second round after. So win this one, you're almost certainly looking at a 9-9 scoreline. They've got lots of ults to make this one possible. CR considering a scale here to long to possibly activate a Hunter's Fury. See if that ends up where this one goes. Fault line early. Jello's caught on the angle. Can't break the dark. He's stuck in the concussion. Does manage to escape.
Escaping is big there, honestly, but going for the ult door,
Didn't get
not
it.
my favorite play.
Well, did get it technically because he died.
Yeah, you get it, but not quite the way you wanted to, that's for sure. Falling early. Riverside has the entire arsenal at the ready, and the Rolling Thunder gonna make a quick appearance. Gonna hit 2 players into full-blown bounty time. They have to completely abandon the site. The Omen TP meets it as well. The Shadow Step does not get the intel they want, but it does get the spike plant, and that's what Riverside's looking for, forcing Arizona into a retake, which, Cat, they have not been phenomenal retakes so far. Arizona really struggling in this specific aspect of the game.
Storm going down deep into the CT side. Pretty early, though. Same story with the Aftershocks. So there's some room to work off of this still, retake-wise. Might just be the full call-off, though. Don't want to mess with it. Knows there's so much utility. Knows about all the ultimates. And yeah, Arizona State don't want the smoke. They'll head away. Riverside Gold get to keep every weapon alive. That's the spike going to detonate on the A site.
Looking to detonate on the A site, finally going to be able to do so. A 9-3 gap has now closed into a 9-8. This is the same story we've somehow seen. I think this is the third time this weekend we've seen a team do this, come back from the jaws of defeat and try to keep their own dream alive. Arizona finally going to be using that overtime because, or not overtime, excuse me, that timeout, because they don't want to go to overtime.
Yeah, there's something different about the CECC. We got the world's closest matchups in history. No better organization to play under. That's all I got to say. You want a close game? You want to run for your money? Well, up to the CECC, baby. This is where it happens. Now imagine this atmosphere on land.
You gotta fight for it too, Cat. The land ain't for free. You know what I mean? You gotta really put in the work to make it that far. And these players, I mean, they've done that already. They want to make sure they're that #1 seed. And when we started, I thought it was Arizona for a shoo-in. But now all of a sudden, Riverside Gold on the defense, or excuse me, on the offense, have really found their proper footing to succeed. I mean, it just feels like they've got this half in the bag. And with the game, with how the game naturally works, this half is the last half, and they should be able to walk away victorious.
Yeah, Riverside looking pretty confident with these last 5 rounds. Timeout here for Arizona State, where we jump into another gun round. Jello going to pick up the op. Let's see where he goes to home it. Looking like C-Long. It's the resting place right now. He wants to switch that up, go outside garage, look for a cheeky early peek. Haven't been a team playing too aggressive on these peaks just yet. They're going to change that now. Brisk thinking about walking up C-Long. You know, taking the op up towards grass. Arizona State out this timeout, drawing up a pretty aggressive strategy. Doesn't pay off. It's going to feel bad. Fortunately, they've got a bit extra time because a player lost the server. Couldn't find it. Blindfolded.
I hate to see it. Yeah, it's always our last series of the day for some reason that always does something like this. But it's going to be a little bit more time for these teams to figure out what the heck is going on. Arizona State getting a notably longer timeout than I think they expected when we started this whole discussion. But I'm sure they're glad to have it with the way this second half has been going.
Yeah, disconnected back in already. Pretty quick timing, not gonna lie.
Yeah, honestly, welcome back. A warm welcome.
Our checks going out. Convenient timing disconnect as well. Mid round. It's quite nice. So that would be very unfortunate. The absolute kill and continuation of momentum for UCR comes from a disconnect. So that is not going to be the case. Yeah, moving. He's back. Let's go.
Let's go.
Rather shortly here in this one, and still going to be the call for UCR. Take the quick sail to C-Long. I'm scared of what Brisk is going to pull here. This could be scary.
This could be scary, or it could be scary for their chances of winning. Like, there's so much banking on this. Brisk wants to do something crazy, wants to do something unique and get weird with it and try to help the team find general levels of success. But I don't know, maybe Arizona State needs to be falling back to defaults. I don't know if that's a crazy thing to say, but they were really successful when they were playing the game they wanted to play. All of a sudden, the script got flipped. They had to change their style of play to try to answer to Riverside Gold and just have not been able to make it work ever since.
So really early dark cover towards A lobby. Push into C. Brisk is going to stay close. Jello's good to find the first with the operator. Brisk close Radiant. He'll fall. Jello pops. The ultimate sneaks around. He'll to find another. Bladestorm still online. It's the second look from the Killjoy. He'll trade it out. Covers the Jet's tail long enough to at least grab the frags back the other direction. Justin will be in a 1v3 when the dust does settle. His team's completely obliterated onto the C site. No way he's getting in. He's checking the flank right now. Nothing to be spotted. Everything in front of him here. A minute to play. Enough econ to safely walk into this one and lose the gun.
Yeah, like you said, you can walk in, you can lose the gun. It's not going to cost you a darn tootin' thing moving down the line, but it is going to cost you the round, and it's going to allow Arizona to hit double digits. They're technically going to bonus, okay, 2 rifles, actually. As Kawhi was in a very weird spot, got taken down. A double rifle bonus, 2 ultimates online, and Riverside's economy should be good enough. They full buy it as well. Good old-fashioned gun round incoming.
Rifles on their way. Several ultimates for every team in the lobby. Gonna be some options into this one. Side can get a buy as well, and yeah, we'll do so now. All right, 10 seconds away from a look to see if Arizona State can keep control of their economy and get the game back on their own terms. You lose this one, go back to the Eco, Riverside Gold, just as good as caught up in the game.
The alarm bot falls onto the C site. I think it's a very intelligent play, as you want to watch that flank and that angle, and you don't want to allow proper space to get caught out, because these teams have been very strong at catching one another out, catching somebody off guard, finding an open flank, looking for a small opportunity, landing a headshot before your opponent even realizes you're in front of them. And for the first time, Riverside is going for a fascinating split approach to this. We see Sova in sewers. We see Omen with Spike headed to C-Site by himself. Remaining two members hovering around that garden area. They're not super sure where they want to find the lineup on it. And a regroup, doubled down toward A. It's always whack to me, Kat, to spend this much time defaulting, trying something new, looking for an opportunity just to go back to A-Site.
Yeah, I tried to feel out a little earlier in the round. Couldn't quite find anything. Fortunately, the one thing they did find was on A. Throughout that default, and they're going to look to re-hit. Didn't cut noise for too long. Jello will still be here. Has picked up one. No flick to be had, though. Zemo got a trade. Caught by the dagger. Do they keep this one to C where they have no information? Or do they try to force the issue? The call is to force it. Paranoid to come forward. Flash to send them away. Kaz to pick up the first. A second as well. Still the swinger on site. And Kawhi will find the last. The two site holders will find everything. And site will not budge. 11-8 for Arizona State. They hold on to their economy. They've got control of the game yet again.
Control of the game is online. Arizona State starting strong, falling apart in the middle a little bit, but starting to end strong as well. Only 2 rounds shy, nearly a full arsenal of ultimates at their behest, and Riverside Gold struggling to make these last couple of rounds work. The economy runs out here, I think, Kat, for Riverside Gold. They might be able to almost full buy next round, but a lot of them, I mean, 150 for side right now, 500 for Gambler. This is the last real round to have these ultimates at the ready, or this economy at the ready, and if it doesn't work, you've got the ultimates for the next round.
Justin gonna step through the Nano Swarm. Fairly tagged up. Couldn't quite find the wallbang opportunity, though. There's a walk down grass for Arizona State. This is so deadly from the breach. He's got the timing. He's picked up one, and he'll get away.
Gets away. Kawhi 2K finds their counterpart in the form of that breach. It's not a risk you always want to be taking, but when you find that Elim early, that pick goes a long way. It makes the plant a lot harder, and it makes the retake prevention a lot harder as well. They have to commit now the lockdown instead.
Didn't clear.
Paranoia out the corner, rolling thunder, migraines, falls early. Here comes another one. The Soa can't block it fast enough. The entire party rocking in the garage right now, but that lockdown will soon come to a close. It is up to Zemo to give us a full-blown ace here, Kat. He's going for a psych, and it's go all the way to the A site. Unbeknownst, that A link is currently hesitated. Hits, no, misses it. Hits the whiff, dodges 2, can't dodge the third, and with only 50 HP left on the clock, we need a miracle ace clutch. Totally unaware Jello had the flank. 12-8. Arizona 1 round shy of being that #1 seed into Boise.
Oh, that would have been insane. Got the first 3. Was able to, from the shadows away to the A site. Fortunately, gets caught out at the end of the day, but everything prior going just the way of Arizona State. Kawhi's able to sneak down to find one early, guarantee the information that they are headed into garage, and finds a first pick to give them the advantage. Rest of the team is able to get involved as well on the C side to find the looks, and from there, Zemo has to try to make something happen. Arizona State in full control. 2 with light armor here for Riverside Gold. Can they hold on to the game and a chance at the first seed?
The first seed is what they want. They're only 1 round away. Technical 5 eliminations to make it all work. The Riverside's been great at holding moments where they were supposed to collapse, and instead building something stronger. That might start right here once again. The jiggle peek from Brisk, trying to hold that C long. Just trying to scare Riverside into not approaching C. And I'm not sure Zemo has gotten the message quite yet. I think they're overclocking the overzealousness of Brisk so far, but instead Brisk isn't coming down C long this time. Instead, it's a rotate back to the A site. I'm just waiting for Zemo to get their head taken off if they choose to peek that.
Okay, Migrant's gonna pick up one of the Kaiwa. That's like one of the first times they've actually scaled up grass there. They've managed to find the look because of it, just catching the the mid-round timing off guard. So Riverside going to have an advantage here in this one. They want to take that advantage and utilize it on the A site.
The A site has just been the site of all attention for Arizona State and Riverside Gold. Gambler 5 HP on site, barely makes it out. No support there to bring them up anything above 5. You got to give us a Zemo clutch. A late lockdown could spell disaster for this Squadron Cat. Looks like they're not quite sure where to run yet. Did they get it? No, the destruction hasn't come through either. There we go. Finally goes down. Migraine was risking their life to try and find that flank, and there it is. Nothing as Migraine falls. Brist gets it. Paranoia out. Corner has been cleared. They look for the Elin. Justin gets it instead. A counter Paranoia falls from Zemo, and Jello goes down like a bag of rocks. Last player standing is Brisk, who will not stand much longer. Riverside Gold, the 9th round win. 3 away from forcing an overtime.
Arizona State, not the money to full buy into this one. So we're looking at a likely 2 away. It'll be Kaz to pick up a rifle. Could buy a rifle for a teammate if they want to force this one. But for the light buy, want to make sure they have the safest and the closest buy possible into the next round. If Kaz, though, can find a good early look with this Vandal, there's a chance they can turn the whole tide of this one. They got the Blaze to work with 2, and they'll utilize it. Everyone coming up C-long early.
Going to be rushing it down fast to the A fault line. Not able to find anything, unfortunately, but Riverside, they've completely picked up the pace here. They want to catch Arizona State off guard before the rotations can happen, but the rotations are already here. It's a 1-1 trade with the Stinger. Migraines gets onto site. The rest of the team waiting in the wings and setting up the Nano Swarm makes it that much harder to find an early success of this round. Jello's Blade Storm is the ultimate we're keeping an eye on, because it's up to Jello to be the hero this team needs to save the day, to put that 13th round win on the board and give Arizona State that #1 seed moving into Boise.
Post plan established. Dart killed early. Lots of players going to try to waterfall heaven here. That Paranoia kills a lot of times. CT. Player on the flank just got caught by the Killjoy. Gone.
It's a bloodbath. There it is. Last player left standing is Migraines on the KJ. They've burned so much time off the clock. And there it is from Jello. That's got to seal the deal against Riverside Gold. It's going to be a close one, but I believe the defuse is just around the corner. Over 5 seconds left. Arizona State 13-9 secure their victory as the #1 seed going into the CECC West next month.
They've done it. They looked completely dominant in the last series, and in this one, just a moment of staggering, a moment of doubt. They came back through on the fence. They had to win a round to guarantee they'd keep that eco alive. Won that round and then won everything else afterwards. Come home victorious here in this one. They'll go to Boise, ask the top dogs. Everyone in that bracket, all 8 teams coming for Val, gonna have to take these guys down.
It's impressive. Somebody go back and clip that that moment of me saying this looks like a #1 seed team, and then put that over Jello getting a 2K to win the map. But it'll be a great clip, I promise. Folks, we're gonna throw it to a super short break here. Hopefully, we're gonna pull somebody in from Arizona for an interview. We're gonna do an interview, and then we're sending you all off to CECC West Overwatch, which, from what I've heard, is gonna be a banger today. So we'll be right back with this break in a couple of minutes.
Only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities, I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the #1 thing in the students' lives. Now, that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5%. at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC Highlights, week number 8. It has been 8 weeks already, and hey, if you've been watching these on a bit of a binge, you like the new background, brand new first video it's going to be in. Super excited to jump into this with you guys. Of course, I'm Septilance, here to walk you through the highlights of week number 8 at the ECAC. We are kicking off strong with clip number 8 here, as it's going to be Tony Pajamas on the Ness, Fisher College and NYIT, 2 of the greatest Smash programs in the country, going head to head, just completely dominant on both sides. But Tony Pajamas got sick of waiting and wanted to give Fisher that leg up once again.
Trying to limit options. They'll push this piranha plant away. Can they get back yet again? And up air yet again into the yo-yo, and they'll be caught by the forward air. Tony will take him down.
For clip number 7, we'll be joining CSI and Iona going head-to-head in game number 3. A full-blown best-of-7, both teams a 1 win already under their belts, and somebody needed to walk away with that second win. It's a 3-3 tie-up, less than a minute on the clock, and CSI in these final moments comes back to life to sneak out a game 3 win.
Staten Island, and it gets them tied up. The calculated moves here from both offenses, phenomenal. And that one, I mean, it's not exactly calculated. I mean, yeah, it's calculated, but it's not the prettiest to place the back wall touch there, Flater, but it works. And just like that, CSI's in the lead.
For clip number 6, we're jumping into the beautiful game known as Valorant. Stockton versus SUNY Poly, and Stockton constantly trying to keep that small lead they've held out. Their Jet in particular starts with a very rough round and actually turns it into quite the miracle run to secure them another round win on the side of Stockton.
Looking for the sales. I think at the moment they've missed the holiday deal. Somnus will find another one. Coupons expired, pocket taken out yet again. That's the cart full of groceries taken down. And the 4K, a no scope to clean it up.
Now, anyone who knows me knows that I can be a little bit biased towards Overwatch and how exciting the game can be, but my good friend Big J over at Bethel really brings out a power play for clip number 5 here at the ECAC. And if you overextend with that Primal, it can cost your team a lot. Bethel is going to have 2 ultimates. Big J going to pop it early, it seems, and he's definitely going to try. What's going on, everybody? Just one more welcome back from Catinator and myself, and this time we are joined by Angelo, aka Jello, from Arizona State University, Angelo, I've got to ask, man, you are literally the reason the series is over. You are in a 2v1. Walk us through your thought process in that moment, dude. Like, what was running through your brain in that 2v1? You're like, this is it. Like, everything's on the line right here.
I honestly didn't even know it was the last round. I didn't know we were at match point, but I was just running in. I just ran in, and my teammates were just yelling where they were, and I was like, all right, I'm just going to run that way.
Perfect. All right, I'm
just
going to run that way.
Yeah.
I like that. So let's stay in the mindset a little bit. Now, UCR, bro, they went on a 5-round win streak. 5 rounds in a row. Y'all came back, found the energy, The eco could have been broken, but you win the gun round and you take it all the way home. What changed? What was different? What were the comms like?
Honestly, when we took that time out, our coach just said keep it simple, just play how we know that, like what we did in practice, just do what we know and we'll be fine.
If you go back and watch the VOD, I actually say the same thing. So I'm excited that that's also what an actual coach thought to say. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
I like that. I like that. Do what you know. And well, what you know got you the #1 seed going into the Boise State land. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to the team?
It means a lot to the team. At the start of our semester, we were kind of having like a rough start. We had like nerves when we went into matches, but we just stuck it out together, kept on playing more matches, and now we're like feeling really confident.
You love to hear that. Honestly, confidence is key. You're done with this part entirely. #1 seed confirmed going into Boise. So you've got, I think, around a month, if I'm not mistaken, to warm up, to get ready, to keep it running, to keep it clean. And, you know, Jello, it's hard to stay, I guess, like hype. It's hard to stay in the zone during these moments, right? And we heard from one of your teammates that you have a really interesting way of getting hype before a match. We were hoping you could share that with us, what that was.
Oh yeah. Oh, for our match, I just get the energy going. I keep telling my team, like, we got to keep the energy going. If we win, I'll like twerk for them. I start shaking it, do a little dance. Turn my webcam on, do a little dance for them.
Perfect.
We're good to go.
Clearly it worked, man. I mean, y'all dominated this entire... I mean, the highest score you guys saw today was like 13-7, right? 13-8?
Yeah, around like something like that.
Or like this whole week, or 13-9. I think this was actually the highest score you guys saw the whole weekend. It was ASU all weekend long. But Jello, I'll ask you the shout out question again, man. Anybody you want to thank? Anybody you want to shout out? If there's nobody new, that's fine as well. But I want to give you that space just in case you want it.
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates, my IGL for thinking for me. I don't have to think; I just have the aim. And shout out my girlfriend for always supporting me.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Well, hey, Valentine's Day coming up.
Yeah, true. Valentine's Day coming up.
I'm prepared.
We'd love to hear it. Hey, huge congrats, dude. We are super excited to see y'all make that #1 seed, and best of luck to you in Boise.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, folks, that does unfortunately bring Kat and I's time here at the CECC West Online Invitational 2023 to a close. I'll speak for both of us so we can quickly get on the road as we are running a little bit late. It was a phenomenal weekend. We are so stoked you all got to watch through this with us. Thank you to Colton, our producer, Scoots, our observer, all of the teams that came out, and of course, all of you for watching. We could not do this without you. We love each and every one of you. We're going to send you to Paulie now. But from us, check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and enjoy Overwatch 2 that's coming up next.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's going to be what?
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You've got to touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is going to drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Online Qualifier. We just saw the conclusion of Valorant, and that was a spectacular showing. Arizona State clutching it out against Riverside. Riverside started battling back. We were watching. It was that 7-3, 7-2, 8-3, and then all of a sudden it was 12-9, and Riverside had a fantastic showing there, almost bringing it back, but it was Arizona State that clutched it out. I just want to take a quick look here as this West Online Qualifier presented by the Idaho National Guard, helping students find STEM careers inside the military and outside the military. But I also want to just go kind of through the bracket here for Valorant as I take a look at it. And #1 seed, Arizona State Maroon. They came in, they saw some adversity, but overall dominated, and they will take home that #1 seed here as we head to Boise State University in a couple weeks. UCR Gold coming through with the #2. They weren't able to finish it out, but they did win their third place match against San Jose State University Blue. So UCR doing a fantastic job. San Jose State, last year's reigning winner from the CECC in Atlanta, Georgia. So SJSU still having a good showing, but we'll have to see how they perform over in Boise State when we are on land. Remember, on land is a different game always when we talk about competitive shooters. So that's going to be excited to watch. Some notable mentions: UCR Gold, the second team from UCR. They also come on in here, finishing about that 4th, 5th place. Boise State Valorant struggled today as they were in the 6th seed, were unable to come out of the bracket play. So I wonder how that will fare for them. I think they might not have made the land, but we know their Overwatch team is pumping and cruising along, so they have some backup support there. And UNLV Scarlet, despite the first day having some showcase matches, went up against Arizona State and wasn't doing too good there. But before we get over, we are going to be joined by Clutch Key and Nerdy Bird on Overwatch 2. So the second half of the action starts right now. And before we throw over to them, I just want to take a look at this bracket really quickly as well. So we're going to have UC San Diego Gold heading off against UCLA Maine. We have the Crusaders from Las Vegas. They'll be making a return once again against the USC Trojans. That'll be the second game of the day, of the night rather. Boise State will be taking on San Diego's Navy team. And University of Utah will be going against University of Hawaii Esports. So Overwatch 2, this is again one of the first major tournaments for Overwatch 2 in the collegiate scene, as we are in the first tournament of the spring split. But without further ado, I want to rev the stream back up. Idaho Army National Guard called me. They said, Paulie, you can't throw it over to Overwatch before you get the stream riled up again. So we're here. Overwatch 2 is coming up. Get this tie off me. I can't even take it. Ugh. Nerdy Bird and Clutch Keys, over to you for some Overwatch 2. Take it home for us.
Thank you very much, Paulie. Welcome inside of the booth here, Klutchkey, alongside Nerdy Bird with you for the second and final day of action here for the Overwatch section of the CECC West Online Qualifiers, and a great bracket like you was saying earlier today, or yesterday, I should say. 8 teams making it here to the top 8 bracket. UC San Diego Gold, UCLA Maine is where we're going to take you first. The Tritons taking on the Bruins. And a very interesting fact, and I want to thank one of our good friends here dividing for this, one of the heads of the Overwatch Collegiate Ranking Association. Now, UCSD in the Ochre rankings right now, ranked number 15, number 17 in the Ochre rankings. UCLA not in here, but earlier last month in the UCEI Invitational 2023, UCLA actually defeated UCSD to get that second place spot. Meanwhile, the UCSD fell in that lower bracket final to the UCLA team. So UCLA hungry to beat the number 17, UCSD looking for revenge. So Nerdy Bird, this is looking pretty good for an interesting matchup here, at least in the quarterfinal side.
I mean, yes, but credit where it is due. This ranking is for UCSD is heavily based around their performance during homecoming, and you got to keep in mind that a lot of things have changed since homecoming happened. And sometimes, I'm not trying to throw shade here, but this is just how it happens. You'll see Matt Merck, if he's in on games, do the same thing, which is, your tank just gets tank dipped. They have an off day. Everyone has bad games. So the question is, can they maintain that type of aggression and momentum that UCSD had in homecoming with a completely different meta, where we don't have, the ability to one-trick Roadhog and just completely demolish a team and going unpunished? I don't think so. So UCSD, best of luck. Let's hope that getting that high rank does not put a giant X on your back that is undeserved, because you should be you should be a team that is definitely feared, but we'll have to see if that actually comes to fruition.
Yeah, and we'll see again. The Ochre rankings for this semester just came out back on February 1st, only 4 days ago. So we will see if that holds true. Other teams on here from the CECC as well on this list. You've also got Utah, who's up at number 15. It looks to be the second highest ranked team. You also have Boise State on this list as well, listed at number 6. They're also in the quarterfinals. I believe they're in quarterfinal number 3 coming up in a little while as well. They'll be taking on UCSD Navy. But other than that, a lot of teams trying to prove themselves and trying to get that #1 seed for all intents and purposes. All 8 teams here playing for seeding going into Boise, all of them playing for that top #1 seed when we get to that land on March 3 through 5th. So we will see where these teams line up. By the way, taking a look at the rosters coming up for both sides, we'll start off with the UC San Diego team here. And again, another strong team listed at number 15 in the nation right now. For them, it's going to look like this: Frosted, Zinnia, Paco, Hinged, and Mine. And for, again, courtesy of our friend dividing here from the Okra, Frosted, a tank from the contender side. So a name you want to watch out here for UCSD.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, I also intel from dividing was, Frosted can kind of make or break a game, and if Frosted's having an off game, well, the whole game's going to be off for his entire team. No pressure, but you're playing tank, so yeah, of course, there's a lot of pressure. Plus, I'm a caster. I'm a pot stirrer. My job's to stir the pots.
Well, let's see how much they stir the pot this time. Meanwhile, on the other side of that same pot, you've got UCLA here, and their starting 5 for the Bruins looking like Star Factor, Theodore, Courier, Arcane, and Suarez. And you take a look at their matches yesterday, we were able to see them in that Group D decider match where they would sweep on UNLV 3-0. Star Factor on that Ramatra to start off, especially on control, looking really good. So UCLA off to a good start in that decider match, got that momentum. How can they fare this time?
I am excited to see if Theodore is going to just stick on the Tracer and go unpunished this entire game series like we saw yesterday. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not positive what map we're starting out on. Of course, tradition, it has to be control. We had some creativity away from Lijiang Tower with one game starting on Busan, at least on broadcast, and we did just get word that we're getting more creativity. Take it as you will, because it's Nepal. I just pray we don't start on Sanctum.
And why would that be? I mean, I know look, personally, Sanctum is my lowest win rate as well. I really hope I don't see it, but it gives me nightmares personally. It's just I need to know from the color side why Sanctum is not the map pick here.
Too often I see people decide to join in the darkness at the bottom of the map, and whether it is an accident or an enemy player doing it, I've seen it enough times at this point that I'm just tired of the square hole, and I'm tired of environmentals. At least on this map, because they're not flashy. It is just Orisa uses Fortify. They don't have Spear Spin quite up yet, and okay, your Roadhog hooks the Orisa, but it goes through the Orisa and grabs a Squishy instead.
Well, I mean, let's see what these teams pull out from the very get-go, though. You see San Diego, the Tritons taking on UCLA Bruins right here. Both are pretty much going to come out with the exact same thing. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Both going to pull out the Symmetra, see if they switch to a Sojourner or a Tracer, and there it is. The Tracer's going to come out. So you will see a pretty much mirror lineup. Ramatras are going to come out one after the other. They're both going to take the upper platform here to start. Meanwhile, this Ramatra already halfway past that middle area, so trying to make some space for this team for UCSD. Frosted's already up 20% and rolling them to Nemesis form, and it gets knocked off the map. Star Factor is off and into the pits down below. Hinge sends him down there. Another one for the Abyss, and it's going to be UC San Diego off to the cap.
Okay, so at least it wasn't, I mean, yes, we discussed it, Roadhog probably not going to be seen as frequently this weekend as we've seen in the past, but it was a Lucio boop, but still, 2 people down the hole, come on, you should have anticipated the Lucio boop as we have the Ramatras dueling it out, and unfortunately Star Factor gets very low, forced out Nem form, and is forced to immediately use block, goes down to the pummel coming out from Mine. We've got Kiriko trying to get out alive, Ramatra chasing after their Lucio, and Lucio from the Bruins looking to get a point flip as everyone's over distracted and forced near that spawn mega pack.
Well, they get the force, which is good, so UCLA able to cap it off, so it's not going to be clean just yet here on the Sanctum. But meanwhile, ultimate percentages-wise, UCLA Star Factor's coming up at 78%. Keeps an air rush, also the closest one available, which is now available for Arcane. We'll see if UCLA pulls it off, although a lot of people low. Paco's going to go ahead and take advantage of those low HP bars. Meanwhile, it's a trade-off for right now. Samir is going to be invested here from Hinge with that already 2 ultimates, making a third. Paco's got already a pulse bomb kill, making a second one. Frosted's got 2 on the Annihilation, and just like that, UCSD's got it right back.
That was a very quick flip back over. I mean, 6% differential between the 2 point caps. roughly we're at an even sum, but if things go quickly, we can get 3 fights. If they're dragged out, this could be 2-fight territory.
Well, let's see if it does become 2-fight territory here. They're playing it just a little bit back, but they know they got to hit the go button here. And the go button for UCSD. Bring out the Kitsune Rush and let's go. They're going to try to run him down so quickly here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Paco's got 2 already and make that a 3rd courtesy of Hinged here. Hinged is 2 now on the sound wave, and that's 58% and rolling. We're looking at 1 fight maybe left.
Early Kitsune Rush, as soon as the entire line of San Diego conga line into that corridor, was absolutely impressive and quintessential to winning that fight. Ulting quickly and catching them off guard. Let's see if they can do it again as they pop the overclock, but Sino is forced to use slide to get out. Paco goes down to Starfactor's pummel. Now we're gonna have to back up. Pulse bombs drop, but it's a whiff, unfortunately. Frosted goes down. Theodore's doing some work again, showing them they can go toe-to-toe with the enemy Tracer. Recall has been forced out. They're trying to pick up support. Their team has locked down the point still. Let's see if they're able to maintain it and get cleanup here quickly. Otherwise, they could get pitched off.
That's a good fight for UCLA. They're able to force it out, and they're able to make sure that even if it hits 86%, they still got a chance at another fight here. So they give up 86, sure, but it's another fight that you're going to win, which is why UCLA knew they had to go quickly there. And in the end, they were able to win that fight before it even hit maybe, say, 92, 93%, which would have been really bad for them. So at least they got a couple extra seconds. Annihilation is going to come out right away. Sound Barrier also invested. See if you can get rid of Star Factor or Frosted. Both Sound Barriers coming out, but UCSD won. Use it later. Hinged gets it off later, and that might be the result of a good play here for the Tritons. They try to push on up right now. Both of the Annihilations might go down here in just a couple of seconds. I know Frosted's one probably runs out at this point. Star Factor's one will run out at the same time. They'll still no point flip about 3/4 of the way there. UCLA will take the lead at this point, and now Frosted goes down. Suarez traded out, but it's still looking good. And UCSD trying to make this look even better. Overclock has to play the hero here for Courier. Is it going to be enough, though? Courier down to half health. Gets the health bar back up. But it looks like UCLA looking to hold on here with just a couple of moments left. Is it enough?
Factor backing up, recognizing, waiting, instead of just inting their brains up to stay on point and keep the contest open was the better of the 2 called. They do have a moment to reconvene. One thing I want to point out is right before last, Courier accidentally jumped and slid off the map, so if they do that again, they could be abandoning their team, as we have the Kitsune Rush come out from San Diego Gold.
Kitsune Rush. Oh, Kitsune Rush. Sorry about that. Kitsune Rush is out. Paco and Hinged both getting themselves kills. It's going to be 3 kills for UCSD and a 199. How close do you want this to start off, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 1 of the day. UCSD takes a 1-0 lead, but a very close 199.
Perhaps we see this go all the way like we saw at the beginning of the broadcast yesterday. Am I against this? No. Is it quarterfinals? Yeah. Should we see a full 5-map series in quarterfinals, semis, and grands? Heck yeah.
Well, a reminder of yesterday, to Nerdy Bird's point, if you didn't join us yesterday, Hawaii and Arizona took on each other in Group A's first map, and yeah, that one went 3-2 for us. So this is looking pretty good to start, no?
Most definitely. And a quick reminder to everyone who's watching, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud sponsor of the CECC West Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering $20,000 in bonuses and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Be sure to reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. And let's jump into map 2 here on Nepal. Looks like San Diego has already claimed the majority of the mid-ground here and is looking to just dissect UCLA's team and force their Ramatra out of position and take care of the backline.
And Frosted's already got 2 inside of the Nemesis form, which means this is already a very first fight where the Ramatra is able to take up so much space. And look at that. They're already forcing out the Mercy back. They're forcing the Kiriko back. They've got to flip 4%, which is good for them because now you take a look at Ultimate. Frosted's already at 75%. I mean, Frosted's going to have that Annihilation pretty much here in the next fight.
I mean, Frosted saw Ramatra just kind of split his team up and then just turned and burned and did as much damage as possible. It was disgusting. Annihilation basically in one fight. Best of luck.
Well, let's see how they fare with this. Annihilation is going to come right out for Frosted. 3 people inside of it, 2 simultaneously. That's both of the supports. Frosted is just going to make sure they chill out. And that is a team kill for UCSD on one Ramatra Annihilation. Annihilation, the key word.
Okay, so we're coming up on Kitsune Rush. Arcane's a little bit behind on mine, and then Suarez is going to have that Valkyrie. Ponko is going to have Pulse Bomb. Star Factor is probably going to have their own Annihilation by the time this fight starts. The question is, what is the response from San Diego? The one thing they do have that the side of the Bruins does not have currently is that amp speed boost, which could allow them to survive, but that amp speed is why Frosted was able to be so successful with his utilization of Annihilation.
Well, Frosted and Sinon both going to get kills to start off this one, so it's already a backup situation very quickly, might I add. Star Factor is still 2% away. He's probably going to get it by the time he spawns back. The Korean getting Sinon is not a bad thing at all, especially if you have all systems go. If you can find your way back here in just a couple of moments, you can win this last fight.
80% all spawns is a perfect amount of time. It's just the question is execution, because you have to start pulling attention somehow, and typically it does have to be your Tracer. But Theodore for the side of the UCLA Bruins is such a quintessential damage dealer that if Tracer pulls too much aggro and ends up dying, it's going to be rough. Recall's already been forced. We have a Kitsune Rush drop. There's the Annihilation from Star Factor, and we hear a Pulse Bomb. Frosted and Hinged go down. This is the opportunity for UCLA to bring this back. It's just 99-0. This has to be played perfectly from here on out.
Hinged went for the sound barrier and the Annihilation, canceled out whatsoever, so UCSD having any chance of that fight just went kaput right there. I mean, Hinged used the sound barrier. Oh boy, that's a big ult to lose here. I mean, yes, you got it to 99, but that's such a big ult to lose early on.
Hinged from one Lucio main to another. You just Ajaxed.
I don't want to be the one to say it.
I'm allowed to. I'm a Lucio main. It's all good.
Star Factor gets the kill on the Hinge. This one off the UCLA looking to defend this one all the way through, already a third of the way to tying this one up. They've got the Sojourn just kited off on the left side, and yet again, it's going to be another quick win fight here. And for UCLA, not a bad thing to be able to defend this, but Frosted coming up on another Annihilation.
What's really great is that Courier was the only one to expel ult there. This is where ult management becomes very important in ult economy, because when you're having to hold for such a long period of time, you can't just drop 3 ults in a fight and then 2 ults the next, because you're going to bust your economy too quickly. Frosted, though, coming up on that Annihilation. Suarez, 90% on that beat. So the question is, do we see an Ajax Part 2 from the other Lucio in response, or do we have a successful beat drop?
Well, let's see if the beat drops for Suarez. Meanwhile, Pulse Bomb whipped a little bit to the right, a little bit too wide. Meanwhile, Annihilation is out for Frosted. Soundbarrier is going to come out from Suarez. Mine is able to take down Arcane in the process, but trades out right away. UCSD looking to run the table here, making this last fight territory, trying to trap that Tracer of the Sojourn a little bit. Only 2 left to go on this point. Is the Sojourn and the Lucio. No one's going to be able to get back on time. And despite it being looking pretty close, the only person you've got left here is this Tracer, who looks to be going down. Kiriko's got to make it to the point as well, but nobody touches in time. And UCSD is going to take the first map 2-0, but both maps, oh, so close.
I mean, yeah, could we ask for it to look any closer? Yes, we could have ended up on Sanctuary at the very end and gotten all 3 in the sub-map rotation, but I digress. Next map pick is actually going to go to the Bruins, and we can all appreciate Frosted's insanely quick Annihilation charge. That was disgusting. And of course, you know, when I'm throwing a word that sounds like an insult, it's always a compliment in the terms of Overwatch. But nonetheless, the next map pick goes to the Bruins, and it's going to be Escort. Do you have any predictions as to what they might pick?
Do I have any prediction? I have a prediction and I have a want. A prediction.
Okay, give me both.
Okay, prediction wise and a want. Maybe they both might actually be the same thing, because if you have that Ramatra playing oh so well, this is also my want. Shambali Monastery. I think it's close enough where it could work for Ramatra. My hope is that they pick that Shambali is there, maybe for the Ramatras versus Ramatra, but unfortunately, it's not UCSD's pick, it's UCLA's pick. So I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for maybe more longer range to help them out, maybe you're thinking either Dorado maybe to help you out, or you've even got Route 66, a little more open area if you're you're good at flying characters. Obviously, we saw yesterday where the Pharmacy combo was actually really good for a team for 1 or 2 matches. I think that was Arizona for a little while. But, I mean, again, it could go any which way. I'm not too sure. Again, we've only seen one map between these two. It's the first map we've seen between these two teams as well, except for UCLA, who won in Busan yesterday as well. And that game, I believe, if I check my notes real quick as I grab them from the side, that next map from UCLA, they were picking Dorado. So I'm assuming Dorado might be the next pick coming up here.
I actually am going to lean into that Route 66 pick because ROM doesn't play as well into Route. And if, theoretically speaking, they're capable of playing the Wrecking Ball Tracer combo and playing more of the Disruption style, it makes it a lot more difficult for Ramatra to actually be able to utilize Annihilation to the extent that we just saw on Village, because everyone has to play really close together. You're playing a more brawl-style comp. It's not so much get in, be an annoying gnat that no one can kill, and get out. It is, you have to get in and confirm a kill, and that is where Ramatra gets very deadly, because not only do they have Nemesis form, but you can then, once Nem gets low, if you have Annihilation, you animation cancel straight into Annihilation, you just keep running through everybody, and that just in close quarters, and everyone has to be close to each other, is not fun.
It isn't fun at all, but at least we know it's not going to be our wants or our predictions, because our next map is actually going to be Circuit Royale. So Circuit Royale, a pretty popular map for the long-range side, and and now Nerdy's just about like looking down like, what the heck is this big for the map?
I mean, Circuit Royale has some of the most busted defense out of all of the maps. I mean, point 2, getting up that hill, that, of course, you know, high ground, I'm a broken record, always defaults to defense first. I don't think there's really any instance where an attacking team gets an easy access to high ground that is an advantageous high ground. Other than the back one that's just above that mega pack on the first straightaway, high ground is an, pun intended, uphill battle for an attacking team. Now, that being said, I see Theodore popping it on the Widowmaker, and we've seen them on Tracer this entire tournament. Am I about to see some heads roll? Yes, I am! Because they immediately pick up the Sojourn.
Immediately pick it off. Heads will start to roll, like you were saying, Theodore, starting to pop. And Courier with the secondary railgun fire as well. All this Widowmaker can do from Paco is run away. And they does get out. Wow, the Widowmaker stays up. Wow, I'm very surprised.
They got the rock. They had the double orb coming out. Oh my gosh. Paco, you owe your supports a big, huge thank you, a hug, and a kiss, and maybe a cookie on Valentine's Day, because you should not have lived through that.
Only a couple of days away, mind you, for Valentine's Day. So yeah, you might want to get them very soon, although I heard Amazon is very quick with it as well. But anyways, 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Still plenty of time here for UCLA as they round around the first or second turn, I should say. Heading into that checkpoint, Theodore rolls Sinone's head off his shoulders. Meanwhile, Paco able to trade that out right away, although by body shot. So both of the Sojourns are out. It's going to be a Widow v Widow battle, but one's got the higher ground. Theodore's got the lower ground. Although for Theodore, that might not matter too much. Star Factor wins the mirror battle courtesy of the Orb of Discord of Arcane. So right now they've got him pushed all the way back. Only 1 or 2 people need to stay on this point. Nobody else is going to contest. And it's a free point here with 5:10 getting on the clock here for UCLA.
And now we have UCLA pushing up, rounding this corner, but this is kind of where things get a little iffy. We've got to have one on cart, which typically is going to be someone squishy, aka Zenyatta. However, the one thing that the Zen can have to keep their sanity is that there's no Tracer that's going to be looking at them. We do have Theodore go down to mine, though, who just volleyed from low ground. That was incredible. And now we have Lift from Star Factor, is going to pick up 2 as well. And we did actually have that Zenyatta make the smart move and move up just to get Discord orbs out and abandon the point for a little bit, and then go back after the fight was won. And that type of balance between knowing when you need to be on payload and being involved in the fight is actually a really good trademark of a solid support player.
Yeah, we had Valorant earlier today, right? Star Factor basically got in essence, what was an ace. He got every single player, regardless of when they spawn or not. Got every single final blow there. So, hey, I mean, Star Factor's got the 5 kill there. Here comes up the Gravitic Flux from Frosted. Now an Application Matrix also out, plus the Immortality Field. Paco's got the help through the wall, but Theodore finds Paco through that same wall. And also, the Sigma's also low, which forces out the Transcendence from Mine. 3:55, still plenty of time to try to play this one out on the attack, even though that car is oh so close. Going on, and Frosted, though, going to try to end this fight right away, and they will do so, wasting away a couple more seconds of UCLA's time bank.
this is where things start to get really complicated, because now there's no one on high ground for the UCLA squad. They have to break through the busted defense zone here, where HitScan just gets free reign from the high ground. I mean, you gotta bob and weave, you know, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge everything that's getting thrown at you with very little natural cover.
Let's see, overclock is going to be popped up right away from from Sinon rather. Courier's going to hold on to theirs for a little while, but Frosted does go down to UCLA. Hey, an opening for right now, unless Sinon decides to roll ahead and shut that door right away. Hinge is also going to do the same thing here. Only person left on this point is Star Factor, but with no healers, you're probably going to die very early on, and there goes the rest of the team. Bye-bye Whittle, bye-bye chances for a fight.
Now we got another battle coming out from the Zenyatta trying to take on the Widowmaker.
Oh my god. Oh, nope, the shield came back. The shield's up.
Yeah, yep, Paco's gotta take a new angle.
Yeah, you can't really find an angle. I mean, if you want to keep shooting into a shield, I guess teams would say, hey, more power to you if you want to just keep giving me mitigated damage, but it's for the pad the stats at that point, right? So,
yeah.
Oh, the jump shot!
Unfortunately, lose our... Oh, that was so close!
Oh, that was so close. They had the jump shot, but Sinon's gonna walk right into Theodore, and then it's like, but Courier's got two on the lift up, courtesy of Star Factor, finds two on the overclock, and this could be a push that they want here. Car is absolutely also close. The Widowmaker and the Zenyatta both have to back away for right now. Is it free? Are they gonna chase? Is the question.
Chase the Zen! Go get the Zen!
I don't think they know where the Zen is. They don't chase him, but they do get another 90 seconds on the clock.
Ah, the squishy floating monk just lived when he should not have lived. But Theodore's gonna take down Paco. Can you find the Zenyatta who's been sitting down in this little area? No, you just pepper sprayed him. Thank you, Star Factor.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux gets canceled. Star Factor accretions onto Frosted's Gravitic Flux. Huge for them. Still finds a kill through everything else. Finds Arcane. So it still accounts for cancel here. Theodore has to back up all the way out. Meanwhile, no ultimates online for UCLA. UC San Diego's got the overclock, which they'll use right away. Sinon's going to try to find something with it. See if they can win on this fight around the corner. The immortality field gone. Star Factor gets frosted, but Paco trades that back right away. Still plenty of time though, but they're going to go ahead and run away here. Paco's just going to sit back, relax for just a couple of moments while the Widow battle wins by Paco. Theodore sits down.
Paco does have those infocytes online, but instead Courier's gonna make their head roll. Holy cow, this is why I wish I had an action replay button, just to like clip that, save it, and be like, can we talk about this insane shot? Because holy McNuggets. Now we've got Amplification Matrix online. They can lock down this entire corridor, and they're going to use it, just allowing Star Factor to go forward, having an insane amount of healing and damage output. Paco not popping sights just yet, as we hear Trance get popped. There we go. Sights are going to be used from both Widowmakers, so now it's a game of chicken.
Let's see. They know where one Widow is, but can they find the other one? At least they know where it is right now. At least they know where that Widowmaker from Paco is for right now. See if anybody can come up with a big ultimate here. Frosted finds Courier through Hinch's wall, so that's a big start for them. Frosted's going to find a little bit more as well. They're going to run this down to 90 seconds, but all the Baptiste can do is shoot and pray that somebody can save their life. And right now, this Kiriko's doing a wonderful job. Arcane's going to get up to a Keaton and Rush while helping out the Baptiste, and this Baptiste is going to stay alive. Oh my.
Holy heck.
Wow. These supports are nuts.
Because supports won't win you a game, but they can lose you one, and these supports are making sure they're not going to cause a loss.
Words forever true there. That support line from Suarez on Arcane doing a fabulous job. Running away for right now, but down to the final 60 seconds, what could be a last fight if this drags on way too long. They're going to go right overhead here. Gravitic Flux is up. That's going to find Star Factor, but is it enough damage? It will not be. However, Suarez goes down. Sinon's found two. Sinon can find more without even needing to use the overclock, and down to 45 seconds. It's a team kill, and the first one of the round here for UC San Diego.
Okay, San Diego now only has overclock. They're getting kind of close to that Transcendence. Hinge can most likely get this Amplification Matrix mid-fight. Suarez most definitely going to have it. With their Kitsune Russian overclock through the Bruins, if they can get control of the high ground, it's forcing the fight to the cart here, and their poor Poor Sigma getting so much damage and forcing out early Suzu. That could be a go button here for San Diego, but they're playing this patiently as we hear Kitsune Rush and Accretion both drop on Frosted.
Overclock is also used at the same time. Sinan's found Theodore yet again. The head will start to roll as soon as the overclock is up. Gravitic, I'm sorry, I thought I heard something there, but you still got Courier without an ultimate. Everybody will start to melt away. There is nobody left for UCLA that can push this point, and UC San Diego holds the line at 2 points and 92.31 meters. So for UCSD, the Tritons basically need to complete the map in order to go up 2-0 in the series.
There is still a safety net in place, though. Even if they don't win this map, it's okay. But Bruins, y'all better win it because I want a full 5-game series.
Well, I mean, again, it's not out of hope just yet that we can see a 5-game series. Of course, you would have to see a close reverse sweep if UCSD loses it, but now UCLA having to try to defend this. I mean, if you're UCLA, based on what you saw on the attacking side, I mean, for Sinon and Paco, they were hitting their shots. Theodore found one at the very get-go, but it looked like UC San Diego had some momentum on their side, at least towards the end.
Man, see, I was not trying to stir the pot more, but you kind of just did, which is like, even if UCLA does lose this one, they can start the reverse sweep. That's just putting a crud ton of pressure on them if they don't come out on top of this map to equalize us and turn it into, the best of 3 series versus the full best of 5. But nah, you're just like, it's okay. You can do the reverse sweep. No pressure, guys.
Well, I mean, again, it's not that, hey, no pressure, but, I mean, if you don't win this, you're going to be a lower seed. No, that's a lot of pressure, but for both of these teams, if you don't win this, you're going to be a lower seed. If you win this, you're going to be at least the top 4 seed heading into Boise. So, I mean, pressure's on anyways, at least heading towards LAN in March. So, for UCLA, it's got to be a win here. I mean, just to at least even up the board, although losing that first control point would be really bad considering that if you do go to map 5, it would still be UCSD's pick no matter what. But now we'll see. Hey, can UCLA bring it all the way back is the question. And first shots coming out from Theodore, from Paco's not going to find anything. Ooh! Theodore finds the head of Paco, so that's a Widowmaker gone. Can you find another is the question. On to Sinon. Sinon knows where Theodore is, looking for him right away, just trying to use this barrier to peek out just a little bit, but no kills fall just yet, except for that one player from Paco. Now Star Factor takes care of Frosted, which means it's looking like a good defensive hold here for UCLA.
It seemed like as soon as Paco looked away from Theodore, that's when Theodore got the pot shot right on their head. Now we have Suarez go down to Paco, so down to Baptiste, and then we have Theodore return the favor, taking out Sinon. But being down to Bap, never mind. Okay, Theodore.
Okay, all right.
I was going to say that things kind of equalized out there, but nope.
Nope. Jump shot just ends. I think jump shot is basically your ace in the hole. Jump shot wins all. Yeah, jump shot there. Arcane goes down, wins the Zenyatta battle. And for right now, they're just hiding all over the place here. Frosted 59% through Gravitic Flux, Star Factor up to 66. Meanwhile, though, Theodore almost at an infra site. Arcane almost at the Transcendence, close to support to an ult as well. Theodore has to back away for right now, right around the corner. Good support. Keeping him up for right now, trying to find if anybody's going to go peek around that corner. Tries to slide a jump shot from Courier. Ain't going to happen for right now. They give up a little more space, but Theodore's going to make sure that Paco is still shut down. Another head will roll for the Widowmaker. Another headshot onto the Sigma, and this Sigma's in so much trouble trying to find the Zenyatta right now. Has the infra sights up, and this is just the rest of the team melting away. The Tritons have to back.
I have a love-hate relationship when there's so many people that are just amazing at hitting their shots. I mean, you can get a one-shot combo with an Accretion and 2 orbs coming out from a Sigma. You can get a charged rail shot, one-shot kill from Courier if someone's just taking like a tickle of damage. And then Widowmakers, full charge shot, you're dead. Zenyatta, full volley, you're dead. The only one that can't quite do that so much is the Baptiste in this situation, whereas they just start getting that hit movement in and they just dodge all the shots. But this becomes a game of who takes the smarter peek, and it gets very scary.
Well, I mean, hey, you still get Amplification Matrix, right, if it comes up, but that could still be a one-shot possibility. But 3 people upstairs, courtesy of the lift up from Frosted on the Gravitic Flux, plus a help out from the rest of the team. That's 3 kills simultaneously. UCLA starts to melt here down to what looks to be a 2v5 situation for UCLA now, and Mine will take care of 2, and the car will advance. Question is, do they have another fight coming up?
Okay, so the one thing I want to highlight is Theodore recognized 2 people went down and backed the heck out. So if they get some nasty shots, as I'm saying it.
As you say, another one!
Get the contest! Get the contest! Oh my god, the Sojourn made it in!
Wow, put that on the montage for Theodore. That's 2 kills already for him, and now the Transcendence needing to be forced out. 35 seconds left to go. This Sigma in a lot of trouble, but the Zenyatta trying to pop here what they can. Immortality Field needing to be used early on as well to just get this team out. But is it enough is the question. The overclock popped by Courier. Can they find a kill through it? No. Sinan shuts down Courier on the overclock. Theodore still on top, though. Will it find a kill? It will. Paco goes down. So it's still a 1v1 trade-off situation. Can you find more? Oh my god, Theodore at 5 health. Courtesy of the railgun shot.
Mega pack behind you.
There is, but does he have it? He might not. It's a slow heal up. Meanwhile, 3 meters left, 2 meters left. Somebody's got to touch it. They want to contest. They do. 0.17 meters. Theodore finds a shot. It's going to be too little, too late, though, as UCSD finds a way to add another 2.5.
All I gotta say, Theodore, is that I manifested those like that double dink for you right there by mentioning it. You're welcome.
Just manifest. Nerdy's just manifesting everything. They stir the pot, manifesting. Sunday's a really good day for you. You basically called like half of these correctly.
You know what? I caster curse so much stuff, I'm gonna take it.
Star Factor's got Sinan, and now the Gravitic Flux is going to be up. That's 2, including the Baptiste, which has to use the Immortality Field very early on, although it keeps the team alive. Star Factor in a lot of trouble, though, has the Orb of Discord from the Hinged, or from Mine on right now. Gravitic Flux find the Baptiste. No Immortality Field going to be available as the rest of the damage falls off. Transcendence is here to maybe see if they can force a fight here, but down 1 support and only a Zenyatta. Transcendence up in a little while. It doesn't look like UCLA is going to have enough damage. Jump shot, not there for Theodore. Cannot find it right now. They're going to back off for right now, but for UCSD, a prime opportunity. Jay just played a little more softly for right now.
This is where things get a little bit difficult. You've lost the spatial control that's necessary for spam, and that's how things kind of broke down around point 1. And this is where swinging wide and making sure you can take those off angles is really important. We do have Theodore doing that. They decide to go out a different entrance in order to force themselves into a different angle. Now we've got 2, a Zenyatta and a Widow, both at the same flat, which is a little rough. We do lose Frosted because you have to round a whole corner. It's line of sight for that Zen ult. And now it's just an opportunity for the side of UCLA to walk forward and claim space again, which is exactly what their composition requires.
Well, UCLA having to back off right now. That was a huge pick earlier on, and if you can take care of this Widowmaker very early on in this fight, you're looking at a chance of winning this automatically, because you know that Widow can't jump shot, that Widow can't get a peek on you, so Paco's going to use the infra sight to make sure that maybe they got a chance at this. Theodore also looking for the head at the same time. Frost is going to use Gravitic Flex. Paco finds Theodore from the side stairs. Danon's got a shot off. Arcane does find Paco, though. Isn't going to be enough. You've only got 2 people left to go on the point. Star Factor goes down, and it's going to be UCSD yet again in the final fight of the time bank. He's going to add another 90 to try to push this for the win.
A lot of these checkpoints have been gotten in no time or borderline within 10 seconds of running out. So 90 seconds left on the clock, same amount of time that the Bruins had when they rounded this corner. I don't think they're scouting right now to identify if there's 2 people above their heads. Finally, they recognize it. It's time to pick a location and pick a fight. Theodore looking to get an easy shot. We do lose Star Factor, though, for the UCLA Bruins, and that could be the opportunity for San Diego to capitalize as Courier also goes down.
Oh, what a volley from Mine from the top rope. I mean, you can just see that Zenyatta earlier just looked down and looked down at the prey from above like a vulture. Trying to get those volleys off, but 52 seconds left to go. We'll see if they're going to take the high ground here, which they will. Only 1 person left on points. I believe that's going to be Paco that's still sitting near the card. Meanwhile, they left Paco alone, and that means Paco's just going to go down with the rest of the team rotating out. Gravitic Flux soloed onto Paco. Doesn't really matter, though, when the rest of your team is still upstairs. Immortality Field having to be used early on, and from Suarez, and Spinon's going to take him down, so they're just going to try to rush them down right here, right now, with a Widowmaker in this other side stairs area. Can they find him? Yes, they can. Sinan finds Theodore with the secondary railgun shot. Sinan's going to stay alive thanks to the Immortality Field. Now, they may not be pushing it, but they're at least getting kills to win this fight.
Widow is back on that card off respawn and is doing their due diligence. Though Zen ult just got popped. I think both Zen ults did get popped. Yeah, so Theodore, who's already 40 to pull, could get a free Immortality who's already called it.
Well,
that was a close call, but Hinge does go down to Courier. I would have been screaming if I were that Tracer. Overwatch just became a jump scare game.
Sometimes it can be, you know, if you got the Widowmaker just jump peeking you around the corner, you know, it could very well be. But anyways, Immortality Field does go down. Overtime clock starts to bleed out. We'll see if UCSD can get a final push. This will be your final fight here and right now. Arcane takes down Spinon, and it's 3-1 on the trade, and that's everybody gone except for the Lucio. The team kill is out, and UCLA will tie up the series 1 apiece. What a defensive hold from UCLA, but my oh my, what a close game to get there.
All right, we're down to a best of 3, and I want it to go all 3 maps. Star Factor is going to be getting our play of the game with the Sigma. I'm pretty sure this was that first team kill of the entire map.
Yep, has to be. Immortality Field was right there for the Zenyatta for a little while, but like
and
I said, got
yeah,
like I said, got a majority of these kills as well. I thought it was a complete ace, although I believe one of them was a Zenyatta kill. But anyway, still a great job overall from UCLA. And look, that's the comeback you want, right? That's the momentum you needed right after that 2-0 loss against UCSD, at least on Nepal. So now you got an opportunity to make the comeback here at the very least. And again, no matter what, UCSD will go to will pick game 5. But hey, at least you're tied 1-1. And if you can win the next 3, you won't have to go to or next 2. You won't have to go to control points. So we'll see if UCLA can keep this up. Meanwhile, though, UCSD's pick, and it'll be pushed. So three maps to choose from: Esperanza, you've got New Queen Street, and you've got Coliseo. Which of those 3, if you're UCSD, if you're the Tritons, which one do you want to pick against this team from UCLA? And I'm sure you don't want to pick anything that gives a Widowmaker an opening, especially against Theodore.
I think Coliseo is just out because, I mean, it was a bloodbath, but it really became a game of smart peaks for our last map. And so to avoid something like that, possibly we could see New Queen Street. East Esperanza is a little iffy on that one. I mean, yeah, there's some high ground availability, but it's not as easily undivable as it is on Circuit Royale. So with that being said, just no Coliseo, and watch me be completely wrong and it does end up being Coliseo.
Well, let's see. I mean, Circuit Royale, you had your head down in your hands for that pick, and ultimately it landed up in UCLA's favor. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe it is Coliseo, and maybe we will see heads in hands. But if UCSD wins it, maybe it'll pop back up. You know, just like, oh, this was the right map pick. But we'll get to see what they pick here in a little while. No subs in that last one either, although for both of these teams, if you take a look at them, for at least for UCSD, they've got 7 players on their team. Meanwhile, for UCLA, they've got a total of 9 players, at least on our rosters here. So could be a swap-out situation. Yesterday, we saw Xerxes. We saw different players come in for UCLA. So could very well come down to which map they play, and then you could also have some subs in as well. So the depth of the teams really could be it. But as you said it, you called it, Esperanza going to be the next map coming up.
And I'd like to point out the reason why my head was in my hands for Circuit Royale wasn't because I hate the map. It was just because I knew what type of game it was going to become, and that was just a disgusting amount of eliminations and like clutch Widow plays, and that's basically all it boiled down to, was which Widowmaker took the smarter peaks, which, don't get me wrong, I love to see it, but oh my word, can it be super anxiety inducing? And I don't thrive on anxiety unless I'm doing homework.
Oh man, yeah, we don't like anxiety unless we're doing any homework or work in general. I mean, unless anxiety really fuels the fire there. But anyways, no, looking like no subs on either side. So Esperanza going to be the next map up. And look, I mean, we saw Ramatras being pulled out on the control point. Question is, will we see that again? We probably won't be seeing any Widowmakers, which leads me to believe maybe a Tracer v Tracer battle yet again, or maybe you've got Sojourns are probably going to stay up. Sojourn really didn't get any changes other than her projectile fire in the last patch notes as well. Hey, look, okay, season's only a couple of days out from it ending. We might see another patch. Who knows? At least we know the Ramontra ult will go down. We talked about this yesterday. At least we're both happy the Ramontra ult will go down from infinity to 20 seconds at the very most.
Yeah, it's just, I get why they don't touch Sojourn, but Sojourn really is. If a character, and I hate saying this because my other favorite, pick is always the Lucio pick. If a character has a borderline 100% pick rate in the higher echelons of gameplay, you need to change it. But then if I say that, they might change Lucio. So I have to just accept that there's always going to be this busted DPS of Sojourn if I want Lucio to remain untouched.
Well, I mean, let's find out. Sojourns are going to be pulled out, so are the Ramatras. Paco and Theodore, again, this is a game of speed, just like Control for the very first fight. By statistically speaking, about 75% of games that you see the team win the Control map wins out in the end, or win the, not Control map, but wins the first fight on push, wins out in the end. We'll see which of these teams can do it. Both of them will change to the Tracer, so yet, again, same like Control, another mirror fight that we will see. And it's basically been a mirror fight this entire game, so really no surprise as we speak. Courier's going to go up on the side and go up on a very nice level there. Meanwhile, they're going to stick down below here for UCSD as they try to push in. Ramatra trying to go from the side, making sure that this Sojourn doesn't have any room to play, although a little bit of a push already. 0.52 meters now, a lead for UCSD at the very least. Question is, how much farther can they push it? And they will get a little bit more push here. It's already UCLA having to back off. Nemesis form used very early on from Star Factor, who's already at 34%. Frosted still 6 there. But again, it's still a fight. It's still not just like, it's not just like an easy fight. This is the last Control fight that you want here. Sinan's going to get Theodore, and now it's starting to fall picks. And the Tritons are going to get even more meter rich with 3 people falling.
Unfortunately for the Bruins, they were forced to use Suzu very early in that fight and right in front of the enemy team. So it was very obvious that they could then just wait for their amp speed a couple more seconds and then egress onto the side of UCLA. So San Diego's knowing what cooldowns they're looking for and capitalizing on them after they've been used from the side of UCLA.
Let's see if they can come up with a clutch here for the UCLA Bruins to try and take the lead before the midway point, before that checkpoint. Unfortunately, though, Frostage just gonna wag the finger at them, saying, no, hold on. When my Nemesis form is up, I'm just goated. Gonna get the 2 kills, gonna get the checkpoint. UCSD's got front spawns coming up.
And butt scratch mode has been activated for the push bot. It'll just be a few moments. This is an opportunity now for San Diego, just kind of play cleanup crew and maintain space. This straightaway is always a really difficult situation to handle, just because even though they're A ground, it becomes kind of awkward and you have to pick a location to take your fight. And we're equalizing as Frosted pummels down the Lucio. Hinge takes down 1. Frosted finds Theodore. And what I said was kind of a rough fight situation. The Annihilation came in clutch.
Yeah, the Annihilation.
Yep. Rob?
Oh.
Rob? Where'd it go?
Turn around. There's somebody behind you. Look behind you. It's not Friday the 13th just yet. Frosted finds Arcane, and Frosted might find more. They both turn around, and so UCSD, I haven't heard of the Ramatra Assassin, but I guess it's now a thing?
You know what? I have just come to expect the unexpected from Overwatch players in general.
I mean, at this point, I mean, it's anything can happen at this point, right? I mean, we'll get a new hero soon, hopefully, and then we'll get to see 2 new supports. I guess expect the unexpected coming up. But anyways, Overclock is going to be used same time as Kitsune Rush, but Frost is going to make sure that Kitsune Rush is basically going to go all for nothing here. Sound barrier used by Suarez. Not an Ajax, though, was very low health before he used it. But Star Factor now falling, and so that sound barrier is just going to melt away here. Paco and Sinon both going to get kills, although an overclock kill from Courier is just going to go all for nothing. And UCSD looking good to push this even further, maybe even into the 100.
It was really important there after Suarez dropped beat that the team recognized where one of the supports for San Diego was standing and just totally blitzed onto them because they had both supports up. Yeah, they Sinon, but the Ramatra's sustainability comes from the Lucio Kiriko, and both were left standing. There's an early Suzu from San Diego State. UCLA needs to be pushing forward, recognizing it, and we have the Suzu get dropped on top of the Ramatra. Just waited a little bit too long.
Oh boy, Annihilation's being traded out here, 1 for each side, but Suarez does go down, meaning little healing here coming up for UCLA. UCSD's gonna run the table. Frosted finds 4. Frosted wipes the floor with the rest of the Bruins, and the Tritons looking to complete the map. On my, oh my, Frosted chills them out again.
I mean, right now, you can try to counter pick a ROM like the ROM, like just a map, but there really isn't a map that ROM doesn't work that well on. You can force it on every map, so if you're gonna have to do this equalization here, how do you conquer someone who's just so well-rounded on the newest, most busted tank?
Well, let's see. They got to try to stop Sinon at the same time as well. Sinon's had two down to the final 3 meters. Is anyone going to be able to touch? They will. The Sojourn's going to slide right in and touch for a couple of moments, but Paco's already got Courier down. And meanwhile, last stand here from the Ramontra, who's going to be the last person to fall, and that's going to be a completed map. UCSD picks their map, UCSD calls their shot, and UCSD completes it, and they are match point away from the semifinals.
That was... just play it. Yep. Are we shocked at this point?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we can be. I don't think we can be shocked at this point. But right at the end, too, again, 4 kills. I mean, this Annihilation is insane. And mind you, again, even though Ramontra ult gets down in 20 seconds in when we get to the next season, that wasn't in 20 seconds. That was way faster than 20.
I think they need to have it and, like, drop it down to, like, 10 to 15. I think it'd be better to like severely shorten the ultimate and then bring it back up feeling like it's not enough anymore than to still keep it at a grotesque length. 20 seconds is insanely long. So Ramontra gonna remain busted into the next start of the next season. I'm already calling it now. Am I accepting it? Yeah. Am I gonna like it? No.
We've already accepted fate here that Ramontra is still going to be the meta pick for seasons to come, unless let's say that ult goes down to, like you said, maybe 10 seconds or maybe even 5 seconds if the player community agrees on it. We'll find out what they decide to do, but 20 seconds is still going to be pretty disgusting to deal with later on. But next map coming up is going to be not push, excuse me, we just played that. Hybrid is going to be your next map of choice here. So for UCLA, they're on the brink of losing this one and being a lower seed when we go to the LAN coming up in a month from now. So for them, this is a big pick. For the hybrid maps, I mean, what do? Kings Row is the most popular pick, but do you pick something that's popular on both ends?
I think if you're wanting to go the safety route, Scrims Row is the way to go. If you want to make it a little bit more in favor of the way that their DPS have been performing, you could possibly go for Blizzard World. What are their hybrid maps?
I mean, you have Eichenwald as well. You've got, I mean, Eichenwald is another pick that's kind of out there. You know, that's kind of a little bit out there.
Yeah, it's just the worrisome part is if attackers win first point, ROM hasn't popped ult, defense is gonna auto default lose high ground because what's gonna happen is ROM, Lucio, Kiriko are gonna rush high ground, they're gonna pop Kitsune Rush, and Ramontra is just gonna go walking across the bridge in Annihilation. So I am advising against the Eichenwald vote. I really think the openness of Blizzard World would be helpful to counterbalance the disgusting Annihilation. If you really want to go safe, you can go Scrims Row. You can break LOS of the ROM ult. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of alleys that you can duck and cover into. I just really don't think Ike is the way to go.
Yeah, there's also the new map, by the way. Paraíso is also in this rotation as well. You also have Hollywood that could be available. Midtown as well. We saw Midtown yesterday, and that was in, I believe it was in game number 1 with Hawaii and Arizona. That one went 3-2 in the favor of the Wildcats and Arizona, but that was yesterday. So, I mean, again, there's plenty of maps, at least about 6 maps to pick from here. So we'll see. I mean, if you're UCLA, like you said, the long sight lines, maybe Blizzard World is your pick here, especially when Theodore was popping that entire time on Circuit Royale, especially on the defensive half. But again, Kings Row, well known on both sides. We'll get to know the map here in just a little while, but this has got to be a pretty tough pick, especially if you're on the brink of match point here.
And also, I'd like to point out for anyone that's like, why did they just shake their head to the Paraíso mention? It's not that I hate the map. I think it's gorgeous. It's beautiful, but I have very, very bad, I have really intense hearing. It's not gone down since I was a kid. And when you get to third checkpoint, the way the speakers bounce off of the cart in the material that they decided to render and the way that they have the sound in there, it echoes insanely loud. And so when I'm playing, I'm just unable to identify where noise is coming from at certain points just because of the way they have sound spawning in there. So I'm praying we don't go there. And it looks like my initial suggestion of going to Blizzard World is actually going to be taken here because next map pick is Blizzard World and no team is making any swaps, I anticipate some Widow 1v1s, but they're going to be taken honorably, and it's not going to be a game of who peaks better. It's going to be a game of who's positioning better in this case, because there isn't a whole lot of opportunity for anyone on high ground to hide for extended period of times. Typically, your Widow is taking a very bold position, like right on top of turret after point 1 is lost, right above, what is it, the pylon in the middle
pylon
of the
terrace,
point.
yes.
Yeah, like there are very, very few cheeky hidey Widow spots, and that's what I love about Blizzard World. Like, your Widow needs to be aware of when they've overstayed their welcome and they're getting hard focused. So it's going to be smart positioning, taking smart angles, and just working together with the team rather than just, I'm going to round a corner and be a Zenyatta and volley shot and someone's going to die.
Well, I mean, let's find out. I mean, Theodore's been hitting shots. You've also had a lot of good players from UCLA. Star Factor popped off on that Sigma as well. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, we'll give you an update while we wait for the map to go in. A little bit of an update through the rest of the bracket as well here in the quarterfinals. UNLV, Rebel Crusaders, and USC took on each other in quarterfinal number 2. UNLV would sweep that 3-0. Head on over to number 3, quarterfinal number 3, Boise State, UC San Diego Navy team, and the Broncos able to sweep out UCSD 3-0 there. So Boise State in the semifinals, and between the University of Utah and UH Esports, the Utes would go ahead and take a 4-map victory 3-1 over UHE. So for Utah, Boise State, UNLV, who joins them here is the question in the semifinals, UCSD and UCLA. And I saw your breath of relief there. You were hoping and praying that I said Boise State was going to win that one, but the alma mater looking strong for you right now, Nerdy.
I'm thankful because, like, I'm in text chats with most of the members, and I sent one to a large bagel, now goes by Bagel, and I was like, hey, did you guys win? How'd the game go? I have been sitting here and on red for like the last 15 minutes, and this man has not responded. So I'm like, it's either really good, really bad, or he just looked at it and forgot to respond. And I didn't know, so I appreciate the information.
At least we gave you that information. You can breathe a little while now as we get set again for the semifinals. Remember, this is all for seeding, so these guys looking to see if they can get into the LAN Plus on March 3 through 5th, which we'll have right here on Esports U as well as at Boise as well. But you're looking at the LAN at Boise State. So right now, hey, for your seeding wise, you're looking pretty good at home at the very least when Boise gets there. So they don't have to drive very far. They don't have to walk very far if they live on campus as well. Don't got to go very far for a very important tournament, especially as we continue on the road to Arlington, going on May 5th through 7th at the Esports Stadium in Arlington as well. So it's going to be exciting to see that. I know I'm going to stop by there as well to check out what's going on, especially at Esports Stadium Arlington. Very nice place, mind you. So, and that's going to be in Dallas, Arlington. So check that out. Game, we're going to be set here in just a little while. One of the players looking like they may have disconnected. Might have been a tech issue for a little while. So we'll get to that in just a couple of moments. But for those 3 teams, I mean, other than what you saw, Boise State, Utah, and UNLV, other than your guys, is there any of the other 2 teams, UNLV and Utah, that you're kind of looking into as one of the top tier teams here in the West?
Utah. I mean, zero disrespect to UNLV, but I definitely see the Broncos playing against you guys enough times to know that you're definitely a Goliath, but you're not one that is not unbeatable. So definitely Utah is always been scary, and they are going to stay that way for me, especially. We're gonna have to wait and see how things shake out for them going forward. But right now, I mean, zero offense to you, San Diego. This is me not saying this for bias. This is me because I'm here to tell a story, and I want this story to be a full 5 maps. So Bruins, step it up, get the full 3 check marks, and I want it done quickly with time on the clock. Let's go.
Nerdy wants them to go. All systems go here. Gates unlocked. And we are into game number 4 here. UCLA needing to win this to take this to game 5. UCSD on the verge of sending themselves to the semifinals on a date with UNLV coming up in just a couple of moments. But 3:40 on the clock, UCLA looking to push forward here. Question remains, though, can they get through this a little bit of a Ramontra shield, if you will, and no Widowmaker either. So they're going to play the Sojourn and the Tracer, which has been theoretically good here for UCSD, at least in past games. At least in the past rounds on both East Bonanza and Nepal. Meanwhile, 3 minutes and 20, still plenty of time to push up, but now they got this Romacha basically soloed by himself. Good thing the supports are around the corner helping them out, but this Lucio's going to push them out. Star Factor already down to 54 with no Nemesis form to save him. Now they do, but it's an on-spawn Courier in the back, and now this is looking pretty good. Frosted is left, but what can that do? Tracer v Tracer battle. Who's going to win the 1v1? Gets the health back, has to use the recall, and who's going to win? No, the Lucio interrupts for just a second. The Tracer has to back away. Do you have enough time? You had a health back right there. He's going to grab it on the dash, but what a 1v1 to start.
Okay, so Frost and Star Factor are equal
Annihilation.
as far as Annihilation, but the Nano Annihilation is definitely going to be proven more fruitful. Actually, no, we didn't see Star Factor pop Annihilation. No. There we go. Now they pop it. They sustained through the last Annihilation because of the Nano and the Sleep. The Ana, we saw yesterday not be super successful because the utility that you provide is just antis, but the anti-nade you got to keep in mind, even if it's cleansed, it doesn't get cleansed off your own team, and Suarez was playing it smart. They weren't waiting out Suzus. They were using nades strictly to heal their team, and they got that nano boost incredibly fast.
Well, let's see. Here comes the overclock coming out from Courier. Is this going to find anything? Kitsune Rush at the same time. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide. Nothing there. UCLA's used 3 ultimates. Is it going to find kills? Is it going to find the point with only 22% left to play for here? They've got the Romacha on the point trying to hold on, but really the only people left are the 2 supports plus the Romacha. The Romacha's got to do as much as they possibly can while Courier's just trying to scrounge around for this Kiriko, and they will find the pick. Theodore in the back line. The only person left to go is the Lucio. There's no chance left, and UCLA finds a way to get 2.5 on the board.
Okay, so now the question comes. For UCLA, traditionally, the resident shopper, your cart pusher, is your Lucio, but Suarez is not on Lucio this game, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. But the thing that breaks my heart is that we have to force Theodore to be our resident shopper this time, so no picks are going to be coming from a Tracer.
Overclock is going to be used by Sinon. Sinon's been pretty good with this overclock thus far. Not going to find anything this time around. Nano boost on from Suarez onto Spark Factor before Sinon rolls the head of Suarez. The Annihilation comes online, but they're all just going to back away. They cut off so well there, so it's only 1 kill for Star Factor, and UCSD is going to put up a fence here. Great job there from the kite off.
Okay, I was about to say, Kiriko is Swift Step, right? Because taking that duel in mid would have been a little bit risky. Theodore now popping themselves back on cart. Paco, though, is going to take this Tracer 1v1 possibly. The question is, who's going to have the better aim?
Oh, they take the off angle right now. Frosted Nemesis form takes down Suarez. Meanwhile, Frosted does have the available Annihilation ready to go if they want to decide to use it. But with already 1 person gone, maybe you don't need to use it, especially if you can get rid of this Sojourn of Courier. And UCLA is sent back to the spawn room. Good hope for UCSD.
Ooh, okay. I thought that Kiriko didn't have a connection for Swift Step.
But finds a way to get out.
Rough.
Yeah, that would have been rough, but finds a way to get out in the end. But still plenty of time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here for UCLA. Trying to get their bearings together here as the Annihilation is up for Frosted. Do they want to use it? Yes, they do. Frosted's going to run over 1. Frosted runs over 2. Looking for 3, looking for 4. And Frosted again. How many times have we seen this play out? Deja vu for UCSD as Frosted leads 4 and Frosted sends them back.
I'm calling it now. That's play of the game.
Gotta be.
Like, there's just no way it's not.
Yeah,
I mean, zero disrespect, but that's play.
Gotta be play, no, I mean, unless Star Factor finds 5 on the Annihilation, but Frosted found 5 in total there, so Star Factor's got to find 5 on Annihilation to even get maybe close.
5 in Annihilation plus an ult cancel, I think, would be the way that Star Factor could end up getting on top, getting the better of the ultimate there, but that's a hard ask.
Oh, Kitsune Rush goes inside of the room there, which means Frosted and Sinon are just going to run rampant inside Star Factor. The only thing the rest of this team can do is run away as Sinon's got the railgun shots lined up, lines down, and UCLA back to the spawn room yet again, and that was a quick fight, only 15 seconds before somebody died there after that Kitsune, or rather, only really 5 seconds after that Kitsune Rush was used.
Hinge chilling out, looking to get some intel from on top of the turret. Now, UCLA, yeah, they let themselves get deleted in the Kitsune Rush, but now they're going to respond with their own. Courier is down, though, so they need to use another ult or get a quick pick. There's the second ult to actually put them above 1. But the B in response means we need a fast pick here from UCLA in order to win out this fight. They almost got the key to go. They unfortunately, UCLA is going to lose both their support, so even with the ultimates online, they could not break through that sound barrier. They find the Tracer. It is just going to be 2 supports left standing for San Diego, so they have the opportunity right now for the Bruins to push this payload. However, it's Theodore on cart, and Theodore in this matchup here could really be playing more disruptively, but they needed that extra cart space with 2 people.
Yeah, credit to the supports there to keep Star Factor alive during that annihilation. Meanwhile, Courier's going to pop the overclock. Suarez takes down Paco, so that's big, 4v5, and now the annihilation is out. Do you have enough back? Do you have enough damage to take down Frosted before he runs rampant? Courier goes down. That answer's going to be no right away. The annihilation continues on, but there's just little to no hope for UCLA to even make a comeback here. UC San Diego is going to be 1 point and basically 103.92 meters away from sending themselves on a date with UNLV to the semifinals. UCSD holds the line.
I'm not calling it yet. We've seen at least enough times on Blizzard World full holds on point 1. I have faith that the Bruins can do it because I want the 5-game series.
We want the 5-game series. Well, to get that 5-game series, UCLA's got to do basically a mountain of tasks here because UC San Diego's Frosted just popping absolutely right off. We were talking about it. That one play has got to be just play the game, and that was that 5K that Frosted had 4 on the Annihilation, basically, and 1 punch on Nemesis form right afterwards. But still, UC San Diego is going to pull out what they can here. All the stops to see if they can end this series right here, right now. For UCLA, I mean, for you, what do they got to do here?
Ready for battle.
To be blunt, quick heads get value, don't die.
Well, I mean, that would be the basic premises, yes.
On the baseline, that's what it is. And honestly, I think just the kind of the flexing your main support around too much. And during the last map, I mean, yeah, Kiriko Ana can work. I think after point 1, swapping off Kiriko Ana should have happened faster. We got a Lucio, but it was too little too late. And just UCSD has showed us that, like, if they're running Kiriko Lucio, odds are UCLA should be running Kiriko Lucio.
Well, they're not going to run Kiriko Lucio. They're going to run Kiriko Zen. I mean, they don't need to speed the point necessarily, but
there's a Tracer. And
who knows? Maybe Arcane pops.
Have mobility.
Well, maybe the Zen pops. You never know. Maybe he just turns around and just flicks on him, you know? I mean, we saw Valorant flicks earlier today. I mean, you never know, right?
That's valid.
You never know. I mean, I've seen Zenyatta's pop here and there against the Zenyatta or even a Tracer. I mean, against a Lucio or a Tracer. So, I mean, who knows at this point? But let's see if we get proven wrong or right here. This Kiriko's in so much trouble. They decide to do what I like to call a cinnamon swirl. Go all the way around and basically try to force a fight on their back line and make it look like it's defense versus attack. Meanwhile, Tracer's on the point. Star Factor and Theodore both get their kills, though. So they tried to go all the way around, but in the end, they get sent back.
Flipping the point can work, but the issue comes with not recognizing who needs to die and where they're at, and that Zen just had free reign on high ground. No one went after him because no one could. I mean, if a Tracer did, in that instance, they would have been Buddhist, you know, they would have gotten a monk foot to the face and thrown off the high ground anyway.
Monk foot to the face? Well, I mean, that's true nonetheless, but anyways, the way it was funny, but 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. Still Pulse Bomb available here for Paco, see if they want to use it. Has to use the recall right away as against a Theodore who has an Orb of Harmony on them. Meanwhile, it's still going to be a look around here as they try to find this Tracer who backs away for right now, and Paco has him on the ropes, but Theodore finds a way to take down Paco thanks to the help of the Orb of Discord from Arcane. So yet again, another try at the front lines and the back lines here, but to no avail. And UCLA looks like they're going to be able to waste away half the clock. Theodore comes back up on the recall. Star Factor has Annihilation available. Do they even need to use it, though, is the question. That answer's probably going to be no here.
Nope, Frosted's down. Star Factor, you can hold on to that ult. There's no need.
Yeah, there's no need at all. I mean, you don't got to use an Annihilation. You don't got to use much of anything here. So, I mean, they're still fighting, but from the looks of it, they're really not getting any progress at all made because they don't have a Frosted in play. Now you've got Arcane coming out here with a shot onto Paco. So Arcane takes down. And look, hey, look at that. Arcane's got 2. Arcane wants more. And so the Zenyatta, hey, from downtown long-range sights, Zenyatta's going to be pretty good. And UCSD can't do anything about it with 90 on the clock.
I said clickheads get value, don't die, and so far they have delivered.
Yep, they've delivered oh so well. So
The question is every Q in the game gonna get hit here within the next minute and 15 seconds? I pray not.
there's 8 of them available. Let's see how many go down. There's number 1, Star Factor Suarez, and number 2 as well, the Kitsune Rush, plus the Annihilation comes out, but to nothing. To no answers whatsoever for at least the Annihilation. Suarez is able to take down Sinon with 60 on the clock now. And so the 2 ultimates get some value. UCSD, Sinon actually uses the overclock at the same time. So UCSD down to 3 ult, UCLA down to 2.
They have Trance and they have Overclock. They need to burn this Ramatra before Frosted gets to point, or it's gonna be Nemesis and that point's unlocked. 3, 2, 1, Annihilation's gonna get popped. Oh wait, they used B.
Not yet.
There might not be one.
There is. There it is. Now it comes out. Annihilation is out. Transcendence as well. So they got him out Frosted before this Transcendence goes down and out here. It's still online. It doesn't go through the shield. Can they get out in time? Yes, they do. Frosted gets no value out of that Annihilation. So here comes UCLA. The cavalry is out. Theodore almost with a pulse bomb. Star factor of the 65% to another Annihilation, which could be the game winner. Sinon flicks Theodore. Wasn't even looking at Theodore, and it was a quick flick. Theodore just stitched down by the hands of Sinon's railgun. And so now it's down to 56%. Overtime clock will hit no matter what happens here.
Come on,
Courier
Star
finds
Factor,
Hinge,
you
though.
gotta get on there.
Star Factor's got an ultimate almost available here. That could be the game-winning ult for them right now.
The Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is out, though, and now Frosted's just going to go ahead and go into Nemesis form, and nobody touches the points and contested the rest of the way. The Tritons have life. Oh my goodness. Nerdy might be shocked.
Oh my god. Okay, 2 minutes, this is doable. It's definitely doable. Is it gonna be easy? No. Is Paco probably the one on cart? No, because guess what? They have a heckin' Lucio!
Oh man, we'll talk about this Lucio versus Zenyatta pick later. I'm sure of it, but halfway home down, and UCLA giving up a lot of room here for UCSD. They're already less than 40 meters left to go before they can get this Annihilation available for Star Factor here. Do they want to use it? Yes, they do. They want to pop that right away to see if they can get value out of it. There's the protection Suzu used early on, but is it going to be enough? No. Courier Suarez get the final blows here, but it's going to be Star Factor that pushes them all the way back, and Star Factor is the factor in that fight. As they use the Kitsune Rush, they use the Annihilation, and UCSD coming up on 3 ultimates, maybe a 4th unhinged.
Okay, so I totally understand, like, it seems like they're giving up a lot of space, but this is what they have to do because they have a Zenyatta who needs high ground, and they have Courier who's on the Sojourn, and a Soj should theoretically be starting on high, so they need to have UCSD go into open space in order to gain control of the fight. And so they had to play it patiently, and they waited just long enough. However, now they're under bridge, and we do see Sinon go down to Theodore's pulse bomb. Here's the response, Rommel, and if you don't see it one fight, you know it's active the next, as we hear Pete and Overclock both get popped. Down go Arcane, down goes Star Factor, down goes Suarez, Paco goes down, Hinge takes out Courier, and I do think this is going to be game, set, and match for UCSD.
Theodore's got to be the hero here. 0.45 meters left, and it's not even going to matter. 1 ultimate down with the Annihilation. The damage was there, and UCSD is going to take down the Bruins. The Tritons advance on into the semifinals, winning this map 2-1, winning on Nepal, winning on Esperanza, and their ticket in to the top 4 at Boise. And of course, play the game. What else could it have been? What else could it have been as UCSD books their way into the semifinals? But I mean, what a game overall. UCLA, I mean, like we saw back on Circuit Royale, the very last fight that they had, they were able to shut the door on UC San Diego and give themselves a map point, but they weren't able to do it this time on Blizzard World. They had a good chance, though, coming towards the end. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to keep touching the point, and they had kills fall for UCLA or for UCSD as well. So unfortunately for them, UCLA out, going to be the bottom, one of the lower forward seeds here going into Boise next month. But for UCSD, you got to feel pretty good, at least momentum wise. You're going to go 3-1 into the next match, and especially against a team that they may know before, but against UNLV coming up here in the next match. So UNLV, Boise State are set as well, or rather UNLV and UCSD will go in semifinal number 1, semifinal number 2. Boise State and Utah. We'll see which one of those matches we get. But I mean, what a game overall for both sides. And yes, in fact, we will be staying on this side of the bracket. It will be UCSD taking on UNLV in our next matchup coming up. We're going to take a short break here, though. We'll take a short one real quick. And when we come back, we'll see if we can either get an interview or if we're moving on into the next side of the bracket. We'll be right back. You're watching the CECC West Online Qualifiers.
Remember clip number 7 of this week, CSI versus Iona. Both teams, one win already underneath their belts. Well, did anybody wonder how they got there? We're going to jump back into game number 1 and watch as CSI clutches out an incredible victory to start this series off.
2-2, a great demonstration of what both sides are capable of offensively. Is anyone back right now? I don't think so. That's game 1. CSI, take it.
All right, perfect. Okay, just one beat, more than enough for Max to put that goal in. And Driftsy already ready to make sure it goes in. CSI off the game 1 comeback.
I hope you folks are ready for clip number 3, our bronze medal, because it is a heartbreaker. Things looking great for Concord. They have the numbers, they get onto the point, but they forgot to look at the Roadhog, and Zerial teaches them the hard way just how scary that Roadhog can be.
Has all the ults in the world.
And they do a nice job for Mr. Business, though, to take out Cozy while they were using their... Oh my goodness! Zerial, you're just getting a double kill with a whole hog, pushing people off.
Now, way back in clip number 8, I talked about how good Tony Pajamas from Fisher can truly be when he unlocks his full potential. But folks, you don't have to take my word for it anymore. Check out what this kid does in our silver medal clip of the week.
He will find a look from the ledge.
Ooh, almost another stock there from Kai Squared. They go for the side B instead. It's not enough. They'll be able to make it back to stage. There's a back throw. He's facing the wrong way to Zaire. He finds the forward air. He's going deep for him, and he got him without...
And I truly cannot imagine a better clip to wrap off week number 8. Kiwi from the side of Pace found almost every member of JJC ripe for the picking.
It just comes down to being one of those things where who is using utility more effective. Is Kiwi running a frenzy on Chamber? This is interesting and I love it. As the season's gonna come out, gonna find a ton of value with that frenzy. Make it, oh my God. And just Kiwi popping off there with 3, make it 4. The ace got stolen, but we just saw a Chamber with a frenzy.
And with that, folks, I hate to say it, but that does bring week 8 and the main season here to an end for the time being. We've got playoffs right around the corner, and I'll be right back here to walk through those with all of you. I'm still Septilence. I hope you're still having a great time. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you for those playoff highlights.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door. from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it onto some of the top teams. Both I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill about in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Could those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Plays of the Week. And it's not just any week this time, it is the playoffs. We've got 8 incredible clips, and I'm super excited to jump into them. My name's Septilence. I hope you're ready to hop into the ride, because it's going to be a great one. When I found out this was clip number 8 of the playoffs highlight reel, I was flabbergasted because this is an incredible moment from Swift on the side of RPI. It's not just 1 or 2 elims to win the round and put RPI in a better position. It's all 5 coming from a single player. Take a look.
They hit him with the judge, operator in hand. Swift is trying to be able to find some value to it. The headhunter does a number on him. They're able to get a 4K. They're going to be able to get this plan down. Dakota's going to try and find him. Do they go into the tank? Yes, they do. Oh, they come out. That's the ace for Swift. They're able to make it happen all themselves, and they will get this one for free for RPI.
Clip number 7 tells a pretty amazing story as well. Ball State already up 2 games in a best-of-7 series, and they find themselves tied 2-2, less than a minute left on the clock. Perhaps a little bit more pressure than they'd want there in game number 3, but it's Daffy from Ball State that takes all the pressure and immediately relieves it from the team.
Find it back, pass to Daffy, bar down and in. Ball State will not be denied a game.
Crossbar has been doing a heck of a job here for Hartford, keeping the ball out of the net, but it only lasts for so long as Daffy's able to get...
Playoffs call for one thing: unconventional plays and crazy moments. And I knew this was going to be a crazy moment when the clip started with me looking at the casters. This stock comes through so
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Clutchkey alongside Nerdy Bird with you for the semifinals of the CECC West Online Qualifier here for the semester of Spring 23 as we head to the road to Boise in March. And, of course, it all comes together in the road to Arlington May 5th through 7th. And right now we're going to stay on the same side of the bracket. We just saw UC San Diego win against UCLA 3-1. And now the Tritons have a date with UNLV, the Rebels and the Crusader team. They had 2 teams. Cavalry we saw earlier on, they lost, and they were out. They actually lost to UCLA, who was in this. Meanwhile, the Crusader team did really well in their group stage. Now they're here in the semifinals playing against the Tritons. So let's find out for the Tritons at the very least, for UCSD, do they have the momentum to carry them forward? And we saw this where UCSD, they won on Nepal, they won at Esperanza, they won on Blizzard World for them. I mean, Frosted's been really, really good as of 3 out of those 4 last maps. So for them, I mean, that's pretty much your key to go right around Frosted.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramatra play is strong. The question is, yesterday, we unfortunately saw UNLV kind of really struggle against Ramatra play. Just the wrecking ball compositions were just not working out for them. Don't know if it was timing related or not. But at the end of the day, one of their squads did have to go down and will not be joining them going forward. So now this is the opportunity for UNLV to prove that they deserve the opportunity to make it to the LAN in Boise and then make it to the LAN in Arlington. And I wish them best of luck, and I hope they're prepared to go against one of the best Ramatras we've seen, at least live on broadcast thus far, and are able to go toe-to-toe with said Ramatra, whether it be using a Ramatra or using a different tank.
All right, well, let's see if that Ramatra pays off or if UNLV can come on and basically wipe the floor and take them themselves into the finals for that number 2 and number 1 seed. But meanwhile, let's take a look at our rosters real quickly. We'll start off with the UC San Diego Tritons. We saw them in the game just now for this team. It's pretty much going to look basically similar here with Frosted, the tank. Like we said, from the Okra side, as well as our friend Dividing, Frosted, one of the tanks in contenders, but you also have Zinnia, Paco, Hinged, and Mine as well. I believe for UC San Diego, Sinon is also in here as well. So Sinon, also a player here for UC San Diego that we've seen. But again, players that popped off in that last match.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these guys a lot, and so I don't want to like sit here and talk about them too much. UCSD, I mean, no offense, of course, but I want to talk and see more about the UNLV roster because they are the squad that we have yet to see on broadcast, and so I'm curious as to who they brought in. I mean, we were able, based off numbers alone, is all we get to know about that they were very successful yesterday and so far have been doing good. So I'm interested to see who is on this starting roster, at least for UNLV.
All right, so Zinnia, Sinon, same person, by the way. We move on now. Let's take a look at that UNLV squad, mind you. Let's go on to the Crusaders now. And for UNLV side, their team is looking like this. Cordy Toomer, Wild Wing Bat, Hertz, Kernmaster, and Hadel Go is your 5 lineup here. You've also got Sesvi on the bench as well. And so you've got a good amount of players here. 6 players on the side of UNLV, 7 on the side, or rather 7 players for UNLV, 7 for UCSD at the same time as well. But for UNLV, their lineups look like that. Any player of note for you?
Unfortunately, the only one I recognize is Courtly Toomer. Beyond that, the rest I've not seen that much of. I do foresee this being a much more balanced game than we saw previously yesterday when it came to the UNLV squads. Yes, of course, there is always going to be one squad that's slightly higher, but just based off the tank lineup alone, I think we're going to see more diversity and an equal matchup here.
Let's see if we do get that diversity. First match up here is going to be Nepal. So for Nepal, at the very least, I mean, when we saw the Tritons play against UCLA, they won their map in 2-0 fashion, but it was close, though. Sanctum 100-99 for San Diego and 100-72 on the Village for the Tritons as well. So this map, it starts off on, yet again, we see the Sanctum, and so we might see players fall into the Abyss one more time.
I mean, Hinged got a double boop off of start. Well, right out the spawn gates, basically, as soon as they met on the bridge on left. If that happens again, it's going to be a little bit rough for UNLV, but they do have a Doomfist rolling out, as opposed to going with the Ramatra pick. Doom himself can also provide a lot of utility. It's just a question of will he get Charged Punch or not, as we do see the just the damage orb come out from Sojourn immediately. However, Courtly Toomer not taking a whole lot of damage, just kind of chilling out and waiting for an opportunity, playing it slow and patiently, recognizing there's a Tracer, so they got to start pushing forward quickly.
Oh, that's 5 inside of the anti-air circle. That's so good for them. For right now, Hertz is able to take down Paco in the back line, but you lose a Lucio. Now the Doomfist has to back away for just a couple of moments. Frosted forces him back. And there's your sound wave. There's your poop from Hinge to take down Halo Go. And that is all systems go here for UCSD. Triton starting off on the right foot with the first cap. And now we get to see. Yeah, we'll see.
Doesn't look like there's no swaps.
Doesn't look like there's any swaps, really. They're going to empower the punch for a little while, but they're back out for right now, at least on the side. No boost as of yet. Frosted haven't used the Nemesis Form very early on here. See if they can get any damage onto that. Doomfist is going to try to block. Gets the protection Suzu out. Is it going to be enough for them to push in, though? Frosted's having to back up all the way with this Doomfist. 42 are in the backline. Unfortunately, just too much damage being poured out. The Lucio just can't get around the corner, and UNLV is shut down yet again.
And cleanup crew came in quick, so not a whole lot of staggering. Actually, no, I'm going to correct myself. There is a decent stagger between the support respawn versus the DPS respawn, and we already have a Doomfist pushed up the doorway, taking a little bit of damage, but not anything that they can't sustain through.
Let's see. I mean, if they can sustain, the question will be, Courtney Tumor getting that Meteor Strike isn't going to find anything, and Frosted has that Annihilation ready. If they can get that before the sound barrier comes up, that might be a great way for them to push into maybe even final fight territory, because they're pushing this a little bit slowly here, 60% and counting here. UNLV is going to try to go all the way around, try to force them back into this higher level, which they will. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide, won't find anything. Hinge takes Courtney Tumor off, and now again a Kitsune Rush out for mine. They don't even need to use anything else except for this Kitsune Rush. UCSD sitting on 4 ults, UNLV sitting on 4 coming up as well, but one fight territory not looking great.
One fight territory, the only thing expelled was Mine's Kitsune Rush. This seems very vaguely familiar to what we saw earlier in the last match with UCSD. Doomfist are going to be able to use Meteor Strike to get out and survive and stop a Ramatra ult from feeding off of you, but if you get Pulse Bombed, your team is kind of up the creek.
Well, let's find out. Annihilation from Frosted is out. That finds Hanogo in the back, but what he doesn't realize is that the rest of his team is, well, some of the team is falling, but that's already 2 down. Overtime clock starts to bleed. No one else is going to touch, and this is a clean point from UCSD. Not a speck of dust on it. Hertz is able to get that overclock, but it's a little too late. UNLV cannot touch, and UCSD up 1-0 on the board.
UNLV, historically speaking, has been a squad that tends to run a slightly different composition than what is meta. It's worked out for them in the past, but that was an Overwatch 1 where that extra tank and just that 6th player allowed for a little bit more creativity to go unpunished. The issue now is if you don't play the meta tank and you don't play the rock, paper, scissors of meta tank, you are going to be in trouble. So now the side of UNLV needs to make a decision. They're probably going to stick with the Doomfist all the way through. I totally get it. Doomfist allows you to get away with a lot of stuff and go unpunished, but the question is, you may go unpunished, but how much trouble are you putting your team in?
Well, let's see if UNLV can dig themselves out of the hole of that trouble we're speaking of here, but they got to win this map in order to force game 3, or map 3, I should say, take this down to the village. But here on Shrine, already a quick insert for UCSD onto the point. Same thing for UNLV with this Doomfist. Courtney Tumors going to try to find a way to help them out here for the support line at the very least. Protection Suzu used very early on in this fight. 1 second left until the point unlocks, but that's still not enough time for UCSD to get 2 kills. And UNLV already having to back up, so they're playing the off meta, but right now UCSD playing that meta to perfection.
Nevada has decided to swap over to the Ramatra. Frost is going to be leading in the ult charge by 20% roughly, give or take 1%. The rest of the team is able to stay the same because that mirror matchup is really what strengthens around this Ramatra composition, as we have Paco going deep into the back line, not having to use much utility beyond a couple of blinks, not even forcing out recall, and that Tracer is already getting out scot-free.
Well, Frosted, though, is going to go right in. Protection Suzu having to be used onto Courtney Tumor to start, though. Difference down to about 13% on the Annihilations. Wild Wing has that Pulse Bomb's going to go a little bit wide. Frosted stuck in a little bit of a corner right around the wall here, but UNLV almost flipping the point. Somebody is contesting that for a little while. UNLV does have flip of the point. That's their first touch here and their first percentages of this round thus far. But the Annihilation from Frosted, if he's kept alive, is going to do damage. It's going to be big and takes down Courtney Tumor. Paco's there to follow up, and it's going to be UCSD to Tritons right back to flipping it there to their side.
Tritons definitely played that one patiently. I mean, yeah, they let point flip. That was intentional because Ramatra waited outside to stabilize while Lucio was doing a little bit of damage control and existing. That's just what you have to do as a Lucio player to get some heals up. And allowing that to get the Ramatra ultimate to retake was absolutely huge, and that showed a lot of patience.
Well, patience does pay off for them, so they only give up 18%. They may be the first percentages that UNLV sees. Will they see any more? Kitsune Rush as well as the Annihilation also invested here, but the Sound Barrier trying to cancel that out. Unfortunately, Courtney Tumor's damage just too much to handle here, along with the Kitsune Rush, along with that Sound Barrier from Kernmaster as well. This is going to be a push-up. Courtney Tumor hunting for the Kiriko of mine. About going to be 75% unless they can stall out for a while here. Paco find Halo Gold in the back line. This Lucio is going to go down as well. Good find, but UNLV flips it with 23% remaining for UCSD.
Nevada is going to have the overclock online as well as Pulse Bomb. If Wildcat can get a good pulse onto Hinged, that could be an automatic fight win and prevent UCSD from gaining any ground here because Lucio is so quintessential to allowing the speed of the Ramatra to move around as freely as possible and get them out of bad situations. So we have Ziena pop that overclock, not really finding anyone, but getting a lot of damage out. There goes Pulse, and they don't stick it on anyone. So right now, San Diego is undeterred, maintaining space control over by Elephant. Return overclock from Hertz. Got a pepper damage down onto Sonata. They get super, super low, and Wildbat is able to confirm the kill. So San Diego now down a lot of their damage, but the Rommel from Frostbit pops out of nowhere and is going to allow their team to spearhead into the point. 3-3. Now it's just Wildbat who's got to go back to the Shadow Realm.
But at least they stalled it. If you're UNLV, you at least you stalled it. And look, you pulled out Frosted's ult. You only have to worry about a Kitsune Rush coming up with Pulse Bomb as well. UNLV, meanwhile, they're going to have their own Annihilation to play with as well. So if you keep the Ramatra up, you've got a chance at winning this fight and potentially pushing this to overtime as well. Unfortunately, the way this is looking, though, a stick not going to be anywhere, though. Does take a lot of damage down from Cordy Tumor, about 94%. Somebody's got to touch here in the next 5 seconds, which they will do so. So the overtime clock will be forced, and the Annihilation is out all over the point. They got to stay on here, though. Zenia's in so much trouble. The Ramatra, though, down to 79 health, 69, and a great protection Suzu to keep them up, which means this Ramatra can keep playing all over the point. UNLV scores the flip. Are they going to be able to score the rest? Is the question. Both of the supports down in this backline. Sound barrier forced out from Hinged. Big one for them. Big ult to pull out here. There's a pulse bomb that's going to be stuck. And now Wild Wing Bat takes down Frosted. A huge play there. You lose Hertz, but you still get a big amount of damage on the point. And it could be last fight territory coming up.
We have a Kitsune Rush and the beat from Kernmaster and Hidalgo from UNLV. They're going to take down Mine and Paco. 40 Tumor just has to maintain this front pressure. The Doomfist swap from Frosted ain't gonna work. You are not 40 Tumor, my friend. And unfortunately for the side of UCSD, they are gonna have to go to Village.
Well, the overtime clock's still running around, but you are absolutely right. Nobody, still the Tracer trying to touch, but the overtime clock still bleeding out. If this Doomfist can touch, they still got a chance at this. They will rush right in, but Cordy Tumor finds Paco. Protection Suzu having to be used very early on. It still could be a turnaround fight. This could be insane. As a turnaround, but Cordy Tumor's found too. Halo goes, got Tania, and right now the only person left on point is this Doomfist, along with the Lucio. Hertz is pooped off for just a couple of moments, but the overtime fight still lasts on, and there goes the Doomfist, meaning only person left to go is the Lucio. The overtime clock finally runs out, and UNLV wins it 100-99. We are headed to map number 3 on the Village.
I'm really glad that UNLV decided to swap off the Doomfist and win over to the Ramatra. It definitely was their key to success. The question is, do we see them go back to the Doomfist? Frosted, are you? Please don't. Okay. Oh, so Zena is actually going to pick up the Reaper.
Oh, well, close quarters here on Village, at least in the point, so it's not too bad of an option. Oh, wait, nope. Baited.
It's not really anything new at this point.
No, but I mean, we always like. I always like it when the Bastion gets pulled out and then the Junkrat, only to be disappointed in the end.
I mean, if that's what you're into.
No, look, I just appreciate the Bastions being pulled out. If it sticks, it's great, but if it's not, then it's just a little bit sad. But anyways, fast-paced by both sides. Kernmaster does go down, and this is just going to be. Yeah, bolts. Yeah, this is just the fight win here for UCSD. Ain't even gonna be easy for UNLV to try to push this point. They've already got capped with. They had. I mean, there was 10 seconds left until the point unlocks. It is now unlocked, but UCSD won that quickly.
That seemed borderline identical to what we saw UCSD do on this map in the last match.
Yep.
Which is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't keep letting him get away with this. You can't let Frosted get another play of the game.
Well, let's see if Frosted can. He's already at 75%. Getting up to an ultimate, make it 85, could run rampant in that room if they had the ultimate. Meanwhile, Frosted down to 256, trying to locate the shield, but the shield doesn't come down in time until now. Now has the Annihilation, and Frosted's going to start running all over him. Has enough room to get down Hertz, to get down the Sojourn. Is only going to get one kill out of it on the final blow side, but Frosted takes down Wild Wing Bat, and UNLV is sent back.
UNLV, yes, they're all back at the Shadow Realm for the next couple of seconds. However, this is roughly the same time last map that they were able to pull things back in their favor. So they're picking a different rotation. They're going to go through main this time.
Let's see if
and they automatically pull Frosted down to point.
Oh,
Pulse Bomb lands, doesn't get the elimination, but does get Frosted really low.
Gets him really low at the same time. UNLV able to flip, but this one is what we saw back on Shrine. They let it go for a little while. Now, can they get the win is the question. The Annihilation is out. Keaton Rush at the same time. Is it going to find enough damage on Cordy Tumor to stop this Annihilation from happening? Did Kiriko escape? Sound barrier is used from Hinge. The Cordy Tumor's down to only 100 health left to go, and that Annihilation goes for absolutely nothing. 16% though. UNLV still holds on to point. It's not going to be for much longer. Triton's back in command.
Honestly, I am shocked that Cordy Tumor did not get that Kiriko. Kiriko escaped by like the skin of their teeth to that high ground. That was insane. But now, we've got B and Kitsune Rush for the side of UNLV and no ults on the side of UCSD. UCSD needs to take an incredibly smart fight here, or UNLV is just going to run them over.
Oh, the UCSD's got to do, or UNLV's got to do something now or never. Looking like final fight territory here. Kitsune Rush is out. They're keeping Frosted right here in this anti-air circle. Question is, can they get the damage off? This is a great job of the supports to keep him up as long as they possibly can. Already back out of Nemesis form, having to block all the damage, not doing any damage in Nemesis form whatsoever. Current Master has the sound barrier available. Will they use it in this fight is the question. Pretty much got to be all systems go. UNLV does find a way to flip the point. Meanwhile, False Bomb located, but False Bomb's going to go a little bit wide. Doesn't find the Sojourn as the Sojourn was a little bit too high up. And Tania's now going to take advantage of that by taking down Wild Wing Bat. There's the sound barrier, out trades out both of the Tracers, but still fight going on here. They're just going to push up. Frosted's going to find a way to use that Annihilation. He's going to use it in such close quarters here, which is going to find a lot of damage. In fact, Hurt's in a lot of trouble, but they take down Frosted, and the overclock is popped as well. What a play from UNLV. They're going to stay in this game.
Cordy Tumor now 70% on that Annihilation himself. This is an opportunity for UNLV to clutch out another fight and then force us into last fight territory. But the longer it takes UCSD to regroup here, this could become last fight territory. It's just, this has been a lot of back and forth ult usage. Entering with overclock, can Paco find someone with this pulse bomb and allow a Kitsune Rush for cleanup? But they need to get Cordy Tumor before that Ramatra gets Annihilation online, or this is going to be a fight lost.
Well, it is already a fight lost. Both of the sports go down by 1 each on the ultimates of the DPSs. So now Frosted, I mean, they're going to flip the point. The question is, can they get back in time? Kernmaster doesn't, or they really don't have anything except the Annihilation. Hurt switches on over to the Somber to make sure that they can get back. The question is, does he have enough time? Does Hurts have enough to get their 97%? The Lucio booped away and nobody touches. That's it. UCSD takes map number 2. The Tritons are up 1-0. The same storyline as the last one. And UNLV now on map pick, but UCSD takes map 1. They're up 1-0.
Hinged coming in with the play of the game. I like the Lucio POTGs. Is this a boop? Or is this just annihilating someone? Nah, it's a boop.
It's a boop. Oh, that was off the map. Cordy.
What?
Wait, so Cordy punched, but he knocks him off enough to go off the map. That's what? Prod, can we get any chance we can get a replay of slow-mo? That's nuts.
Hinged, I don't understand, but sometimes the game just does things that don't make sense to me to begin with.
Oh my goodness.
Nonetheless, congratulations on making sure that we did not have to just see another Ramatra Annihilation POTG. You definitely get the good noodle star for the day. I appreciate you for that.
Oh my.
Okay, let's shift our focus away from that mind-breaking POTG and focus now on UNLV's map pick. So we're going into Escort next, and this is where we saw D kind of lose their footing a little bit last time. And so, do we see another Circuit Royale? Possibly? What are your thoughts?
I think we do. I mean, Circuit Royale worked out for them, and you got to figure, right? They won 1-3-2, despite, I mean, basically tying up in payload. However, UCSD wasn't able to push it. But I mean, it's not against UCLA, right? We don't know if they have a Widowmaker player. We don't know if they have that sniper that can take down UCSD. Although if the UNLV was watching their game, maybe Circuit Royale is the pick should they have that sniper available to them. But again, we don't know. We haven't seen this roster for the Cavalry just yet, or rather for the Crusaders just yet. We're about to find out here in just a couple of moments as our observers and our producers are going to tell us here. But again, I mean, maybe you see Circuit Royale. Maybe you see, I think Dorado is another good pick here just because you like the Doomfist, right? If you're going to play Doomfist a little bit more off meta, you could see Dorado into play, maybe even Route 66 to try and fast pace yourself on top of the gas station. I mean, who knows at this point what they're going to pick. But hey, I think if you're going to play Doomfist, Dorado ain't a bad pick.
I think Route 66 would be a better option, personally. just the high ground accessibility for Root is nice. With
Yep, that as well.
Dorado, you either get high ground or you lose. That's just there is no ifs, ands, or buts in that situation. Whereas Route 66 is a little bit more forgiving, and it looks like we're completely wrong. One of the maps I love but never bring up, Rialto, is actually going to be the play, and no swaps are being made. So we kind of already know what we can anticipate here. I'm excited to see what happens. Are we going to see a Widow duel? Maybe. We might see a Widow auto on defense, but an attacking Widow probably just going to have a Tracer instead. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's looking like closer quarters. So, I mean, we had that Sojourn, we had that Tracer out from UNLV. They basically went to meta in the latter parts of that game that we just saw on Nepal. So, I mean, it's still going to seem like that both sides are, I mean, just going to play exactly the way they have been. But for UNLV, it's just finding those correct picks, right? You got to target focus correctly, and you got to make sure that if your Ramontra can get those same ults that Frosted has been having earlier, right? Those 2 to 3 picks that you can get on that Annihilation, you're going to win a lot of games. So, and if you keep that Ramontra up, you're probably going to win a lot more. So we'll see if UNLV can pull it off. But like you said, same sides, no subs. So it'll be UNLV on the attacking side to start. It is their map pick after all. So for them, I mean, the question is, again, with no subs, you got to go right at Frosted for them, and it just an insane way to have to try to take down this team of UCSD who's looking hot so far.
And on top of that, the one thing I will say is just be careful crossing bridge. And normally I don't say this in a tournament setting, but Hinged has been unhinged lately and going for a lot of environmental kills. And there are Lucios that will go for a rollout from left side from our perspective here that goes across the bridge, and they can get 1 or 2 boops. We do see Wild Wingback going for the Widowmaker play. Hurts possibly going for the Bastion, or this is just a fake out. Either way, I do foresee the Widow probably sticking around at least to see if they can get a first initial pick.
Well, let's see if they can get that initial pick to start off, though. But for UCSD, they're going to bring out basically what they had on Control Point, right? I guess Stone Fix is not broken. They had still the 2 DPSs on the Tracer and the Sojourn. Frosted stays on the Ramontra. Meanwhile, UNLV, like you were saying, you were talking about a Widowmaker. Does it find a pick? No, not to start at the very least. It would have been great to see that first headshot pop up, but unfortunately does not happen for UNLV at this time. UCSD backing up just a little bit more to give them a little bit more charge with the Nia, at least on the Sojourn for right now. But around the corner already, Frosted and Cordy, pretty much similar ultimates, almost to an in for, or rather 15% to an in for sight for Wild Wing Bat. And Lucio peeking around the corner, very risky.
No, it's not risky. It's called asserting dominance. No, you're completely right. It's risky.
Completely. Well, I mean, if they got the kill, maybe it would have been asserting dominance. Maybe I would have changed my tone there, but a little risky here. But still, Frosted up the halfway. Cordy Tumor doing the same thing. Nemesis form still out. Protection. Suzu's already thrown out on either side. So 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go on the clock here. Really no progress around this corner. This is a tough corner to get around if you're stuck here. At least if you're UNLV right now. Frosted's going to try and make that difference over Cordy Tumor now. Again, these Ramontras staying at basically very, very similar ult percentages. So Annihilations might be traded out here. 254, though. They are able to get around the corner. But the anti-air keeps Wild Wing Bat on the ground. They can't get rid of him, though. Wild Wing Bat's still alive. UNLV still has hope with the Widowmaker. No kills falling just yet, but the Annihilation is up for Frosted if they want to go ahead and use that. That'll be ahead of Cordy Tumor. Annihilation is out. Frosted finds one. This team is going to find a lot more here. Cordy Tumor's going to hold on to it, but Frosted finds a way to win the Annihilation battle, and they are going to send UNLV back.
I mean, if you were Cordy Tumor, would you have used Annihilation there staring down a 5-man firing squad? Probably not. It was a smart move to hang on to it, because now Cordy Tumor can use Annihilation, and Hertz can just pop Overclock, or they can pop Kitsune Rush at the same time. Pick the combination you want to go with, and say goodbye to your health bars, UCSD.
Well, Triton's having to play on the back or front, or playing on the front foot here. UNLV playing on that back foot. We'll see if this Annihilation can go. Kitsune Rush is going to be out. They try to cut away, but the Kitsune Rush only went so far there, so that Annihilation isn't going to really go for anything against at least the healers on their side. But now they try to slide away both of the healers within their range. And now Cordy Tumor is going to try to get the kills. Burnmaster takes down Frosty and still sped up. That Lucio almost falls off the map, but the Lucio still in play here, and the Annihilation doesn't go. Oh my god, the Cordy Tumor I thought was going to fall off the map there, but instead gets the Nemesis form kill onto Hinged, and from the looks of it right now, if they get this Tracer, they're going to be able to get the point.
Looks like Paco's just trying to get a touch, get a little distraction going to make sure they have the opportunity to get one more engage here.
Do they have that one more engage though is the question right now, because
They
do.
There's the beat.
Yep, there's the beat that's going to lead them right in here for UCSD. It does melt away though, so UNLV back to even squared up health bars for right now, although for Frost in a little bit of trouble all over the place, staying inside of this room, but Hinge able to take down Hertz is a big pick for them with only 60 seconds left to go. It's not looking good for UNLV as they are all backed up right now. This Kitty alone someone in this corner right now, but they are backing up the payload. And UNLV just with no answer here with one more engage left.
UNLV is very close to both their support ult as well as another ROM ult. They can sustain through this ROM ult or completely reset. You have 30 seconds left. Spawn is very close for your team. Its ROM ult has officially timed out. They can come back, and Cordy Tumor pops that the Ramatra Annihilation. Hey Doggo pops back at Sune Rush, and they clean up and get this checkpoint. It's definitely in the cards right now for UNLV. It just comes down to making sure they use these ults wisely. Nem comes out, and there's the Kitsune Rush response. We need one more as Cordy Tumor's gonna take too much damage. Instead, the beat's gonna get dropped first.
Grandmaster does drop the beat, but Cordy Tumor's got them all backed up. Is it enough space to give them the point right over the bridge? Nobody's going to be able to touch, and yes, UNLV gets life right as the clock ends. Senior's just going to emote here, and I think that's just a signal that he's going to reset with the rest of the team. But in any case, UNLV is able to get 2.5 on their board, and that's a big win for them to get this point past 1.
Wild Wingbat forced to use recall early. Is very close to this pulse bomb though. We've seen a lot of whiffs from both the Tracers in this matchup so far. Not normally, but a lot. Will Wild Wingbat get our first big pulse bomb kill of the game right here? It hits the door frame.
Yeah, it hits the door frame. Goes a little bit wide. It may be a little bit more to the left, has that Lucio, but maybe not. We'll see. But Cordy Tumor does get the mirror win on the Nemesis form onto Frosted, so Frosted does go down. Meanwhile, a minute 40 left. You're looking to push. It's all systems go. When you don't have a Ramatra in front of you, you can just run rampant here, especially a Nemesis form. So that's what they will do. Paco does have the pulse bomb. Looks to see if they can get an opportunity to drop one down below them or maybe onto somebody here, but now they know where he is, so Paco's just going to back away for right now. Tracer v Tracer battle. Who's going to win it? Don't just yet. We'll find out. But overclock used by Zinnia in the process here. And Zinnia finds nothing thus far. Keeping a rush is going to be used by Halo Go. Sound barrier used as a trade-off for right now. Line up to 70% on that Kitsune Rush. Annihilation being used by Frosted. Is this going to find something? It will. Kernmaster just a little too far up. And now Frosted is just going to run upstairs and make sure that the rest of the team starts to fall here for UNLV and the Tritons. Put up another fence with less than a minute to go.
Okay, really? I thought Frosted's Rommel, I thought Annihilation timed out when he rounded that corner and got up those stairs. You could see the nanite tentacles still tickling people in that moment. Frosted, I don't know how you did it. That was disgusting. I appreciate it, but Cordy Tumor's going to return the favor.
Well, Cordy Tumor does have that ultimate available, does have Annihilation ready to go. Surgeon for Hertz also having the overclock ready. See if they pop that here because it's pretty much final fight. Let's see if you can show up in prime time here. Could be the final fight. Overclock is popped, can't find a Tracer to start. Zinnia returns fire, takes down Hertz. Overclock, absolutely zero. Mine also takes down Wild Wingbat. The kunai headshot is big for them. 10 seconds left to go. Somebody's got to touch to give them a chance. Hidogo does take down Zinnia on the trade though, so both of the Sojourners out right now. It's gonna be Hertz that comes back. Hidogo could be your player of this fight here because he's already got 2 now thus far on this Kiriko. So the overtime clock will start to run here. And now they're just gonna contest this out. Now Wild Wingbat takes down Paco. Here comes the Kitsune Rush out from Mine, but Mine is taken down. Cordy Tumor takes him down, and UNLV once again in the final fight of overtime. When overtime clock starts to play, UNLV will swing away, and they now add 90 on the clock.
Hertz, I don't know what voice in your head decided to say go Pharah, but I get it because it worked. That was incredible. My question now is, how long is UCSD going to let you get away with the Pharah?
Well, there's no counterpick to it except for Zinnia, maybe on the secondary railgun fire, and then Frosted on the anti-air, but that anti-air only goes up so high. So now you have the sound barrier being used, and that's going to be a lead-in sound barrier as well from Kernmaster. Hinge doesn't have his quite yet, about 20% on the way there. Ball spawn for Paco a little bit wide, and now the Annihilation from Frosted as the sound barrier all but melts here. Keep Frosted up. You're going to win this one with the Annihilation. Here is still up through the shield. And good shield dance there from the Ramatra that's to hold on, but it's not going to be enough here with only 40 seconds left to go. UNLV's got one more fight remaining.
They've got one more fight, but they're coming in with a Rocket Barrage, a Kitsune Rush, and an Annihilation. Just 2 of those is enough to win a fight. The question is which ultimate is Hinge going to respond to with beat? Which ult is his team not going to be in a good position to deal with, and is he forced to use it as in a non-advantageous situation?
15 seconds left. They're going to run upstairs here and see if they can find a pick to start. Cordy Tumor 2% away from the Annihilation. Will they pop it right away is the big question. That's 2 inside of the anti-air. They don't use it just yet. Now they will, and they're going to use the Annihilation, but everybody's cut off, and now they're going to use the sound barrier. So they use the sound barrier in response to the Annihilation. However, they might not even need it for the Rocket Barrage as Zania takes down Hurt in the process. 6% left. Overtime clock starts to bleed out. Somebody's got to touch, and nobody will, somebody will. The Ramatra will, in fact, just touch. The Tracer also there at the same time, but Wild Wingbat can only do so much by themselves, and the Lucio there for desperation, and Hurt will not even get the chance to get a kill with the Rocket Barrage. UNLV had their overtime fight won in the first point, the second point, but it's not going to happen on the third. UCSD shuts them down in 2 points, and basically going to be about 38 meters here for UCSD to go up 2-0.
University of Nevada, UNLV still got that cart pretty gosh darn far. I mean, Bridgeway after checkpoint 1 can be a little bit rough sometimes, and they got through that area quickly. It's just, unfortunately, the cleanup crew was coming out a little bit too late, and it was kind of trying to grasp at straws a little bit after they got that second checkpoint because they had to make swaps to get to the point as quickly as possible. That kind of ruins your ult economy. So for a scramble, get a foothold on payload and win the fight and go from there type of deal that they're having to overcome, I think they did a great job.
Well, for UCSD now, the job that they need to do is get this 2 points to 38.95 meters. But remember, the last time a team scored 2 on them on Escort, you go back to that last match, Circuit Royale, UCLA able to score 2 points at 92.31 meters, eventually winning in the end because UCSD did get 2 points, but they weren't able to get to that golden box of victory. Same scenario here for UCSD, but can they change their fate? And for UCSD, Tania's going to be on the Widowmaker to start this one off. Instead, UNLV is going to basically play meta here. Wild Wingbat stays on that Tracer, Hurts on that Soldier. Can the Widowmaker find a pick is the question. Finds a headshot on the Ramatra to start. If that's any other character, they're dead right out the gate. Luckily for them, it's Cordy Tumor that was up top first, and they're just going to get healed back right away, and they're going to switch on over to the Soldier now.
I think that's the second time we've seen Zania get an intro headshot, but it landed on a tank.
Yeah, it might just be. It might just be. I think it might be multiple entry headshots, but for Zania to be hitting these is insane. Again, if that hits any other character, they're dead. So, I mean, luckily enough for them, Cordy Tumor was the one that peaked out. The 3 minutes and 20 seconds now, seeing if they can push right up here, right around the statue. So they're going to give up at least the first turn, and Halo Go takes down this Tracer of Paco, but it's traded out. Hurts goes down in the hands of the Disruption shot. Goes to Nia, still trying to find a pick around here, in a little bit of trouble, trying to just dodge around what they can. Hinge finds Wild Wingbat as Wild Wingbat was trying to jump down and play the hero a little bit. Cordy Tumor up to 57%, Frosted 63, basically the same story that we did before, as both teams pretty much getting their ultimate percentages. However, Zania and Paco, the combination of the DPS, it shuts them down, and it's a first fight win for UCSD.
Looks like all the spawns are back from Nevada. Wild Wingbat has that pulse bomb very close. They're ahead of Paco, and they're going on the flank, but they're battling so there's a battle of the Tracers, and now it's a 4v4.
Oh boy, well, battle of the Tracers, see if that works out for them for right now. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Paco's from up top, tries to use the pulse bomb for Wild Wingbat, isn't going to find anything. Annihilation available for Frosted. Do they want to use it now is the question, and with the anti-air, they will, but if everybody in here good, kite back and the good protection Susu for right now, Cordy Tumor will respond in kind, but Frosted one catches Wild Wingbat when Wild Wingbat was trying to go around, not enough health to live, and now Frosted's just going to run rapid, finds a second, finds a third onto Cordy Tumor, and Frosted runs them over. It's another 2.5 to UCSD.
Just the Kiriko left standing. They use that protection. Suzu trying to... They managed to escape! Oh, hey, Doggo, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was incredible. They tried to get away, but unfortunately UCSD right now, I mean, Hado goes, has the Kitsune Rush, Hertz has the overclock, but remember last time, Zania took Hertz out of play as soon as they tried to use that overclock, and a great clip from them. Paco has the Pulse Bomb around the corner. They know where he is, tries to look for a land. Is he going to find anything? No, lands a little bit too low, jumps around it, and they move forward for a little while. Now the overclock from Hertz. Hertz, can you find a shot? Here is the question. On the Kiriko, the sound barrier also being used out by Hate. Hertz able to find mine, is traded out though, but Cordy Tumor does go down. That's your Ramacha down. That's not a good sign here for UNLV. They try to push up. The sound barrier now invested by Kernmaster here to see if they can push UCSD back. They are not perturbed though by what they see. They're just going to keep pushing it along.
Paco coming upstairs from behind, forced to use recall, but is not going to get pressured. Wild Wingbat looking for a target, sees that there's a Stoger, drops the pulse a little wide again, and we have a Kitsune Rush come out from UCSD. This is the opportunity for them to flip the fight as they take down 40 Tumor. Kernmaster goes down, Hey Doggo goes down. Now it's just the DPS left standing for the defense.
Hey Doggo gets the kill there, or Hey Doggo does go down, which is big for them. So now it's going to be a fight for the end here. It's 38.95 meters. You have to defend if you're UNLV, but the annihilation from Frosted, if this comes up, it's now. And this could very well just end it. They are all together. They are all clumped up in this side room. Paco Zenia getting those kills down to the final 26 meters, but you do not have enough time to respawn and touch this back. Change on over to the Hanzo. The Hanzo does go down immediately. And down to the final 13 meters. Frosted ends Kurtz through the door. 4 meters left to go. No one is going to touch, and UCSD changes their fate on an escort map. They're able to get to the golden box of victory, and now they sit on match point.
How do you stop a Ramatra that is Frosted?
I don't know. There is going to be a complicated answer to this, but I mean, Frosted right now, again, look at Wild Wing Bat just ran right into him, and that's the goal signal here, and see the Lucio in the side room, but oh my goodness, just the amounts of damage that is being poured out by this Annihilation. Even got Hurts at the end there as well for Frosted. So for Frosted, I mean, that's a lot of kills coming his way, at least on final blows for Annihilation. If we just need to later on count up how many Annihilation final blows we've seen on stream today, because it's got to be plenty.
I don't need a ticker for that. I think that'll just further ingrain the fact that Annihilation is too OP right now, and I can't cope harder than I already am. With that being said, it is going to be UNLV's pick once again for a map. It's going to be Push. If you were UNLV, is there any suggestions you'd be giving? Is there a map you'd say you shouldn't go to?
Not New Queen Street. I would say not New Queen. I mean, basically, your only chance is maybe long sightline. So maybe, I mean, if you can win the long shot battle, maybe you go Coliseo. I mean, you don't want to play against Ramatra close up, right? You know, I don't think you want to go to at least Esperanza, which is kind of close up as well. I mean, you got maybe different levels. Maybe Esperanza is the call. I'm not too. There's only 3 maps here on Push that, I mean, you know, they play similarly in some cases, but I don't know. Long sightlines, you may be looking at maybe. You're looking at maybe to stay away from the Ramacha as far as possible. Maybe you're looking at Coliseo?
I actually think Coliseo, with how quickly Frost is able to actually build his Annihilation ultimate, we'll see it within the first fight and a half if it's not cleaned up quickly. So just like a really long first fight is what they'll be playing for UCSD, just to charge Annihilation and clean up with just Annihilation. Because of how close quarters Coliseo first fight is, you can get pummeled through a lot of people, and that gives you a lot of ult charge. With that in mind, we did see Esperanza. It didn't work out in favor of LA last series, but I do actually think New Queen Street would play a little bit better into UNLV's favor.
And that's why you're the color caster. New Queen Street is going to be the pick here for UNLV. That's why you're my partner here, to make sure that my triad prediction goes a little bit better. But anyways, New Queen Street is going to be the pick here for the UNLV Rebels here. But Crusaders sitting on basically need to reverse sweep here. Triton sitting on match point here to advance on into the championship round. And right now they're either facing Boise State or Utah, so a tough challenge ahead nonetheless here for either team. But as it stands, I mean, UCSD looking pretty good as long as they've got Frosted sitting really pretty right now on top of at least your player of the game thus far.
Yeah, I have no arguments with that one. It's just I want to see a map where there's just like a gentleman's ban on Ram. I know it won't happen, but you know, sometimes in tournaments we get those blessed moments where it's like, okay, for point one in the days of 2CP, which push has just become the old 2CP, it's like for point one we're gonna have a Torb hammer fight. Whichever Torb wins, then we're gonna go on to fight actually on point. It'll be, you know, a 4v-ish a Torb that's really hurt and that type of stuff. Are we going to get a gentleman's agreement for no Ram? No. Would I love it if it happened? Yes.
Well, I think we all loved if I think we all loved if we're ready to go, or if we're ready to see a Torbjorn v Torbjorn, or I mean, even a Tracer v Tracer battle would be pretty interesting. But we've seen that a couple of times already between these two teams already. I mean, Sojourn v Sojourn, we know that Hertz has had that overclock, but Zinnia able to shut them down right away. So I mean, we've had a lot of different mirror battles. Is it good to ban out Ramontra? I mean, there's no ban pick system just yet. So, I mean, there's no ban system for Overwatch. I mean, there has been an Overwatch League which was banned during a stage, but not quite yet for anything else. But here
We've
comes...
seen it in Collegiate. We did have it for a semester. I actually enjoy it. It forces people to have the ability to adapt, so you don't have just the chronically overpowered one hero that you're always going to see, Ramontra, Sojourn, for instance. It does force creativity, and it does allow teams that do play more flexible comps the opportunity to shine. But we've gone away from that. I digress. We're about to hop into New Green Street. Paco already looking to post up over here and to jump onto whomever puts themselves in a bad spot. Taking the battle to the high ground, pretty standard to roll out on New Queen Street.
Well, let's see. 20 seconds in the game already, and you can see Zinnia already up to 20% on that ultimate. Same thing for Hearth. So really it's just a trade fight of just damage. They're just poking at each other for right now, just trying to feel out what's going to happen in this game. Meanwhile, Paco is surrounding Cordy Tumor right now, and Paco's on this lower staircase, which they don't even notice, and that's a lot of damage being poured out. Paco has to use the recall to get away from, 3 people, but that bot is unlocked and basically gets themselves 7/10 of a meter to start off. They could be getting a lot more, though, as UNLV starts to fall a little bit down in health, but Paco does go down on the hands of Kernmaster, so for a while, UCSD is going to back off for right now, getting that 7/10 of a lead. UNLV making sure that they have some momentum going into this. In fact, they're going to try to make sure that they've got enough damage to pour onto this Ramontra right now, who's already 82% to the ultimate, and the annihilation not going to happen this time around. Wild Wingbat takes care of it, looking like UNLV might win this fight here, and in fact they will. They're 0.7 away from the lead, and they will take the bot.
And we have another pulse that does not land. I'm starting to just think they're zoning ultimates. But the one thing I want to point out is that though Cordy Tumor did sustain and live through that fight, there was a heck of a lot of healing that had to go into him. I'm pretty sure there was one moment where we saw a flash of his health from his POV, and he had sub 30 health, which was incredible.
Oh, and let's see. Well, Hurst hasn't kept up this time around. Annihilation going to be used by Cordy Tumor, and now all Frosted can do is wait, but Frosted will use the Annihilation as well. Does he have enough healing to sustain?
Oh!
No, they trade. Frosted does get one of the Kernmaster. Cordy Tumor does get Frosted. It's still going to go all for nothing here as Paco and Mine both get killed, and it's going to be UCSD that takes the bot and potentially the lead.
It does seem like Frosted is a lot more... How do I put this? Basically, Frosted enters Nemesis form with the anticipation of just walking through Cordy Tumor and going towards the supports, which makes Cordy Tumor's life a little bit rough. But that is exactly what everyone is looking to do. It's just the opportunity is being granted more frequently to Frosted, as we have Kitsune Rush and Pete being traded out. Hinge finds once, Cordy does find mine, Zinna finds one, Paco finds one, Frosted another, Wild Wingbat though gets Zinna. Fortunately, Wild Wingbat picking up Paco as well. I don't think that's going to be enough. You can play the annoying Nat game here and sustain and live. I think that's what your team's going to have you do, and maybe get a last-second touch. But that Ravenous Pit is going to make life a little rough. 150 health, you can sustain, and you get the point flip.
You get the bot back, and that was good picks by Wild Wingbat. That's 2 out, which means they can only push with only 2 people, and the only healer you've got there is the Lucio. So for right now, I mean, UCSD happy that they can give away with about a 20-meter lead here. The bot is going to push up just a little bit, though, and now they have the Ramontra behind. Frosted playing the assassin Ramontra here, and now they're going to drop the sound barrier, which is going to work out immensely well for them. Frosted and Zinnia both getting kills. And this is big for the side of UCSD. The Tritons are just going to run rampant. In fact, they're not even going to give up another 2 meters. They only give up 1, but they're back in command of the bot.
The disengage from UCSD there was, of course, calculated and strong. It's just, I think UNLV didn't recognize the disengage was a bait.
Yeah, I don't think they knew that at all, but now you're coming down to the final 5 meters for the first checkpoint, and in fact, they are going to get it, so it's going to be front checkpoint here for the Tritons. We'll see if they want to contest right here to maybe tie up the game if they can get their pulse bomb is out from Wild Wing. That lands up going a little bit wild. Quarter Tumor almost has the annihilation. Frosted will use that annihilation, but Turnmaster and Hurt finds 2 in the back line. But can Frosted, who's been good with these all day long, can he find more of the Frosted? But Frosted coming down to his final life points here, but is healed right back up from Mine and Hinged. Meanwhile, it's a 3v3. Lucio, Kiriko, and Ramacha versus a mirror here. The annihilation still online from Frosted. But now they start to back away, knowing that they've got control of the bot, and if they were to fight this, they've got a 5v2 situation coming up.
Kernmaster gets the headshot onto Zinna. Unfortunately, it goes down to the pummel from Ramacha with the Kitsune Rush. If Frosted does get insanely low, goes down, we hear the overclock from Hertz get popped. Bodies are just dropping, recall forced, Hinged goes down, and that is probably going to be UNLV getting the victory here on this fight. I spoke too soon. Zinna did find Cordy Tumor. So...
Yeah, but I'm sorry not to cut you off, but in the process, UCSD got more meterage out of that. Yep. There was a Kiriko from Mine that was just in the back line playing basically back cap, and they get more meterage out of that. So despite that, yes, now they have now for UNLV, they have to force the checkpoint, and they got to go a little bit further now thanks to what Mine just did.
Mine was playing mind games a little bit, and Frosted's there to make the contest to ensure that they keep this forward spawn. And it's just going to be Tracer who's there. They don't even have to push forward too far. We have Zinna popping overclock in response to the Kitsune Rush and Beat. Kernmaster does not live through Beat. Hertz finds Zinna. We have a Beat in response from UCSD. Equal on manpower, but now Cordy Tumor popping that annihilation could be the playmaker here for UNLV.
Is it the playmaker is the question, though. Paco and Frosted both getting kills, and Cordy Tumor can't get up the stairs here, so he's stuck. And no more ultimate, no more healers means that they're just going to fall off the map here, and this is going to be another fight win for UCSD. So they turn it all around with that one annihilation being used by Cordy Tumor, and now UNLV's got nothing on the board coming up.
We do have Frosted very close to another annihilation. Paco with another pulse bomb.
Cordy, those switches on over to the Orisa.
Battle Cattle coming in. Let's go, Cordy!
Battle Cattle is out, and Battle Cattle finds Frosted immediately. Didn't see the Orisa coming, and the Battle Cattle charges right on in and takes care of Frosted. Meanwhile, though, Zania takes the head off of Wild Wingbat with a secondary railgun shot. You don't have a Tracer right now. Spear goes just a little bit wide for that Lucio right now. This Lucio causing all kinds of trouble up here for this Orisa. Same thing with the Tracer. They're just surrounding the Orisa right now to get any damage off. Bot not just back in the middle quite yet, so forward spawn still in for UCSD as UCSD takes control of it back. Now Frosted will use the annihilation to try to move right on in. Down to about 2 seconds left to go. It'll run out of time. Does not even matter though when Cordy Tumor is out of play. They will get rid of the rest of the team here as UCLA starts to fall and UCSD makes more progress.
Coming up for UCSD, we're gonna have Beat late fight. Mine has a Kitsune Rush, which can be able to respond to Hidalgo, but now it looks like Cordy Tumor is just kind of trying to find a tank that'll give him a little more foothold. They're already off the horse and gone over towards Winston. Be interested to see how this works for Cordy Tumor. Dropping in, dropping bubble instantly. That's a lot of cooldowns dispelled for the side of UNLV. Hertz does overclock, Wild Wingbat drops pulse. Kitsune Rush is used as well from both sides. Hinged with the Beat, though, could be the decider for UCSD. It's got to give them that extra little bit of push and power in order to win out this fight. As Bot has been stolen for a moment, and we hear overclock, just ult after ult getting traded here. UNLV struggling to get any kills on the board as they go down 3.
They go down 3, they go down a little bit more, though, down to the final couple of meters left to go to complete the map. And look, again, this was UNLV's one. And now Frosted up to 92% on an ultimate. Here comes Cordy Toomer. Cordy Toomer knocked away, though, by the boop of Hinge. Now Cordy Toomer's in a lot of trouble. Down to about the last 10 meters left to go. And now Frosted's going to use the Annihilation as they pull all the way back. They're going to go backwards to get the kills. Cordy Toomer with the primary range, though, able to find mine. And UNLV starting to find picks going their way. They have a lot to make up, though, if they want to try to win this game. And it's a lot to play for. 96 meters the difference. But it is going to be UNLV that takes control back of the bot. Doesn't matter, though. UCSD is going to have one right down the middle.
The Sombra swap from Hertz. Depending on who you talk to, this is a great hero. To others, she's the most annoying hero in existence. Frosted's going on the JQ! Okay, my day has been made. My day has been officially made. I get Junker Queen, I have seen Orisa, and I got to see Winston. Thank you.
Oh, we got a plethora. Now all we're missing is what? The Wrecking Ball and the Roadhog. But
D.Va, Wrecking Ball, Roadhog, Zarya. Roadhog we don't talk about. He got his time in the light. I would love to see some Zarya and D.Va, but JQ is enough for me. I am satisfied.
Well, Frosted able to make sure that JQ does work out. 30 seconds left to go. UNLV in a pinch, though. They need to, again, make up 96 meters. They would need to play perfect through at least 3 fights, maybe even 4 if they're quick enough about it. But because you still got to get through the checkpoint. So looking good for UCSD to bring the broom out of the closet. 10 seconds left to go. Nobody on the bot just for right now. UNLV flipping it back their way. Cordy Toomer now on the Doomfist, though. A little bit of tank roulette here. Gets through on the empowered punch, on the rocket punch, but can't find a kill out of it. Overtime clock starts to run, though, as UNLV does take control of it for right now. EMP available. Yep, Hertz has EMP. The Sombra does have it. Question is it going to be effective when they use it? Hey, Doggo, that's a huge pick for them to get down Paco. And now the Keith Rush being used by Mine. So this is the trade out for right now. EMP not used just yet. They know they can get a fight win here. If you see San Diego, they could probably back out for right now because they know they still got to go through a checkpoint here. But Frosted in a lot of trouble. Takes down Wild Wingbat on a flick. And now they invest the sound barrier. They invest the EMP at the same time. The fight continues on here. But now Zania popping the overclock, finds 2, looking for a lot more. The Kiriko in a lot of trouble, finds a 3rd. Zania's gonna wipe the floor with the rest of the team here. It's just the Doomfist left to go, and the Doomfist will say goodnight. UNLV, the Rebels have been run over. UCSD brings out the broom out of the closet, and UCSD is headed to the ship of the West Online qualifiers.
All right, I know we've seen some huge ROM ultimates, but I am glad we got to see some creativity from both of these teams. That was an incredible last-ditch effort from UNLV, pulling out the Sombra, making it work, allowing Cordy Toomer to go out on the Doomfist. It was so great to see. I'm glad we also didn't see a Rampage come out, because that would have been fight ending too quickly from UCSD.
Yeah, and so no Rampage from them, but at least for UCSD, they can say they don't need to have the Rampage because they went on a Rampage just now. 3-0 the scoreline here too. So the sweep here against UNLV, a 3-1 against UCLA, and now they've got momentum going into the championship game, and rather a championship game that determines who is the #1 seed headed into Boise State. And in fact, an update for you all, we're about to see if the home team can get the #1 seed inside of the championship round, as Boise State would go ahead and sweep their series against Utah 3-0. So it'll be Boise State and UCSD. And according to the Okra rankings, by the way, this is going to get interesting. Number 17 taking on number 6 here to end all for the West Regional Qualifiers, or rather West Online Regional Qualifiers. And when we head to Boise, these two will be your top 2 seeds. Question is who's going to be #1. And so you get to see Boise State coming up next, Nerdy.
Finally, I get to see them. I'll be very excited to be able to watch that game, but I do believe we might be taking a quick break here because everyone, of course, myself included, is human beings, and that's a lot of energy. I might be sitting on my butt right now, but casting takes a lot of brain power, and I'm already down to my last 2 brain cells. So with that being said, I do think we are going to go to a break. You can correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Yep, no, you're exactly right. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will get the championship round. Who will go to Boise with the #1 seed overall? UC San Diego, Boise State on the other side. It's the West Online Regional Qualifiers here for CECC.
Enough. It is an incredible moment from SGP, and it just goes to show how good Northwood continues to be.
See, seconds into the match, and SGP's got a spike, a 0 to death at that.
Brother, that was literally 1 down here. after Fireball, bro, please. Oh, and now we're playing this dangerous game at the ledge.
For clip number 5, we're jumping into one of my favorite games, and we get the chance to see one of my favorite ultimate combinations in the game right now. The Roadhog ultimate and the Kitsune Rush from Kiriko. So unbelievably strong, and it really helps Newberry kind of snap back in a moment where they were struggling to gain their footing once again.
To deal with that Nano Blade. You really just have to get around the protection Suzu and the Sleep Dart.
Well, there's the whole hog, there's the Kitsune Rush, and there goes the lives of Alfred State. Depressus is going to find a third. That's going to be a team kill. Kitsune Rush plus whole hog, overpowered, I swear.
Clip number 4, not quite on the podium, but still very, very impressive. Emery and Henry versus St. Lawrence going head-to-head. Both teams, 2 players left, but Hispanerd wants to clean up their opponents as quick as humanly possible, and quick they certainly were.
Yeah, little in fact, PhD actually stands for pretty heavy dude, because Dr. Mario might as well be a heavy with how he hits and how hard he can be to kill sometimes. The fact that he has Mario's hitboxes, his get off move tools, and these kill confirms at ledge, like I said, throw confirms.
At the beginning of this video, I talked about the individual presence a single player can have to make or break success for their team. Keller from Fisher College proves that point in its entirety by dropping a 4K against Ball State University and removing any iota of wind from their sails on Kings Row.
They could potentially use, be able to make something happen here. Now Ravenstrider is going to use the Kitsune Keller! 2 kills inside of the, oh my word, inside of the Dragons, and now they're looking for a 4K.
For our silver medal spot, our second clip here in the highlights of the playoffs is going to go to none other than Lackawanna. They have peppered themselves in these highlight reels week after week, and when they entered this upper bracket round 1, they immediately wanted to send the message they were there to win.
That's a big reason why Barton shouldn't be feeling too hard done by if they lose this series. That's a beautiful play.
And our number 1 gold medal clip of the ECAC playoff highlights is a beautiful moment from Hybrid, one that left my jaw on the floor. Let's see if the same goes for you.
For the team, it means a lot, right? Hybrid lurking in front, annihilates Forgiving, yeah!
Blows up that entire push.
And as much as I hate to say it, folks, this is the final ECAC top plays of the week here for the fall split. It's a sad moment, and I'm really glad that I've had the opportunity to sit through this with you week after week and really highlight these individual players, because as great as the team play can be, it's awesome to see these moments where one person can make or break such an incredible moment for their team. I have been Septilence, you have been wonderful, and rocking through all of these weeks with me, getting to see all these wonderful moments, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the spring. But until then, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you on the other side.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is
No,
it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Another good shot.
pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Yeah, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear, taking on the site, unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K! It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found!
That must have been, you just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get much
number
better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. We'll get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Has tucked the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's over.
Good.
All right. Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gusto.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all of these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commission.
Two teams remaining here in the West Online qualifiers. They're both in, but which one will land up with the #1 seed when we head to Boise in March? Welcome back inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird, bringing you the final game of the Spring 23 West Online qualifier here for CECC. It all comes down to, according to the Oka rankings, number 6 versus number 17. Boise State Broncos on their way here, sweeping both of their opponents to get to this point. Meanwhile, UCSD number 17 having to go 3-1 against UCLA and 3-0 against UNLV. But both teams here playing for that #1 seed, which will really help them when we get to then land. And you can see the bracket right in front of you. And Nerdy, you have some connections with Boise State, UCSD also looking good as well. I'm excited for this one.
I mean, there is a deep-seated rivalry that exists between UCSD and Boise State Broncos. So it's very exciting to have them battle it out in the championship here. Yes, the Broncos took on the Navy squad earlier today. They 3-0'd them. Will the Gold squad be as easy? No. Why? Frosted gets Ramatra Annihilation extremely fast for a Ramatra. I'm not sure if Clear can keep up with UCSD's Ram if Clear is the one playing main tank for this game.
Well, let's see if Boise State can come out of this with a winner, if UCSD is going to take the #1 seed over the home team of Boise State. And meanwhile, let's take a look at your rosters real quickly. We'll run through UCSD's. For those of you just joining us, we'll do this one more time here. For UCSD, though, again, the name of note, Frosted, who's been building up the Ramatra ults very quickly. That is Frosted Zania, who we saw on the Soldier earlier, Paco on the Tracer on games previously. Hinged was on the Lucio, Mine on the Kiriko. And this team, again, a big threat heading into this championship match. Now we'll switch on over to the team we haven't seen since yesterday, Boise State. And for the Broncos themselves, their lineup looks like this. It'll be Clear, Matt Merck, Plato, Chosen, and Bagel. And again, for Nerdy Bird, you can talk about this team all day long, but yesterday when we saw Clear pop off on that tank position, Clear was looking really good.
Clear was. You even saw Clear rocking it on the JQ into some interesting matchups, to say the least. However, I don't think Clear is going to be able to get away with that same thing in this next game. I think you got to start out strong and start out on the ram pick just out the gate. And then if there are counter swaps, you can. And we actually are going to get a quick view into the arena. That person we are currently looking at from the Boise State arena, that was originally Plato. Here from the front left, that is Chosen, that followed by Matt Merck, Clear, and then that is Goblin on the far right.
Yeah, and so Boise State again playing against UCSD coming up here in just a couple of moments. Big West versus Mountain West. Again, you can see inside of the Boise State arena. That'll be where the LAN will be held later on in early March there. But again, both teams looking to complete the conquest for their very first tournament of Spring 23 in CECC. We've already done the South. We've already done the East. It's down to the West and the Midwest. Midwest coming up later on this month, I believe. But we're going to see, again, a lot of teams playing for those spots in CECC as we head into the road to Arlington and the Esports Stadium Arlington. But again, Big West versus Mountain West, two very prominent teams. In fact, again, first Oka rankings of the Spring 23 semester coming out, and Boise State put up in the number 6 slot behind UC Irvine, Fisher, Maryville, Northwood, and Illinois State. So if you're up there with the best of the best, like those 5 teams, you got to feel pretty good going into this game.
I mean, they did manage to win out NACE Star League in the fall when they were flown all the way to Philadelphia to compete. I know they had a blast, but I mean, that's kind of where they get that ranking from. And just to echo a little bit of what Oka was saying previously with our intel from Divided, it was really the reason why UCSD ended up where they were was because of the momentum they managed to carry out through homecoming. So these rankings could be a little bit skewed just because they're based off an older meta. However, I do think these two teams are closer in match quality than what those two numbers are reflecting.
Yeah, so I mean, still, I mean, even in all other games, when you see a rank pop up and you see 2 teams ranked in these positions, you know it's going to be a good one coming up here in a couple of moments. And the other thing too about Boise State is, you take a look at the rankings, it's not all too wrong when you look at who they faced off. They took on Utah earlier as well in that semifinal, and look, they didn't seem like they had too much of trouble with Utah as well, going 3-0. Neither of these teams really did have any trouble against their semifinal opponents, both in a 3-0 sweep. But now we get get to see what these teams are made of. In fact, there's only one game in this bracket that went to 4 games, or 2 games that went to 4 games, and one of them involves the team right here. UCSD lost to UCLA back on Circuit Royale on Circuit Royale 3-2. So that was their closest game. And other than that, now we go head on over to Ilios, where UCSD's been pretty good and won 2 out of the 3 maps on Nepal, won both maps in their first game on LA. This time it's different on the Ruins.
And if you are joining us for the first time and did not see the Broncos, yesterday we had Chosen still on the flex support, whereas the main support role was actually Lyric, and the Broncos have taken out Lyric to put in Bagel. Bagel actually this season ranked 32 on Lucio, so a powerhouse to reckon with.
Let's see if the powerhouse of Boise State or the Tritons, number 17 versus number 6, fights down the middle. Point unlocked. Matt Merck takes care of Frosted right away. Frosted not a problem in the very first fight. Will not be able to build up that ult past 50 in the very first shot of the Broncos off galloping and running.
And we do have to point out they're pretty equal as far as Ramatra Annihilation Charge goes. And Clear started out on Rom. That is a sign of respect. There is no JQ pick, no Wrecking Ball pick coming out from Boise State. They are here running the meta, being meta slaves, because they know the only way they can overcome the Tridents is by beating them at their own game.
Oh, they gotta find a way to get through this push for UCSD. They haven't really been on the back foot before in their last 2 games, except on Circuit Royale and maybe 1 map of Nepal back on the Shrine. This time around, though, they're having to play from behind. Here comes Bagel going around, and that number 32 Lucio showing off why they are there, and they've got 2 already. Clear's gonna make it a 3rd, and UCSD, we haven't seen this one all day long. They just don't have an answer right now.
Annihilation is online for Clear. Pulse Bomb from Matt Merck online. As far as support ult, very close. I mean, 79 to 79 for his Hinge and Bagel. Bagel just a smidgen behind on the beat charge. Mine and Chosen both very equal. This comes down to who's going to pop theirs first and where, as we hear the overclock get popped by Plato.
Plato's already popped the overclock, which is going to take down Frosted. Frosted still can't play this game yet, as he has the Annihilation, but it's not even going to be popped anywhere close just yet. Clear's got another one on them, and Boise State sitting on 4 ultimates. UCSD sitting on 4 of their own, maybe even a 5th with Zinnia, but this fight coming up is going to be the last one.
Let's see if the Broncos get overzealous and try to touch spawn doors like we saw some teams do yesterday. No, they're going to stay back, recognizing the ult economy. Zinna goes down. Annihilation pop from Frosted. Pulse Bomb. Kitsune Rush from Chosen. Mine and Frosted go down to Clear's Annihilation ultimate. And now it is just Tracer dropping Pulse, using Recall, taking a headshot from the pummel. Does not really. And then we hear the overclock from Zinna just trying to break through this Ramatra, and they cannot get a touch on the objective in time.
What a clean point from Boise State. Not even a sweat off their brow there for Boise State. 100-0, super clear on the Ruins, but that's just one map. Go back to the last one on Nepal with UCSD. They took Sanctuary, they lost on Shrine, they won on Village, 100-0 to Sanctuary, 186 on Village. This could all change right here, and Ruins is a different kind of map, a little more open, but now you have the Lighthouse where it's a little more enclosed, and maybe for UCSD, Frosted can actually try and play the game, but the Broncos showing why they're number 6 right now.
We have Paco going with the Symmetra, most likely not going to stay on just to instantly, yeah, Matt Merck doing the same thing, going to TP people forward and then swap over to the Tracer. If we see someone stay on the Symmetra, they're going to lock down point. Nope. Going to probably fight for center field control here around the mini pack, try to gain space. It looks like the Broncos are going with that standard lockdown cage, whereas the side of UCSD is going to go towards the middle area. The issue now is Frosted's caught out a little bit with everyone else on high ground.
Well, Frosted is trying to get back to the rest of his team, though the Tracer does drop. They're still fighting for the middle staircase. Meanwhile, Frosted down to about half health, has to back away, and the rest of the team starts to swarm him, knowing he runs out of Nemesis form. Frosted can't do anything but lift up a shield and pray that his healers are there. Unfortunately, the healers won't be able to make it in time. Boise State flips the point yet again, very quickly, might I add, and UCSD just got to find some answers here in the next 95%.
There are 2 people from UCSD still on high ground here. Lucio is going to get out. I believe Mine will get out as well. Broncos took a little bit too long to recognize that, and they've reconvened. But the boop from Bagel is going to send Ramatra onto the low ground.
Oh, and the anti-air...
Broncos not going to engage on it, though.
Yeah, the anti-air circle also there as well, but no engagement coming from VSU. So 25% in rolling comes the Broncos. Orange and blue not looking too bad. The team out of the Mountain West showing why. Their top team thus far, but it's only control point, only game number 1. Clear's going to run on over to Hinge. Zinnia finds a shot at Tobago. Both of the Lucios down. So for UCSD, your best chance right here, right now. Clear almost has the Annihilation ready to go. Will they need it is the question. Maybe now would be the go button here. See if they use it. Back away for right now. UCSD knows that they got to back off, knowing that they don't have a Lucio for right now. They are going to use the Annihilation. Clears out with the Annihilation. Matt Merck tries to use Pulse Bomb. Not going to happen. There's a lot of damage being used on Clear. Keeps an air rush. Also to counter as well. Frosted finds a way to counter out Clear. And there goes the Ramonster. There goes the Tracer. It's looking good for USDSD for them to get themselves their first point, as the Tritons will get some percentage on the board.
Chosen, what was that? Man pops Kitsune Rush as a Hail Mary when he's alone on point. Oh my gosh, what a huge misplay from the Broncos.
Yeah, Chosen pops.
That is tragic.
Yeah, that is tragic. Chosen popped it, but Bagel's still going to have a sound barrier, so they're at least going to have one support ultimate online. UCSD with a overclock as well, maybe just to counter that sound barrier out at the same token. Bagel looks like he almost fell off the map, but still alive. 65% as Boise State will make their way onto the point very quickly, might I add. Sound barrier is still available for Bagel. Bagel will use that right away. And again, UCSD with no support ults anyway, so BSU will go ahead and just start running the field here. Takes down Frosted, another big pickup as Frosted goes down first yet again. And Boise State flipping the point, taking this to the final fight.
Last fight territory, we're going to have roughly a Pulse Bomb from Matt Merck online. Paco's going to have a Pulse Bomb. Frosted, though, leading the charge as far as the Annihilation ult goes. And if this fight lasts long enough, we could see a Rom v Rom Annihilation get popped, and it's just going to be a bloodbath.
Well, 90%, still going to find a way to touch the point regardless here, at least within the last 4%. 95%, though, you're going to have Frosted running towards the point on their own. No healers whatsoever. Has to use Nemesis form right away to pop, but Zania does find Matt Merck, so that's a lot of your backline damage gone there from the side of Boise State. For the frontline damage, the one you're worried about, Frosted oh so low. No help with the support just yet. Overtime clock starts to bleed halfway down, and now Frosted getting some help here. Clear and Frosted both using their Annihilation. Who's going to get the better of it? It's looking like UCSD has some life in them. They get 4 kills, and the Tritons are still in this game.
And look at those ults that are online now for UCSD. Pulse Bomb, Beat, and Kitsune Rush. The Broncos actually have to take this engage a little slower so they can get up a Pulse, get up an Overclock, and possibly since ult's online as well before they get a full engage. So this neutral fight stage is going to be important. If the Broncos lose someone, they're going to have to basically reset.
Oh, Boise State now, again, like you were saying, Ultimate's online, though. Chosen back with the Kitsune Rush available. This is going to be check marks aglow here for both sides. Paco uses the Pulse Bomb, not going to find anything. Meanwhile, Kitsune Rush is out, Pulse Bomb is out, finds a stick onto the Ramatra, which shaves them off just a little bit for a little while. Chosen using the Kitsune Rush, but it might be to no avail. Plato does go down. Mine ults and Hinge both using their ultimates on the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier. Sound Barrier finally melts away, though. So now the overtime clock will hit. Boise State able to flip that point back, so UCSD gets nothing more after this fight, but they will get a little more percentage as they win the fight, and no more support ultimates left online except for Bagels coming up.
We'll have Overclock versus Overclock, Beat versus nothing coming out from UCSD. It's going to come down to Frosted, who's leading once again on this Ramatra ultimate percentage to basically clutch this fight out long enough for one of the supports to respond from UCSD to help them out. Boise State going to look for a quick engage. Zena pops the Overclock, gets a lot of damage onto Clear.
Oh,
Clear gets sent to the Shadow Realm. Can they find a second?
No,
Frosted gets Bagel.
They do, but it's a trade-off 1-for-1 on the overclock. Now down to the final 5% here for UCSD. The Tritons in command on the driver's seat still. Nobody's touching the point for Boise State. They thought they had it, but they really don't. Nobody touched. And the Tritons take this to map number 3. We're headed to the well. They had a touch potential, but Boise State just doesn't do it, and the Tritons are still in game number 1. Oh my goodness.
Now we are on a playground. Hinged and Bagel. Who's gonna get the intro boop to get their team the win here? If you all don't go for boops, I will be very sad. Hinged, I've seen you pop off all day with them boops. Bagel, you had a nice highlight that was literally your highlight at the beginning of a week worth of top 5s. So come on. One of you has to do it. If you don't go for it, I'm roasting you both on Twitter.
Well, you have the connections there. You're just gonna go right onto Twitter and just roast them, I guess. But that's what you get when you get the Boise State connections there, and they're right at it. Number 6, number versus 17. This one will go down to the last map here on Ilios. It is the well. Big hole down, big hole in the middle there for anybody to get booped off of, which is where the Lucios play the strongest here. Really nobody else. I mean, maybe as protection, Zuzu could get the environmental kill, but that's super, super rare, if that. 5 seconds until the point unlocks. They're just going to run rampant here. Frosted in a whole lot of trouble. And now the rest of the team having to back up, having to play right around this little side room. The Lucio in a lot of trouble for them as well. This Lucio is just going to stay alive. I mean, this Lucio's been staying alive for quite a long time. But with Frosted going down, Boise State's got first cap yet again. 3rd straight map.
Hinge was looking for it. They almost had the boop. It's just the reduction boop knockback on the tanks just did not help Hinge, or they would have gotten the ROM. I saw you. I appreciate it. You get the golden star for this one.
Well, I mean, you are a Lucio, man. You got to appreciate the attempt there. I mean,
100%.
Right?
You got to go for it.
Yeah, you got to go for it at this point. But, I mean, all systems go at this point, especially in map number 3. Crucial map number 3 at that as well. 25% enrolling for the Broncos. You're going to try to go ahead and send the side room near the mini pack. But still, I mean, looking like UCSD really has no entry points to what Boise State is providing right now, especially the space that Boise State is making with this Ramatcha. Clear to 90% on the ultimate. Same thing, but Frosted at 55%. Not a lot of ultimate percentage here. Clear is also stuck in the backline, so Paku gets clear, and that's a big pulse bomb for them. The Ramatcha also stuck in the backline for Matt Merck. Not going to be enough damage there. Good healing side from UCSD, and the Tritons are back in business.
Matt Merck just trying to keep a foothold on this point a little bit longer. Does eventually go down, but that's 51% towards the Broncos. That's 2 fights if they can win out this next engage and then sustain through one more. Hinge, though, leading on that beat charge between the two Lucios can create an opportunity here for Frosted to get very aggressive and go unpunished unless they're waiting for that Ramattra ultimate, which is what's most likely going to happen. Mine with the Kitsune rush, possibly looking to wait for the Broncos to come into point, and then Kitsune rush in response as we hear Overclock get dropped. Vortex, there's Overclock. Fawcett finds Plato, who just dropped down right in front of him, served himself up on a silver platter. Frosted, Paco, Frosted, clean up the Broncos, and they are sent back to the spawn.
Frosted bringing up the Annihilation as well. Doesn't even need to pop it, so it's going to be Annihilation for Annihilation coming up. UCSD is going to take a lead here, in fact, as well, so they can even take this to one-fight territory if they win out this fight. Boise State, you got to be thinking, you got to go fast here to even get a fight. Look where Matt Merck is. Matt Merck is in a lot of trouble. 3 people surrounding this Tracer right now. If that Tracer's out, it's all over. But Chosen gets a kunai headshot onto Zania. That's huge for them, and that means that Overclock goes absolutely nowhere. And so, yet again, for UCSD, playing on the back foot to start this fight. They do take the lead on percentages. Annihilation is going to be popped out from Frosted, but Frosted's going to make a lot of plays here. It's only the Ramatcha versus the Ramatcha right now. Frosted pops, and Clear is also going to pop the Annihilation as well. Both will use the block. There's another pulse bomb. Big one from Paco. Gets rid of it, and that's free reign for the Annihilation to keep on running here. Frosted clears out. Vago, Boise State in the meantime does get the flip, but it's probably going to go little for all for nothing here as Frosted continues on in Nemesis form, and it'll be the Tritons back in command.
Okay, so I know it looked like Matt Merck was in a sticky situation, but the intent was to pull a lot of attention to the back of the point so the Broncos could then push in and surround them, knowing that Tracer was pulling A, attention, and B, resource, and it did work out. The Broncos got a point flip for a little bit. It equalized this out. The back and forth play without full control in one fight is something we don't see a whole lot of, but it is very useful, understanding how that mechanic can play into staggering out the charge on that percentage meter for point control.
Well, one more fight left to go here for UCSD. If they can win this one out, they've got map number 1, but he runs right into the headshot of Chosen yet again. Clear and Chosen are going to pop for 3 total kills here, and UCSD will get at least 99%. Good hold here for Zania. That's going to force it off the 99%. Falls into the well, but Boise State now in one fight territory. This fight is the last one to determine game 1 winner.
Mine and Hinge, though, once again, they're above on that ult charge. Zina very close to Overclock. Clear within that 20% mark. This could be a rough fight for the Broncos if Clear does not manage to get this Ramattra ultimate online.
Needs to happen now or never here with the Ramattra ult. Clear's got that one at 95%, 75%, 20% differential here. Clear's probably going to pop this one right away as soon as he gets it. 99%, it is overtime. Win, take all here for game number 1. Clear falls also low. That Annihilation goes for nothing, and UC San Diego's Frosted is going to pop one of their own. It's a 5v3 situation. UCSD may have just brought this one all the way back down 100-0 from map number 1, and the Tritons are looking in business to take away map number 2. Map number 3, They will look to win on Ilios here. One more person left is Skiko. The team kill is there. Only the Doomfist now back on point left to go, but the Doomfist won't make any impact when Paco's been landing pulse bombs all over the place. And the Tritons down 100-0 on the Ruins, win on the Lighthouse, win on the Well, both on 100 to 99s, and they're up 1-0 here in the championship.
Paco, was all of those pulse bombs that landed on like doorways, the ground, in the last map and the last game, all just like a bait? Cause like, you haven't missed in this game. What happened?
I don't know. Something must have turned on. The switch must have flipped there for Paco right at the end there. Because yeah, I mean, like you were saying, a lot of pulse bombs landed. I counted 3 for 3 within the last couple of percentages there, and landing it all on the Ramattra, mind you. So again, Ramattra doesn't get any value for the annihilation for clear. Frosted's able to play freely there, and with the pulse bombs that they were landing, I mean, Paco's just impressive right now, and could be, I mean, your player of that map, because obviously those pulse bombs landing every single which way you got made sure that Ramattra was having no fun whatsoever.
Yeah, that's just the Overwatch experience. If you're not getting CC'd to death like Overwatch 1, then you are just getting every damage utility thrown at you as a tank in Overwatch 2. Welcome to Overwatch.
Well, welcome to Overwatch 2, but a big map now for UCSD, but a very close one, might I add. Boise State, it looked like they were running the table there again. Ruins 100 to nothing, not a speck of dust for UCSD. Tritons couldn't even get that point, but in the meanwhile, they take Lighthouse 199, they take Well 199. That's got to be a dagger for Boise State in their game modes, just to go that close and toe-to-toe with the Tritons. But now, with San Diego taking on Boise State, it's Boise State's map pick. Coming up next is going to be Hybrid. And again, you know your team best. I mean, what map are you picking here against UCSD?
Honestly, I don't really want to make a prediction on this one, just because I'm going to be honest. Clear Jonathan works in mysterious ways. And the end all be all is where Clear feels like he's going to be able to get the most advantage here. And I'm just trying to think through my head, like, because we're Escort next, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we're going to Escort up next. So Escort's going to be your second map here. Plenty of options. UCSD, we've seen back on on Circuit Royale, they would lose that one. Back on the other one as well, UNLV picked on Rialto. So that's 2 maps that we've seen so far from UCSD today, but still got plenty more to choose from here. So, I mean, what do you do if you're Boise State?
If we don't see Goblin swapped in, we're not going to see Circuit Royale. If we do see Goblin swapped in, we might see Circuit. However, regardless, I think a safe pick for the Broncos is Route 66. And well, I am completely wrong. They want to go to the Lucio Heaven. So Hinged, have fun. And they're going to go to Rialto.
Yes, they are. Rialto, and no swaps in, so we won't see Goblin. Goblin yesterday, really well done on that Widowmaker. I believe we saw it back, throughout the entire series. Mainly that Lijiang Tower Widowmaker was absolutely nuts that we saw yesterday. But in any case, Rialto is going to be the next map. No side, no swaps, same sides. So it will be Boise State that will be on the, it'll be UCSD that attacks first. Boise State will get the chance to defend first and foremost. And we saw Rialto for UCSD. In fact, we were able to see them defend first against UNLV. Oh, excuse me. UCSD defends first. Boise State will attack. Thank you very much for that, Colton. My fault. I forgot the UCSD was on the blue side. Thank you very much to our producer there for correcting me. But again, we saw UCSD defend first against UNLV. They allowed 2 points on Rialto, 38.95 meters on the same token, but UCSD able to win in very convincing fashion, might I add. Still plenty of time left on that clock before they cap that golden box of victory as well. So the question is for UCSD, can they produce the same results to go up 2-0 for them? Because, right now, Boise State, it's close, but Boise State's finding answers. It's just not enough.
Yeah, after they got 0-100, UCSD changed up how they were playing, and it worked. They definitely realized that Frosted just can't do what he wants like he was able to in the other games. Frosted breaking off from his team and waiting for them to then catch up was a trend that we saw in the maps and the matches leading up to this one. But when he was doing that on the first map of Ilios, he got punished, and they fixed that right up.
Well, let's take a look at for Boise State now, what they're going to pull out, and again, or rather for UCSD, as they're on the defense side. Hey, don't fix what's not broken for you. So they're going to stick on to the Sojourn and Tracer combination with Frosted on the Ramattra, and Frosted's been pretty good on the Ramattra all day, to say the least. I mean, that might just be an understatement considering what we've seen these last 2 games, but Frosted sticking on the Ramattra side, and it's basically looking like a mirror v mirror, unless no. Okay. Boise figured it out. Boise just wanted to show off there with the Mercy for a little while, maybe to trick Prod or trick us in the booth over here, but to say the least, not happening. But still giving up a little bit of space. No Widowmaker to start though.
Yeah, I think the Mercy flash was just to make my eye twitch. I see you, Chosen.
Chosen wants to make sure that you know what's going on back there, or maybe you don't know what's going on in the comms. It's like, hey, Nerdy's watching, or Nerdy's casting. Here, flash the Mercy. 330.
Oh, Rob!
Oh.
Frosted got so low!
Oh, Hinge just in the back though. Hinge finds Plato, and so that's big for them. UCSD has the goal signal to go right against them. Clears down, clear basically a lot of health. Frosted, not much, but still 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. You get rid of a big player in Plato, and now this Ramattra stuck inside of that room. So are they going to take advantage of it? Is the question, and answer is no. They got to back off for right now, but 3 minutes left to go. Fight still happening in the street space. Plato with the secondary railgun fires onto Frosted and lands a hit. Bagel as well will trade that off, and that's a good looking fight here for Boise State as they advance the payload.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Hinged needs to change their name from Hinged to Unhinged. That Lucio is confirming kills left and right when they are with Frosted, and it's disgusting. Like, those two are a package deal dynamic duo. They have the opportunity to put this fight, but it's a matter of can they avoid the rail shot coming out from Plato, and Paco getting enough distraction in this backline to pull the attention away to cause the death of Broncos. But Clear's gonna pop first ult. Mine is going to drop the Kitsune Rush in response. Frosted now dropping the Annihilation. Beat from Bagel. Beat from Hinged. Chosen has Kitsune Rush. Are we going to see it to confirm it? Frosted goes down off that pulse. We don't need Kitsune Rush for the Broncos if they can clean things up, but Zinna is right inside of them. Plato does recognize it and cleans that one up.
It doesn't even matter though, because they were able to cap the point before anybody was able to touch anyway. So UCSD lets it go, and VSU will be able to get another 2.5 to the bank. But credit there for Boise State supports. Now you still have a Kitsune Rush available to you coming up in this next fight. And all San Diego's going to have to do is hope that Zania can hit shots, especially with that overclock. So now becomes, can they force up, and for Boise State, can they make enough space for them maybe to make this one fight, because they have already let go one lane and one turn. The second turn now is the question. Overclock is going to be used by Zinnia. Zinnia's going to pop it, but can you find anything is the question. They kite off right now, so no peeks, meaning this overclock is probably going to go for nothing, and absolutely does go for nothing for right now. Chosen has the Kitsune Rush available, decides not to use it just yet. They were going to regroup. They're thinking about using it maybe in the next 3 seconds here. Ramatra's on top.
When you round this corner. Yeah, when
probably
they round
when you round
this
the corner. Yeah.
You
Probably
want
going to be
that
the
full straightaway.
Yeah, you probably want that full straightaway indeed. So see if they decide to use it, not turning around the corner just yet, but Chosen now having the Kitsune Rush. Bagel finds it, goal signal, green lights are on. Frosted's gone. Here comes the cavalry. Here comes the team that is Boise State. The Broncos will gallop on in and charge in, and they will give themselves point number 2 quickly, might I add, and they're going to have at least 4:45 on the clock.
Do we see any swaps coming out from UCSD? I don't think so. I mean, swaps have not really been a thing for the meta comps. New Queen Street last series was a different story, but UCSD has found a lot of success on their current composition. This is where teams start to get a little overzealous and push too far forward of the payload and lose focus, lose target focus because of just the amount of alley space that's here. So this could be the opportunity for UCSD to turn this back around in their favor.
Well, Pulse Bomb is out. Paco misses off the mark, slides away a little bit wide on that Pulse Bomb for right now. But 4 minutes on the clock. Matt Merck has a Pulse Bomb of their own, down to 66 health. Doesn't use the recall just yet. Knows that he's right near the supports anyways. Now Frosted having a backup. Clear has it. There's the Pulse Bomb. It's out, and it doesn't block any damage from that Pulse Bomb either. So green lights here for Boise State. It's all systems go. Clear goes in with the Annihilation. Will walk right into 3 or 4 people. Doesn't even matter when the sound barrier comes out from Hinge. Lido finds the overclock kill onto Zinnia as well. Down to the final home stretch here. Haven't seen a team go all 3 points just yet, but now it's in desperation mode. Frosted uses the Annihilation as well, but Frosted oh so low. Clear right behind him. Clear is finding kills right now, down to 1.71 meters. No more left to go on the point. And the Broncos with 3:27 on the clock go uno, dos, adios, completing the map of Rialto. It's UCSD's turn, and they have a tall mountain to climb.
UCSD, when they played UNLV, they were able to capitalize on that high ground control around that corner that we were discussing where we were saying the Kitsune rush is going to happen coming out from Chosen. Nevada really struggled with deciding to go high ground or deciding to go low ground, and the Broncos just said, okay, come to us, and they Kitsune rushed into them and forced them to take the fight on cart by getting it so close to that checkpoint. That is a risky strategy that paid out for them in dividends, but I did not anticipate them capping with 3 minutes and almost 30 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah, no, it's an insane push. Only 37 seconds underneath the standard time bank, which again is impressive, meaning they completed that map in about 5 minutes and 33 seconds, mind you, because it's 8 minutes of total time. No overtime needed in any case scenario for Boise State. So the Broncos looking strong here in their attacking side. Now the question is defensive side, where UCSD again going to match up the meta. Nothing different here from the Tritons. So 20 seconds left to go, but Boise State now again looking strong, at least in the mirror compositions.
Me wanting to stir the pot, as I always do. UCSD is going to get it all the way to 3 points and have time left above 1 minute, so this goes to a second round of Rialto.
Oh, you've got, well, no matter what, if they complete the map, it'll go to a second round on both sides anyways.
Yeah, but they want the over a minute so that they get the additional.
Right, absolutely.
Have that extra time bank.
Absolutely, but I'm very surprised you're picking on you're picking this to finish against Boise State here, especially against the alma mater at the same time. But
I am a pot stirrer. I don't care if I love these people. I want them to have to deal with the chaos.
Oh boy, somebody from Boise State is going to clip this real quick and just show this to the players later. 3.5 minutes on the clock here. UCSD is going to take a little bit of a different scenario here. They're going to go around the point and they're going to go off it, but they're going to take the high ground on this second level here, which Boise State's willing to give up for a little while. Now Frosted's going to drop down onto the ground, clear right at him. At the same token, already 34% to ultimate, but they're all actually pretty equal right now. Nemesis form being brought up by both sides. And so now it's just a question of who's got the better Nemesis form. Clear's doing a lot more damage though, 52%, 10% differential for the Broncos at this point on the Ramatra. Still clearing out what they can. Chosen take care of Paco, which is a big pick for them, which means no backline assassinations happening. And this is another all systems go here for Boise State. Broncos want to push this, and the Broncos want to win this map right here, right now, especially with they've wasted away a minute on the clock, and Plato's going to waste away a little bit more with that kill onto Frosted.
You were completely right with Chosen getting that elimination onto Paco, who's been not only the assassinator, but pulls so much of the attention of the Broncos away, just like Matt Merck has done for UCSD. That was a quick and decisive assassination coming out from Chosen, recognizing the type of value that Tracer provides.
Let's see if they can take care of that Tracer yet again. False bomb for Paco, almost available. Frosted and Clear. Clear has the ultimate advantage with the Annihilation ready to go, but do they want to use it is the question. Doesn't pop it just yet. But Plato now popping away the overclock. Matt Merck does go down. Sania finds the head. So now Matt Merck gone. No pulse bomb available. Sound barriers out. Clear does not use the Annihilation either. This is the backup scenario here for Boise State, and UCSD's got themselves a fight win, and they may even get the point.
They had to expel both support ults, as did UCSD. I think you're right. Point is going to go flip to them. Question is now, this front alleyway, if the Broncos can't get a touch, nope.
No, they might be able to.
No way. No
yeah, they did.
way.
Matt Merck is able to get the touch right now. Pulse bomb is out. Matt Merck lands it onto the Ramatra. We'll see Annihilations if they are pop. Both of them will pop at the exact same time. Nobody said just yet. No Clear and Frosted going toe-to-toe with each other right now with their Annihilations. Question is who's going to find the damage to clear out the other Ramatra. Clear's taking a lot more damage. Frosted's still there though. Still again, back and forth we go. This cam flipping. It's just going back and forth. Clear, Frosted, clear, Frosted. It's a tug of war that will never end unless somebody gives way. Somebody has to. They give up 1.73 meters left to go. It is still a fight that is lasting on and on here. Both of the Ramonsters lining up so low, but it is still going. Oh my goodness. Sania gets rid of Chosen though. The door is open here for UCSD. The Tritons have an man advantage. They have the healer advantage as well. 0.67 meters, and the Tritons get the point.
And that, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, is why they are nerfing Ramatra ultimate. Holy McNuggets!
What? I think that lasted over 20 seconds. That nerf would have come in handy right about there because that fight was going back and forth. Our observer was thinking, Frosted clear, Frosted clear, Frosted clear. Who the heck is going to win this one?
That was just disgusting.
Oh my goodness, though. My head's light after that. Holy cow. But anyways, cleared into Nemesis form now. Able to take care of Zinnia. And the meanwhile, Beatico's out there just all by themselves. The anti-air circle just absolutely dominating onto mine. And it'll be Boise State that fights them off for the very first point of this, or very first fight of the second point.
All right, we got Paco versus Matt Merck. Matt Merck forced recall out first. Paco uses recall second. Looks like Paco's gonna be the victor in that one. Zinna does get chosen. I thought Zinna got Matt Merck there, but Paco definitely won that 1v1.
Yeah, well, Paco won the 1v1 for right now, so that's UCSD being able to go right on in, but 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. As it stands right now, Boise State will, or rather UCSD will not be able to make the time bank, but not to say they still can't complete the map. Here comes the Soundbarrier out from Bagel. Bagel's going to be able to help their team out. Zinnia falls oh so low, but Zinnia able to get back up thanks to the support and thanks to Mine. Mine now pops out the Kitsune Rush at the same time. At Merc with the Pulse Bomb available. We'll see if they want to land it here. No Annihilations just yet. We might get another big fight here coming up with both of the Annihilations coming up. No Matt Merc though. So that's the Pulse Bomb gone. That is the Annihilations coming out from both Clear and Frosted. Yet again, this might be a long fight. 3.34 meters out to go. But it is Clear that is taking out so much damage. And now Frosted's just going to run right in. And it's going to be another 90 seconds back to the Tritons.
Okay, so the Tritons down less than 3 minutes now, so they're not going to finish with as much time as the Broncos. But I do still, my prediction still stands. I foresee them getting this with time. Reason being, the Frosted on the Ramatra has been clutch, and Hinge just being a couple percent ahead of Bagel almost every time on these beats has been very essential. However, Bagel's choosing to beat in response to different ultimates, which is a little bit strange. If UCSD kind of stops the Kitsune Rush beat combo, I could see them actually finishing with more than a minute on the clock.
Well, they got to finish with some time on the clock here. 2:22, though they are being stopped just a little bit. Paco's Pulse Bomb you saw just a little while ago runs up a little bit wide. Nothing there just yet. Matt Merck looking for an opportunity to Pulse Bomb themselves, but not getting any opportunity. They know where the Tracer is in the back line. Josen is going to go ahead and pop the Kitsune Rush, but Sound Barrier also coming out, but it might go off or not. Your Clear's just going to go ahead and run rampant, especially when you're in Nemesis form and run right across Frosted. 2 minutes left to go. It's still not enough. UCSD's backed up.
UCSD, though, the one thing I said was if they stop using Beat and Kitsune Rush in conjunction with each other, and they did that. They used Beat there. Mine is going to have Kitsune Rush this next fight. The question is, can Bagel get beat up in time to respond to that Kitsune Rush?
Well, let's see. I mean, Chosen has 17%, but again, Mine's Kitsune Rush way up there. So now Mine's Kitsune Rush got to be big here for UCSD, seeing if they can get anything going, especially with only 90 seconds left to go. Mine is going to use the Kitsune Rush out and about here down the middle of the lane. Frost is going to go ahead and just punch right in, and it's Superman time for Frosted to just punch one after the other. Oh, Bagel doesn't use the Sound Barrier just yet. Decides to hold on to it here, and
they've got Annihilation Beat. They're going to do it.
Annihilation Beat, not a bad idea to hold on to that for right now. You can let it go one turn as long as you don't let up the point in general. But down to a minute left to go on the clock. Sound Barrier available for Bagel. Hinge not quite yet. Annihilation is going to come up from Clear. Bagel decides not to use the Sound Barrier just yet, but Clear's got half health, good support lines to keep him up right now. Clear's just going to run rampant here. Only one person left so low. There's the beat that comes out. Great timing with the Pulse Bomb landing on from Paco, and Matt Merck lands the Pulse Bomb themselves. Annihilation, Pulse Bomb get their kills, and 30 seconds left to go. Tritons on the back foot.
Matt Merck took a page out of the book of Paco and started waiting for when Frosted got very low, and they'd already used Suzu to drop the pulse, which is what Paco was waiting for last map, and that's why they were able to delete Clear so frequently. Broncos made an adjustment. There's one more fight left, though. They have Beat. They're going to get Kitsune Rush. Can San Diego get a foothold here to close out the map and force it into an overtime scenario?
Tritons have one last fight here. You're right. They have the sound barrier available. The sound barrier is out against the entire team. Keith and Air Rush from Chosen out as well. Mine and Clear both trade, but with Hinged gone, that's your healing gone as well. And now Clear's just going to use the Nemesis form to turn into the One Punch Man. Turns into the Nemesis form and is going to give themselves a chance to win out this fight right here, right now. There's the Swift Step, not going to be of use anyways. Only the Tracer, only the Lucio left, and only the Sojourn left to go as well. There's only a Lucio left to go on point, who's just going to run all the way around. Overtime clock starts to bleed. Not going to be able to get a touch, and Boise State wins the map. We are tied at 1 apiece.
All right, San Diego, they get to pick push, right? Yes. Next
Push map is up next.
If we're going to be playing into San Diego, I would be shocked if they picked Coliseo. They did not get to pick the last two, which was New Queen Street, and they ended up going on Esperanza, which, yes, they did fabulously on both. No arguments whatsoever, but if they want to confirm a victory and a first fight win, which is very important on push, just like it was on 2CP, Coliseo. I mean, Frosted's a goated Ramatra, just go Coliseo.
Yeah, Coliseo again, or push coming up next. We haven't seen Coliseo just yet. In fact, the only two we've seen the other two today from UCSD. It is UCSD's pick, however, and UCSD had a pick back on earlier today, back on the game against UCLA, because UCLA won Circuit Royale the night before. So it would be Esperanza that got the eye of UCSD to pick that earlier on. But meanwhile, UCSD also that one, and actually UCSD picking that, they completed the map back on Esperanza. If you will remember that great map that they had. Meanwhile, against UNLV with that last pick, of course, it was a sweep, so UNLV picked that map. They went to New Queen Street. So we've seen everything except for Coliseo, but for UCSD, is Coliseo the pick here? I mean, you were talking about it against the player like Clear, who's been popping off on this Ramatra. Hey, I mean, Coliseo, anything goes.
The thing with Coliseo is the last time they were looking to avoid it because of the hit scan play that was coming out from the other team. They had a very, very strong Widowmaker. They had a Zenyatta that could land the volleys as well. And so that long corridor for first fight, unless, like I said, you're going for a long flank, is a very hard task when you don't have a consistent type of duck and cover situation. And if you really are playing around pillars, it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight. However, going on that, recognizing thus far that the Broncos haven't pulled out any Widowmaker long-range hit scan, except for, Soldier's railgun, yes, technically speaking. But if they know that there isn't going to be a Widow gameplay, they can possibly go Coliseo. But the caveat is if they pick Coliseo, Broncos are probably going to drag and drop Goblin in, and then, yeah, they're going to end up going against a Widowmaker who can also just swap over to Tracer and play Tracer. So it's a really lesser of two evils here, pick your poison situation. Safe pick, Esperanza. If you're looking to really feed into Frosted, though, I say Coliseo.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. I mean, the New Queen Street also got picked out first from UNLV, so we don't know. Again, there's only 3 maps that you can pick from here. You've got, and again, no Penguin map either, so you don't have Antarctic for control. But that's control. We're not talking about that. We're talking about control, or we're talking about push here. But again, Esperanza was the pick for San Diego. You would think the bread and butter would be that pick. You think their comfort pick would be Esperanza. But again, the question is what they will pick to counter what Boise State has given. And in fact, UCLA, they tied it up in 1 apiece as well going into this third map, but UCSD would win the last 2. So this could be the momentum map here for the Tritons if they want to take down this great team of Boise State, especially Clear on that Ramatra and the rest of the team as well. Matt Merck on that Tracer, like you were saying earlier on Rialto, playing that waiting game as well to play that assassination. But in fact, comfort pick, we will go to San Diego. We'll go ahead and pick the next map, Esperanza. Both same sides, of course, no subs, no side swaps either. So Esperanza, comfort pick here for UCSD from the looks of it.
I mean, I may have been voting for the Coliseo. I can't argue with the Esperanza pick. They won that one very heavy-handedly last time we saw it. Are they going to have as easy a time on this one? Probably not. Do I anticipate a Ram v Ram borderline mirror matchup on both sides? Yeah.
The questions that the hypotheticals have already been answered at this point. It's going to be a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
It's going to be a mirror matchup. We know it's Ramatra versus Ramatra, Lucio versus Lucio, Kiriko versus Kiriko, Sojourn versus Sojourn, Tracer versus Tracer.
But it's almost like GOATS is happening all over again, except it's not the tanks that are the problem. It's the fact that we have 1 or 2 characters per role that work and the rest don't.
Yeah, oh
Looking
boy.
at you, Activision Blizzard.
Looking at you, team development. Looking at you, balance patchers, right there. We're looking at you to see what's going on here. But I mean, maybe it'll change. Maybe that fate will change later on as we get. We're gonna get 2 new supports later on, right? So maybe that'll change. Maybe the fate of time will change.
Yeah, but see, they recognize the mistake that they made by giving a support the ability to not only have a get-out-of-jail-free card, but a get halfway across the map free card in the form of Kiriko. I have seen Kirikos in the higher ranks that do just as much damage as the DPS and are still out healing the other supports. So I don't think we're going to see a hybrid support of Kiriko for a long time.
Oh, I mean, let's find out for sure later on, of course, in the year, if we might see another Kiriko. I mean, there's still plenty of characters that you can come up with, but I mean, that's still yet to be seen. Of course, that's later here in the year 2023. But what we're focused on right now, Lucio and Kiriko versus Lucio and Kiriko at the very same point. 30 seconds remaining, 30 seconds gone by, I should say, as the bot unlocks. And you've got the first meters already going to UCSD, who plays right near the bot to give themselves the first 5 meters of the game, but where the fight really begins. It's going to happen right now. See if they're going to push right in here. And I mean, in fact, they're just playing around this clock tower for right now, and just to see who's got the better shots off.
Natural cover, duck and go. We have the Vortex go down, Plato slides out. Clear pushing forward, Snuzu's out, Ramatra, Nemesis traded on both sides, but one is forced to already use Absorb and into the corner on the clock tower.
Oh, still fight going on. Nobody has died in this game yet. Nobody's been eliminated at all, but Matt Merck almost going down to half health. Zania, I changed that mind because Zania is going to roll down the head of Plato. So now the systems might be all a go here. You still got a Tracer to worry about on the left side, but Matt Merck falling also low, picks up the mini pack, stays alive for right now, but the fight continues on. Plato back in play, but it's going to take a little while for them to come back. Meanwhile, the scope pushed up 8.86 meters, going to push up a little bit more up to the double digits south. And now 8 minutes and 20 seconds, 1 minute and 30 has gone by at the very least, and we still haven't seen a team push this over 20 meters. In fact, we still won't. Pulse bomb available here for Matt Merck, see if they want to land that quite yet. And now Pulse bomb is going to come out. Here comes Chosen and Mine, both with the Kitsune Rush, because somebody has to fall. Somebody's got to be losing the spike here. Pulse bomb goes a little bit wide, still nothing yet, and now Frosted goes down. All systems go here for Boise State. They want to try to run right in. Frost and Clear might not even need to use the Annihilation. Sound Barrier is out. They want to win this. UCSD does not want to give up anything else, and in fact, they might not need to give up anything else. Clear does use the Annihilation as well, and Tania's going to go down. You're going to have Clear go down as well. This isn't clear as to who's going to win this. Clear has to back off, and it's UCSD that wins the fight.
Honestly, I thought when you were kind of saying it's been 1.5 minutes, we haven't seen anyone get a decisive win or push it very far. I thought the Broncos were, biding time until Clear got that Ramatra ult online. But instead, Rom ult went up. We dropped Pulse instead, cleaned up their Ramatra, and instead of hitting the Ramatra ult, recognizing the fight had gone on too long, they didn't hit Q and win. They hit Q and got sent to the Shadow Realm.
They hit Q, and unfortunately, it didn't land up where they wanted it to. But now Boise State, I mean, UCSD's got the lead, but Boise State gives up 2 meters. I mean, not all too much, but it's still a push away a little bit. Zania, again, is finding shots left and right with this railgun. Takes out Bagel, and now Plato going down as well. Not a good sign. And if you're not looking at Zania, you're not looking for life. Zania finds the head, Zania finds 3, and UCSD back in command, looking for the first checkpoint.
Question is, are the Broncos just going to roll over and let them take this point, or are they going to put up a fight here? They have 3 ults to 2 ults, but one of them 2 ults is the Ramatra Annihilation again, and Paco is just going to sit here in butt scratch mode, has activated. Broncos allowing UCSD to get the forward spawn.
Fourth spawn is good, and now it's going to be Frosted bringing it in. Here comes the Sound Barrier out, and they're playing all over this point. They're not even going to cut away from this Ramatra ult for right now. Pulse bomb from Paco, though, is out. Takes down Plato. That's a big one down, and that's a Sojourn gone as well. The kids, oh my god, Kiriko runs in to the rest of the team, runs in to the Annihilation, which means that time extends. Frosted's got 2, and UCSD is going to push past the first checkpoint. My, oh my, Frosted is feeling it right now.
Bagel got away by the skin of his teeth while riding like every Reddit Lucio out there while his heart was pounding to make him back inside. Now we've got Mine with the Kitsune Rush, Zina with the overclock. Matt Merck goes down to Mine, a return favor from what we saw in Rialto. Mine pops a Kitsune Rush in response to Plato's overclock. Clear does have Annihilation, but is dangerously low to pop it. And there it is after getting healed up. Chosen now online with the Kitsune Rush. This opportunity for the Broncos to just spearhead into the backline. Clear, though, taking so much damage in the process. Will he find a kill before the ult runs out? He gets one, and now Rom peeks around the corner, and Clear goes down.
Clear clears him out, or Frosted clears out Clear, and that's a big one there for UC San Diego. Oh my god.
The prediction!
Oh my goodness, Mine, what are you doing to this Tracer?
Someone clip that, please. Someone clip that and give it to Mine. That is a prediction highlight reel moment. That was beautiful.
That was so big brain. That's unbelievable. The prediction with the kunai onto the headshot. They cut away for right now, knowing that they don't have enough. They want to regroup here, knowing that they've got at least front checkpoint, and they have a 100-meter lead on the Broncos. Talk about a comfort pick halfway through here on this map, but they're going to back away for right now.
We're in neutral fight territory, pretty equal as far as ultimates go. Yes, the Lucios aren't balanced, but the supports overall are balanced. However, Frosted, once again, leading in that ultimate charge by a long shot. 100% to 40 is what we're going to end up with here. Clear is going to have to figure something out because the Rom mirror is just not working out. However, that boop, the boop, it ends it! That was huge!
That was huge for them, but it's still not going to be enough, though. Frosted able to find two in the Nemesis form. Frosted saying, if I don't have my Q, I'm going to do this with my Nemesis form instead. I'm going to press shift and run away with it. There's going to be two more kills. It's only the Kiriko and the Tracer left to go, but the Tracer's got to back off. Chosen does go down, and UCSD back in command. Forward spawn still with them, and they're going to get at least, it looks like they could get a lot more meterage with this as well.
Next fight looks like Kitsune Rush, Pulse, Overclock for UCSD, Pulse Bomb, maybe Nemesis, and Annihilation coming out from here. Late Overclock, but they do have the Kitsune Rushes. Matt Merck is looking for a flying in assassination Pulse Bomb attempt. The question is, will he find it?
Oh, Zania's out with the headshot already. Plato now, and that was even before the Overclock happens. Matt Merck finds the Pulse Bomb, but Zania's finding more. Zania's found two thus far. Is better than one. You can check the map on that, but Zania is still good for kills. Zania finds a third, looking for more, and UC San Diego looking to complete the map one more time.
Sub 3 minutes on the clock. Broncos have a lot of space to make up in that time.
Yep. Broncos are going to have to do what they can here. I mean, this is basically... I mean, even you're down 120 meters. This is perfect. You got to play perfect the entire way through. They do take care of Mad Merc, but trade it out. Plato uses the overclock instead. Clear's going to use it. But what a pulse bomb from Paco to end the annihilation. They're traded out 2 for 2. Kitsune Rush being invested by Chosen to see if they can still win this fight out. No more ultimates available for Boise State just yet, but UCSD still making progress. Annihilation out for Frosted. Isn't going to find any more picks with it. Down to about half health before Annihilation runs out. Here comes Nikita trying to make any difference. Has to use protection Suzu on themselves very early on. But Matt Merck finds a kill in the back line. The assassination kill is there, and Boise State hangs on.
Mine is going to have Kitsune Rush by the time this fight fully engages, with Ramatra being so late back to the party. The response is most likely going to be a beat from the Broncos, but that's their only thing they're going to have. So that means they have to have great positioning on this Kitsune Rush. Use it early before Rom catches up. And pick a target wisely. If their target focus is not on lock, someone else from the Broncos will be deleted. Frosted has made it back, and Mine is getting ever so dangerously close to that Kitsune Rush. There's beat to Egress. Kitsune Rush 3% off. If they can keep, yep, there it is.
There's Kitsune Rush that's going to come out. They're going to use that right away to try to counter what they've got on each state, and it's going to work out so far so good. Frosted takes out Clear, and it's looking good here for UCSD to take it back with less than a minute left to go. They get rid of the Lucio, you get rid of Plato, one of each roll gone, and this is looking really good for the Tritons to take it right back. 60 on the clock.
Broncos have gotten 5.21 meters, and they have a minute to make up almost the entire half of the map. This looks like the coffin door is shut on Esperanza in favor of UCSD, and the Broncos are going to be forced to come up with a plan B, because this Rom v Rom, it is Frosted all day long.
Take a look at the Ramattra V. Ramattra fight 70% on either side. Sinia has the ultimate on that Sojourn. Same thing for Matt Merck, who's been playing on this Tracer and has the Pulse Bomb available for them as well. Overclock is run up, the shield right in front. It doesn't matter. Sinia's going to walk right against the grain here and takes down the Lucio. Looking for more, looking for the backline. Slides right into the backline. Has the confidence, has the aggression, looking for it, but Plato's got Sinia. It doesn't really matter when you've already lost 3 of your teammates. Make that 4. 15 seconds left. UCSD looking to finish this one off. And in fact, the smart move here, they're going to make sure that they can't even touch the bot here, because now down to the final 8 seconds, they're going to force the Lucio to try to touch. They're not touching the spot at all. They will get the touch, but Gagel is there, cleared out. No time left to go on the clock. Nobody else is going to touch. And UC San Diego wins on Esperanza, 1 map away from the #1 seed.
All right, play of the game, Frosted.
Frost, no.
No, it's mine. Please tell me the predictions flick on.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Surely.
That was so spicy.
It is. I think it is. This is with 5 minutes left to go. Gets rid of Plato. Watch the flick. And
recall. Ding.
There it is.
Yep, that was.
Oh my goodness,
beautiful.
that is nuts. The way mine is playing right now, absolutely nuts for the side of UCSD. The Tritons now on match point. But what a game from UCSD as well. Boise State not even past 10 meters on Esperanza as well. So they now got to try to make the comeback. And again, no matter what, UCSD gets last map pick, but here comes the most important map of your series. If you want that #1 seed, the last map Boise State is going to be able to pick here. It is going to go to hybrid. And again, I mean, you've got a couple of hybrid maps. The only one not available right now, Numbani, but you still have Blizzard World. You still have Eichenwald. I mean, I think Hollywood's still in rotation. Scrimsboro, obviously, Midtown, and Paraíso still in rotation. So, I mean, hey, if you're a Boise State, I mean, what do you do?
I mean, why not run it back to the Classic and just go to Kings Row at this point? It is, yes, you understand that everyone has played this map a disgusting amount of times, thus the name Scrims Row, but it also guarantees that you yourself have played it. It has perfected, you know, positioning, rotations, ability usage at which times, in which situations, that it can allow for a team to just fall back onto the basics and what they know, rather than trying to play into kind of more of the unpredictable, because they've probably not faced UCSD on the majority of the new maps. Knowing how they used to play and anticipating how Frosted's going to work into that mix can possibly be the deciding factor if they decide to go with Kings Row, which I'm going to vouch for it. I've been wrong quite a few times in this last series here, but I think Kings Row is a good bet for them.
Yep, and well, at least you got this. You've got this prediction right this time around. We will be heading back to Scrims Row here. That will be the next map pick. No swapping sides. No swapping sides. No subs either. So this is going to be a game that sees the same people in the exact same way. Yet another mirror comp here for both sides, and even we got a clip of that prediction here. Thank you very much,
Leighton. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much to Professor Leighton bringing that clip to us, and you can check it out again on the Esports U channel as well later on. And for Boise State, download that one, because that's one you want to save, especially with the flick of the wrist and the prediction, mind you, from that kunai of mine. And that's been so far a great play for them on the Kiriko. However, that was a comfort pick for them for Esperanza on the side of UC San Diego. Now they're on match point here, and you know Boise State the best out of every one of us here. Is this Kings Row basically a comfort pick for them in this case?
It is and it isn't. It's more like Kings Row is a map that every team has to have in their back pocket. You always got to anticipate that if you are at match point and the other team gets to pick, it's most likely going to be Kings Row. So you practice it with the understanding that this is the make or break. I have seen C9s on this point from top teams just because they think they are, dominating, and then they chase people off the payload and they C9 a point. I have seen complete upsets. I have seen teams that both had under a minute, so they get one whole minute to, run the whole course again, full cap, not once, but twice, because they had, of course they full capped it once, and then in 1 minute, full cap again, and then the other team full caps again. So Kings Row is a very tug-of-war style map, and it is a map that previously in Overwatch 1, there was a lot of different compositions that could be run. Like literally you would have a composition for a map for point 1, and then from checkpoint from that first archway to the second checkpoint, you swap to a different composition and you burn all your ultimates right before that payload check mark. even if they get it, you're making another comp swap. And it does look like Frosted Squad, so UCSD is in need of a pause, having some technical difficulties. It happens. Technology is not always our best friend.
Yeah, and so I mean, we'll get back to the game here in a little while with the with both of the teams lined up here. Technical pause, like you just saw here going on. Meanwhile, again, teams looking for their way into Boise right now pretty much have been set, at least in the semifinal side. At least we know we're going to have 1 through 4 UCSD and Boise State right now. You're watching the championship match on the lower side. UNLV and Utah, I believe they're going to play a third place match here to determine their 3-4 seeding. Other than that, if you hear your school, I mean, you're looking good here for at least the top 8 wise. UCLA, USC, UCSD, Navy, and UH Sports all lining up losing in the very first map of quarterfinals. So now it comes down to these two teams. Where UCSD beat the Rebels 3-0. Beat the Rebels if UNLV. Boise State sweeps Utah. There will be no sweep this time around for at least this matchup. We know that we're going to at least 4 maps. We're going to see the 4th map here in just a couple of moments. Again, a little bit of a technical pause, but we go into Kings Row here, and again, you were talking about both sides. I mean, both of these teams lining up here at the beginning of it could be close. Hey, I mean, we've got a very close one, and from what you've seen so far, I mean, at least for Boise State, they're sitting on the back foot right now. They're down 1 map. This is their map pick. What do they have to do for you? What do they have to do on this map in order to secure that last point and make sure that they can take this to map number 5?
I'm not like. Truthfully, I do mean 100% when I say fall back onto your fundamentals. Like, yeah, okay, you're taking a tracer duel, understanding that there's a tracer in the back line. Stop trying to confirm the kill. Instead, just go harass the tracer enough that they back off and come back to your team. Stop trying to do, by trying to outdo that tracer and confirm the kill, you are not only taking resources away from your own team, but you're putting your own life resource at risk in that moment. You're putting your cooldowns at risk. And so utilizing the least amount of cooldowns in situations as possible before the other team has used theirs is very important. I mean, we've seen these tracer 1v1s, and more often than not, we're seeing Matt Merck forced to use recall sooner. And that means if Matt Merck is being chased into these off angles, into these situations where his team can't see him, calling that out and having Chosen flick over really fast, which we saw inside Ilios, but we haven't seen since. Instead, it's been Mind who's been doing it. Turn around and just give a couple of seconds of attention to their own tracer to help them out, or to even just get 1 hit onto the tracer is huge. It's that communication mechanic, understanding how your team can help you out. You are not the only player on that field, and the Broncos have been kind of doing some stuff that to me makes it look like they are not fully playing as a team. And so Kings Row, it's time to focus up, rekindle the flame that they have, and bring it back in their favor. I mean, UCSD's coming to their home turf. They've got to defend it,
Well, I mean, yeah, UCSD is running again. This LAN coming up in March is at Boise. It's in that LAN center we saw earlier on as well. So, I mean, this is going to be trying to defend home turf territory. Unfortunately, Boise State down 2-1, but well, showtime and prime time got to be up here for Boise State, especially when you get down to the fact that, again, Boise State is the host. They're number 6. They're the top ranked, according to Okra at the very least. The Overwatch Collegiate ranks right now. Boise State's basically number 6 right now. UCSD number 17. So this is basically going to come down to which of the ranked teams is these ranked teams is going to go maybe even up in the rankings. If UCSD is keeping it close right now, this might be a little bit different going on. But now we go into the game itself, where these teams are now ready to play here on Kings Row, and yet again, I mean, why would we expect anything different? It's going to be a mirror matchup.
I just gotta say that they are in good spirits despite this long technical pause. We got a little snippet of what was occurring in the match chat. Everyone here is having a great time, and they're all goofballs. That's the only thing I can say, because the rest of it, that is why I was face palming.
Yep. Well, well, hey, these players can have fun, right?
Of course.
Of course they have fun, just sometimes in different ways. But 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Here comes Clear. They're going to push right in here, and Tanier already takes down Plato, which is big for them. They might even give up a free first pick here, but I mean, they're stepping off. I mean, they have a little bit of the first pick already, and now Zanier's just got to back up for their life. Unfortunately, Clear in Nemesis form will not let them get away. Mine has to TP back down and back away for the rest of the team. Clear is trying to hold on. 151 health left to go, but Clear in a state of basically almost dying, but Frosted gets the Nemesis kill while Chosen is trying to keep them up alive here. Now Frosted and Nemesis Foreign finds 2, and this is looking pretty good if you're UC San Diego. Although for Frosted right now in a whole lot of trouble. Plato's going to turn this one right around here, and Boise State's going to get at least the first 2 picks for free, maybe even a third.
I'm gonna be completely honest here. I was looking at the Nemesis, at both the Ramatra's just health lines there. I was like, oh, Clear is gonna go down. He is so low. Plato out of nowhere from the high roads with the steel chair gets the heckin' rail shot into Frosted to send him back to spawn. Wow, that was clutch, Plato.
Wow, Plato, Plato absolutely clutched there. Frosted and Clear both going to have their ultimates coming up here with 5 minutes on the clock. Are they going to play around this corner? I mean, the toughest part would be if they can play underneath this archway, and you could get an annihilation off on either side, really, if you were to hold on to this, but we'll see where they decide to use the annihilations. Matt Merck almost at a pulse bomb. Same thing with Paco, about 5% away. Paco 20% away, excuse me. Matt Merck 5% away now. And this Russian shot's out on either side just to hold on underneath the archway. In fact, we might have a fight right past this archway here. Oh, Frosted falls also low. Good job by the healers to keep him up for right now. Clear's trying to get around the corner, maybe to use this annihilation. They will use the Kitsune Rush. There is the pulse bomb that lands, but it's not going to do anything. Soundbarrier comes up just in time, but it doesn't really matter anyways. The annihilation is out from Frosted, and Tania is going to find a pick for them as well. Clear's in a state of trouble here, even though he's at half health, with the annihilation pushed away for right now. Down to a 3v5-man situation as UC San Diego looking to push them all the way back. It's looking good for them right now. Protection suits are having to be used, though. Sound barrier also invested at the same time. Hinge taking on that sound barrier. Meanwhile, Boise State backs off.
Chosen's going to engage with Kitsune Rush here. They backed off to get that sine wave back in their favor, but Bagel frontlining accidentally goes down. We have Kitsune Rush, Clear pummels through 1, Clear pummels through 2. Even down there, Lucio, it's just the dynamic duo. The Lucio, Ramatra, never mind, Tracer recalls right in front of a ramp. That is a jump scare moment.
Yeah, but still finds Clear's able to find Frosted into Nemesis form. Paku can't live much longer. No recall for them either. And so a great fight there for Boise State. 3 minutes and 30, plenty of time. This is starting to look a little bit more reminiscent of Rialto here. It stalled out a little bit, but really winning fights in the end. In fact, they're going to win one more, but this is a long second point to get to UCSD with one more opportunity.
The issue there, though, is that UCSD really hard staggered. It was Tracer to go, like, we lost Mine, we lost Zinna, then Tracer went down. Then, 2-3 beats later, Frosted goes down, and then a full, 5 seconds pass, and they finally lost Hinge, so that did lose them a lot of time. However, Zinna's making up for that time off the clock by deleting Bagel. Can they find a second? No, Plato's going to return the favor and say this one's for my Lucio. Recall forced out from Tracer. Gonna take a couple pot shots, tries to chase, and they go down to Matt Merck. And it took 3 attention members from the Broncos to get rid of Paco.
Yeah, Annihilation online here for Clear. Doesn't decide to use it just yet, but still man advantage here for the Broncos. Frosted takes care of Plato, though, and now Clear has to use the Annihilation, and has to might not be the key word there, because Clear's just going to clear out the rest of them here. They were a man down, but it doesn't really matter when Clear is in your back line. 2 meters left, 1 meter left, and Boise State adds another 90. It's about 4 minutes to get to checkpoint number 3.
I agree with you for sure on that one, Clutchkey. The had to, when you said that, I was like, did he really? It was more like guaranteeing and solidifying the fact that the Broncos were going to make sure they got that checkpoint without losing any extra time. But now the issue falls to, we're going to have Frosted with a free ram ult. However, last time Frosted popped the ult, he almost instantaneously lost it because the Broncos disengaged. They maintained distance when they recognized that this ult's online.
It's got to pay off dividends here if they're going to use it. They're right around this corner. They know where they are right away. Here have to pop up the shield right away. Meanwhile, anti-air circle is up. Matt Merckx win the Tracer battle in the back line, so it's free reign here. But Frosted is going to go ahead and Nemesis form away clear and does not pop the ult either. So the Annihilation ready to go here for the next fight as Boise State has to back off for right now.
Annihilation still on lock. Pulse bomb, beat, all online. Annihilation, 65% for clear. We're going to have overclock, Kitsune Rush, and beat. Who's going to use it first and who's going to use it right is the question. Chosen's getting aggressive. Yep, gets the Kitsune just past the Ramatra. We have a beat come down from Hinge in response. Beat from Bagel. Annihilation from Frosted. Pulse from Paco.
But Frostid backed away from that for right now, knowing that there was going to be a lot of damage poured out. So Frostid's Annihilation is gone. Boise State backs off. Good kite for them. Although they do get Plato, another couple of seconds is going to be wasted away off the Timeback. Protection Suzu having to be used very early on. And now Chosen goes down, which means you don't have a Suzu, you don't have a Kiriko at all. Boise State's going to have some time melted away as well.
2 minutes on the clock. If they do not win this next fight, they are looking at closing out Kitaro with no time left in their time bank. They have to capitalize on a single mistake here, round this corner, and get a victory in a fight. As Clear is going to drop. Yep, there it is. Annihilation comes out, but he's incredibly low when he does it.
Oh my god. Frostid takes them down. Clear was so low. You're absolutely right. Clear gets nothing out of that. And now the Tracer, in the meanwhile, Paco takes down Manmerk, and that revenge lettering is pretty good, knowing that you've won the Tracer v Tracer battle. But 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, and like you were saying, I mean, they don't win without Annihilation. This could very well come down to overtime.
Mine's gonna have Kitsune rush. Supports from Broncos have nothing in the bank. Matt Merck's the only one with something, and it's just a teeny tiny little pulse bomb that hasn't gotten much value for the Broncos. Paco finds Clear. There is under a minute now going to be left when they reset this next fight. Matt Merck needs to get out alive, lest it be a struggle situation for the Broncos. Gonna be a little bit annoying. Nat, get out. And they have Chosen there to help them out, which is exactly what I was mentioning earlier. But Paco, ooh, we see you. This is also why we're on a delay.
The drop bomb. The drop bomb. Only we know for right now. Drop bomb. Dropped it. No, not going to drop it, but not going to drop it from the top rope. Already have to use the recall, mind you, but not using the pulse bomb at all to get something there down in the back line. Sojourn's in a lot of trouble, has to slide away, but does he have enough room? There's no health back there, my friend. But no, he does grab it in time. Good in health bars as well. Boise State is able to get 2 kills already. They back up for right now with 35 seconds left to go. We're coming into final fight territory when we get into the home stretch.
There's a straightaway point here. Chosen can drop Kitsune rush. We're going to be able to have Plato get on high grounds. This is an opportunity now because Zena has to then meet Plato on the high ground. Yeah, Plato already taken the advantageous positioning. Going high left. Matt Merck finding out where Paco has gone to force them into a location where they don't want to take the fight. Overclock gets popped. Lucio, unhinged, comes in, throws Plato off the high ground, saying, no, sir, you are not allowed to play where you want. It's a Sojourn versus Sojourn. Who's going to give the Sojourn a little more attention? Matt Merck will. And with that, Broncos are leading by 1 as far as the manpower goes, but the spawn is right there. Clear has to pop this ultimate if his team wants to capitalize, but the supports need to be feeding into Clear right now.
Oh my god. I thought somebody didn't touch there for a second, but there's Clear's wall. There's Clear's Annihilation, the pulse bomb as well. Nobody else is going to touch. I thought it was going to be a clear point for a second for Boise to just walk this run right in. Instead, with no time on the clock, Boise goes uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map. UCST's turn to try to get there, and if they can get over a minute, they're looking good at either the draw at the very least, or even taking the win. This is a great game here from both sides. This is close.
This is all we could have asked for. This is what I wanted this morning, UCSD, but, well, this afternoon, earlier. But, of course, my wish goes ungranted, which I totally understand. You have to make sure you save all of your energy, so quick 3-0 is the way to go. I get it. I don't fault it. Of course, like I said, I'm here to tell the story, so I wanted 5 maps. Now, am I going to get 5 maps this time? I really hope so.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, right now, the UCSD needing to attack this one again, needing to complete the map, and if they want to have at least the draw, great job by UCSD to run down that time bank. That was huge for them to get it down to 0. Now, if you get it over a minute to finish the map, I mean, here we go. That's basically, if you get it over a minute, you're going to have another attack. Boise State will not, and that's your chance to end the game right there. If it lands in a draw, we might see map 6 potentially, but again, Boise State needing to defend this one all the way through, especially if they let them complete the map. They got to let them complete the map with no time on the clock at all.
Well, only these 10 people on this virtual field can make that decision. We can only make the request. Vortex dropped in the front. Not going to really get a lot of value there for Clear. Should have guessed that it wouldn't get, but it does delay them an extra 5 seconds, I guess.
Well, delays them for just a little while, but not going to delay them for much longer, if anything. But here comes Clear on the left side. They're going to run all the way around the statue for a little while. Meanwhile, you've got Ramonsters basically staying on opposite sides of the point from each other right now, not really going at each other with the Nemesis form just yet. Meanwhile, it's still a fight around the point right now. Plato's got Zinnia. Zinnia had Plato in the very first fight of this game. Plato returns favor this time on the other half of the map. 3 minutes and 20 left. Oh, Mine again takes down Matt Merck. This Tracer has not had fun when running right into the Kiriko. And now 3:10 left to go on the clock. UC San Diego says let's back off for right now.
Matt, maybe stop pulling the aggro of the Kiriko. Just a suggestion.
Well, let's see if he takes that suggestion. And it's going to be Hinged and Frosted that both get kills right now. Kiriko does go down. You're going to have the Tracer just waiting there for a little while. Paco is super low, down to half health, but is able to run into the outer hotel and gets it. And Frosted takes down Mad Merc, and Nemesis form. Frosted's going to keep running them over. Already halfway up the street. It doesn't even matter. UCSD is going to get the point in an additional 2.5 to play.
5 minutes and 10 seconds to escort this payload. That is a grotesque amount of time in that time bank. See what happens. Frosted, Nemesis form on lock. Clear, trailing by 10%. Not a huge gap, but can be a make or break moment if Clear cannot manage to catch up here. We've got Paco looking to be a little bit of an annoyance here, just poking damage from the high ground in a situation where only Plato can really come up there and challenge him. Are we going to see a pulse bomb? I think we're going to see a pulse bomb.
Will we, though, is the question. Keystone Rush gets pulled out first. Paco might not even need to use it, but there it is. Pulse bomb is out. Does it clear? Clear? Yes, it does. Clear is gone. And here comes UC San Diego. The Tritons are going to run away with this fight here. Only going to lose one person, and that might be Paco in the back line. Does not matter. Bolt Tracer's down, and it's UCSD that's going to advance the payload even further, and they're getting closer and closer to capping checkpoint 2.
Got Frosted with another Annihilation on lock. Matt Merck has Pulse chosen. Basically, it has Kitsune Rush. We're close on beat. Hinged is catching up to Bagel as far as beat charge goes. Zinna and Plato, 6% difference for Overclock. Are we going to see a pick before an ult gets dropped? Depending on which team loses one first, most likely going to lose the fight.
Yeah, well, let's see here. No Annihilation just used yet. Kitsune Rush is going to be used by Chosen right away. They back off of that for right now. Clear doesn't have an Annihilation either. Now it's a plus bomb on the Frosted, down to 5 health, down to nothing. Matt Merck is there to clean up shop, clean up the rest of the house here. Plato will help out, and Boise State puts up the fence with 3.5 remaining. Oh, almost got back cap too, though, but luckily they noticed it.
Oh, that would have been tragic.
A C9 on this map? Nah.
Never has it happened before.
Never has happened, especially at this level. Never has happened before. I'm for sure, right?
Totally. It's just, it's gonna be in the back of my mind now since Boise State almost got C9.
Well, luckily they didn't. Boise State still in with plenty of time on the clock to defend this. 2 minutes 57 remaining. They're going to go all the way around, though. And meanwhile, they're going to pop the overclock here, see if Zinnia's got this angle to get any shots off. Meanwhile, the Ravenous Vortex out. There to try to keep this team out and playing. Sound Barrier, Kitsune Rush used simultaneously here for Boise, or rather for UC San Diego. Clear's in a lot of trouble. Pulse bomb lands. Paco's got it. Paco's got another kill onto Clear. Meanwhile, the Lucio goes down, and now the Tracer and the Sojourn in a whole bunch of trouble. It's a 5-0 scenario. It's a team wipe, and Boise State sent back to UCSD adds 90.
2 minutes, 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Broncos managed to burn roughly 2 minutes off that timer. Now they're looking at an uphill battle. This is roughly 4 fight wins for the Broncos. If UCSD caps this, they have to get them under a minute. They need to win 3 out of the 4 fights that are about to happen.
Your timer right now, if you're looking at Boise State, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. If you're UCSD, you've got 3.5. Boise State's going to make advantage of this, though, and they might not even need to use an ult at all. Clear finds a kill on the Hinged and the Paco, which is back away signal, and when you've got Frosted, that's more time off the bank. They stagger out the Ramontra, and so Boise State puts up the fence, and there's only 3 minutes left.
Kitsune Rush. Ooh, Matt in the high area. We see you.
Saw this from Paco.
Well, Paco didn't come down and drop the pulse, though. That's my hope is we see that happen.
I don't think Matt Merck is going to drop it either, especially on a 1v1. Oh, there's Tracer battle going on. And on Pulse Bomb goes wide. Oh, no, the Pulse Bomb goes wide, and Matt Merck goes down. Matt Merck goes down. Paco, with the help of Hinge, is there, but Plato returns fire there onto Zinnia. So the mirror battles one on each side. Annihilation will come out from Frosted. It's got to find something bigger, though. But Plato finds the head of Paco. This could be a defensive hold for Boise State. Frosted's got nothing left except for Akitiko helping him out. But Frosted taking so much damage, and Frosted will go down. Boise State sends him back again.
They managed to actually not allow Frosted's Annihilation to continue. They just ran away. Plato on the high ground's not inside the balloon. I think that's one, maybe two times that we have seen the Broncos successfully force Frosted's Annihilation to just insta timeout.
Oh, here we go. See if they can get a push now. Now or never here if they want to get that over a minute timeout. Got to win the rest of the way. If you're UCSD, you get a little more push. 1v1 against the Tracers isn't going to be won by anybody for right now. But right now, Paco's got every single bullet lined up and Matt works head and gets the punch at the end. Lands the pulse bomb as well. So Clear did not use the Annihilation, but that pulse bomb clears them out right away. Down to a minute and 45. Payload in the home stretch. Is anybody going to be able to touch?
Still have Beat, still have Annihilation, close on pulse, Overclock as well as Beat coming out for UCSD. Early Overclock coming out from Zeta, instantaneously blocked off. Bagel's gonna drop the Beat, allow his team to gain space. Response Beat from Hinge has the higher option probability of winning typically. Clear taking a lot of unnecessary damage from this high ground. No one giving attention towards Zeta on that high right area.
Bagel.
Clear and Bagel both go down to Zena.
Yeah, Clear and Bagel both go down. 13 seconds left for the time bank here for UCSD. It's going to be close. Pearl's bomb comes out, takes down Mine. No healing left to go except for Lucio for UCSD. Tritons want to complete this map. Got to do it now. 2 seconds left to go. The Wrecking Ball comes in. They are not going to get it. It's underneath a minute left to go. Boise State, if they were to complete the map, what a boop from Hinge. Hinge knocks Clear off the map during the rollout there from the Wrecking Ball. So now down to a minute point, or 1.88 meters. Here comes the Annihilation out onto the point. And if they want to touch this, they got to touch this while looking at Frosted having the Annihilation. 0.7 meters left to go. 39 seconds on the clock. It's looking like the time bank is going to go in favor of the Tritons. Only person left to go is Clear on the Wrecking Ball, who gets taken down. And a minute and 32 on the clock. You see San Diego themselves go uno dos adios. And it's a 32-second differential for map number 4.
My anxiety cannot handle this. All right. Now we run it back and do it again. Now, this time, with higher stakes, you get a minute to get all 3 points.
Yep, higher stakes. 1 minute on the board for Boise State. They will have it. They got lucky enough to take this down below a minute. But now the question remains for these two teams. 32 seconds makes a difference. This could be one quick fight. Boise State wins this, they're still alive. UCSD wins this, they go to Boise, and they take the seed over Boise as the home team at the #1 seed. But this is going to be a very, very close ending. I can already feel it.
Too close for comfort, but it makes for great commentating. Sorry to everyone involved, all 10 people currently playing. I know you've been playing for a lot of hours today.
Yep. They've been playing for a long time here. I think first check they started playing about 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're approaching the top of the 8 o'clock hour here, about 17 minutes away from that 8 o'clock hour Pacific Standard Time. But right now, I mean, this is prime time, folks. If you're in the West Coast and even on the East Coast, rather, if you're on the mainland in general, you're liking this prime time coverage right now between these two teams. Door unlocks, 1 minute to play. Boise State's chance to try to prove themselves and take this to game number 4. To game number 5. UCSD holding the line for right now. They are all split with each other right now. The Lucio in the back line on the staircase and looking to see if they can go around. Ravenous Vortex is up. Frost has to use the Nemesis form, so will Clear right away. But Frost get down to about half health, down to very low health, down to below 100. But the supports keep him alive for right now. Still plenty of health bars left. They might even give up the first kick, which they do not. First kick still not gotten just yet, although it's super close. Might even be 1% away from it at that. Well, the Ravenous Vortex comes out. This is going to be final fight no matter what happens at this point in given time. Still trying to find a pick in the back line. And it's still going to be Nemesis forms being pulled out here. Clear is super low, and Clear is down. It's going to be a fight back here, but only 5 seconds left. Somebody has to touch. This is now or never. It's all systems go here from Boise State to make a difference. Overtime clock will start to play out, but Paco takes down that Merc.
Can we get a touch?
Touching the point quickly. Not going to happen here. Overtime clock halfway down. Wrecking Ball switched on from Clear from the Ramatra. And now Wrecking Ball's going to have to touch here, and it will. But it's only one person left to go. Now that Sojourn's gone, only the Wrecking Ball left to go. Keep the near rush being used by Mine. Mine is out here. The difference in trying to clear them out. Wrecking Ball cannot get all the way around the hotel in time. He is already dead, and Boise State on the verge of losing. UCSD needs one tick in 92 seconds to take the #1 seed.
And the thing, that 32 seconds can be one extra fight that UCSD needs. Like 1 minute on attack here for Kings Row. You get like one good engage, that's about it. But 32 seconds, you roughly can snag in 2, and that could be absolutely huge. However, with the early picks that they've been managing to get on the Broncos, they could easily get the 33% necessary here to come out on top.
My, oh my. What a game so far. But again, like you were saying, that 32 seconds could be basically the difference there. I mean, mine already, I think, had a Kitsune rush. Yeah, mine had a Kitsune rush at the end of that overtime fight. That was a minute in. If they can build up that ultimate that quickly, and what would a minute 32 do for the rest of this team? Oh, I thought they were going to go for the Winston for the start. That would have thrown them off entirely. But Boise State now, again, UCSD for the win here needs to get a tick, needs to get 33.3%. Boise State, the best they can hope for right now is a draw. And that is a tall task even at that.
Well, it's what they have to hope for. You didn't get a single tick. Well, yeah, you didn't get a single tick here on the first point. Oh, and we got Paco pulling out the Widowmaker.
Yes, stays on the Widow. Looking for the top rope, maybe? Yes, Paco's going to go for it. Paco, jump shot, anything?
Quick shot, quick shot.
No.
Oh, we have
headshot.
Our overlay was a little... Not our overlay, the in-game animation was a little bugged there. They were scoped in.
Wait, but that's huge because that's 2 headshots, and now Paco's already 30% to a Tracer, to a ball spawn. I mean, those 2 headshots could be huge coming down into the final seconds here. Already a couple of percentages being given up here for UCC, or for Boise State. They cannot let anything further go. Clear falls also low. Mad Merc in the back line goes down. UCSD looking for gold. UCSD looking for the win. They could give up the entire tick right now. Zinnia finds 2, and that's it. UCSD takes down the Broncos. The Tritons are your #1 seed, headed to Boise for the LAN.
Told you it was going to be a close game. That was pretty heckin' close. But I think mine and Zinna are 2 people that cannot be left underrated here for sure, because they constantly were getting intro picks, mid-fight picks that just sweat the Broncos under the rug.
Yeah, I mean, what a game from both sides. If you're going at the Okra rankings right now, the #17 team upsets the #6 San Diego off. I mean, after homecoming, this was based off their homecoming. They have that momentum in that Overwatch homecoming, but now that momentum shifts on over here. They win 3-1. They win on Kings Row, and basically in the same fashion that they beat UCLA earlier today. They lost on Escort, but they would win the control point. They would win Esperanza, and they would win the last map. That was the other team's pick. They would win on hybrid as well. So in similar fashion, UCSD winning 3-1, although this time in a more important game. UCSD is the #1 seed overall, headed to Boise March 3 through 5th up there in Idaho. And I mean, what a game overall by both of these sides. We're going to take a short break, but first off, we want to remind you real quickly that the Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and at your choice degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. You can go ahead and reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Idaho Army National Guard, your proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier. Speaking of that West Qualifier, #1 seed, UC San Diego, the Tritons, your victors of the entire thing. We're going to take a short break, see if we can find an interview with that winning team. We'll be right back. You're watching the CECC West Online Qualifiers.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
going to be...
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, Sledge option going to be charging for Smash going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit of pick, getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you've got to have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omens folks coming out. 1, oh, Spec just finds 3.
What?
Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. On the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Klutchke alongside Nerdy Bird with you, and joining us from now the number 1 seeded team of the UCSD Tritons, we welcome in Zinnia into the booth here. And Zinnia, what a great game from you guys overall there for UCSD. And mind you, from the let's go back here all the way back to the beginning at the Oka rankings back February 1st. You guys were ranked 17th. Boise State ranked number 6. Now you guys have defeated that team that was ranked above you in the Okra standings. How does that feel to have beaten them not only here, but also get the number 1 seed headed up to Boise next month?
It actually feels super surreal that we won the qualifiers, or at least got the first seed, because the tournament previous to Boise, UCAI, we lost very badly. And going into this, I'm like, I never want to feel like this again. I had vengeance going into this. Beat UCLA, and then UNLV and Boise, so free.
I mean, you guys got the trifecta there.
Yeah, actually, we only had a little bit of practice going into this because we actually swapped me and Paco playing Sojourn and Tracer. So I haven't been playing Sojourn for that long, but we had pretty good looks on it. So I'm happy about that as well.
Wow.
Okay, so my next question was going to be, how do you feel about being in Sojourn jail, but you willingly walked into Sojourn jail is what I'm hearing?
Okay, so here's the thing. Since Sojourn is like super good, she's like basically an admin character. And I feel like the way me and Paco play, Sojourn just complements me a bit better. Even though she's like a hit scan, which is kind of outside my hero pool, it just like clicked for some reason. So yeah, for me, I don't really mind playing a certain character as long as it's for the success of the team. Then I'll do anything possible for that.
All right, I really hope that the one player I have stuck in Sojourn jail right now heard that, because that is what I'm trying to drill into some people's heads. So I appreciate that. But my next question kind of isn't so much oriented around your character, but we're about to drop into Season 3, and we don't get the luxury of being contenders players, so we have to play on the current patch. With that being said, Ramatra is going to get a slight ult decrease. Do you foresee that being anything of a problem for your team?
To be honest, I'm not a contenders player, so I'm in the same boat as you. But Ramatra getting an ult decrease, I don't think that will make much of a difference for like maybe 80% of the team fights because a lot of the gameplay is outside of when he doesn't have ult, and it obviously, if you win more team fights, you're gonna get more ults. So I think it will affect teams that rely on his ult a lot. But for us, we don't really rely on using his ult too much. We play around everyone, not just Ramatra.
And Zinnia, all right, Zinnia joining us inside of the booth here. And one last question for you. I mean, you guys have played 10 maps today, or excuse me, 11 maps today all together, starting from the quarterfinals on 11 total maps for you guys. And now going into Boise as the #1 seed, even if it's going to switch to a different season, even if it's going to be different patch notes that we're going to see up in March 3 through 5th up in Boise, how confident is this team right now in your mind to take this the entire way through in the CECC West LAN and maybe even take this all the way up to CECC in Arlington?
Honestly, I think we're redlining right now, so we're gonna continue to ride that. Ideally, we make playoffs in homecoming, and we win CECC on LAN. That's what I'm hoping for. Hoping for the best.
You got to hope for the best, and you guys played like the best this weekend, especially here for the West. So, Zania, congratulations to you and your team. We'll see you up in Boise. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Zania. Yeah, thank you very much. Zania joining us inside of the booth. And look, I mean, what a game from UCSD in general. Again, they had to go through 11 maps total, would lose only 2 of them, but in the end, a 9-2 final scoreline for go through it all. UCLA game #1, 3-1, UNLV 3-0, and Boise State in the end 3-1 as well. Got to feel pretty confident going up there as the #1 seed overall.
I definitely appreciate Zinnia being honest and saying I came in with vengeance, and it definitely showed. Zinnia was bloodthirsty. Anytime there was like 3 pixels of someone on that screen, Zinnia was looking at them and making sure they either A, weren't getting any sort of value and were stuck, or were sent back to the respawn screen. However, is he going to get that return to him at the LAN coming up in March? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if the patch still allows him to play the Sojourn, if the Sojourn, like you said, if the Sojourn clicks, the Sojourn will do wonders for them. So again, we'll see up UCSD coming in as the #1 seed, going into the LAN in March 3 through 5. Going into as the #2 seed, it will be Boise State, and we actually have an update for you. The 3rd place match, or rather, we should say the 3-4 seeded match, that has now ended. That went all 5 maps, and it will be the University of Utah that gets the #3 seed as they win 3-2 over the UNLV Rebel Crusader team. So Utah takes the distance, but Utah able to win in the end. So your top 4 is set. UCSD #1, Boise State #2, Utah #3, and Rebels of UNLV at #4. We will see them all up at the LAN coming up at March 3 through 5. Special shout out again to the Idaho Army National Guard for their support, and a proud supporter of CECC West online qualifiers and the qualifier in general. Big shout out to them. Special thanks to everybody back inside of the studios for Esports U, and a big thanks to our observer all throughout the day. Busy day, mind you, for these two, Cool Scoots and Colton. 2000, great job, observer and producer, to Colton and to Cool Scoots, and to thanks to Cat Nader and Septilence as well for their great work, and to Paulie Hype as well for his great job hosting this as well, and Nerdy, of course. We've been here all weekend long. Great job to you. Hope to see you again soon.
Same to you, and we both need some food.
Yes, I am super hungry. It is now 6 o'clock p.m. where I am, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. So we're going to wrap things up here for everybody to go get some food. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. CECC West Online qualifiers are done. Thanks for watching, and until next time, take care, everybody.
Quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there